test. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. This is the Challenger coverage for Major 2. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, Infinity.
Yep, how's it going, mate? Ready to get into Challenger today?
Yeah, an awful lot of games coming your way. Of course, we've got winners round, we've got losers round, and everything right up until the very end of today. Many teams are getting ready in the pit, and we're actually starting off with slightly different than the schedule does say. We are going to be going into winners round 3 due to some delays yesterday, so we do get to see those games instead. Still going to be best of 3 though, Infinity.
Yeah, so all these matches should be really quick, I imagine. Like, you and I have casted a lot of open brackets in our time, and mostly the early games, especially this early into the bracket, like winners round 3 time, generally speaking, are 2-0, so I'm not expecting anything too lengthy in these matchups.
No, it should be one of those. Well, we can always expect a little bit of an upset, maybe coming forward as well, but we'll have to find out how that ends up going down. Of course, with the rest of it, we're going to see what exactly everybody is playing for, because that's really one of the most important things here. Everybody traveled a long way for the prize pool, Infinity.
Yeah, 100k on the line. I believe in total 60,000 of that will be going to first place. You can see kind of it disseminates all the way down to top 8, so you can make it into the final 8 teams of the competition. You'll at the very least be walking away with something, and that's where you want to be.
You certainly do. And, well, everybody's got a long way to go on this journey. A stacked bracket to break through before they obviously touch this prize pool. And that may be the thing for it. A bit of an endurance game today.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, it's going to be a long day. These lengthy days in the Passion Pit, they call it the Passion Pit for a reason, right? All these teams, they're going to be in there for a long time. I believe they were in there for a very long time yesterday, albeit they didn't actually play that many games. But today is the lengthy one. Today is the Crawler. This is where these guys are going to be getting all the way down to, I believe it's the winners' semi-finals, I think is what's being played today. So we really are, by the end of the day, going to have our final 4 teams. And for teams starting today here in winners round 3, if you're starting in losers, it's going to be a super long day. You got to be ready for that.
It certainly is. Well, we should have the 4 coverage ready to go. I believe our 4 boxes are ready to show us what we'll be looking at today as some of these games obviously start to get underway all across the spectrum. Some pretty big games here, Infinity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the games across the board here. I actually am kind of glad somewhat. I guess it's not the best thing in the world to be slightly behind schedule, but kind of glad that we did get a look at these matchups, because there were some really good ones even this early on in the bracket, right? To go from top left all the way down to top right, we've got Destro Gaming versus P7 Esports. That's a kind of top 6 in each region matchup. You've got Stallions versus 6S Carolina on your top right as well. That's going to be a big one. Mercury's against his former teammates. Notorious Gaming versus Mistaken Esports. That's an all-EU affair. And then we've got to look at the APAC team, Unity Visual, going head-to-head with 5 Fears, a collection of players for the most part we haven't seen in Challengers Elite all season long. So some good games taking place early on in the competition.
It really is. I'm surprised to see that all-EU matchup. I mean, that's something from the Elite Series just a little while ago. And it looks like at the moment Mistaken are having a bit of trouble themselves, but maybe the bigger game, the Stallions, 6F Carolina. Looks like that is at least being a little bit tight, but we'll have a look at the European side first.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that we have seen before, by the way, folks. So you guys, if you have been watching Challengers Elite, you'll remember that this is one of the lower round matchups in Season 2. Notorious 3-0'd Mistaken, and looking back to the maps that were played, all of them were pretty convincing, I would say, for Notorious. It was a 250, 183 hardpoint, a 6-2 search and destroy, and then a 3-1 control. So Notorious, I think, have clearly proven themselves to be the better team compared to Mistaken. Of course, they're known as Disworld. Is that going to be the case coming into this? I mean, teams are going to be putting a lot of effort in to make sure that isn't the case, but so far in this game, doesn't look like it whatsoever. It looks like Notorious blowing Mistaken out of the water.
Yeah, it really is one side. I mean, we've seen slow starts before from teams like Mistaken, and well, this is even slower than we kind of expect. Chunk really going 0-7 off the rip. Must be having some issues as they are just being destroyed over and over again. And, well, if it continues this way, considering it is only going to be a best of 3, Mistaken might be hitting that loser round quicker than they anticipated.
Yeah, we said these might be quick games here. We did not expect a lot of game 3s even at this stage of the bracket. With that said, I expected a little bit more fight out of Mistaken Esports, and so far we're not exactly seeing that here in this game. We've seen promise from these players. Alpha, one of those players that's kind of new on the block, certainly the most new of the collection here on Mistaken Esports. But, I mean, right now, you do not expect performances like 3-11 out of Twisted, one of the rising stars of European Challengers over the last couple of years. Chunk, as you said, 2-9. Simply not good enough at the moment. If those guys can pick things up, they'll be fine. This is not an insurmountable lead for Notorious Game. Can't keep on losing rotations like this.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fun time on red card, especially with another rotation not going their way as well. And yeah, well, I mean, they did show some promise as well in the elite. That's kind of the strangest thing to come here and maybe just have this kind of a bad of a start. Maybe they didn't warm up at all, is the only thing I can think of. But we'll find out, because they have managed to get onto this point here, and maybe, just maybe, a good hold for the rest this time could equal the game up.
Now, we'll see. Looking for the first couple of gunfights here would be Notorious Gaming, trying to stop Mistaken from making their way in towards the hard point. Dizzy down low, doing some damage. We'll find a couple of kills. That's now Dizzy on 5 in a row and Chunk on a 4 in a row. So we were asking for Mistaken Esports to step things up. It seems like they have finally done that for the back 30 seconds of this hill. Those streaks still alive as well as Notorious look to hit the hard point. Chunk finally going to get cut down. Alpha looking for the last remaining player, and I think it's going to be Twisted to find that. So all in all, that's actually the first bit of good hardpoint play we've seen from Mistaken so far in this game. We said they needed to step things up. They've done exactly that.
And this is where it gets interesting. Slow start to a good rotation. Can really change it around, but it's not an easy hill to really lock down from both sides. Melko looking for anybody pushing. Isn't going to find it, but Muddy will pick up too. And that means Mistaken are going to have a lot of trouble really looking this down. But Dizzy now on an 8 streak. And we're asking ourselves, slow start. This is unbelievable as he goes on for a 9. 15 and 7 at this point. Will go down before the 10, but it has opened things up for Mistaken. The rest of the team are going to have to try and match him.
Yeah, if anyone was going to step on Mistaken, it was absolutely going to be Dizzy. He's one of the most storied players, I think, in the last couple of years on this team. So, not a surprise to see him, the player, to turn it up just a little bit for Mistaken. It's now gotten themselves within 40 points of Notorious. They're going to hold the last 15 seconds as well. Notorious still giving us a last little look, but at this point, I think they're looking for exit frags, if anything, and that's a really smart play from Nadox. Just letting a play go by, calm that player, try and get some extra value out of the players actually on the hard point itself. Last little kit on towards Alpha is good, and that player has been picked up as well. So, good team play from Notorious. It doesn't lead to much mid-map control, and now, really, over the last couple of hills here, I think, if anything, by way of the fact that Notorious are losing it, nice 2-piece from Dizzy, or from the fact that Notorious not doing so well on these rotations, they've actually kind of lost control of this game.
They have, and it just doesn't seem to be going their way at all. A little bit of a fight around the P1 though. Nobody really able to get so much time on it, but should see Mistaken just jump on, even though they know it's going to be a difficult hold.
Mistaken now, as you said, looking to jump on towards this hard point. Alpha's going to be the player to do so. Topside coverage good for Dizzy. Going to get traded out by Mighty, but trades looking pretty good here for Mistaken Esports. Notorious just looking ever so slightly wayward at the moment. They do not look well put together whatsoever, and I don't know where this has come from. Notorious just don't look like the same team. Again, you're looking at players that have stepped up to the board. Twisted not quite in the conversation just yet, but Chunk has most certainly been there for the last couple of hills. Regardless now, Mistaken have reduced this lead to just 9 points. Now in control of the next hill they need to hold.
Just on with Alpha. Looking for the players he knows is going to be here, but just for positioning first rather than just diving on that player in the hill. Maybe they're giving him a little bit too much there, but there is going to come in the missile, and Chunk also takes it down, so not the greatest time for Mistaken, but they will have the hold here for 35 seconds.
Now looking for it. Now looking for more kills off the back of this as well. Notorious have to keep on hitting this from that outer side. It's very, very difficult to do, especially when you're facing down ARs like Dizzy that are absolutely piecing at this moment in time on the hunt for more players. That's a big frag to take from Mighty, but you've still got to get past more players in the low map, and now I think Notorious have kind of choked this one. Just, yep, leave it, go towards new. Kills being made across the board here. Finally, the kill feed lights up green, and finally, Notorious is back in control. But by this point, the damage is kind of done. Again, that lead completely dissipated here for Notorious, and now they're dealing with players around the back.
Well, it's been their main weapon at the moment. Dizzy, going to be here for Mistaken. Needs to have a big play. You can see him checking every single angle. He knows where Suggs is going to be, but unfortunately he gets shot before he can do any more with it. Alpha's going to be here with support. They know where the pressure's coming from, but those railings are a horrible fight.
And not great whatsoever. Just, it's so difficult to take players out of that position. Now you're allowed to weigh in. Dizzy, that's a huge 2-piece. Mistaken now in control once again. They've been knocking at the door of that lead that Notorious built up early on in this game. Now they're actually looking to steal it away. Back spawn from Mighty. Might throw them off ever so slightly. I don't think they're going to predict this whatsoever. Yet Dizzy caught out from behind. Now one more player left up top to deal with. It's Chunk, who has definitely stepped up to the play. Looking for more. Chunk will find the kills to get the scrap time. Mistaken now in for that. That will be the lead they've been looking for all game long. And that's a big 2-piece from Chunk to get it.
Yeah, I mean, Chunk 19 and 16 doesn't look impressive, but you start off 0 and 7. So really has pushed this team into contest. And now with this rotation going the way of Notorious Gaming, they really need to hold it, because they have not had a lot of time over the last couple of hills to kind of make sure that they're still in this game. It really has been going the way of Mistaken.
I don't know, dude. It's so weird the way this is working. And Mistaken seem to be so much better on breaking these hard points, holding them as a roster. They've got each other's backs a lot more than they did when we first hopped into this game. There, things just look super scrappy for them now. They're finally in control of this game, but it is going to be Notorious now, looking for a way through. Alpha down to 3 HP, shut down by Nadox, who will now be looking to double up. Of course, the lower stage is effectively paper mache, so Nadox will need a little bit of help from his teammate and will get it. Notorious now back in for the back 15 seconds here. These guys are going to start thinking about rotation. You can already see the arrows on the minimap doing exactly that, but Alpha wants the scrap time, and he might well get it. Just one more frag, and that will be his, but basically all even Stevens here as we go towards the next hill. Notorious sending players in towards old. They do not get the look towards new they probably wanted.
And with this game being all but tied up as it comes down to these, neither team can really afford to make a mistake. Great start from Notorious. Mistaken have fought back, but it isn't about either of those. What it's about right now is who can end it on these next few hills. Not expecting a massive hold from either side on this one, as everybody's trading in the kill feed.
Big TP's coming through from Melko. Is that enough to give Notorious control over this hard point? We've been 30 seconds into this hill and not a lot of time accrued for either of these two teams. Trade still going down, but it's all in favor of Notorious here. Mistaken down to the last couple of players in that hill, and at 25 seconds left, you still kind of want to give it a shake. You don't want to give it up, so players off the spawn will shoot towards the hard point. Flanking play from Sykes going to get cut down by Dizzy. Alpha able to double up, and it's a worthy push from Mistaken as they look to garner the scrap time. He might not let them have it, though. A couple of kills coming through towards the end of the hard point. That might give Notorious an in towards that time, and it should. But again, you have to ask the question, is it really worth it? Because we move it towards P1, Mistaken starting to get themselves set up.
With a P1, you're not expecting to really sink a lot of time. Notorious and Mistaken both playing for positioning here. I think Twist is going to get caught. I'm not sure he's going to expect this, but that might be one of the most ridiculous bits of timing I've ever seen. Sykes will take him down, and while Mistaken are onto the point, they know now they do not have the position to hold it.
Notorious trying to hold. Needs players in and around this hard point. Alpha has got himself in towards Ticket, but he's on the hunt for the player that's actually inside the hill. Isn't quite aware of where Nadox is laid. Finally, Twisted's going to take that player down. Now the rest of Mistaken are through. They are looking good for the back 20 seconds. Now Notorious spawning out on the wrong side of the map for that rotation towards P2. This is a disastrous moment in this game. Notorious need to swerve across the map, find these frags, and flip those spawns.
There comes a hold. Everybody outside just fighting for it. P1 kind of forgotten at this point. Alpha floating, looking for it. So aggressive with this play. Looking for even more. Unfortunately, they've lost that trade as it comes down to the P2. Now fighting from the back foot. Mistaken, trying to get back in a more dominant position.
Chunk's going to find the first kill to do so. Still more player inside the goalpost. Doesn't check it. Shots in, but not good enough to take down Sykes. Twisted now. Is he going to do anything? Up top also. Alpha dead to the right. Smelko not able to convert for the second, but the trades are looking pretty good. Twisted throws the trophy system down. Distracted. Nadox able to double up. Notorious now through, but those back spawns are still good for Mistaken.
It's been a really good job from Notorious. Just finding those kills when they need to. It looked like Mistaken would have had it for a second, and they will push back in the hill from these back spawns, but because neither team can really win it here, for Notorious, while they'll keep this pressure up, they've got to concentrate on that rotation.
Still pushing for scrap time. That could be a big 10 seconds in the grand scheme of things if you're Notorious, but you are right. The race for the rotation is on. It's going to effectively be a 2 versus 2. Got to be careful if you're Alpha and Dizzy here. You might get caught from Nadox from behind. Got to fit in. That's going to happen sooner rather than later. Nadox decides to shoot. Will get taken down by Twisted. Play towards the stairwell. Staying silent enough, but it doesn't matter. Trade's good here for Mistaken. Now they're through. Back spawns for Notorious.
This is a devastating push. Notorious must get in the right position first. Sykes going to be the first one in. He's going to go down, and that is going to be a team kill. Not going to help them out too much, but Nadox is flooding the hill with teammates. They're getting back into this point as Mistaken have been rebuffed. They are not making the trades they want to.
Just trying to play his life. He's not had a great game so far. That would have been the time to step up. Not able to get it done. Just 15 seconds away now. Notorious, they could get it done in this hard point. Dizzy converts for the 2. Nadox, player inside, will get a double. Now has to switch around towards the other side of the hill. Alpha doubles up. Mistaken looking to survive this hard point. They should be able to do so, but that rotation is theirs.
Well, that's a big two-piece, but they've got to really go for this next one. This next couple of seconds isn't going to matter. It's just about this first initial hold. You have to be on this point. You cannot let it go. And Chunk already makes a big first kill. Keep an eye on that mini-map, though. Suggs is going for the flank. He's going to try and pinch us at the same time. This is the last push, the last opportunity for him to get through. And Mighty is going all the way in. He's made it through. Oh, my goodness, did he find one? Surely knows the pressure is coming. Mighty's made it here. Mighty didn't get close enough to the hill. He has been stopped and mistaken. Win that. He should have been close. He was right next to it.
I think he was so cautious about players potentially watching the cross, perhaps too much so. You don't get in that hill. Last second obtained by Dizzy there at the end. A mistaken managed to clutch it up. You think about, we went into that game and it was what, a 70 to 80 point advantage by the 4th hard point? That is a huge, huge loss for Notorious. And even at the end of the game as well, there's just a couple of rotations there where ideally I think Notorious probably could have done just a little bit more to focus on making sure they got those spawns. It was a big gamble, especially on that penultimate hard point, to go for the last 7 seconds to get it done on that hard point instead of rotating away. Losing that rotation, I think, really just messed them up in the final moment.
Yeah, it certainly did. And like I said, I would love to see that again and maybe keep it closer on the minimap, because I was convinced Mike was so close that was going to be a pinch.
Yeah.
I was absolutely convinced, with Dizzy having to look one way underneath. But yeah, second player should slide in and grab him, but just wasn't close enough to contest. And with that little time to go, unfortunately, you kind of just have to throw yourself at the point. You can only hope for a miracle. You won't get the good gunfight, and yeah, maybe a 1v1 on the hill could have changed it. But yeah, great bounce back from Mistaken to really do so. I mean, Dizzy obviously having a very, very good game. I think it was Twisted wasn't having the best of times. I think 42 or 43 deaths is an awful lot to get in a game.
Yeah, because it was him and Chunk, right? They were not having a good game when we jumped in. Both of them were like super duper negative. I think Twisted had only got 1 frag when we were looking at it. Chunk also wasn't having the best of times. Chunk stepped things up though. I think that's the key difference, right? If both of those players continue to have a bad game throughout the entire thing, maybe it doesn't go their way. But Chunk stepping things up, I think, certainly made the difference and ended up having a huge couple of sprees in the mid game. Here's a look over towards another match though that's going on, or has gone on, excuse me. FC Stallions going head to head with 6F Carolina. This is a big one. 6F Carolina, one of those kind of underrated teams, maybe didn't have the best season 2. They've made a couple of changes. Mercules and Billy joining the roster, but it's the former of those 2 players that's probably most interesting in this matchup for us.
Yeah, it's one of the games we kind of highlighted to be maybe a surprise at this early in the tournament. We were expecting a big, and let's be honest here, very close hard point as we come towards the final few seconds of it as well. And this is what we asked for. The replays are going to be great as we see. Let's pick up a 3 there, and it's going to be enough for FC Stallions to take it. Now, FC Stallions still technically the favourite in that scenario, but what a game.
Yeah, it's a really weird one, right, for both of these teams. I think for FC Stallions in particular, they've had kind of a wacky story over the last couple of seasons. Because you've got to remember, back in Season 1, where they had a totally different roster, Mercules was on that team, Illy most certainly wasn't there. They had come into the season as like, look, we're young guns, which we've got a point to prove. We are the rookies for challengers in this season. They did that. I think it was top 4 where they finished back in Season 1. Season 2, unfortunately, didn't go anywhere near as far. Illy has now joined the team after Season 2, and it's kind of this composition of players, right, that's like, all right, look, you've got 3 players that are young guns, you've got the 1 player that's the veteran, but one of the areas they definitely needed to improve coming into this tournament is Search and Destroy. Their Search and Destroy in Season 2 was lackluster. I think it was 1-7 was where they finished. What better player to bring onto the roster than Illy?
Yeah, I mean, kind of a very storied player, Illy, and still looking for maybe that redemption. People kind of expect him to keep popping into the Pro League at some point, and who knows, maybe, just maybe, this is where it starts. We've always said before, you know, teams are always at this point of the season looking for those changes, and there are more than a couple of teams that could do with it, to be realistic. And hey, if you perform well at this major, well, your name goes to the top of that list.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the thing, right? There are so many teams in the CDL that are always looking for young blood. And I think one of the big things to remember as well is that they're not just looking for any old Challengers player, right? I know that there's always that kind of misconception that a lot of Challengers players gets recycled, right? They'll hop down to Challenge from CDL, not have a good time, and then go back up to the CDL when the CDL needs players. For FC Stallions, there's kind of the story where they're young guns, right? Everybody wants that freshly cracked 18-year-old player. You've got 3 of them on this team. So FC Stallions definitely going to have eyes on them. And in this Search and Destroy again, I need to see improvements come Season 2. Whether or not we get that different story right now playing together, a TK from Abe is most certainly not going to help in this scenario here as FC Stallions. I mean, look, it doesn't help the situation, but a 2 versus 1, they should still be able to win this.
Oh, Mock has to get out of there. That's not a fun fight. Gotta wait for the help to come back. It's a little bit slower than some people anticipate, but trying to find the right angle here to find a player is never going to be easy. And, well, Illy's already called it. He's like, hey, we know where you are. Get out of here.
Yeah, there's no way. No way. That's right, yeah, I was going to say. Unless Mock does something crazy, that would have been one of the craziest turn-ons we've seen in challenges. That's not going to happen in Month for Sundays.
No, it's always one of those scenarios, especially on that site in this game. Information is key, and there's so much cover, and there's so many angles, you can basically just shoulder the game away for a long time. If they're not taking space as well, there's very little you can do, and realistically, for the foul at the Stallions, just an easy run out in the end as soon as Illy saw him.
All right, well, said I need to see improvements in Search and Destroy from Stallions. From the little bit of Search and Destroy we've got to watch so far, they seem to be playing as a team a lot more here on Skyline. Since at Carolina, obviously, again, they wanted to bring players on board to improve their Search and Destroy as well. Not the best start. TK from Encourage is probably the best part of that entire play. Mock is looking for something to walk away with a 2 versus 2 for it, but it's not going to happen. Now that bomb in a very precarious position. That is so damn annoying here from Mercules and Mock to deal with.
Mercules just trying to throw the needle here. A bit of information so far, but 2 versus 3. Gonna have to make the move eventually. Mock still looking for time. I don't think Illy saw him. That might be a bit of good timing here for Mock.
They've somehow retrieved this bomb. I have no idea how that's happened, to be honest. Mercury's going to grab that thing. Mock finds Illy. And now all of a sudden here, this is possible for 6F Carolina. 30 seconds on the board. Encourage is going to fire some warning shots from DeCusey. On the other side, Abe doing some damage. Yeah, nice 2v1. Mock now left up, isolated. They've just spotted him out. Big shoulder being thrown there. And they take him down. So, a worrying moment there, letting the bomb being received and giving them a chance. But Stallions able to win out in the end.
Yeah, and it was always going to be a difficult one, realistically, with the positioning where the players were, but maybe sliding further forward when you had bomb and 24 seconds left. When you open yourself up to different directions, you kind of have to maybe take the risk your teammate comes over and covers you, and then you try and get the bomb down. Especially when you don't have the information where the second player could be. Mid is always going to be a bit dangerous for them, but Stallions just had the positioning to make that a very difficult fight for them.
All right, Stallions. Good start of this Search and Destroy thus far. 1-0 up in the series. They win this. These are best of 3, folks, so we will not be seeing a control. They move forward into winners round 4. Not quite comfortable just yet on the offense here to get this bomb down. They do have full site control. I'd be concerned about the exit frags, though. Billy's watching this cross. Mercules and Feint trying to find their way through, and Billy is going to get a kill. Gets a second one as well. Lurks just kind of carelessly wanders out into the open. That's a freebie for Carolina.
And, well, this is over. Encourage will find one, but can't do an awful lot with that bomb being down and having to check it as well. And Carolina will just open that up very easy in the end there for them with the retake.
Yeah, I think if anything, the biggest mistake that Stallions made there was the fact that they were not concerned whatsoever about their mid-map control, right? I mean, 2 different times you had players just kind of walk out in the open off the bomb on, and that's not a viable strategy whatsoever. Just easy retake for Carolina when stuff like that is happening. And that is, I think, kind of remnants of the Season 2 Search and Destroy. Ultimately, just 1 round, not the end of the world, but remnants of the Season 2 Search and Destroy from Stallions that, again, they're kind of trying to paper over here at Dallas.
And that's something that, I mean, even at this stage of the tournament, I would say that it is maybe an anomaly, right? 6F Carolina are probably better than the team they were expecting to play at this stage, but you got to remember, an awful lot of rounds, an awful lot of teams looking to push this as far as possible. And S&D, if you even have a slight weakness, then it's not going to look particularly great when you get into those really big games.
Yeah, for sure. Again, it is worth saying for FC Stallions and for both 6F Carolina as well, it is a case where these guys are looking to improve across the board. Did not have the best Season 2 here, either of these 2 teams. But in this round, first blood going the way of Encourage. Carolina still feel like they want to get the bomb down. It's a nice slide challenge towards Millie. A good trade there. Trades over towards the A side as well. Would have been nice for Mercury to find a little bit more value. All of a sudden down to Mock in a 1 versus 2. Almost gets a freebie kill. Will do so with the pistol. Somehow still alive here. Down to 48 HP. Trots out towards the second player. Illy through the wall. Are you kidding me? A 1 versus 2 from Mock and it happens like that?
That is an outrageous way to take the lead here in the S&D. And the perfect wall bang.
Yeah.
And that may have given them momentum to send us to a map 3, realistically. Now they've taken the lead. We'll have to see, because this is all of a sudden turned on its head. It looks like Stallions may have a bit of a run on this S&D, but no more.
Yeah, that is a big round loss, and we'll certainly be going back to that one. And it should be said, again, we've been describing Illy as kind of a search and destroy mastermind. That was not the best way to play that 1 versus 1, considering the player has already reached down to 48 HP, but still. Gotta let bygones be bygones here into this round. CCL Carolina on the defense once again. Stallions have their heart set on a potential B plant. Got players around the site. Fame should make the call here. Mock is making a move forward. He's definitely spotted these players out, and they're like, yep, we're not going to win these fights. Now you've most certainly not won them through the middle of the map. The reposition's gone all right. It's all down to encourage for a 1 versus 4. He finds one. He's going to have to take some time to get the regen off, though.
Courage. Trying to throw this, but Millie showing what shouldering is. Maybe just has a little bit of timing here to catch somebody. That's the key in these scenarios. You've got to catch somebody and then get away, but potential finds one. And that's it. It's going to be all over there. Eventually, when you get seen and don't have the time, it's going to go. And, well, what a time we're having in this S&D.
And that round, I think, just went all right off the start. Right, you have to commit towards that B here. If you're going to go for it, you've actually got to hit the site. They decided not to. They wasted about 30 seconds at the start of the round waiting for 6F Carolina to edge forward. And as soon as that didn't happen, the retract towards A just was never going to work. Stallions losing their foot and then the search and destroy. Now need 3 rounds on the bounce to pull this one out the hat and get into round 4. It is worth saying they're 1-0 up in this series, so we will see a control if this search and destroy goes the way of Carolina. Carolina have some rounds to play with now, and they are going to play with them. They're letting Stallions get aggressive, trying to play out in towards the weaknesses. Mercury spots out a couple of players, but that's all they're going to get. That is the go signal, though, for this team. Hey, there's a heavy presence towards A. There's probably very little over towards B, and they're going to go straight there.
He put the shot in, but he's going to have to just back down. Stallions have stacked this, though. But with the stacking, it means Millie just gets a shooting gallery for 3. And what looked like such a good position basically meant they just had no room to maneuver, and that's going to be over. They're going to a map 3.
Oh my goodness. I don't know how Carolina have just won that round, let alone that map. That is an insane play. I mean, for Carolina, right, that the play call there in that moment is, yeah, like, we know we can just go over towards B because you see a full stack coming through from Stallions, but the goal to actually just reach out them through the middle of the map, be like, all right, cool, you guys, we know we're here, you know we've got a free bomb plant, but despite that, we're just going to go triple chow you. Millie finds possibly the easiest 3K you will ever see in your life. That is a freebie and a couple of rounds there that I think Stallions definitely should not have given away. There were just way too many spots on Skyline Search and Destroy they gave away for free.
Yeah, it really wasn't. Realistically, you can't do that. It's just one of those things that if you're going to try and win an S&D, you've got to minimize the mistakes because we've got an awful lot of games to play in this one, and there are going to be other teams that can also take advantage of that, but maybe it's just a blip on the radar. The trouble is now is that both of these teams are going to be under the gun for map 3.
Yeah, I have no idea how that map 3 is going to go. I think we anticipated that being a close series, but that close, well, totally different story. New 6F Carolina roster looking formidable going up against FC Stallions. We'll go back into that matchup later on. Right now, it's time for that top 6 matchup that I was talking about earlier on. Project 7, which is what P7 stands for, versus Destro Gaming. Both teams respectively got top 6 in their region. Now both teams vying for a spot in the winning round.
A bit of a fight going down as everybody trading around the point. But it will be P7 with the advantage here. Icons will be looking to use that timing. He's going to check this bomb. Oh, unfortunately, he gets shot up before he can do anything. He'll be looking for a pick, and kind of just in a better position, better gun, and we'll get that round done for P7.
P7 just look like a really good team. You know, going back again to Season 2, P7 were a pretty competent team. Love what I saw from them. I like what I see from this composition of players as well. You've got a couple of kind of young guns, if you will, and a couple of players that have played together for as long as I can remember. If I ever see Disarray playing, I know for a fact that BB Connor is also going to be on the same roster. They had Lampy and Overlay to the roster, and Project 7 have looked pretty damn good in Europe. As you said, currently trying to fight back in this search and destroy. It's not their best game mode across the board. That would be hardpoint, and I assume that's kind of why they were able to take the first game away. Search and Destroy is one of those things that they would have wanted to put a lot of work into coming into Dallas. Have they done so? On the defense, heavy stacking towards the B site, and it's the right comm, and now we're looking for some kind of Mission Impossible play from Destro as they kind of crawl their way in towards B.
This all really comes down to Disarray, who is ready for the first flurry, but there are players all around him. He's been seen already, players literally standing on top of his head, and, well, that's the bomb site taken. For P7, a not fun retake.
Yeah, this is not something you usually lose control of. Icon's going to get tagged up, though. This is still a possible retake from P7. Icons is just trying to play his life. P7 are wasting so much time here. Finally, they take Icons down. Now players in towards the site, though. You've still got to enter. 25 seconds of the clock, starting to be burned off. Not check that corner. Siski able to get away with the kill for free. Second kill goes the way of Aiden. Now all just down a Lampy, and you've got not a chance. Destro, I mean, somehow able to get into the site. P7, they had stacked it pretty early on, but I think they got some pretty bad Call of Duty timing, isolating Disarray in. From that point onwards, very easy to defend that site.
And that may be just the point. I mean, really, Disarray, position he was looking for a pick, but the rest of the players just able to walk into that site so easily meant that he never even really got a chance to do anything. And then when you're in a numerical disadvantage, the retake is always going to be a nightmare. So maybe just some adjustments here for P7. Going to have to work out how to lock that site up if they get that far, because now they've got to win an attack.
Huh?
Well.
What?
That has made it much, much worse.
How does... I am so confused. What just happened?
Not entirely certain, but... what the scenario is now is that P7 have absolutely no map control and a player down.
Okay, alright, well... people who want this a Unity visual, I don't think it'll be long before you guys get to see him at this point. 3 versus 4 for P7. 2 of those players are going to enter into the site. The good news here for P7 is that there isn't actually any feed indirectly to the site. Icons, though, are going to cut Disarray off, and we'll get that kill for free. Now on the exit frag, getting tagged up, surely Icons doesn't walk away with it, and he doesn't. Doesn't have any help from the rest of Destro here. They've done nothing to get in towards the site, so P7 will effectively for free be bringing this down to a 2 versus 2. And now Destro in the position of P7. Do not overchild this overlay. There is no reason to overchild this. You've now just given away your position for free. Fortunately, BB Connor finds that frag. Aiden now gets away from that nade. No site control. 15 seconds left. Why aren't we planting? Why aren't we planting? You're in a 2v2. Aiden now trying to fly away here. Now being hunted down by the last remaining player. 10 seconds. Overlay has to plant this bomb or get this kill.
He's not planning. He's hoping Aiden comes to check it. And Aiden is going to check it. Aiden is going to check it. Oh my god! Oh my goodness! What is this round? Everything there was terrible and great at the same time.
I have so many questions. So many. First of all, I mean, fair play. They won the round, so it doesn't make a difference in the end for P7. But why aren't you planting the bomb? You're in a 2 versus 2. Secondly, why are we getting so aggressive and said 2 versus 2?
What? And thirdly, why have you switched to your pistol? Did you run out of bullets? I thought you did.
I'm going to go ahead and assume so. I'm going to go ahead and assume that he ran out of bullets. But, like, thirdly, Destro, why aren't you getting into sight? Like, why are you relying fully on icons for sight control? What are we doing? It's just... certain early search and destroy strategies coming out here from both rosters. P7 are very fortunate they're in a 3 versus 4 to keep themselves alive in this search and destroy. Still hopes of this not going around 3. If you're P7, it's an early, again, defensive hold here for P7. Going to hold themselves back just a little bit. Destro kind of get a vibe for where P7 are located.
Now with the look. P7 definitely playing a little bit passive here, waiting for Destro. It's a slow burn here for Destro to move up the map. 37 seconds, a lot of time burnt. The option really here is going to be A.
They're going to get it. P7 have played this round so passively that they've got no sight control whatsoever. Siski has been allowed to move up towards the goalpost as well. Do they recognize players moved forwards here? Overlay, able to catch Siski off guard. That's good now. Numbers advantage. Overlay's just going to hop the bomb. Overlay's just going to hop the bomb. Icons needs to move out. Oh, lovely shots on towards BB Connor. Hopped off the bomb, did Overlay. Now back on it for the reset here. Catsy flying out towards the open. Going to get shut down. A from afar will take the player off the defuse. Now 1 versus 1. Disarray able to win it. We will be seeing a round 11 here, folks. What a retake from P7.
Scrappy, but just good enough. I know Overlay was nervous on that bomb when he first started to get the defuse in, but when Connor got destroyed, that could have been the end of it, but just enough cover. Just enough to make sure they send it to a round 11.
Oh, boy, this has been a really weird search and destroy from the very small section of it we've actually got to watch. P7 and Destro have been going toe for toe, and I think they're missing some toes, to be honest with you. P7 and Destro, see what they can give us in round 11. P7 hopefully not losing a player here off the start of the round to ridiculous Call of Duty things, and they won't be. Straight push through the middle of the map here. Do they catch Destro off guard?
Gonna be a hit. Call's been made. Bodies are moving. There's a stun check. They know somebody's close, and they haven't picked the right corner. They do eventually find it. Disarray gets one. Aiden is just throwing bullets, but Lampy will get a second. And that flank might not even matter here, as there's just not going to be enough bodies left. Might be timing, though. Keep an eye on this. I don't think they know he's here at all. Just will check bomb. Nobody on it. Oh, easy timing. 1v1.
That's where to look. Shot's good from Distro to begin with. Siski on the chase, and just runs himself right out in the open. That's 3 rounds on the bounce for P7 to move forward in the bracket. A search and destroy, frankly, that they should not win. But they get it done in the end.
Has been so good.
Yes.
But that is just unbelievable. Disarray has been just a key player for this team over and over again, but that is going to be them taking that entire series 2-0 as we go over to another game. I believe it's Stallions and 6F in the control.
Yep, this is a series that we really wanted to keep an eye on. Right now, 6F Carolina off the back of that search and destroy steal have looked solid. 2 rounds here in a row on Hacienda control, and, well, things are not looking good. If you're FC Stallions, you're now facing down aggression once again. B hasn't gone just yet. First tick now on towards A. A couple of kills now coming through from 6F Carolina as well. Just 1 player remaining inside the winery, and it's Illy, the new addition to this Stallions roster to try and clutch up. He's not doing anything. This might well be A just gone.
And this has been a bit of an absolute show, because they are now just a B point away from knocking the Stallions down to lowers.
Aggression, surely not. Surely you don't find that 2 piece of humility. They're so crap right now. They're shooting their own teammates. 1 more player to deal with. Lurks will actually find a double off the back of that team shot. Snot, number 3, surely. Fame. That's a pretty bodacious play. He'll find the kill regardless. Even will be able to hit the regen here for FC Stallions in the defense. All 3 players coming from that top flat side. Help now on the way for 6F Carolina. Flanking play from Millie. Will find a couple of kills. Abe on the other side, a couple of kills, but it's not enough. You haven't dealt with the threat that is 6F Carolina. Towards the point, you lose Lurks. Millie finds his umpteenth 2-piece in this game. Second tick now be up through.
This is over. Stallions aren't really even putting up a fight. Merckx is killing another one. They're not in position. They're not getting any trades. Over and over again, they are running into the blender, and they have to, because this is almost done. 4 lives remaining, no respawns. It's not going to matter. Fame continues just to get them off the kills. And, well, 6F Carolina 3-0 them on the control.
How about that? Mercules will be very happy going off the back of this best of 3. This is probably one of the most important matches, aside from, well, potentially winning the damn thing, that he will play this weekend. Beating your former teammates like that is solid. Let's take a look at another game going on right now. Round 11 between Mistaken Esports and Notorious. Mistaken win this, they move forward to win us round 4.
They've left it late, though. They need to get this bomb down, and this is where the trouble's going to come through. Marty trying to overwatch. It's all about timing. Well, he's moving forward. He's going for this. Have they got the cover? Have they got the cover? There's going to be the cover there, but Marty's already got 1. Will the bomb go down? It will. 3 versus 4. Chunk will get back to a 3 versus 3, but there are bodies everywhere close onto this. Keep an eye. Dizzy's going for a flank. It might be the flank they need, but he has to get here as the rest of his team are already dead before he can make it. And at least one of them will get onto that bomb and go for the defuse. I don't think he can do anything about it.
Oh, we can. He can. Oh, he needed to hit the first player. If he doesn't take those shots in towards Nadox, there's a possibility that you get that freebie against Nelco, and at the very least make it a 1 versus 2. That's not going to happen. Notorious able to extend the series to a game 3. Man, that is so tough.
That one is going game 3. And I think it's the only one of this set that we've got that will do. And he went for a big play on the flank. Unfortunately, like I said, too many players were too close. That was the issue for them.
Yeah.
And they just had no room to maneuver, and not making a trade there, unfortunately, meant they just couldn't do anything about it. And it does mean that it's going to end it on the control. And hey, sometimes that's just the way it goes. On other news, though, I think one of the biggest ones is going to be the 6F Stallions news.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Again, that was the big storyline, I think, for Stallions and even 6F Carolina, right? You make a couple of changes coming into this event. Mercules, I think, is the most important of those additions that you make to the roster. For Mercules, it's like you are now facing your former teammates. These are the guys that you've come up into the scene with. These are the guys that in this season have been considered these underdogs, these new guns on the block, as it were. And to beat them like that, I think, proves that you made the right decision here with this new roster.
Well, sometimes that's the way it works out. Lots of grudge matches always take place in challenges because everybody loves changing teams. But hey, getting it down at the major, that's just more important than basically any other time. You know, all the cups and the elite and everything else always feel better on land to kind of stare them in the face and say, hey, we're moving forward now. You're into that lowest grueler that we can see coming up for everybody, where basically you end up just playing game after game after game. And considering how things have been going so far, it's certainly going to be a long day.
Yeah, that's the biggest challenge, if anything, right? You know, you're in a loser's bracket. Normally, it's like, all right, cool. Well, you now have no safety net. Like, you need to win every single game if you want to keep your tournament hopes and dreams alive. Like, if anything, in the Passion Pit, actually there in Texas, it's the fact that you've got to sit there and actually play games for a really damn long time. Like, those guys are basically not going to get any breaks whatsoever now.
No, they certainly are not. And here are some of the games currently going on that we've been talking about and teams to keep an eye on. I think somebody on this list really likes to watch Avenge Esports and Ask Esports. Avenger with 3. So I know they're all right. It's a good team, but same with Ask. We're a couple of times, and we miss teams like Notorious. So hey, it's all over the shop. But we're keeping an eye on some of these teams.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and assume that these are teams currently in this round of play. But yeah, a bit of a mistake there, having hit a couple of times. Regardless, I think we can talk about the teams themselves. Looking towards the likes of Ask Esports and Avenge. I think Avenge are a really interesting story because I think it was, season 2? I want to say that they played in, and they didn't do the best, right? But like, they are still kind of new blood in Europe. That being said, I think they went to a local LAN not that long ago and did pretty well, the Esports Hub LAN. So Avenger, kind of new talent in Europe to keep an eye out for. The most interesting European team, and I'm going to keep talking about Europe because, you know, that's what we do here, is probably Ask Esports. It's Detain, Pack, Kez, and Denza. Those guys, obviously, kind of a post-roster mania team that kind of came together for Season 2. And, you know, we talk about kind of trying to break the monopoly that exists at the top 4 of European challengers, with Notorious being, like, the best team in Europe. And then you have, like, Katana, and now you've got Mission Magpies and Ask Esports. Ask Esports ended up going all the way to grand finals. Like, getting second place with a new roster like that is the best that those guys have probably gotten in a really long time. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what Ask Esports can do this week. And I think they're probably the most underrated team in the entire competition.
Yeah, I think so. I think moving forward, there's a few teams like that, though, I think, realistically. And there are a couple of teams missing off of that list that we're talking about from Europe that we're kind of looking forward to. I mean, for me, Team Notorious in the European Elite has been pretty much the team to beat, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they do here against some of the big teams of Americans, famously where European teams really struggle. Of course, it's always a great benchmark to see just how they do, and maybe we'll catch them later in the bracket because I don't see them losing this early on.
I hope not. If they lose it, Europe should be embarrassed if they lose this early on, right? I need to see Europe going really far in the tournament. A lot of teams inside the top 8. Hey, maybe they can win the damn thing. I will say, like, the last time we were in Texas for challenges, if I remember correctly, it was the Texas Open in 2023, and that's when Team Notorious were able to take the whole entire thing away. So that's the first European challenges win in years, if you don't count Ultra Academy. So, hey, we're back in Texas. Maybe Europe can take the entire thing.
Yeah, I think so. We're just waiting for the players to get back from the bathroom, I believe, on the game we are waiting for on this one. As they should be jumping in very, very shortly. Of course, still best of 3, so this will be the last map regardless from this set of games in winners round 3. And then obviously we will continue our coverage. I believe we're dipping into the lower bracket for a couple of series to obviously get that rolling forward. It does mean that we do say goodbye to some teams early in the broadcast.
Yeah, it does. And again, like, this is how things go. You know, you can turn up to these open brackets, get DFR'd and done, like, pretty much straight away, or as straight away as you can be with how long these things can take. With that said, you know, it's going to be kind of interesting to see which teams do lead the competition early on. Like, the wonderful thing about these open bracket kind of competition is they can really provide some serious upsets. Like, really memorable ones have happened over the last few years. I say the last few years. Is 2019 the last few years at this point? I don't know. But the one that I always go back to is like Mindfreak. I think it was Miami in like 2019, Black Ops 3, like one of the best teams in the entire tournament, and they ended up going out like the first 2 rounds into play. Like, insane things like that can happen in these kind of brackets, right? Yeah. So,
but before you go further on that point, you know who knocked them down, right?
I do not remember, to be fair.
I do, because it was simple.
Oh, wow. Okay, there you go then. That's kind of unfortunate.
But before he was well known, I believe. That was one of these defining ones. But I do remember that Mindfreak early upset. And yeah, the team that took them down had Simp on it.
Maybe a bit unfair then.
Yeah, so it was that was a walk down memory lane. But as soon as you said Mindfreak, you know, they were an upset because they went out early. I was like, yeah, there's a reason for it, though. As it turns out, one of the greatest of all times was playing.
Yes, yeah. But, like, it's like one of those things, right, where you can have some new players on the block. You know, I know that people have described Stallions as kind of that new blood. But that's what Challengers is, right? Anybody can enter the competition and prove themselves to be kind of the player that you need to be watching. And you can see the biggest and the best teams out of the competition pretty early on. Will we see that? Probably not. But I think especially when you look at some of the best competition in Europe, I think in particular, because we don't know coming into this event, this is the first LAN event of the season, what Europe versus North America actually looks like in Black Ops 6 beyond the eye test of actually watching these guys. Like, you could still see upsets, and I'm hoping that we do so here early on in the competition.
Well, will this be an upset? I mean, I don't really know, considering that these two teams are probably a million miles away in the ranking as we go into it, and that's the reason why we've got a map 3 between these two. And realistically, neither of them will be happy with a jump down to the lower.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, losing either of these teams at this stage of the competition is going to be a big blow. It is worth saying, you know, again, we kind of reference the fact that coming into this matchup, this is a rematch of losers round 1 of Season 2 playoffs for Europe for a Challengers Elite, and then it was Notorious very convincingly 3-0ing Mistaken Esports. So they'll be pretty happy they've got this far into this matchup. Of course, they did not want to lose that search and destroy. They ended up doing so. Now we're here in the control. And starting things off, we've got Notorious on the defense. They were just about to lose that second tick of progression over by A, and they don't. The good news, I will say, Mistaken in this round so far, it doesn't look like they're getting totally bullied into their spawn like sometimes we see defensive teams do.
Well, at the moment, this is where it gets a little bit tight, right? With time ticking down towards this point, and the lives, the kind of the first flurry of lives going back and forth. It really depends on who catches who. You can already see Notorious looking to try and take those spawn kills. Chunk going down there as well. Well, it's now trouble for Mistaken. They may best be put into this trap.
Yeah, here we go. Nadox in towards the spawn at the very least will be dealt with. I don't think Notorious are quite happy to push in just yet. You have players in those power positions, right? You've got Melko towards the heli side. You've got players up towards top strips, but you've allowed a couple of players to filter through. One of those guys that was looking to do something important would be Dizzy. Now the next up needs to be Alpha. It needs to be a big play. You've heard the audio. Q and Mighty will win the gunfight despite the fact that you've got an Amez. Should not be beating the Jackal at that range. Regardless, that is a big fight to lose if you're Mistaken. You are now flapping to do something. You spot out Mighty. 3 kills on the board here. All of a sudden, 6.7 seconds on the clock. A double stack in towards B. You are hoping that any progression here gets you this round.
Trying to hold on desperately, but realistically at this point, it's almost impossible to hold. This still does it though, and there's a lot of bodies onto this point, but this comes down to the next 2 trades. Chunk finds one, Narek finds another, and here comes the slot. Chunk trying to slot out wide for it, and does win the gunfight somehow. And that's going to give them the extra time.
Oh, I love this play as well. Immediately off the spawn, Mistaken low at Rilla. Chunk is going to get the rest of that point. We're going to double stack in, but it doesn't matter. In behind, Milko will take both of those players down. And now this isn't a time issue, it's a life issue. You're in a 9 versus 5 if you're Notorious Gaming. Melko looking to force the issue in towards the spawn. He is doing exactly that on 8 in a row. Mistaken now needs to be perfect in the closing moments of this round.
Looking for one. Unfortunately, they've already lost Chunk. And a 3 versus 8. Just not an awful lot they can do. They're bringing it down and finding some kills, but as soon as they make a move towards the site, it should be over. I mean, practically is a 2 versus 7. It's going to be so slow for them to even get that capture now.
Yeah, it's the fact you need individual heroics here. And you need to get those captures through. It's just not going to happen. 1 versus 7 from Alpha. Falls at the first hurdle here. Notorious do win that round, but that last minute resurgence there from Mistaken is great. Ultimately, Notorious were not bullying them into the spawn. They were not dealing with a spawn trap for basically the entirety of the round. They walk away with, what, I want to say 4 or 5 ticks of progression in total at the end. You are very happy with that if you're Mistaken.
Yeah. I mean, I say happy with that. I think there were opportunities for them to do a little bit more of that, obviously losing a player in the comms and having them flank you on that point. Like, they were happy about it, but you got to also remember, you know, Chunk basically had to find 2 kills to even get that B completed. So I would say the ticks they got may be a silver lining, but they need to now really lock this up on the defense to make that worthwhile.
We want to see the dominant defense here from Mistaken that Notorious couldn't quite produce in that last round. Key to doing that is when the opening gunfight. Big flank here from Chunk. Surely no way you find a lot of value out of this. It would have been nice if you could have got more than 1 frag there. You don't. And that's the go signal for Notorious here to move forward. But Dizzy will slow things up ever so slightly by finding that 1 frag. Now Notorious need another way through. Flank from Mighty gets cut off short. Now Alpha on your screens looking for something. Big cut shut down by Melko. Both the teams kind of feel like they're in a stalemate at this point in time. Notorious need frags before they move forward, but they are currently losing them. Mistaken not enough to actually get the full spawn trap going. So things not really progressing for either side here. 55 seconds on the clock now. Mistaken happy with mid-map presence.
Gotta be careful about these players on the flank, though. Sykes gonna get 1. And this is where it opens up a bit, because if you're Mistaken, you're not entirely happy about map positioning. Unfortunately, those 2 kills do lock it down just a little bit. Nanox making a run by himself and has been found as well every single time. Well, that ended a bit quick, and Nanox has been taken out.
Oh, Melko, come on, man. You got a Hellstorm missile. You got to be doing ever so slightly more than that. He's having a hell of a game, by the way, at 14 and 4. Big reason why they're as dominant as they were back in that round number 1. But here we go, finally breaking out of the prison that is the spawn trap. Now looking to take some shots across the middle of the map. Bit of team shots will make Nadox weak, but producing a double does not matter. You know the third's going to be behind. You've spotted out that player. Got a feeling that Chunk is not long for this world. And there we go. Nadox and Melko with the team shots will take that player down. Now towards the point. Notorious looking to get this capture through. It is a full green feed. Nadox has turned the hell up over the last few gunfights. A is basically gone here. And Mistaken have resigned themselves to that B control.
This is where it counts. And I mean, Twisted, you can't just run in with a knife out. There has to be a weapon in your hands. Chunky's trying to do the job of sort of slaying into the spawn, and that's exactly what we're going to try and get done here now. Got to be careful. If you're going to over push like this, you're going to be caught as well. You can see it on the mini-map. Chunk has somehow got away with it, but hasn't really found any kills when he's been floating about here for a while.
Oh, I think Chunk thought he was done with that gunfight a little bit before he actually was. Doesn't matter. Notorious now starting to push through it. It's ever so slightly individual, though, in this 12 versus 12. They're looking for the big flanking play to open things up. Towards the point, it's just not happening. Now Nadox towards grass, looking for the route. You've lost your teammates once again, so Nadox now needs to pick up exactly where his teammates have left off. You've got Melko waiting on the flank for a really long period of time here. Nice shots across the way here to Nadox to help out the team that was being held back. And now those 2 flanking players starting to descend on towards the B point, but you haven't fully cleared out the middle of the map. Twisted able to take a couple of players down. Twisted for looking for number 3. They will get it. Notorious not checking all of their corners here on this offensive effort.
And it has cost them. Twisted from up top. It's going to go right back up as well. Still a little bit in play, but a 3 versus 7. He's trying to jump onto the point here, unfortunately, and that means it's an easy gunfight as Chunk knows all he's got to really do is stay alive, and, well, he goes to the kill regardless, finds his second. Last barrier is going to be relevant. A mistake can get one back, and maybe a little bit more comfortable for them.
Honestly, I think from both sides at the moment, it kind of feels like the same story where neither team were able to get that full defensive hold in, especially off the start of the round. We saw that kind of stalemate go down where both teams were looking for a wave of gunfights before making a move forward, and Notorious never really felt like they were able to get it on the offense, but at the same time, Mistaken definitely could have been a lot more rock solid on the D. Of course, they did end up giving the entirety of A away. So things really 50-50 between these two teams at this point in time here on this control. Twisted does end that round on 5 in a row, so we'll keep an eye on him. He could potentially earn a Predator missile, or cruise missile, excuse me, cold mobile brain come through, in the next few moments here in this one. But again, this offensive start is everything. If Mistaken can start strong, they'll be solid.
Well, that is not a good start. Notorious have already punched them back in the spawn here. Twisted on the 6th streak. Oh! Gets caught out, Melko. Melko finds a second, and this could be a problem. Already they're looking for him. Dizzy is going to find Melko before he can do any more damage. If I'm mistaken, the goal here is not to get onto A or B, it's to get out of spawn first.
You've just got so many different nooks and crannies and corners to check. There's another one. Sykes will surprise Chunk just down to 1 player. Alpha goes for the check and will at least get the immediate trade. So with all of these individual kills you're finding, if you're mistaken, you're buying yourselves pockets of there against Notorious. But at this point, feels like you're drowning here on the offense. Across the map, flanking play from Alpha. Chunk also there. Are Notorious aware of it? You've got Mighty keeping an eye on players coming off the spawn, so you need to produce something here. Chunk's gone down, now just down to Alpha. Has been spotted out, tagged up from behind as well. And he's been allowed to live here. He's managed to outplay Melko for the moment. Hits the regen and somehow finds that frag. But 13 seconds on the clock. Alpha needs to do more. Somebody needs to stop the clock over by B. Dizzy does exactly that. And you have 1 gunfights towards the spawn as well. There's actually a moment here, potential for Mistaken to pull up clutch again.
No, he could be the key player. You see him bunt to both sides. Problem is, at this stage, they really just need one of them. Have to lock it down. Have to get something going here, as already the trades are going against them, and, well, that's a problem. Dizzy will now have to fight off the entire team. It isn't going to be enough. Looks like it's going to be just 1 tick here for Mistaken. Nothing more they can do as Mighty's on a 5. It's a good round from Notorious.
And that is much better from Notorious comparatively to what we saw in the first couple of rounds of play, where both teams had these moments of resurgence. For Mistaken, theirs came a little bit later in the round than Notorious's did. This round was significantly more convincing for Notorious to take away. It was down to early spawn control. You had players like Melko constantly being a nuisance, constantly slaying out. Sykes as well, in and around the spawn. Mistaken just not really finding anything in that round. So now 2-1 down. They're on the defense here, so they could very easily force the round 5. But not getting many ticks of progression whatsoever doesn't bode well for potential defense in round 5.
It does not. We'll see how it pushes forward already, though, because Mistaken still have to hold before we even consider that a possibility. The Notorious have kind of totaled up a little bit. Once player is moving forward, though, and that looks has gone all the way around. So he'll be popping up in the backfield shortly.
Yeah, I think Dizzy was ready for that. You can see it on the minimap. Dizzy was positioned. They knew that the flanking play is really one of the only ways for Notorious to get out of said spawn trap. As long as they win their gunfights, and that is an asterisk that has kind of fallen away from Notorious, from Mistaken here almost immediately, because now Notorious have been able to push through. Nadox making the flanking behind enemy lines, finds damage against 1. You've lost your teammate, so once again, Nadox needs to provide more value here. Slide out in towards the player, needs to try and play his life. Will be able to do that. It is essentially just a distraction play here while the rest of the roster try to get out of said spawn trap. But once again, they are right back there. It is a white kill feed. Mighty looking to try and clear things out. Looking to play his life here down low. Has a couple of players to deal with. Somehow manages to find Twisted. Chunk has not helped whatsoever. Gone for the wraparound in hopes of doing something for a spawn trap. That has not happened. And now Notorious not only have players on the point, they've got players watching Mistaken come off this spawn.
This is a big push from them as well. Win a couple more gunfights and this could have been over, but that is an absolute drill there from Twisted. Even going to stop them taking A. That is outrageous. Notorious should have had that locked up ages ago.
Yeah, that should have been significantly more convincing, and that's a fumble, because it is worth saying they only got 2 ticks. That is how many Mistaken got in the last round, so not sure what a potential defense for round number 5 would look like, who that would go to, tracking the first couple of rounds into play, but Notorious know It's go time. Get this third tick, effectively guarantee it. Nadoc's now not going to push through once again. Instead of go for the double stack. Will they regret it? Mighty towards the point now. Needs to do something. Stunned up. Looking to turn on towards Alpha. Will do exactly that. Melko providing coverage for the map. This point is done. Extra 60 seconds on the board now. It's this late round resurgence that we continue to see here on Protocol Control.
Chunk. Doing what we've seen him do over and over again. Float around spawn. Try to find some kills. Already looking for that gunfight and make sure to push it early. And he's worried there's going to be another one. Tries to get the slide in. Isn't going to work out for him though. Eventually going down. 50 seconds to play with. Notorious. Clean the back lines a little bit, but now Dizzy's here now. It's coming straight up as well. Isn't going to work out. For Notorious, it does very much rest on these next couple of trades.
Anything, I think it kind of rests on Mighty. Moving forward, you need to find that frag. Because now it does really feel like you need to trade out. One of these players is going to push the spawn. Sykes finds himself out towards the open and grass. Any value you can get here, you will take. You're in trouble. But he finds the frag versus Dizzy. Elsewhere, Mighty is going to take Chunk out of the play here. So Notorious been given a little bit of breathing room, but it is the tiniest of amounts. You lose Sykes in this play, you lose full control. Sykes now going towards a point. Flanking play from Alpha shut down here. Trades. 2 versus 6 for Notorious though. Sykes will take the player down on the point. If you can find a tick here, this is invaluable for Notorious Gaming. Nadoc still finding value for in the middle of the map. Traded out. Sykes can't get the jump up. Does not matter in the end. Might well find the kill versus Twisted, but will not find any more than that. So we are going to around 5. But again, was that final capture on towards A enough to guarantee the defense for Notorious?
Obviously, we'll let the game tell us what we guess, but I think realistically they did just enough here, and either side going to be very, very stressed here. This basically is just one round of control now, whether or not you drop into the lower bracket.
All right. Well, we've seen a lot of stalemates off the start of these rounds. Notorious have been a little bit more confident in their second defense. Now looking to do it again. Got to win the first wave of gunfights. They don't. 2-for-1 trade off the start. Make that 3 as Twisted finds his third kill here. Now it's going to be the immediate stack on towards A for Mistaken.
It's a good tactic. Get as much time as possible. Twisted just starting to go down a little bit more, but already takes down Nadox. Still going to be weak. Nobody traded him out quite yet, though. This is a huge stack from them. They have just got this done so fast. Now they've got to get that transition in, though. Cannot allow everybody to hit the backfield before, and you can already see that Dizzy has ran away, trying to get himself in a better position.
And that is just the right play call here. Mistaken. Don't worry too much about map control at this stage of the game. 2 minutes on the clock here. You want as much breathing room as possible to win this offense. That is a lot of time and a lot of different hits you're going to have. A lot of opportunities to get out of this spawn trap, get something going on B. If they're willing to just stack it as well, as soon as they do so, they'll be fine. First tick already made here from Alpha. Through the middle of the map. Nadoc's down for the count. Mighty, I'm not too sure where this player is located. I think it's in the middle of the map here. Notorious have got a lot of mid-map presence, but not a lot in terms of B. Now the double stack coming through from Mistaken. This has to be a go time for Notorious. They need to hit this point fast.
Malco is just trying to find something, but there's nobody really for him to shoot. He's just spinning in circles. Eventually goes, and Alpha cuts him as he does. 2 ticks of progress. Let's go for this, and there's a 3-man stack firing line, and that's the game. Mistaken may have had attack on the last round, but attack they did. That was dominant.
No hesitation whatsoever out of Mistaken to just stack the point when required. That first push from them on towards A was everything, just immediately giving themselves an extra 60 seconds. I was convinced that they were going to need every single second of that time. But if I'm honest, I think Notorious's defense there was kind of lackluster. You know, for a team that had been doing so well on the defense with, you know, spawn building, control, making sure Mistaken didn't even get out their spawn, they were significantly more careless in that final round with allowing players through their defensive line. And even still, once they'd realized those players were through, they did nothing to correct that. Like, they did not move back. They did not try to get free control. They were still holding a couple of players that had not got all through already in towards their spawn. And by the point they changed tags, I mean, just too late. He lost the gunfights and lost the round.
Yeah, 100%. And hey, I just enjoyed the image of Sykes sliding out there, hoping you to kill, and just seeing 3 people just like in a triangle of death. It wasn't going to work out for him from that point, but hey, that's the position they basically got into, and For me, interesting kind of winners round 3 from a lot of these players. I think maybe some of the games are a bit more stressful than I was expecting.
Yeah, a couple of round 3s there, a couple of game 3s there, I should say, in this round of play. I'm definitely surprised to see it again. Like, I expect in these early rounds of play to be a lot of 2-0s across the board. And that probably was the case. Maybe we just got like the couple of game 3s that we actually had in this round of play. With that said, I mean, you look back towards that game. That is a big win for Mistaken Esports over Notorious again, going back to Elite Season 2. Quite clear that there was a very big skill gap between those two teams that is not appearing here on LAN. So shout out to Mistaken for winning that game. And then I think secondarily, the big one for me, Stallions losing to 6F Carolina like that. That is a big, big loss. For all we were bigging up Stallions as kind of the next up in challenges. To be in the losers bracket this early on in the competition, not a good look. Yeah,
100%. And also going to be one of those ones where it's kind of a shark kind of swimming along that lower bracket. Look, some teams are going to have a very quick exit now because they are definitely going to be kind of taken over. But that is our coverage of winners round 3 done here. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, winners round 2 will continue here at the Major. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the coverage of challenges at Major 2. We're jumping straight into a game here in the lower round 2 bracket. It's Team Relinquent versus CCL Beasts.
Yep, indeed it is. Now, we should probably put out a disclaimer of some kind here. This is not meant to be in any way disparaging, but as we get into the lower rounds, especially the early portion of this tournament, there's going to be a lot of names that you guys probably aren't aware of. Now, I'm sure there'll be fans of these teams, but for us here on the casting desk, this is kind of a learning experience about a lot of these players. CCL Beasts had a conversation with my good friend Seymour in the back end here, and he was talking to me about how a lot of these players are, as their name would imply, CCL players. So I think it's kind of interesting to have them competing here with this kind of pickup team at this event, hoping they get to do well. Right now, though, super close game with, I'm going to try and pronounce this correctly, Team Relinquent?
Yep.
Relinquent?
Yep, no, Relinquent. You nailed it. I think with both of these two teams, you can see it's just going to be all about positioning into P3. Both of them actually playing this quite well. It's all about getting those first few trades, making sure that everybody's locked in. And neither team getting a lot of time, but that's to be expected.
Yeah, it's very difficult on this hard point to actually get any time. It's all about making sure you get that rotation, those spawns for P4. Vanish has kind of been allowed to get behind enemy lines and flip those spawns out with ease. I think CCL Beach kind of overreached into the middle of the map here and ended up losing those spawns. They should get actually shot up behind here before long by Daunt as well. So this is about to go from bad to worse. Dara, I believe, unfortunately not able to do anything there towards the closing moments of that hill. And now we're here looking towards Team Relinquent. Towards New, they have control. This is that money hard point where it is very, very difficult to break.
They're trying to make a push here, but it has to be concentrated with the rest of the team. The teamwork is going to be what matters realistically for these, and unfortunately, just not enough there to break through. You have to wait up and maybe try and split this, because it looks like they might just headbutt this from the same angle.
There is just a lot of just headbutting towards this hard point at the moment. CCL Beast just unable to take players out of the power position. You're now starting to give away streaks as well. Daunt on 5 in a row. He's probably not long for this world. Somehow, miscommunication there. Able to fly through you for the 6th kill. Will get cut down off the back of the 7th. So, Zepox with that double is going to potentially allow CCL Beast to look towards this scrap time. Vanish, though, finds the 2 kills inside said scrap. Now we'll finish this hard point on 6 in a row. We talk about that being the money hill price, and Team Relinquent show exactly why.
Just so much time gained there in those few seconds, and yeah, this is what I was talking about, though. Realistically, when it comes to breaking that hill, you've got to try and split round. I know it feels, how do I say this, wrong at times to basically burn 15 seconds to hit a different route, but if you don't, you'll get wiped out, and you've burnt more time than that anyway.
They are now down by 27 points, moving in towards the next hard point. CCL Beasts have got actually a lot more control on P1 than I generally expect any team to particularly get. They're doing a really good job of watching all of their different entry points at the moment, and I think on the other hand, you've got a team in Team Relinquent that right now aren't playing that well as a team. They are just looking for individual plays. Daunt, a good example of that there. Looking to convert for a 2-piece, isn't going to be able to do so. Now looking to trade for the final kill, and Vanish will do exactly that. So Team Relinquent will look good for the last 10 seconds here, but as we move towards Roto, it should, I want to say should, in big, bold italics, what have you, because they should get control of the rotation. They haven't, because they've allowed players from Team Relinquent to push through. Vanish and Drew getting those kills should never happen.
Well, unfortunately, they have done, and now this is where it gets a bit tense because they have to break the way through. Zepox doing just well enough, but this is, again, case in point, you might have to split this as well. Headbutting just does not work. And K basically is going to try and make a hero play. Might actually work out. Finds the first. Second almost through the door. Reinforcements coming to back it off as well, and that's really off the back of one player.
Drew going big. That's huge. K Beastly trying to play his life inside. Will get shut down. It's going to be a wave of red kills in the feed here as Team Relinquent get control. Now they've got control of that poor side as well. 20 seconds left. Awkward moment in this game for CCL Beasts. You are down by quite a large margin. You don't really want to give away scrap time, but you also don't want to give away control of the map. It is a full red feed once again. This is disastrous for CCL Beasts. This is a moment in their game that they will definitely regret as they once again lose control of the rotation.
And with P3 here. You can see that the mic is broken pretty quickly. Drew is going to go down very, very fast, and that's usually what happens. Ash is going for this as well, but it's very, very dangerous to keep jumping on a point like this. CCL Beasts are taking advantage of it and just basically cleaning house, but Outlaw has said, all right, I'll take all three. It's a bit of chaos here for both sides, but CCL Beasts just have to keep pushing, unfortunately.
Yeah, CCL Beasts, I mean, they can try and get this time if they really want to. This is not the primary objective, if anything. It's getting Relinquent out of control of this hill for one. And then for two, trying to flip the spawn, because that's just not happening. Dawn might have to be careful about how deep he pushes in here, because you can kind of flip the spawns out, especially as 3 kills go their way. But Outlaw towards the statue ensures that that will not be the case. Team Relinquent now just going to relinquish the last few seconds of time. Instead, now opting for rotation. No way. No way his Beast Leaders managed to push all the way through. No, gets caught off by Dawn, but it has set a precedent here. CCL Beast getting a couple of plays through. Koala needed that gunfight. Extra shots to the body as well. And there's a good reason for that. Team Relinquent have just won this game.
Yeah, very little they can do here. Same scenario as last time. Going to have to headbutt it now. Unfortunately, no real other options as they really just have fun with it. A player did actually get through. Beastie managed to find it. And while the spawn will change, the result will not. Team Relinquent will win that one.
Yeah, just a couple of key rotations lost there for CCL Beasts towards the back half of that game. I think losing P2 on that final rotation is not a good look whatsoever, especially considering how much time they managed to walk away with on P1. There was a real chance for them to actually take the game away. And then I think perhaps more damningly, you look at rotation towards P3, a hill in which no team should ever really get a lot of time. And even so, Relinquent do manage to get a fair amount on and they get the first look at that hard point. Just couple of moments there in that hard point where CCL Beasts just don't look that well put together. So going to end up losing game number 1. Looking across the board, though, again, we've got multiple observers in multiple games here, folks. Here's a matchup and a team we didn't expect to be in the lower bracket this early on in the competition. Pinnacle from Season 2 of North American Challengers Elite, down in the lower bracket, owing the fact that they have been taken out by, I can't remember the name of the team now. It was, I'm going to look over towards the bracket. A team with a Zero Anarchy on it is probably the most notable thing, though. Game 5 went all the way the distance, but they still ended up losing. A Zero Anarchy, of course, notably one of the best female Call of Duty players in action here in Black Ops 6. So Pinnacle down in the lower bracket. How about that for a shock?
Certainly looking like they're going to continue forward at the moment. Do have not only that rotation, but they have the points and looking to just try and stay alive. That is a huge gunfight to go down, but they will retain control of P2.
This should be an easy win here in this game for Pinnacle. Again, they're a Challengers Elite squad, so losing a hard point in lower bracket, albeit it's going to be a really long run for them, it's going to be a difficult pill to swallow for sure. Currently up 50 points, though. Skybox Blue, excuse me, are going to be the team in control here for the moment. Sparks and Dilo combine for 3 just easily. They break in towards the hard point. Dilo will now push forward for more kills here. He is spawn trapping these guys at the moment, making it look like a pub game. More kills on the way. Skyfox Blue looking for a way back in towards the hard point, but Pinnacles have got these spawns on lock.
That was actually a little bit disrespectful from Dilo, because he should have really backed off when he couldn't get that kill and went back into the site. But went, you know what, I can handle it, and just stayed out for a little longer. And they really are just lining them up to outslay them, slaying so heavily on the side of Pinnacle that I'm kind of surprised the score is as close as it is in this game.
Yeah, I would love to know what happened for the first 4 or 5 hard points in this game for it to get even this close, because Pinnacle do just seem like they're outplaying them at the moment. Maybe it's kind of a case of just playing super relaxed, right? At this point, you don't need to go too hard. You don't need to expend your energy, because again, we'll keep on repeating this, folks. These guys have a long day of Call of Duty ahead of them. They are in lower bracket right now, and there is a lot of games still to be played to make it even further in the competition. But into this hard point, Swayze is trying to play his life. That's not going to happen. Back spawn secured here for Pinnacle as they very leisurely looking to get control. Dilo not going to get anything done with 5 HP on the board, so it doesn't really matter though, because you've got a little bit of help from the rest of your teammates. Adam, you has the Predator missile in the back pocket if you want it. Now looking for more control up top. It is once again a pink/purple feed, well, wherever that is between the color spectrum. Pinnacle looking to get all of these kills here, and they have full map control.
And then it's just clean up as Adam jumps down to the middle map here. Becomes the push, not even able to get through. B-Man was waiting for it. Should be another one any second now. And B-Man just a little bit off in the center, and that player managed to kind of out-shoot his aim. And they get a couple of kills. They're almost in. And finally, we'll get the scrap time.
And Pinnacle just need 23 seconds in this game to close things out. Skyfox Blue, unfortunately for them, are in control, but you're going to need some individual heroics here from Sways. You're losing your teammates around you. Felt like an inevitability as Pinnacle. You could see those pink arrows on the minimap swarming around the hard point. One last effort from Riz, and apparently he's got 0, so will not be able to make his way towards the hard point. Pinnacle is 10 seconds away from victory. One more wave of gunfights will get this done.
Still not going there yet. Skyfox still keeping this very much alive. Big shot from Tyler. The question is always going to be, though, it's not really about the P1, it's about the P2. Pinnacle will probably push this for a bit of pressure. They're still holding on to spawns, and, well, I say that, and maybe they'll just end it here.
Yeah, they can probably get this done. I don't even think Skyfox Blue are going to be touching in time here. Yeah, not even going to get a chance. AR from control from Delo is on point. Even gets a third to add insult to injury at the end of that game. It almost feels like we kind of caster cursed Skyfox Blue in a way just by joining their game, or observer cursed. We'll make that a thing now. By joining their game, because when we joined the game, like Pinnacle were relatively close with them. They only had like a 40 to 50 point advantage or something like that off the back of B2 control. But from the moment we started spectating them, Pinnacle just fully took it seriously, locked in. They wanted that game done.
Wow. Big outslay there on the hard point. Looks very comfortable for them in the end. And now they'll move forward into the S&D feeling like this should be a foregone conclusion.
Well, back towards the other matchup we've got going on right now. Reminder, folks, that we have multiple games going on concurrently here in Losers Round 2, so we'll be dipping in and out of each of them. Team Relinquent versus CCL Beasts. Towards the end of the hard point, Bryce, we saw CCL Beasts kind of slip up a little bit versus Team Relinquent. Here on Vault, Search and Destroy, I gotta imagine things are going to be pretty simplistic for both of these two teams.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to this, it's always an interesting point in the bracket though, round 2, right? That's it's not like you've lost, you're going to get double round. It's not like you've come in and you're just going to go straight out. So you've had a win to get to this point. You've had to have done, right? So you've already somewhat more confident than you would have been just an hour or two ago. And going into it with the pressure coming forward, CCL Beasts would have had that win, and it wasn't great for them on the last one when it comes to raking some of the points. But S&D is such a swing game that they should have... Oh, no. I'm trying to hype them up here. Okay, Beastie, though. Maybe. Oh. 1v4 potential.
Oh.
Not to be.
I'll tell you what, they gave him a good look at that, though. Fair play. He fought for those first 2 gunfights. I fully expected the rest of Team Relinquent to get aggressive there to try and shut down a potential 1 versus 4. Instead, we see another individual 1v1 from Drew. Inevitably, there was Vanish coming down from behind, so a little breach and clear action there to close things out. 2 versus 1 that will go Relinquent's way. But yeah, I mean, Relinquent just looking so solid at the moment. They definitely start to feel themselves. After that hardpoint play, CCL Beast, if I'm them in this situation, you're 3-0 down in the search and destroy. Just start to throw some wild looks at Relinquent. Like, get a B hit in there. You know, just do something a little bit different.
Well, we'll see whether or not the adjustments do come through. And it's straight in here to begin with. Bomb not going down quite yet as they just throw the checks out, but you can hear the RCXD in the background. It's already been blown up. Bomb will be down. Good opportunity here for CCL Beasts.
Shots out on towards Epochs. Should be dead to rights here sooner rather than later. Late flank coming through from Outclaw. That's, as a matter of fact, where all the pressure is coming from Team Relinquent. Gotta find a way in towards sight. This is incredibly difficult to do. But the way that Relinquent are shooting, I have no doubt that they can do it. Quick sliding from Outclaw is good. Looking for the trade will be Daunt. Here as Outclaw's gone down. We'll find it. Last player very far removed from the site here. 15 seconds left. The bomb is implanted from it. Koala might get some good timing regardless. Now looking for the first kill. Gonna find it. Other player in Vanish is nowhere to be seen. There's no chance for a defuse here. Koala now looking for a flawless way to end the round, and we'll find it. CCL Beast finally on the board. Never mind what I said. Don't get anything creative in there. Just do what you do best. Just get yourself on towards A.
Well, good time for them there. And that's what you really need. I mean, once you get that fast bomb down, you have opportunities. You've just got to hold the pressure as the retake comes in, and Koala did just enough to do so. Getting that round on the board, certainly going to feel a little bit better for them.
Yeah, you just need something, like some way back into the search and destroy. Because going 3-0 down, it's so demoralizing, especially after the end of that hard point. To do it in a very systematic way as well. because you hope that you can still win this search and destroy. But Team Relinquent have been good at getting early site control. Same as that's been the case so far. No way. No way. I was going to say KBLC just manages to bolt straight into the site there. Drew makes the combo. Daunt deals with it. Now you've got early numbers advantage here if you're Relinquent.
Bomb's gone down. Oh. CCL Beasts not in the greatest position for this retake. However, Koala has spotted a first kill. Team Relinquent don't really have the players in the position for a trade outside of the point, so it's all going to come down to when CCL Beasts engage. Unfortunately, this is a horrible gunfight. That bomb is basically planted outside sight. That is an interesting place. And Derry is trying to do something here, but without the time and without the numbers, surely it's not going to be enough.
They're giving him some good looks. I will say, this is a lot closer than it needs to be. Finally, though, they're like, yeah, all right, we've done enough here. Derry's going to drop on the defuse. There's not a chance in hell, though, you're winning that one. And Relinquent make the good play there. 2 versus 1. Yeah, I'm curious about that bomb plant. I don't know if that was like an intentional thing. They're like, yeah, we're just going to put this bomb in a really weird position. Or spectator glitch. Either way, it's good enough here. Early site control again. We're starting to see, I think, good fundamentals coming out from both sides here on Vault Search and Destroy.
Well, let's see if CCL Beasts, though, can fight their way back into this, because they are currently down 4-1. Will they have the attack? It probably will be a very standard push into that A side again.
Yeah, got to imagine that's the play call here for CCL Beasts. It's worked before, so why change things up a little bit? I'm curious to see if there's any different defense. All right, never mind. I don't know. I don't even know what to expect anymore. This is a very good, different defensive look from CCL Beasts. They stack through the middle of the map, yet recognizing that's what Relinquent are going to do on the defense. It's a brilliant play call because it works. Now CCL Beasts numbers advantage, but Drew inside Vault could still spoil this party.
Oh, not a good nade. Oh my goodness, he got him, but unfortunately not enough to stop the bomb. Oh wait, the bomb didn't go down. That's huge. I thought that had gone down. Looked complete to me. Derry, though, that's a wonderful play to catch the player coming out of mid. And Outclaw in a 1 versus 2, but we'll know where the bomb is.
Good news, you've got an AR. You can take these shots. D-Box just going to stay down. Wait for help from Dara. You're going to get it. Outclaw is going to say isn't long for this world. You've got to remember that Outclaw is on the defense here. So CCL Beasts are the team that needs to make the move forward. And he should have just spotted this transition towards A. He could be able to get some brilliant timing.
The CCL Beasts, there's another round on the board for them. Change up in play has worked. And this is what I was trying to kind of allude to earlier. It's never over till it's over. And S&D is the great equalizer. Now, still down 4-2. But potential's always there.
It does feel like, again, you know, we went into this search and destroy, and I think even in the first couple of rounds of play, it looked like CCL Beasts were kind of wandering, not really doing much at all of anything of relevance. Now, in the last couple of rounds of play, albeit things haven't really changed, there's still that 2-round advantage from Team Relinquent. We are starting to see better fundamental search and destroy out of CCL Beasts. They've stabilized. But is it too little too late? Still got to close that 2-round advantage, and that starts a good offensive hit here. Going to get control of A once again. Team Relinquent on the defense, or CCL Beasts, excuse me, on the defense. Looking for something. Oh, that is about as worse as that could get. Drew is pacing. Oh. That's 3 headshots in a row. Looking for number Thor. Dara will deny, but Dara now to put us for 1 versus 4. Good pistol shots on towards Outclaw. Brings us down to a 1 versus 2. The last couple of players for Team Relinquent split.
There he's found one. And here's the issue. So we're looking for a player here because he doesn't know where the second one's going to be. And that is the same player he was fighting a second ago who's wrapped around and got him.
Drew is doing something crazy at the start of that round. Those 3 kills with the AMS, that is a hell of a straight shot. Albeit, to be fair, I think it's very difficult for you not have a straight shot with the AMS. That thing goes crazy in the hands of Drew. 3 big kills at the start of the round here to guarantee it for Team Relinquent. Now, just 1 round away from the 2-0 they need to move forward into the next round of lower bracket play.
Here comes the push then. Pretty standard. Although they are being a bit aggressive. Not got the bomb down quite yet, but basically has moved forward and is going to be seen. And it's a little bit of a horrible gunfight. He gets out of there. We'll be looking to plant onto A. That bomb carrier Who's Derry? He's going to have to move forward.
Oh, nice shots. Dawn. Gonna get that kill. Seapox can trade things out. You've also lost Koala in the round, though, so this is now 2 versus 2. All 4 players across the board here are totally split. I think Dawn has been found out, though. The call's made, and Dawn almost wins that fight, but will not do so. Now this is very realistic here for CCL Beasts. The reaction from Vanish, getting towards the site. Beastly's just seen him. They can play around that.
And CCL Beasts get the round. Could have gone wrong for them with that bomb going down as far back as it did, but managed to play it out. And still alive and still kicking.
I will say, CCL Beasts, they definitely had to work for that one. Individual efforts to get it done. Even that 2 versus 1 was a little bit janky towards the end, but they are staying alive, as you said. Team Relinquent have been so solid on these offensive efforts. Have to see a different look coming out of CCL Beasts on the defense. You have to get in a site first if you can. It's very difficult to do, but as soon as they've lost site control to Relinquent, they've lost these rounds pretty much every single time. Different look from CCL Beasts. Here we go. It's going to be a straight flank through double doors.
Already a bit of a trade. This is a bit dangerous. He doesn't have the backup. Doesn't need it. Quite aggressive considering it's waiting for the trade here, but Vanish on the other side. Oh, Terry getting away with it. But it is a little sloppy from both sides, but Zepox left alone in a 1 versus 2 on a 4 streak. But we'll have to make magic happen or this will be the end of the tournament.
You've got to check every single corner. About to get some bad timing. Maybe not. Good timing, as a matter of fact. They didn't spot him out here. There we go. First kill, good. Zepox now on the hunt for the other player, but we'll have no idea whatsoever that Daunt has flipped on towards the other side of the map here. Zepox, as soon as Daunt sees him, is dead to rights, and Zepox now has to just look for the kill. No! Some way Zepox manages to clutch that one up. A 1 versus 2 for Zepox to keep this game alive. 6 in a row for him now.
There's a rule in clutching as well. If you can't get the information, you've got to stay in a tradable position. They just gave him the 1v1, v1, v1 over and over again.
Dude, some of these plays we're seeing. I mean, I know we're in lower round 2 right now, so we're not expecting the most polished plays of them all, but still. Some of these plays we're seeing are so individual from both Relinquent and CCL Beast. If either of these teams can step up to the plate and actually just play as a team in clutch situations or just off the start of these rounds, they will take it away. CCL Beast have managed to claw a couple of rounds back. Now on the offense once again. This is a slow start for Zepox, just trying to play around the palms, but for Relinquent, just about getting that bomb down straight away.
Oh. A little bit of a fight. But this is not too bad. CCL Beast going to try and make this K Beastie. That's a huge play. Getting the kill here as well. And they're in such a good position. Outclaw is miles away from being able to re-engage. Dante 2. They're going to try and hit this at the same time. It's a 2 hit. It's a good strategy. Bomb is planted for open. Both of them trying to stretch it. Got it as well. They're just trying to throw it down at the same time, and that'll be going to around 11.
Yeah, CCL Beasts making it happen there. Again, individual moments, but in the end, Relinquent think, all right, best way to play this is just trying to play together in the 2 versus 3, but it just doesn't happen. When the bomb's planted for 4 like that and you don't have the time to clear things out, your only option is to try and force the players in towards the site, and it does not work out. So that is now 3 rounds on the bounce here for CCL Beasts, forcing the round 11 to keep their hopes and dreams of staying alive in Texas on the board. Zepox still on that spree, by the way. So a couple of kills into this round. That cruise missile could be the final nail in the coffin for Relinquent.
And so well to bring this one back. And this is what I was saying. Great equalizer. CCL Beast not going quietly out of this game at all. And that's a huge first blood. And it's also going to draw all the rest of Relinquent away. If anything, CCL Beast can afford to go back to A here.
Yeah, I mean, why would you expect that, right? Over-aggression from CCL Beasts. It's a really well-played call. Vanish also making his way all the way up towards Paul. And is actually going to relinquish that position. And CCL Beasts kind of stuck in this position-making moment. They need to make a decision now about how they want to play this. They are not quite certain they've got A site control, so they're going to have to spend some time here to clear out said site. Now they do so. Koala going to get their bomb down, planting this one for Paul's side, but is it too little too late? 35 seconds on the clock, Relinquent, and now deciding it's go time for them on the defense.
This is all about the correct engagement. Zepox is in a good position to hold this off here, but doesn't get anything and now has to back off. They should be able to hunt him down, but it's burning an awful lot of time. He really is. And 9 on that clock. Now he's gone down. Relinquent have to hit this at the same point from different angles. Here we go. Double stack from the front. I don't know where Vanish is going, but this is a long way to get into it. He needs to be here sooner. He finds him eventually, and that should be enough. It will be. Relinquent almost played themselves against the clock, but got it done in the end.
Oh boy, I saw the very long wrap that Vanish was taken there. I was very concerned that he was not going to get there in time, but they had nobody watching. CCL Beasts, they couldn't afford to put bodies in the 2 versus 3 on that side of the site. Relinquent make it happen with the numbers. Big, big plays to close out around 11 that arguably should not have gone their way. CCL Beasts did most things right going into that round 11, going into that final play. Just getting that bomb down, playing it so well, but it does not matter. So that's going to be one team out of the competition. For now, though, looking over towards another right now. Bearclaw X R9 going head-to-head with State Mafia. Right now, it's 1-0 in the series to Bearclaw X R9 and 4-0 in the Search and Destroy. There are some names that you guys might recognize. Lucho from the Latin America region competing in this matchup, most notably, and of course, I believe has made a couple of appearances in CCL. This is about going as I would expect. Look at the names here across the board.
Well, there's always a chance. Never count anybody out. Apart from that player right there, he was never getting that. However, Bearclaw having a good time against State Mafia, and State Mafia, well, they're one round away from also dropping out of this tournament. If anything, lower round 2 is just a bit depressing. Just not because of the gameplay, because you know they've already had one win, but it's the pressure is so much on the line for these players of they could match up against anyone at this point. You know, you could have had an upset in the game. It could be a real mismatch in terms of the seeds and the quality of the players, and that's the end of their tournament.
Yep. It really can go awry, and it looks like at this point in time, this might be the end for State Mafia. Bearclaw XR9, just one Search and Destroy round away from closing things out here, looking for a perfect, flawless good Search and Destroy. Doesn't look off the start, though. Retain going to open things up with that first blood, so that should be the play call here to get the bomb down on towards A. You got to win the next few fights, though. That hasn't happened. Simultaneously, you lose a couple of players here. Now the defense of this rock going down is going to be infinitely more difficult.
Going to be difficult. Meow, especially if you don't get that fight. Just go for the ninja. Just don't worry about it. They'll never see it coming. Just lay on the bomb. Oh, guess one. Bit of time. Keep taking. They're chasing. They're chasing. This is literally the worst possible thing to do, but they're going to do it anyway. And he could have had that.
Oh, this is BM. This is not okay. They're bringing the Predator missile down, or the cruise missile, excuse me, down in the closing moments. Just for added insult to injury, you might as well use it. You earned it in the Search and Destroy of all things. That's a flawless S&D.
There was no respect there, by the way. To chase after a player like that.
0.
Could have gone against them, but it will be a 6-0.
Yep. I don't blame them. Again, like looking at the names and across the board there, Lucho is a recognizable name, has played in challenges a couple of times. Bryce, I don't know what's happened to you. You've like sliced in half or something.
My camera has decided that it didn't like where I was.
I don't know what's gone on there. Anyway, I saw Lucho. I was like, yeah, this is definitely a Bearclaw. So I expect him to go further in the tournament. That would be disappointing. Lose a player like Lucho in round number 2 of losers. But you said it, like you can really come up against anybody in losers. You can see an upset like Pinnacle here in lower bracket, right? So anything can happen.
Yeah, it certainly can, and that's like I said. That's why it's a difficult one. Losers round 2. Losers round 1, the same thing. Obviously, you know that everybody's already lost, but it could just be one of those bracket C things. Winning into losers round 2, there are some good teams remaining, and it's also a place where you'll see more upsets kind of come through as well. But I know that even with some of the games we're now watching, I think one of them has gone to map 3. Kind of an interesting one, the one we haven't seen yet, and it is between Spike HQ and DP Esports. And that was an interesting score. 206 to 188 on the hard point. So we've got a clock game to kick it off between these two. And then a 6-3 by DP on the S&D. Players have just gone to the bathroom. So we're actually waiting for them to get back for that game to start.
Oh, lovely. Okay, well, we love that. Little bathroom breaks in the middle of best of threes. You love it, guys. Come on. What are we doing? What are we doing? We just need to get this bracket going. Yeah, it should be an interesting one. I think the thing is, right, is that for a lot of these games, we're looking to like learn a lot about these players, right? Like in this stage of the competition, these are not going to be your challengers elite teams. Generally speaking, these are not going to be your like challenge players that you've got a chance to watch over the last few years. Like we are learning about these guys on the fly. I really love like learning about like new players, getting a look at them for the first time, because it really does. You know, it's just such a wonderful thing about challenge, just getting to see players that I've never seen play before all of a sudden shine in these games. So that's what I want from all these games in the lower bracket, including the one we're about to watch here when these guys get back from their totally necessary bathroom break. That we just want to see what these players are capable of.
All right, looks like this is about to start up. You can kind of see that the players are getting into the lobby here and get it confirmed. But if you are just wondering where we are, lower round 2 is what we are. But there we go. There's the game. So currently 1-1 between these two squads.
Yep. Love a good game 3. Again, this is for survival in losers round 2. So both of these teams need to win. One of them is about to go home, and their tournament lives in Texas will end here. But to begin with on this attack for Sprite, not the worst start. Losing Droxy probably isn't going to help. You've currently still got top trip control. That is a huge miscom for Cupan not to know that he's about to be challenged from the sky as well. Because now you've lost the key power position on this offense towards A.
Already looking pretty happy about jumping onto that point early. DP Esports trying to get in a position to maybe contest this a little bit. And that's not a gunfight you want to lose. And Clouts will have that second tick coming through, but no teammates to back him up. But somehow they're really struggling to get him out of this point.
Yeah, held a lot longer than I necessarily expected him to do. The end result, though, for the most part, is still the same here. Players in key power positions. JT is about to be scared from up top. Droxy on the hunt here. Doesn't necessarily need the frag. Just needs to get control of that top trips position so that you can get the A capture going. You've done exactly that. Cupan now back up there. Cloutsy making the capture towards the point. Cupan hits the reload, though, and unfortunately loses control of the middle of the map, so Cupan goes down. Fortunately enough, towards the point, though, Act will get a couple of kills here. OP still, or DP, excuse me, looking for some way back towards a point. Chulo doing exactly that, but on the end of the trades, it is going to be Axe that gets it done. So, oh my god, I was going to say, that's going to be the 8-point captured, but no, Axe just a sliver away from getting that capture through. Will end up going down. DP have recovered here. They are not giving up A.
Done a really good job. They're clearing it off as well, which is even better. JT has been stun checked, but has back up. They'll be looking to just try and get some kills here. They get some kills, they're going to be in a great position, DP. To, well, here we go. Spawn trap is upon us.
Yeah, this is the tough position now. You're looking to try and escape. Somehow Cloutsy's managed to escape here. I have absolutely no idea how he's pulled this great escape off. He's lasting a lot longer than I expected him to as well. 21 seconds on the board. Has that done enough here for Sprite to get another player through? It has. 5 versus 15, though. This round feels like an inevitability at this point. If you're Sprite, you're looking for that A capture to add the extra 60 seconds to the board. You might well get this. Yui goes down towards the point. JT's not able to reproduce here. You've got 2 players on the point. Double stack should be good for the capture to go all the way through, and it doesn't. Sky finds 2. God. DP will just about save this point once again. 1v11. Axe isn't doing this. And DP do not let the extra 60 seconds go down. They do not let that final tick on A go through.
And that's just horrifying to see. I mean, you just want the extra tick at that point. Yeah, the game's probably over anyway. But you know you want the ticks depending on how far this game goes. And really unable to get it, especially considering how quickly they got those first 2 ticks onto that one to get nothing else for the game. Well, it's just a little bit heartbreaking for them. But we'll see whether or not they can do any more.
I'll say what I always say with protocol control and just control in general. It's not the end of the world to not do anything particularly enthusiastic on your offenses, right? I mean, these things are never offensively sided. Control is always defensively sided. That's rarely true, especially on a protocol control. So it's now about having a solid defense off the back of that. You need to go huge here and stop DP from getting behind enemy lines. Already, they are doing that. Already, a couple of players here you can see making it into your home base building. For me, now off the follow-up here, it's what Chulo and Yui can actually produce. You need to find some frags. Instead, they're going to go straight back towards the point and force the issue.
Oh, Chulo. Just trying to make sure it's all good. And This is a bit chaotic. You can see players in the backfield. DP aren't there, though. That's the crazy bit. They're having to go back and clear out. And Q-Pan has slipped the net just a second, but there's nobody in spawn because they're in west. Who's got to be heading towards A for the flank, and it might be a very devastating flank. There's one, and that has almost cleaned it up. El Chulo hunting players here, but now is basically... Oh, God. So nervous. Every gunfight.
What El Chulo was about to get El-cooked. Not going to lose that gunfight, though, in the end. DP now a chance to continue to capture A, but it just looks a little bit lackluster on the push here. You're losing the majority of the trade. Sky and Yui do come through for a couple of kills, though, so 25 seconds on the clock here. That's going to enable them to get back on towards the point. They, at the very least, want to equalize what Sprite did to them in the last couple of rounds with 2 ticks on the point. Sky doubling up now. Axe needs to get a little bit more involved in the play. Team shots on towards one player, but you're not winning the majority of the fights. Roxy needs to go huge. 3 players on the docket can only consume 1. Nade over the top from Clousey will bring this down to just a single player on the point. Second tick now going to be through, and it will be, but Yui goes down. Now 3 players towards the point. Clousey able to find a couple of kills. Just 1 more player to deal with in the middle of the map. Axe will double up to deal with him and JT, and that should be it here. One last push from DP. Is there anything left in the tank?
At the moment, I don't think so. And that is just easy. Droxy just picking them up as they run towards it. And here's the truth. I genuinely don't know which way this control is going to go. Neither team looking particularly dominant. Neither team giving me any indication of who's going to push this one over the edge.
This is, for the most part, pretty standard protocol control play, right? I mean, we're seeing both teams do relatively well on the defense again. We're not seeing anything too crazy from one side where they're getting that full spawn trap in just yet. But what we are seeing for the most part here is the gameplay of just like, you know, again, mid-map control looking pretty good for the defensive side. There'll be a couple of moments where the offensive side can get through towards A, but nothing particularly convincing from either just yet. So as DP go back towards the defense, they're looking for something just as convincing as their last defensive round or even better. They almost gave away A last time. A couple of times, as a matter of fact. Sprite, or we want to move it all the way through for the full capture this time. Looking for the first opening of Bloods here. Trade's already starting to go down. Looking for that mid-granny's control, and Q-Pan finds a couple of kills here. That's not the way you wanted things to go if you're on the defense, because now you've let a player through.
And just a bit of a fight as they try to get onto this point and knock it down. JT up again, trying to throw the needle, gets it. And the second one is a good call. We'll have to back off, and well, I've done just enough there. Nade isn't going to catch, unfortunately. But into the spawn, and that's a big wipe. Sprite. They've got themselves an opportunity.
Can they actually deliver on it, though? Again, this is a lot of trades going down. It's not going to happen over by B. Not going to happen over by A as well. JT still a little bit more work to do, though, on the steps. You've got 1 kill. Help from your friends. JT slides out regardless. Does not choose to play their life. That's going to open the door somewhat for Sprite to make the move on towards B. Yui trying to play their life desperately. Down for the count. Sky, you've lost your presence in towards the point as well. Now the double stack. Perhaps even a trip stack coming through from Sprite. They want this point.
JT, wonderful first attack here to try and just slow it down a bit. Still working in the middle of this map, but Q-Pan has found 2 of them. Droxy finds a third, and Yui trying to find the player who just will not sit still as that A point is secure.
Even worse than that now. You've now lost A. You've lost your mid-transitional gunfights in the mid-map as well. As I say that, though, players off the respawn dealing with the threat for the most part. Cloutsy was the last remaining player, the designated survivor for Sprite HQ. And will do a lot of damage here to DP. They wanted to win those gunfights and regain mid-map control, but now you need to get rid of Cloutsy. As I say it, they go on the hunt, not just for him, but for all the players coming off the spawn, and they will finally stabilize. 11 versus 11 now. 80 seconds on the clock here. Sprite have a lot of time to make this happen.
Agdex has got 1. I'm trying to get out of it, but this is so horrible to run the gauntlet, and please stop running through the doorway. Gonna have to try something else for a second to split it, as Sky just having a very easy time.
Not much has changed here. Status quo remains. Now an 8 versus 8. That's a big wave of gunfights, though, for Sprite. Now they move on towards B. Any tick will be helpful for potential defense around number 5, but that's individual from Cloutsy. Next up to the docket will be Droxy. He will find a bit of value in one. Yui now forced to retreat back in towards computers here. Knows that there's still going to be a push from grass side. But Sprite are finding a lot of individual fights at the moment. Dealing with a lot of pressure to the middle of the map. That's Yui down for the count. Now Sprite on their way. Droxy. In towards the tower he goes. Looking for more kills. 3 in a row. Now going to make it 4 in a row. Towards the point, but you've still got no progress on the point. You're looking to do this on lives.
DP looking for a bit of a miracle in this case. Well, there's the first one. Unfortunately, going to have to commit. Finds a second. Still have to commit, unfortunately, and there will be a win there in the end. But what a valiant fight at trying to get those kills.
Yeah, just really well played. I want to say really well played from the winning side there. But at the same time, from the defensive side, from DP's perspective, just not enough map control through the middle of the map there. Just letting individual plays happen. Sprite will be very happy with how that round went. Now they get to win this out on a defense. Loser goes home here, so DP need to brace themselves. This has to be a solid offensive hit off the start.
Here comes. Could be the big push for DP. They're already looking for it. Into B early. Droxy, that's a very big kill for him to take that down early. And there's going to be a quick clean off. Nothing really there too much for DP Esports. And their most important job here is not to get punched back in a spawn. You can already see they are struggling with that.
Yeah, this is about as bad as it could possibly have gone. The good news, I suppose, in this situation is you have managed to filter a player through. Chulo has gotten through, but it's not actually doing anything. You need help from the spawn, and Chulo, I think, can't just sit there and pre-aim. Needs to actually come back to help the team. Provide a little bit of space, alleviate some of the pressure. Finally, Chulo's going to do exactly that, but is it too little too late? Players in the spawn being stunned up. Finally, Chulo activates for a couple of kills. Now we see a relievement of that pressure. Sprite now given something to work with here as DP move forward, but is it too little too late? We've got 25 seconds on the clock here. It's all down to the speed push.
Roxy finds it though. That's been called out. That's been locked down. He's a second player as well. Should be easy. And now Droxy will move forward to try to get into that point. And well, there's another big fight. Cloutseek and Droxy combining. And with 13 seconds left to go, this might be over for them.
It feels like it's done. 22 versus 9, 5 seconds on the clock here. A couple of different win conditions, and one is about to come significantly faster than the other. Just one more push on towards A. Last-ditch effort for DP to keep their tournament hopes and dreams alive. It's not going to happen. Sprite get the win there. Not necessarily in that round 4, albeit that defense was solid. It was in that round 3, that offense in which they were to individually pick apart DP Esports time and time again. Solid control round 3 from there, and that's going to give them the win. Keep their tournament dreams alive here at Texas.
And just a pretty confident one in the end. So these two teams have gone back and forth and hit this map 3. DP, just a better team in the S&D, but not to be on the control. The respawns lacking a little bit, and unfortunately they won't get a chance to practice any more in this major.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Again, just the way this goes so far. You had your second chance in the lower bracket. You wanted to come out here and show up at Texas and unable to do so in the end. That being said, if you're Sprite, you're happy, right? You managed to win the round 3, but your tournament only gets more difficult from this point onwards because you are still in the lower bracket. You've still got a very difficult day ahead of you. And you don't know who you're going to get. Like, you have no idea which team is going to come at you next because there's going to be continual kind of stream of teams dropping down from the upper bracket. Things are only going to get harder from this point onwards.
They certainly are. Well, that's lower round 2 concluded here at the major. Lower round 3 is up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more coverage of Challengers.
Welcome back to the Major 2 Open. Galaxy up against the Pinnacle Ballers here in Losers Round 2. Still best of 3 series. We'll start the best of 5s once we get to Losers Round 4 and Winners Round 4. So shortly we will be getting into those best of 5 series. For right now, though, we will be saying goodbye to one of these two teams as Galaxy look to break inside of P2. The Pinnacle Ballers are set up on the left side of the map. It's a 3 versus 2 at the point, but Respawn are here for Pinnacle.
Guys won the early 1v1 to get into time. The reinforcement started to work up, so the trade comes in, and all of a sudden, though you still have spawns, it is going to be Galaxy garnering time for the moment. Back and forth we go, and you're trying to sniff out this last player. Flacco's able to find it, so time shakes once again, but spawns look to flip out for Galaxy.
A lot of COD left to play today, I'll tell you that. We got like 10 losers round matches that we have to play through, so if you are loving Challengers COD, well, you're going to be here all day with us. We'll probably be here until at least, 10, 11 o'clock Eastern time, Central time. Well, you can kind of do the math yourself. But Flacco, Snicker, as they prepare for 2, KJ Johnson going to be back inside. So trades on both ends. Galaxy at least will come out on top for the moment, but it's going to be Pinnacle who have the favored side of the map. Setting up for P3, Red is going to be there. Expire trying to chase across the top. Cat, lots of bodies. Not a lot of time, though, for Galaxy.
A lot of the battles going down mid-map, and finally Cam's going to collect a couple to lock that down for the moment. You have a player barbecue that's going to be Reddit. He's able to, I thought for a second. Collect another one, Sunny gets the quick kill, so time going to go your way as off the break. Flacco playing top bed, so that's going to at least alleviate some pressure getting through mid-map for free, and you're garnering his time. First 15 seconds go the way of Galaxy.
Sitting on a soak. Ebok going to be the first one to try and slide in. Gets a good timing on a 50-50 Chow. Sunny dead, Snicker dead as well. So 3 on Galaxy all fall as Pinnacle push their way forward. Respawns by P4 for Galaxy, looking once again to try and find P1 on the contestation cross.
Another clean kill feed. Working through. And for Galaxy, you're starting them out. This comeback, starting to get yourself back into this one now. 15 or so point game to P4. You're still holding spawns at the same time. So though the bully ball comes in through mid and fighting for this back bit of scrap time, Pinnacle sure you get in, but it's going to be Galaxy looking to get set up for new. Another fantastic wave of kills come through, and you're sitting pretty for P4.
Oh, wow. Okay. Slide shot with the pistol. Expired, we'll see in a minute. Still holding the back end of P3 time for Galaxy here as well. So this is where the catwalk push is going to start to come in from Pinnacle. They want to try and push the map across. Sunny doing a great job of wasting time and laying down. If you can find one here for your food, you're happy with it. Through the bottom of the bedroom, Snicker will find another to tag team along with. That's 2 dead from Pinnacle already. This thwarts the push completely. Spawns close for Galaxy in the back. Will give reinforcements to the push that's going to be coming. It's another aggressive hit from Pinnacle through the front.
A fantastic swing of points as well. Reddit going to try to clear things out while his team looks to push downstairs, and you just can't get the player killed time, and Cam's laying down Tug. And still good out of Galaxy. You collect a couple finally. You also get in as a fantastic break for the back 30 seconds if you can go for it. We'll see if they can garner here for the moment, but we've got ourselves a tight game.
Yeah, it was an off-timing push that allowed them to go left and right around through the back. They got hedges control, flew off the top side of the bedroom balcony, and that gave them the spawns to secure the scraps. Now if you're Pinnacle, one last push here from Galaxy. You're going to try and shut down. You absolutely do. Really nobody here to play a substantial role for Galaxy. You're just trying to at least minimize what Pinnacle can get on the back end of P4. So, about an even game as we get back into our second set of rotations inside of P1, though. Galaxy will be set up here. Camps will live up to the name. Sit and tuck his tail inside of the hill. Pinnacle trying to push back from P2.
At the top cap positioning, the AR is looking to fry and continue going for Pinnacle. It's their subs an opportunity to get in. K Johnson going to look to soak time as well. Lost your map positioning for the moment, now trying to regroup, recollect, and kitchen. That's where Galaxy are going to concentrate their next efforts, and you can see Camps trying to work for these left-hand spawns while the opening is there. Is able to get this kill, doesn't know Reddit's the last one standing, going to wisely back off with the team, so now they're looking to make this push through Gym.
I was going to say, Ebok was in a great position right there. Spots another one down towards bottom. Jim inside of the hard point. Ebok for number 3 in a row. 11 and 13, but makes the play to allow P1 time to be once again accrued for this Pinnacle Ballers roster. And as you can see, Galaxy, they're set up. What they want to do is get across to the kitchen side. The Camps, tall order, has to take down 2. Can't win it. Close spawns on Pinnacle. They're going to once again have P2 to start.
Early on, Reddit taking these big gunfights for the team, able to win them as well. Expired gets a big one kitchen, so we're going to make this wrap to the bottom side of things. Again, the spawn going back and forth for either of these teams. Both teams having the capability of showing us their ability to get in these hills off of breaks. They have to go back and forth with time, and that's why we see the score line we do. But clearance here, once again. Pinnacle with an opportunity to get 10-15 seconds while you see Galaxy work across things and try to take these gunfights. Camps frying with the Jackal at the moment, and the group up in tow with Sunny, trying to find a couple of these kills to soften this line. At the Pinnacle, followers have strung together, the break looking imminent.
You break in, but it's 30 seconds of time that once again bleeds red. And now you have a tall order of holding everybody from the Pinnacle Ballers outside yet again. K Johnson Frying with that AR up close, 3-1 trade. Galaxy still on top of things here for the moment, though, as Flacco survives inside of the hard point. The problem is, the spawns were closed from Pinnacle. He gets swarmed on the point, so just as quickly as Galaxy break in, the Pinnacle Ballers retaliate.
Continuing to work up the score. It was a fantastic P3 hold the last go-around for Galaxy. Sure, you get in for the moment and a little bit of time on the back end of things, but if they can get another clean hold here, P4, they were able to get broken by Pinnacle Ballers, but looking to lock things down for sure. Once again, Flacco starting to connect those shots going. Fantastic start. It's going to be 4 for 1 in the feed. Again, everyone's shooting straight camps out to 24 and 17. The team doing the dirty work, and the hill as well. Pinnacle can't quite find the opening once again.
Love when the team holding takes control of Top Cat, forces the gunfights to have to come either through the east or the west side of the map. But if Snicker was on 3 in a row, he will get collapsed on once again. Pinnacle trying to push their way forward, but it's been Flacco who has been a strong contestant point for Galaxy. And they will be able to suffice with a little bit more help from the back end. 2 players pushing for middle map. Sunny will drop 1. It's going to be 3 and 4 dead from Pinnacle as they push back out towards Hedges. They're going to try and flip the map out once again. They'll do just that. It's going to be Expider who spawns across the map, and north and south side hit. 4v4 on P4.
Another fantastic kill coming in front just to clear things out. So though a couple of your teammates fall, it's really up to Camps to play your life here and try to at least buy time for a team to get in. It's another push. Pinnacle, they like that top bed side working through the back, and they're going to do just that. Camps is chasing, trying to find any of these kills, ends up falling. So now it's going to be a staggered push, a little solo pushing coming through. They need to regroup here and concentrate this next push. Looks like they're going to work through bed as well quickly. Camps cleaning up here, 29 and 20.
Well, right. I mean, it's happy days for Galaxy. You get your first lead immediately, though. Pinnacle on the P4 setup, able to do what you did last time much, much better. They hold it down in its entirety this time. You tried that, kind of off-caliber push from Galaxy. You had somebody hit through the top set of bed. The Hedges push gets shut down immediately. So for Galaxy, now you have the hard task of just hitting it straight through bed and straight in through the closet. Unfortunately, K. Johnson's there. Snicker will retaliate with a double, though, so they go 2-2. Expired trying to flank on in. Might be able to get some crucial time here for the back end of Pinnacle, but Galaxy will spawn close. They break in for the scraps.
I like the repinch on Hill, just the timing didn't end up working this go around, so it is going to be Galaxy getting this last portion of time, and you can see still pushing aggressive, trying to get back through bet again. They want to try to flip out these spawns, push Galaxy as far away from mid-map as they can, but just another clean wave of kills working through as a team, pushing through mid-map as well. Who is it? Cam's getting aggressive, though she gets taken down, able to give good information to her team. The ARs on either side of things doing a fantastic job. This game looks like it's going to go to the wire, Alex.
Down low, inside of the gym. Does Snicker know that the flank is coming through from the opposite side where they're trying to hold it steady up top? Oh my goodness, beautiful shots from Ebok. Flacco last alive, and Reddit will clean it up. 3 dead again for Galaxy. And Camps is in between a rock and a hard place in the bottom side of the bedroom. Good shots in. Will find a double. Stays alive somehow, some way, but the time continues to bleed red.
Clearance with the Hellstorm over the top. Trophy down in time. Back 20, a big 20 seconds to fight for here as well to P2. Snicker, again, the call upon play your life, try to find any of these kills. Information is going to be invaluable as well. You get in for the back 10, but you've at least done a little bit of work. Snicker gets the kill. The spawns, though, all of it going to be through the left side.
My.
Snicker continuing to roll 2 in a row. Now he's trying to push to the back.
I thought timing would have been poor, and unfortunately Chow's out with 48 HP. Doesn't allow himself to re-heal all the way, but it's Reddit deep in the back lines. Will hold down the helicopter. And this is going to put more bodies for Pinnacle on this side of the map, giving them the spawn. Sunny will try to fly in through the back door. Ebok, first one up for challenge. Somehow Sunny is still alive, turns back around with a pistol, has help from the teammates. Break is in, grabs a Jackal, stays alive, but it's Camps who cleans it up. Tie game about to be, 5 seconds in between.
And you can still win here if you are Galaxy. Now as you've overtaken the lead, it's just going to be on Pinnacle, and you can tell they're grouping up for this break. They want to make this one stick here. Going underweight, they win a couple of early gunfights.
They've held the lead pretty much the entire game, but Galaxy here in the late stages of the Skyline hardpoint, not refusing to quit.
Oh, Camps.
This Camps flies up the back staircase. He looks for number
Camps.
2, tries for the pistol, but it's Snicker who's on the opposite side. The bait and switch works well, but they need a rotation. Pinnacle are there. Turn around. Guess who's there? It's Sunny.
Everyone flowing at the moment. Galaxy trying to run away with this one, close it out. It's going to be less than 10 seconds remaining. Kitchen, P3 has been their home. It's going to be on Sunny here to find a couple of kills before the teammates can get in. But Pinnacle Pinnacle Ballers, they find the early break.
2 in through Hedges. You can also see the hit coming through middle map. But it's going to be that long hit from K. Johnson on the opposite end, trying to shut things down through middle map. 3 kills, now number 4. It's everybody dead. 10 seconds for the Ballers.
Oh, and this is heartbreak for Galaxy is now they've overtaken the lead for the moment. 5 seconds left. No one close. You got to fly through bedside.
It's a 1-1 hit through middle. Sunny falls. Reddit looking back to the right-hand side and over by Hedges. There's just nothing that the Galaxy roster can throw through. It was a foot race back to the point, and an 8-point separation in map 1 leads to heartbreak for Galaxy. A comeback that tried, but ultimately failed. They go down 0-1 in a best-of-3 series facing elimination.
Give Cam's a little gas here. I'm 99.9% sure this is Cam's from the female scene, and she is a problem child. I'll say that. I can tell she'll be making noise in the pit. She was making noise at the lands we go to for the female scene, and again, she's just going to be a beacon for this team to make this lower run and try to bring this series back. Hey guys,
yeah.
Alex and I on the desk for you here, bringing you the action. So again, we've just to give a little bit of shout, right? We've got Abby playing with Team Rios, Anarchy through lower bracket. We've got Camps here as well, so the representation strong through and through, and I'm excited to see what these ladies can do. Though it is a lower bracket run, I have full confidence in these girls to at least make some more noise here today. But it's a long one, Alex. Like you said, we are in for a treat. We've got energy drinks on standby, a few rounds of them. We're off to a good start.
Yeah, the caffeine's flowing. I'm feeling good. I mean, that was a fun first map. I mean, an 8-point little gap to, kind of start us off with. I'm not going to complain about it. Another team with Pinnacle in their name, not the Ballers, the Gamers this time. It's going to be Kaiser, Ferda, Preem, and Gamer Dude up against Snapper, Drafts, Ferg, and Hyper. So another match inside of the lower bracket. Both teams facing elimination in a best-of-3. We're on Hacienda this time. But in P2, Pinnacle Gamers will get that initial setup time. Nice break on the back end as well. So with 30 seconds left, you got to start thinking about that rotation out for Apollo, and you can see 2 arrows. That's going to be Snapper and Hyper, who are already ready over by that Vineyard side.
Down for the moment. Kaiser going to take the gunfight, so rock side secure. The push started to work through there. Ferda as well, trying to make this line march forward, and if they can look to find some good timing here, they're going to take advantage of it. Ferda gets another kill. You have to clean up one more. Hyper information going to be given, so that's going to be the wipe. They are spawning so close outer, so job's not done just yet. Cream doesn't get the turnaround. So as much as you made that work go down across the map, Apollo, they're still close by holding from the front.
Yeah, I thought when they got that top plat control, it was pretty much done and dusted, but Apollo got those close spawns, were able to push it back through the Vineyard. And now over by P3, you see the route being made. Dras reads it out well. Preem still here inside. So as the collapse hits for Pinnacle, Apollo will spawn back out. This time they're going to be forced to break. That's a good 15-second break in for Pinnacle.
Hyper was sitting well, and it was Ferda that got through for free, and now that let them break and hold from the front. I mean, just a complete misplay there to let them waltz by through well side. So that gives at least a Pinnacle 10-15 seconds from the front. Sure, you get back in if you are Apollo, but you've got quite the deficit here just through the first 3.5 hills. Pinnacle not going to be looking to give this another push.
I was gonna say, I'll look to Hyper right now because he's got 2 bodies on him, but he's got teammate help through middle map. Ferda has to be the player to not only find 1 but 3 different kills on each Apollo player that's there. Snapper gets a good read, wisely backs off, has teammates to bait and switch out with him. But this hit is going to come straight through middle map. Great turnaround and a read by Kaiser on Draft. So this is going to give a 4 versus 3. 3 hit from middle from Pinnacle. First one for Kaiser through the front door. Good. Prem now flying in. Snapper turns around for 1, but it's a break immediately within 10 seconds for Pinnacle yet again.
And I thought the timing could have been off if Apollo had found a couple more of those kills, but they end up working it out as you had called with the bodies through mid. Now reinforcements are here. Draft trying to get timing, trying to pinch some of these players. Is able to get one, so that'll turn some heads all of a sudden. And now you have to push through Dockside.
I mean, once you get him out of the corners, it's pretty much done and dusted. Oh, Drafts, you can't do that. Oh, no. I mean, Hyper was already weak. Cracked on a Saturday. Yeah, I get it. But those could be costly. That was a hill that they very much needed to keep this relatively close to Pinnacle. Instead, they're going to have to fight from the outside in once again. And you've got 2 bodies with Kaiser inside. Nade will clean up the final 1. So now you're just going to be, I guess, sufficient at trying to hold the middle of the map. But that's not what you want.
Second go of things. You'd like to see Ferg and Hyper step things up a little bit. Pinnacle with all 4 players playing well at the moment. Slang starting to get a little lopsided here as they almost have a lead. But you need to keep it gray. Sure, that would be nice, but Apollo would like to garner a fairly decent bit of time. It's going to be P2 rotation, Alex, that we're going to have our eyes on mostly. You're trying to get a little aggressive for Apollo Esports, see what they can find. You're trying to clear out top flat, but again, the comms come in a bit too clean. You're able to wipe these kills. Draft, so another big 2-piece, not on a teammate this time.
This is the kind of game I expect out of Kaiser, being able to put himself in the right spots, be able to hit the flank routes at the opportune times like he did on P4, and now they can just hold through middle map. They've got 2 bodies down low and are still trying to grab some time off P1 through Wine. You see the top open and close push, but it's a double hit through close. Secret knocked out of position for Apollo. He finds 2 through middle map somehow. Number 3 up top. Oh, please overheat for 4. I want to see it.
5 straight. Gonna make the heads up play though. He drops to get the last cleanup. Going to be the first one on rotation to new, playing around Lambo. It's going to be on Hyper to hold these back spawns. Going to be a at least 3-point push for the moment. Well side, lobby, and rock. Now it's just a matter of timing what these comms look like coming in. How many eyes can you get on players in time?
I was wondering, who's going to make that first push? Because, I mean, if you're relying on Ferda to get one over the top, that's great, but they're going to call in the Hellstorm missile to add on to it. So 2 players immediately dead, and that's a 4-man hit. Dropped Apollo off the map.
And just a fantastic push. You invest the util, you end up getting stuff out of it. Like you said, you connect the kill over the top, and now Gamer Dude just going to try to thwart this first push, and that's going to be the comms. Everyone pushing through lobby, all arrows turning.
Traps up the staircase. Can you find one more for it? Prem, snap, good. Spawns close for Pinnacle. And there's not much you can do there if you're Apollo. You try to bum rush it straight through the side door. And instead, what do you get for it? An exit play over by Rock from Snapper should be read out. You've got mid-map control for Pinnacle on the rotation over towards next. Gamer Dude inside a secret. And you have an AR to tag along with it for what should be an easy trade here.
There you go. You get to clean up. Top plat Snapper. Just waiting for anything from his teammates. They get the call if they're spawning well, so he's just trying to see if he can get someone across his line of sight. Get a free little kill here as everyone else is trying to work to this bottom side. They're getting picked. There's going to be the first one. Now just trying to play his life while Preem hunts for him, but I mean, too easy of picking. He's trying to get a second. Sure, you have secret control, but again, concentrated effort's going to be through plat.
I mean, you can try and keep this as close as you can. Down by 110 points, getting outslayed. Hill sitters for Pinnacle doing the work, and Gamer Dude with another double from the SMG will allow the collapse to come through once again on those close vineyard spawns over by the boathouse with 25 seconds left. This is the hard decision you have to make, right? It's like, do we play for the back end of this time? Already down huge. Do we send 1 or 2 bodies maybe to contest the scrap? Or do we send everybody over to P4? I guess they're sending every single person back to the old hill, and nobody's going over to P4 except 1 through middle map, but they have a boathouse congestion watch. Pinnacle are going to be able to break this immediately if they don't even hold the push.
And all 3 are going to fly out. You've got to play the 50-50s. You're going to line up as well for Gamer Dude. Sure, Drafts gets 1, and that's going to be at least early presence here for Apollo. Takes another good one, so
prove me wrong,
really turned out to be a questionable play. Draft keeps you alive and gives you numbers as well. Hyper with the AR, getting a little aggressive. I don't love the play, but pinch developing quickly.
Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. That time for Apollo, the gamble they took to try and hit ult absolutely does. Gamer Dude will slide in relatively untouched. Doesn't get the turnaround on a Snapper. Thinks wiser of a challenge from the boathouse side. Unfortunately came from P2. So now the spawns will flip out once again. They know that Kaiser's on the opposite side, but they don't expect 3-man to be hitting from the front side of P2. And as everybody collapses yet again for Apollo, it's just a solo child that's going to come in here, and somehow it works out. This should cause maybe a bit of a distraction to hit from middle.
1 player left standing. Get a P2 call, sure, but Snapper going to be the only one close by, and it's just going to be for a few seconds.
Yep.
Look, for Pinnacle, I mean, they've dominated all aspects of the map. I think the most telling thing for them has been rotations, and more so some self-inflicted wounds for Apollo on the decision-making for rotations. Sure, they got a good bit of time off P4, but sending 4 bodies for the last 15 was questionable at best. So P1, looking in control for the moment. There are about 20 seconds or so to go for this. So, I mean, look, you know what we're about to say from this point out. We'll see if they can pull it off, but Pinnacle looked like the tip form here just a little too well.
I mean, you get a good kill feed for yourselves. So, there is some presence in middle map that you do have. You've taken a good amount of space, and as soon as you take that space, Gamer Dude will come directly on top of you and take you down. So, as Gamer Dude flies his way into the hard point, 20 seconds left is what we have on the back end. Is hill time for Scraps on P1. Won't be able to win it here. It'll need to be a P2 rotation, but I don't think that'll be much of a problem. Pinnacle will have that right side of the map.
Early gunfights, Kaiser's going to have to take. Maybe not anticipating that quick of pressure. Snapper gets through, and the snap's clean. Now he's going to be the one to take over lobby. You don't have back spawns, and you know it. So at least as new pawns come through, you've got to be able to hold this. And as you said, splits come through, so a pinch can develop mid-map, and I just don't know that Apollo's privy to it.
I think they might be, though, because I think Ferg turns around and is watching out by Rock. But unfortunately, Ferda will find that kill. So they go 1 for 1. 2 on top for Apollo, but it's now back in the hands of Pinnacle to try and break in. Snapper will save the game on 5 in a row. Doesn't have the Hellstorm just yet. Spawns across the map from Pinnacle. It's only 12 points they need, though. Apollo have to not only play the rest of the scrap time, but rotate on everything.
Well, you get the calls, you get the crosses. Again, everyone is pushing through lobby. 3 go down on the feed. Another good kill feed. That's going to be the clearance, even though Gamer Dude is able to find 2. It is Snapper season. Really carrying you to this point, trying to will you back into this one. Still a lot of work to be done on rotation. You win another big gunfight, the pinch to the back. You want to be able to take this gunfight, and you don't. Gamer Dude connects with the nade. You at least contest where it has to go new. But I wonder, at this point, has damage been done with that last little break?
They only get one off it. Green is tucked inside of the office. I thought for a moment Traps is able to find that kill. He walks away with that. Okay, well, we're talking a different story, but this is going to leave numbers around the hard point, at least for the moment, for Apollo. From the up top jump, it's a contestation through the back, trying to find a player inside of 10. 2-2 once again for Apollo. They'll still continue to sit in the time. I mean, if this would have came earlier in the game, it would be much closer than it is now, but they've hit form in this late stage.
Can they keep it rolling? Can they thwart off this next push? And maybe if you do that, you force the rotation. We'll see here. This next wave of gunfight's going to be everything.
Oh, we were nervous, but Ferda picks up the second. It's number 3 there. Spawns will be close over by Boathouse, but I don't know if it's going to be enough time. You try to play for the contestation there. It's a sprint directly through the office. 2 seconds left. Trying to jump over the railing, but they just simply won't be able to get there in time. They might touch about a half second too late. Pinnacle Gamers, thanks to the work that they started off with in the early portions of the Hacienda hardpoint, it'll carry them all the way through. It's leader's advantage, and they didn't really have to do all that much.
Gotta tip the comeback. At least the attempt of it. Well, we're gonna get a glimpse of the scoreboard, Alex, and I'll just let you tell me real quickly for Apollo Esports what the potential glaring pain point was.
Okay. Let's take a look at it here. I mean, my first instinct is to probably say Ferg.
Sure.
But 2,300 damage with 13 over the 20, the 2,000. Is what it is. But yeah, as we continue to jump around here through the lower bracket, got another best of 3 going on your screen at the moment. Still losers round 2 matchup. As mentioned beforehand, if you are just joining us, losers round 4 and winners round 4 will be where the best of 5 start for both the upper and the lower bracket. Still, we will say goodbye to a few teams here from the losers round 2. I work 8 to 5, excuse me, and Gen 1 Esports dueling it out here on Hacienda.
As 23 and 8. On 7 in a row, make it 8 as well. Body shots coming in. A little deservedly so, maybe. As I work 8 to 5. Just another day in the office at the moment. Maybe not feeling it in the losers bracket, but trying to show that they're here for the long day and trying to make a deep run. Having their way, simply put, and this one feels put to bed already.
Yeah, I mean, you look to Marskis and Grime. 2 players that have been around inside of the challengers. That's Driz for a 3-piece, by the way. I just thought I'd point that out.
Casual.
24 and 8 from Dez. But I mean, like, you look to the opposite side for Gen 1 Esports. This is a team that should be at least relatively competitive. I work 8 to 5, also a very strong team. I look to Velux as kind of the leader, but Dez also there. You can't really ignore what he's doing inside of this game. So lots of talent on both of these sides. This is just an absolute blowout here in the first map of this best of 3. Still kill feed continuing to be won by the blue. I work 8 to 5. We'll soak plenty of this P3 time. You got a Hellstorm for Dez. Why wouldn't he? He wants double digits here. Marskis, Hazard, looking to double chow out to the right, and you can see Dez. What a hill kitten. That's great stuff.
Grimy will take one from the front. The contest comes in, but quick on the trade, going to be lazy. At one point, a combined 18-team spree. As they're on the cusp of maybe a 50-point clip here at the moment. You talked about some of the people with tenure that we've seen in the challenger scene. Gen 1 Esports, hoping things get a little easier for you maybe as this best of 3 goes on, but with rotation and new, sure, you're completely stacked up with bodies. I mean, again, the route being taken by Dez, this should play spoiler on the whole thing.
And if you find the first, even Pepper one up, this is going to cause a distraction because now everybody's going to be turned into obvious different directions. And as quickly as they were able to set up and hold 4 bodies there, I work 8 to 5 will slide their way in. Dez will play the cruddy corner, waiting for somebody to push in through checkers. EX will think wiser of it, wants to turn around and watch a flank coming through. Hazard will pop up for 1. There's Dez going into the P2 hold. Through middle map, one's going to be making their way in. Dez, good shots. Snap to the right, back to the left. Hey, how you doing? He works an 8 to 5, and he's still going to fry you off the map. Hellstorm called in. This will probably put the game to bed.
Less than 10 seconds over the top, maybe just to add insult to injury. Driz going to clean up a couple of more, and with 5 seconds remaining, I mean, Hellstorm going to be of no use. His team's able to clean up. Oh, gets Marskis off spawn, so... And that's unlucky. Just a little slap in the face there at the very end of things. Gotta be feeling good. Maybe a little noise too being made after that map 1.
Typically that's insult to injury. I don't think that was injury. That was just a straight slaughter across the board for I work 8 to 5. So yeah, I mean, a 50-point club. in the lower bracket on a team that we expected to at least make maybe a relatively decent push through either the lower bracket. I mean, I feel like they had a decent run in the upper bracket. They had a rematch of old CCL teammates that they ended up getting knocked down to with Gen 1. But, I mean, here inside of, you know, the bottom aspect of the lower bracket, I mean, you just simply can't get beat 250 to 45. I get it's early on a Saturday. Well, actually, it's past noon at this point over in Texas, so... Yeah, no, really no excuses. That's just a bad map. But we'll have on board here, back with Galaxy once again. Cam's not having the hottest start she might have liked. This Flacco will fall. It's a 3 versus 3. Bomb will go down. We're tied up here on the ball.
All three players trying to work through that side as well. They almost get in. No one left on site for the moment. So you're trying to watch the rewrap, Sunny. I mean, yeah, just free pickings there. You try to get in position for the trade, and you do. So you read it, but you don't win the gunfight. Now it's time dwindling. A 2 versus 2. You get the pick on Snicker. Camps gets 1-1v1.
Oh, that timing for Reddit was great. Because they were trying to make that vault hop up all the way to top cat. But instead,
Oh, Camps.
timing over the top. Oh, both of them turning around. Shots in the back. Will be able to get there in time. The answer is yes. Okay, so about 9 seconds on the defuse. Be about a second and a half left on that defuse. That was as awkward as they come on the gunfights there, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it just, I think you just get Pika's advantage for the moment. Camps with the hop over, just doesn't get eyes. Not with the spin around for a second, but Reddit in a good position. 8 and 4. Clutches the 1v1, puts them up 4-3.
Game of timings throughout middle map there.
Truly.
I mean, really, to give a shot at the 1v2, you had to find that first escaping hop over the top. You were trying to, you know, double up and vault there at the end, which isn't the wrong play. Again, it's just that timing to jump down from top cat to get into the vault that Reddit was able to play perfectly into the hands of Pinnacle Ballers. So now you go back to an offense. Look for some space up the map. 2 to top cat. Trophy going to be knocked out. Both will hop out the window. And as standards as it comes on vault, we'll get that bomb down A.
Jackal over the top, why not? Pepper shots, backs down. And you're going to be watching the deep flank at that, but it's 2 players for Galaxy pushing through. Sure, you're watching it, but if you've got an AR in tow, you might be able to at least get the trade on this and have the pinch.
Like, Snicker is trying to call out to the teammates where somebody might be in the back line. Johnson will finally fall, but he gets 1 for his money. So it's a 3 versus 3 back on the site with 24 seconds. Reddit, the first one to drop with Camps. 2 versus 2 now as we go with low numbers. Trying to drop in from the vault. It's a pinch on both sides, but there's still 2 players all the way around, and you're trying to make a long route through. If you are the last remaining player on this Pinnacle Ballers roster, Ebok out towards pool, spotted out. Just simply not enough time to be able to find that defuse and this final kill. So both players at the end, you get your consolation if you're Snicker, but you're down 5-3 now.
ARs over the top. For Pinnacle, good presence. We keep calling to Reddit what he's been able to do, and even just able to find one on the flank there through P2.
Yeah.
Really kind of shut down what you wanted to do if your Galaxy sold out for that pinch with numbers and time as well. It took too long to develop. So as you said, it's got to be 3 straight for Galaxy here. See what they can tally on the board. The first blood would be everything. Any kind of life advantage. It's quick through cat for the moment.
Tournament lives on the line. They will escape the nade. Trophy systems to use and utility to be able to counteract here inside of the bottom of vault. Both trophies will be down. Hard retake for the Pinnacle Ballers who are on the defense here. Ebok, RC car, wants to sneak it inside of the door. They'll shoot it. Nobody taken off just yet. Still 4 versus 4. All bodies up on the map. Ebok, as they look in, will destroy the first trophy, but doesn't realize there's a second one there. That's what I mean when I say it's so hard to retake when there's trophies that are down, but Johnson will find the first one. Numbers. Now, it's an RC car from the opposite side from Reddit, and Ebok will find the final kill. That is the last straw for Galaxy. They have been knocked out of Major 2.
Oh, man. And I was thinking Reddit out of the play, no? Like, I wasn't sure if he was waiting for a call, and it just snuck in. They were applying pressure poolside, a perfectly timed retake. We know how hard that can be. A couple RCs get invested, and I just think they lose track of who had streaks there. Bow out of Major 2. A wonderful round for them to be able to take and close that out. Heartbreak on the side of Galaxy, but we're going to dive right into Skyfox Gold. Send Retribution.
Ooh.
Another staunch scoreline, Alex.
You know, we might see 0-4. But only 1 person has gotten a kill. Now make it 2. Frost finally will tally up 1.
Sure.
3 total kills in almost 5 rounds of Search and Destroy for the Sin Retribution roster. Down 0-1 to Skyfox Gold. Devon we'll find a Frost and Frosty on the same team, huh? Okay, sure. 1v2 for Grim.
Take a side. Trying to clear out. Lots to do, and not only that, but getting in the site and clearing things out. Time going to be the biggest pain point. I fear if he just slides in here as well. I don't imagine that timing goes well. Shots over the top, tries to pepper, but yeah, it's just time. Going to be everything and not going to have enough.
You bait out, though, but I mean, you're on 6 in a row. I'd love to see maybe a life be played here. Maybe try for a Hellstorm. I know you're kind of frying on this map right now. If he wins that with a pistol, we get okay. But yeah, I mean, that's a good rep for Sin, though. I mean, you had to get kills on the board at some point. Maybe start shooting the guns a little bit straighter.
Sure.
Walk away with a gunfight win. Maybe it's execution. We haven't really seen the entirety of the S&D, so I can't really, pinpoint exactly what it is. But 3 donuts as we hopped on board. Still 2 going into the 6th round of S&D. That's not a recipe for success. I'll be the one to say it.
Not at all. And that can go and point to, surely it's safe to assume you're not winning the first bloods. Like you said, piecing together what little info we have. We'll see what they can regain. Try to collect here as they get one on the board. And defensively, quick hold over to B. It's a little bit of a 2-2 split. Now for Skyfox, they're working to take a side. They're leaning with this B as well.
I mean, Chico to open up for 1. An 8 inside a ticket. Won't be able to connect. But you've done your work if you are Chico. You've gotten your first kill inside of the search and destroy, but more importantly, you've now wiped 2 players off of the board with the help of Frost. So is everybody starting to heat up just a touch here? Sin Retribution, all of a sudden finding footing on the map. Bateman last alive in a 1 versus 4. He's not going to get the timing from the top as the ladder is climbed. He gets 1 in ticket for, I guess a little win in the round, but that's 2 straight for Sin Retribution, starting to claw their way back.
I like the pacing they pushed there. Pushed out beyond the site. So often we see teams turtle up and just default to kind of holding irons, but it's a nice pace change up that I think Sin Retribution needed. Capitalized on it. Everyone looking good in that round. More players getting those kills on the board. That was everyone. Finally got them tallied. So, hey, maybe we talk Caster Curse a lot, Alex, but maybe we might be good omens. We'll see here. I think I might have just flipped the script, but only time will tell.
I was going to say, usually, if you're a team on main stage, usually you get nervous, but I mean, maybe it's a buff this time through. Have to wait and see. Still a lot of rounds that they need to be able to even tie this one up, let alone take this red card search and destroy. Shoulders thrown from the B site. Player 7 and Grim will wisely back off. Bateman will open up. Tally on 1 on the board for Skyfox Gold. And Chico is stuck in a corner out through middle map. Finally gets some help. I'm surprised they weren't able to take care of Chico a little bit faster.
And we'll see if this adds to a greater storyline for the round. Could find fantastic timing here, trying to push forward. No eyes just yet. Oh, I thought just a little snappy, overlooks it for the moment. Machine gun, the shimmy, the shake, trying to push forward, able to get the kill as well. So suddenly scratching your head at, man, not collecting that kill, but you're in decent position if you are Skyfox. Unfortunately, Skip with the submachine gun, so he has to find a way to close distance.
Every time I see a tractor, it's PTSD to that St. Edwards search and destroy from the CCL last year. Skip playing back, had the contestation. Doesn't realize there's one playing all the way by like a P3 contestation spot for DM. So it's like you have a full map spread. Skyfox, good luck. This is the one part of red card that is so difficult to deal with. Okay, ooh. I say it's difficult to deal with. They make quick work. Now it's a 1 versus 2, and Chico has to completely change the strategy here and fly back through middle map with an SMG.
Has to get this peek in sooner than later.
Yeah.
I just never got eyes clearly on bomb. Interesting. Attempt to retake, and yeah, just simply put, couldn't get eyes on bomb. Enough time passed, trying to rewrap the mid. So will be Skyfox getting another one on the board, putting them on map point and series point. I like the adjustments that Sin Retribution has made, but in a 3v2, getting work there like that just can't happen with bomb down.
I was almost wondering like where they were and like what the timing on the challenges were. Like, were they the ones that just got caught off guard on bad timing, or were they gunfights that were more so like, oh, we're just gonna push the map and kind of like pinch it in closer together to try and maybe play a trade or something like that? Like, I just feel like maybe it came down to a timing or two, but I wouldn't even give myself away. If you have a bomb check, I mean, that should just be plenty.
Yeah, DM got picked too on that P3 hold we were looking to see develop, favoring Sin Retribution, so that might have been the breakdown. Form a war on 2 fronts. Aggressive once again though through mid map.
Why for a moment? You see DM trying to work his way up. We'll find Skip early on here. But now JB. could potentially have a timing out through the mid side of map here. And as Grim takes down Neon, I mean, this becomes a little bit easier for Skyfox. You're still just so far pushed up in your spawn. And borrowed timing goes the way of Sin Retribution, probably a round loss.
You've cleared all of this out. Really, except for P3, and that's where all 3 players unfortunately are grouped up. So now you're going to get rewrapped. This could just be the worst do-si-do of all time. At least you consolidate and can compensate for one AR up close. Grime's going to be able to win the gunfight. The beatdown not coming through. So Chico going to try to be quick on the trade. Not going to work out. 2v2. Another moment, Alex, that comes down to time. You've got to work across the map. I don't see this one working out.
Chico, timing is good. Oh no, trigger discipline's not though, and he gets shot back from Ticket and dies. Leaves his teammate Frost in a 1 versus 2. But the destination should be known that they're going straight over to B. Do I like the wrap from Frost here? I don't know. Audio cue given away, so now they may be looking back over to the opposite side. You have to be able to break on out. Bateman shots, 53 HP. Not the best played situation from Sin Retribution. And unfortunately, after a map 1 loss on a hard point, not exactly sure of the score, we have a 6-2 win for Skyfox Gold, which now knocks Sin Retribution out of Major 2 open.
I can't believe there was less than 30 seconds left. And you got it, Chico. All you got to do is win the gunfight, and that... I thought it was surely the round before that. Yeah, just back-to-back rounds there at the end. Fumbled the bag, pretty much. You could have been looking at things being tied up 4-4 at this point. A couple of self-inflicted wounds, but good bounce back out of Skyfox. 8-5, picking up where they left off here.
Okay.
Someone on some kind of streak every time we've tuned in, and sure.
Well, I hate to say it, but this is kind of what we expect in the lower rounds. Vey looks dead from his teammate's cleaver early on. Inside of the site, it is just a mixed fest and trades back and forth. Last alive is Lazy. Hopping towards Top Cat, has information on where Hazard is, and if the timing's good enough, he wins it, forces a 1v1. Thought maybe Grime would wrap to the opposite side of the vault, but knows exactly where he's going to have to chow into. Has an RC car to work with. If you're nade shot, you won't like the call of the play here, if he does decide to call it in. But 7-1 here in the S&D. In a 1v1 for the series, Grime has to win it to keep their major hopes alive.
No intel giving off a stun either. Now just going to push in, and this timing could go, yeah, Lazy's way. And does the slide out unfortunate, the drop down perfect, clean sheet here, and only have given up, what, 46 points between 2 maps?
Yeah, it was 50-point club, and then a 6-0 loss in the search and destroy. All right, so ping pong to yet another search and destroy here. 5-2 up is the Pinnacle Gamers. Apollo Esports also losing their opening hardpoint in this best of 3. 1 round away from also being bowed out of the major. And as Hyper will look back over towards the left-hand side, it's Preem in a 1 versus 2 with bomb down inside of the site.
Tagged with the nade. Pushing the aggression out of the bomb carrier. Yeah, a decision.
B1, timing goes the way of Snapper on the drop down. It was shaky for a moment, but Apollo will win it. I mean, we can just go back to it real quick. That is something that you never want to see. If you are the one with the bomb in your hand, I get you maybe want to try and cross out to A because you're trying to like bait the 50. You're like, oh dude, like what if we go A? Like if we make it over to A, we get this bomb down, round win, easy. It's like, no, like you just forced him out of the site. You have all the information. You know that if you push that out, you're probably gonna have to take a 1v1 gunfight. Just get the bomb down, play the timing, force the 1v2 retake in a site that's hard to hit back.
Snapper doing the Lord's work. Barring a true miracle. Apollo trying to walk away with the search and destroy. Still a few rounds to work with. Shades of what we've seen prior. It's going to have to be consecutive at this rate. Leaning A. Shots over the top. Snapper trying to get eyes on a few of these players. And should the comms coming in, especially with Hyper pushed up where he is, yeah, that should be comms that they're leaning A barring an island player.
Unless this is the wrap back to the Eskies here, and you walk away with 1. You had a great timing. Okay, and it works out. No, it doesn't. Oh, he escapes, and Hyper wants to turn away because he doesn't know where anybody is. I get it. You're playing your life over towards A. You can make the wrap all the way through the P3 side. Give yourself a timing. 4 versus 3. Apollo will open up things with Snapper's AR. Doable. Difficult.
Now just credit up with bomb down. Okay. Drafts connects with 1 over the top. You're trying to find a way to work forward. Guys with the clean shots, that'll give the information to Snapper. He's going to drop down. Last one going to be Stage. Another cleanup. 8 in a row. No Hellstorm just yet, but the fuse going to come in. So a couple tallied quickly on the board in response. Apollo Esports looking like the comps have tightened up just a little bit here.
I mean, Snapper's your clutch guy right now. This is the part of the S&Ds where it gets difficult to like be like rooting for a team where it's like, okay, you know, you rattled off 2 straight rounds, or maybe it'd be 3 at this point, right? And it's like, we're at 5-4, but if in order to win these rounds at 14-4, Snapper has to probably drop another 2 rounds in each of the next 2 rounds that come up. So you're looking at probably 18 kills and maybe having to go on a 12 streak in order to win this game, unless somebody from Apollo can step up. Mainly looking at Ferg at 1-8, didn't have a great hardpoint performance either, but still not over yet. Round by round, Apollo scratching their way back to the surface. Trophy system read out through middle map. Snapper on the hedge heady. Looking for one to peek up. Nobody from Pinnacle Gamers giving any sort of information except where they might be playing from.
Gets eyes on one top window. Snapper gonna pepper shots, let him know he's there. Reposition comes through also. You're really relying on him to find some information. Everyone kind of holding irons for the moment, playing for a flank potentially. Snapper's the guy you just need to make magic happen. And they are leaning on that now as he's the furthest pushed up player. As you're working up for Hyper, you give the call that, hey, I haven't seen anything yet towards B. You walk away with the first blood. Now maybe going to play for an overextension, but I mean, again, they're just trying to work for some picks here still.
They are. I wonder if the play call here is using the Hellstorm, and it absolutely is. Yeah, because I was going to say there has to be some information being gathered and where they want to go. But if you're Hyper, you need to be very careful trying to sneak into the site. Snapper over middle map up to double digits here in the S&D. I said he might need 18 to take over this search and destroy and send them further. 1 versus 2. Preem last alive. Had a good trade. Ferg is still here. Snapper trying to collapse, but with 11 seconds, they need to get the bomb down inside. Almost the turn on. But if you're Snapper, you have to plant the bomb. It's the only play that you have. 5 seconds left. He had like 0.1 seconds. He hops off it. He's trying to run away. He's trying to find the kill. Oh no! Oh no! No, 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 no! 10 in a row to throw. Oh no. 16 quad positive to throw. Oh.
I mean, there's really only one way you play that. I'm gonna go out on take a leap here. Maybe into the mind of Snapper. You get bombed down and you're kind of caught playing bomb. You're also on a 10 spree, so maybe lean on the gunny a little bit to rip that one off. You don't really know where you could be coming from. I get there's okay, you know what, scratch that. There's just nothing else to do but get the bomb down. That you don't win that round. There's just nothing else to do. There's 4 seconds and you're trying to chow out of sight. Plant the bomb.
Either way, you're leaving it up to chance.
Yeah.
Like you're like, regardless of what happens, you leave it up to chance. If you don't get the or if you don't get the plant off, you leave it up to time. If you get the plant off, you at least can force that 1v1, extend that timer a little bit longer. That's the only play that you have in that situation. And he had gotten it in time. I get like probably this, like, you know, it's a split second decision. You're on 10 in a row. You've got 16. Your entire major's on the line here. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are going on in your head right there. But like, you just need to play that clutch factor. He had been that clutch guy. I'd called on it earlier that round before it even started. Like, he'd been there in the 1v1s, the 1v2s, and been able to take them in that S&D. And that's just a misplay, but it's okay. So
yeah. Tough way to bow out of things and play timing over playing, you know, kind of a smart situation, but you called it. In those moments, so much going on in your head. It's just wrong decision. It happens. You hate to bow out that way. Pinnacle move on and kind of gifted that in a sense, not being forced to a potential round 11. So yeah, sigh of relief, and maybe they're like, okay, yeah, we'll take it.
All right, well, 4 teams now exiting Major 2 out of losers round 2. We'll step aside for a moment when we come back. We'll have some more action here for Major 2. Like I said, long day ahead of us. Don't go anywhere. Grab a snack, grab some water. We'll be back in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the coverage of Major 2 Challengers. We are jumping straight into our hard point here. Temper GG versus Rally Esports, and this is going to be lower round 3 that we're taking a little look at.
Yeah, it is. So again, same kind of story as last time around. The teams are still fighting for survival here at Texas, although it should be said, again, as we get further and further through this bracket, the matches are going to get more difficult, and you guys should be recognizing a few more names in each game if you guys are long-time fans of Challengers. One name I recognize here in Rally Esports is Conwa. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I distinctly remember him teaming with Aroma. That's not a statement of greatness, it's just how we recognize him because obviously it's Aroma. Rally Esports, then they have somebody recognizable on their team, but beyond that, not too sure what to expect out of this look.
Well, we'll have a look, see if anybody's shining at this point. Obviously, this is an elimination game, and it does put the pressure on both sides, as they really won't want to go out of the tournament at this stage. But it gets a little bit harder from this point of it, because you could really be facing anyone. Losers round 2 and 3, that's where the kind of seed disparities can really start to shine.
Yeah, for sure. Again, these guys might well have a fine time here, but when you start facing the, shall we say, the Notoriouses and the Omit Brooklyns of the world, that's when things get significantly more difficult. If they even get to a point where they might be facing those teams, because let's be honest, those teams are the ones we expect to go the distance in this tournament. With that said, right now we're in a game where we expect these guys to be relatively evenly matched. That seems to be the case so far. Just 3 points in it, and Rally Esports about to take the lead again from Temper GG. Nice double coming through from Grizz. Is it well timed with a hit from Camp on the other side? No, but it doesn't matter because Grizz will find the kill in the end. Temper are now back in for the back 30 seconds here. Big 3-piece there for Grizz. It's going to give them control.
On it. Just trying to stay alive in this position, and next to Grizz, that's a huge 5-3, and they just all line up, and this is perfect now. Push out both sides. And should have a very good time doing it. A little bit of scrap time as they look for this rotation, but there will be another stack trying to hit this.
For more here. Still players are going to swarm in towards this hard point. Gibbs is playing his life pretty well, to be fair, inside that hard point, but does end up going down. Fortunately for him, CDW is there for the immediate trade. So that will be the last little bit of scrap time going the way of Rally Esports. We look towards the next hard point, though, in Temper GG. Not currently in control just yet at the hard point, but are in control of up top. Really nice AR play coming out from Camp, and there should be the follow-up from the rest of the Temper GG team. Take control of the time. They do exactly that, but again, it's so easy to lose control as soon as you do gain it on this hard point. P1 is always mixy on any hill or any map or any game of Call of Duty, and Hacienda hard point is absolutely no different. Rally Esports now back in for the time here for the back 30.
But this game basically being tied up in a bit of time being soaked on P1, as I need to tell you that he's really able to pull away. This P2 rotation will be massive. XT Grizz. Easy pick up there in the end, and that should be their rotation locked in. And while they will be behind going into it, if they can hold off I mean, you need somebody front just in case, but if you can hold off this pressure, it might be worth it. They've lost back spawn as well here.
Now, this is not that great. One more player in the back to deal with. Yeah, you just take down T8, so that problem has been dealt with pretty easily here. And now an opportunity to Rally Esports to run away with this game. Currently with a small tentative advantage. They have to watch all the point of entries towards this hill. That doesn't happen. Camp very easily managing to start putting punctures in the defense here. Backline hasn't quite been cleared out fully just yet. Oh my goodness me. Camp was about to turn and burn on towards Cal. That doesn't happen. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know at this point. T8 just went down. Rally Sports in control of the hill. It doesn't look like Temper can find their way through.
I'm going to try and do a bit of work, but difficult to really get that one rolling. T8! I'm not going to get that one either. What could have been so good for Temp? I mean, they really did set up for this P2 spawn, and somehow after what's been one of the easier collapses we've seen, haven't managed to regain. Now, very important, on this next rotation, they nail it properly. Unfortunately, you can already see Conwa has gone around the back. This could be a really good pinch. Camp needed that kill.
Did get it. Big read there. How is Cal not immediately traded that one out? Camp is going to get that free. And now that makes Conwa's flag that you mentioned kind of put null and void, and now most certainly so as Camp continues to burn. For the amount of time we've seen Camp on screen, with how solid they've been shooting, I'm very surprised right now that they are ever so slightly negative.
Yeah, that was a pretty good 3-3, and see it again here, just holding the angle, waiting to see where somebody picks out, and that's a beautiful headshot. 4 streak, trying to stay alive, continue to go back and forth, knows there's more pressure coming as well. Camp still got incredible shots going forward. A 5 streak now eventually will be taken down. Rally Esports do still somehow get a good amount of time over on this.
Yeah, that's a big amount of time for Rally, considering what the map control wasn't really there. I will say they are currently riding the high still off that garage hardpoint. It's again, since jumping into this game, it's the first full 60 we've seen from either of these two teams. It's made a hell of a difference on this game right now. Now Rally have control of the rock hardpoint as well. This is not a good moment in the game for Tempo. You got to find a way to break here pretty quickly.
Gonna try it, trying to thread the needle there. XT Grizz just trying to get it down, gets the trophy, but will they get a kill? No, they do not. Not able to really break that as much as they want to. Camp getting into this point eventually, but Trade's just not gone the way they want to, and this game is getting out of hand.
Yeah, you've got to break better than that. Tempo look a little bit singular in the way that they're hitting this one. Now you're dealing with a flank coming through from Comler as well. Players continue to get isolated. You could even see that on the minimap, right? T8 just goes all on his lonesome while Camp tries to play the heady inside garage. That's not going to work. We're watching Conwa making routes happen as well. The damage, though, on this hill is most certainly done. We saw the full 60 on the McLaren hardpoint, or the garage hardpoint, excuse me, first time around. And now here on this hard point towards Rock, it's another full 60 for Rally Esports. That has put a serious dent in this game.
Now, as it comes down to it, I mean, Tempo GG, there is a way back here, but they have to fight for this P1, get some positioning up top, and then have a very good transition to P2. It's what let them down last time, and the reason they're in this kind of bad position. At the moment, they're not even really contesting P1, and that's a problem.
You've got to be contesting people. Just throw yourself at the hard point. Stop worrying about top control. They're going to get it, but now you need to get in the hill. Finally, they will do so. The contest. Conway looking to go back and forth, but not going to happen. Big shutdown coming through. CTW now the next one through. 5 in a row. 10 seconds away are Rally Esports from this victory. You've got the coverage. Temper trying to find their way through, and they just can't do it. Yeah, this game's done, so.
Yeah, just very little to really talk about. You thought Tempo GG about halfway through was like, yeah, this is a pretty competitive game, and unfortunately, nothing went right. And I still say I think it started at P2. The hole that they put on wasn't enough. Normally, you allow people to take lobby, and you go back and you hold it from the back spawn, and they seem to stack lobby, lose all the kills, and then that was it.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I think as soon as they lost that P2 hardpoint, it felt like you could definitely see Temper struggling, right? The way that they were playing was not well-measured hardpoint whatsoever. Things just felt super individual in the way that they were playing defensive holds on hills. And granted, you know, these guys can shoot. We for sure saw that in those games. Just that isn't all you need to win a hardpoint game. You need to play as a team, and it just wasn't there. Let's look across the board, though, to another matchup going on right here in losers round 3. We saw Bearclaw XR9 earlier on very briefly. It was a 6-0 Hacienda Search and Destroy. So we know that they are competent, but on the other side, they're facing a couple of names that I believe are very, very storied in Call of Duty Esports. Juju and Llama on Treaty 1 Gaming. These guys have always been kind of knocking about challengers for the last few years, so it's good to see them back again.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, maybe a bit of a difficult team to face at this stage of the bracket, because that is definitely got a little bit of, I think, veterancy almost.
Yep.
Is the way to put it realistically. And right now, Bearclaw RX9 not having the greatest of times, although there's going to be a bit of streaking going on.
This is actually pretty good. Good wave of gunfights from Bearclaw. Really well played around this first hard point. Tree 1 kind of flailing somewhat. You got to imagine, though, they should be good to lock down the second hill. You can see Juju through the window there, catching players off behind. Scott A is going to be the player to get those frags, and so Treaty 1 will be the first team touched over by New. They haven't fully dealt with the pressure just yet. EJ's through the middle of the map, and those back spawns are still locked in for Bearclaw Esports, but you can definitely trade this one through.
Got a bit of pressure here. Bearclaw have an opportunity before those players get into the fight. And here they go, trying to get into it. Realistically, may have left a little bit too late for the trades. While they are in, reinforcements are here for Treaty. And that may be just a little bit of hesitance. Once they got 2 down, could have taken that hill away from them.
Still a fight going on. Yeah, numbers still looking pretty good for Treaty 1 here. So as you said, despite having the numbers in that situation, Bearclaw just did not make the best of them. End up going down, and now still with those back spawns. This is a disastrous situation for Bearclaw. An opportunity for a potential break and a hole on this hard point has now turned into, you've given the time away to Treaty 1. You are now spawning out over by that old hard point, while Treaty 1 are the ones in control of New. This is about as bad as it possibly gets here in this game. You are 80 points down. You've got to find a fast break on this next hill, and you've got to trek across the entirety of Red Card to get it done.
Well, let's see if they can do it. At the moment, nobody actually in the hill with Treaty 1. Treaty still not in the hill.
Please, somebody?
Yeah, that's about 15 seconds given away there. And it's going to be Bearclaw that get in first.
Okay.
I understand playing for positioning, but 15 to 20 seconds is more than just a little positioning.
I just don't think you understand it. It was really important positioning. Those guys really needed control of that stairwell. If they didn't get it, the game would have been done.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a sell, but I mean, they're in now and still in a commanding position, so all's well that ends well, I suppose.
All right, well, that TK from EJ is not going to help. It will weaken the defense ever so slightly here. Juju able to procure a double. Armor will be good for the trade as Flash takes out Juju. So last 10 seconds worth fighting clear for Treaty 1. And yeah, I think despite the little slip up there from Treaty 1, they definitely could have been cleaner on that initial hold. The scoreline hasn't changed that much, right? I mean, Treaty 1 still have an 80-point advantage in growing here. They are now, once again, the ones in control. And the ARs are on point. Xeno in the power position. Flash, at the very least, will be checking the corner. Should be able to good for the killing onto Xeno. Actually took some first initial shots in, but I looked towards the kill feed, and I'm not too sure what happened, but Lucio decided he wanted to take the rest of his teammates down.
Well, hey, it's a bold tactic. Maybe it'll pay off. You never know. You never know. You know, you got to learn new things on land all the time. And one of the things we are learning right now is that Bearclaw really struggling to get towards this point. Eventually, do manage to jump in. There will be a fight here going through. Joe waiting for it. They know they're both going to be in here. That's a big gunfight win, actually. That should give them just a bit of scrap time.
Anytime you can get at this point, if you're Bearclaw, you can take. But again, I don't know how many times we're going to say this. It's Treaty 1 in control of the rotation. I think they've had first look at every single hard point for the last 5 or 6 hard points in a row now here on this game. So for Bearclaw XR9, got to find a way to break, as you have done a couple of times here in this game, to bring down the massive advantage which Treaty 1 have built up, because they are just 35 seconds away from victory. AR's shooting once again. Xeno inside the hard point on 6 in a row. Moment away here from a Predator missile, and that would be game here in this game.
And a bit of a push coming in. Bearclaw not letting it go quite yet. Waiting to get onto this point, and I think you are right there. This game feels almost over already, but Bearclaw not willing to give it up. They have a good position here if they can just find their trades. Which might have to go back to the hill and help out, because he's actually going to hit the pinch for this with 15 seconds to go. That's not too bad. They still have positioning. They are quite far behind to not get us every single second they can out of this point.
Yeah, at the very least here, they do take quite a bit of time away from Treaty 1. Again, the problem still remains, though. I mean, look at this rotation. Once again, Treaty 1, yeah, they invest a little bit, but this is still something where you've taken time away from the opposition. Do not have control of the rotation still. Bearclaw, still 15 seconds into the hill. Finally, someone's jumped onto it. Bismarck with the late flank here to try and take a player down. At the very least here, the good news for Bearclaw XR9 is that Treaty 1 are relatively splintered on this hit towards the hard point, but now Juju's like, yep, all right, had enough now. I'm just going to jump into the hill and hope this game ends on this hill.
And, well, with that done, it might just be they're going to take every single way of positioning. Bearclaw so far away, he actually saw a couple of members of Treaty 1 actually turn around there, wondering if they got the different spawn because they couldn't find them. And with 7 seconds left, got to stay alive. Bismarck desperately trying to keep it onto the point. Not going to work. Bearclaw have to basically move forward into this one, and Lucio will get 2. And he'll get the 3rd. They line up for him. And surely there's no way back in the game for this. They would need to be flawless.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's kind of looming over this game is the fact there's 46 seconds, left on the game clock. So you have to basically almost perfectly hold all of these hills as well. It's a good start. EJ up top finding those kills, but there's already one player who's penetrated the back line. It's Scott if Scott finds value here, this is game over. Juju through the front has been allowed through for contest. That's that game clock going down. Now looking for the egregious challenge. Will not find it, but Scott is good for the trade. That's 2 for him. EJ looking for some kind of contest as well. Scott will triple up, and that's going to be game. Treaty 1 Gaming have to work for it towards the end. It's like their opposition, Bearclaw XR9, did find a footing, but almost immediately lost it.
Yeah, I mean, they started to fight back quite well. I mean, it almost felt like Treaty 1 took their foot off the gas a little bit, because I thought they could have been done a couple of hills ago. But still fighting right to the bitter end. And Maybe just a little bit of a closer game than we were expecting with how it was panning out, but still in it. And with it going down to the wire, I suppose nobody wants to take too many risks.
Yeah, it does feel like a really weird, like I think we're watching like lower round COD right now. It is the best way I could describe what we're seeing at the moment. Just a kind of a lot of imperfections on both sides there in that hard point and red card. So we'll see how that game progresses. Again, these matches are still best of 3, by the way, folks. So for 3-1, just one more search and destroy, and they'll be through to losers round 4. With that said, let's move over towards a team name I absolutely love, Team Big Freaky against Team Rios. Now, it should be said, Team Rios were the team to beat Pinnacle in the upper bracket. That's probably our first massive upset of this tournament so far, given that Pinnacle were a Challengers Elite North American Season 2 team. You might recognize a couple of names on the roster, notably Azura Anarchy, who, of course, is a phenomenal female player. So, Team Rios here, currently behind on the hard point, hoping that they can get back in.
30 seconds left to go on P1. This is all about trying to keep the other team off it and position for P2. It's a story as old as Call of Duty at this point. Unfortunately, unfortunately, managed to get that kill down onto the point here, but you can already see P2 is heavily set up for. Freaky is sitting back far.
You've got yourself in position here to close out this game with a solid P2 hold. We know that this could be the money hill. Here on Hacienda, all you need is one wave of gunfights to get it done. Freaky's actually not going to kill any of those players. They're going to run right into Nija, who is ready for it. Will not get the second kill, though. Good slide out coming through from Anarchy and Server. They all of a sudden find their way through, but their job is far from over. Cannon now challenging from the other side. All of a sudden, Anarchy has a lot to do.
And Cam's already going to fall. Here comes the push, though. The head button is difficult. And, well, I say it's difficult. They've got a few kills. Andy looks for one. Not going to get the second, but reinforcements might be here just about in time. Cannon with the cannon. Kills everybody in front. And, well, that might be just the end here. Rios, one last opportunity.
Yeah, they definitely had a good opportunity there to try and hold on towards this game, but you almost immediately lose control. Could not win the next gunfights. Looks like the exact same thing's going to happen again. And he looks like they're on ice skates around the back of the point. Team Big Freaky, just one more wave of gunfights. This one's done. It's going to be a resurgence all the way through double doors. Cannon is the one watching it. Actually lets a player through here. Goes towards the second. Can't find value for either of those kills. Fortunately enough, your teammates with the Jackals will find the trade. They might actually get the tick over here. Yeah, they absolutely do. Last second, they will find it on P2. Very difficult to break in that hard point once you've lost control. And Team Rios there, just I think they had like 10 seconds of control off that hard point, and that's all they were going to get.
Difficult. We've always spoken about this before, right? And realistically, when a team is down as much as that and it comes to some of these money hills, you're kind of in a bad position, because if you go for the scraps on the last time, which you have to do because you can't afford to let the other team get even further ahead, well, then you're going to be in trouble for the rotation. And if you go for the hold in the rotation, one break or one misstep could end your game, and that's the situation they kind of found themselves in.
Sure. Well, we are going around the ground. You guys got to see the end of Temper versus Rally Esports in game number 1. Now we're going back into the search and destroy for game number 2. Rally Esports 1-0 up, currently 2-1 up in the search and destroy. Now it was 1 versus 1, and Kips will win it. So going to get the defuse here. Rally looked just a little bit better in that hard point. Hoping that they can also look better in the search and destroy as well.
Well, seeing the end of the round, it's not the most exciting time in the world, I will admit. But hey, we'll watch how this one continues to develop. Moment Rally having a good time against Temper GG. And I've said this before, probably a few times. It's always going to be the case where I kind of judge S&Ds differently. I feel like it's maybe not as much now, but it used to be the fact that there are just so many S&D specialist teams out there. I mean, I know, I'm going to throw this one back to the old days, GBs used to be full of them.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, probably not as common now,
right?
But still the case where some teams just really struggle to adapt to respawn, and you can see a team get absolutely hammered on the respawn and really fight back in the S&Ds when it comes down to it. So for me, especially in something like lower round 3, which we're currently in, that's what I usually expect to see, those individual plays, the plays that kind of change rounds coming through. And I think that's where Temper GG could have an opportunity. Yeah,
you know what's funny, actually, is you look towards those S&D players, right, and it's like you see a lot of them in Elite. Like, Rafi is the one that comes to mind for me in European Challenges Elite, where, like, Rafi's great at respawn, but he came into European challenges as a search and destroy star, and that still has never changed. Like, whatever team Rafi is on, they are always immediately improved in search and destroy because he's there. Ilya in North America is another one of those players. Like, you always have those individual players, and they might get better at respawn, but they never lose their search and destroy prowess. So you're absolutely right. We're looking to see some of those players step up here to the plate. For Temper, it feels like that has at least somewhat happened on this round. Their defense has been pretty much immaculate. CTW now left up 1 versus 4, looking to try and split the difference between all these players. No glass to smash. That's going to help him at least stay incognito here in this 1 versus 4. But actually pulling this off is a different story. Did you just spot player in the corner? Yes, he does. But surely Temper pouncing him off the back. Oh, no! CTW converts for the second. If he gets that bomb and gets out, that is a totally plausible 1 versus 4.
Well, one of the cleanest turn and burns I've seen. That was wonderful shooting and perfect centering. But I mean, you're really in the middle of the map there. It's always going to be a little bit difficult. And I wonder just how many more rounds can they get against Rally.
Oh. Temper. Currently 1 round down in this search and destroy. We'll see where they take this bomb. It's going to be a 3-hit towards B for the defense here for Rally. They've also pushed straight out in towards the stadium stands. It's the right decision. You take that 2-for-1 trade off the start. Camp will find 1 kill, but now you've got to go out in towards the stands to actually pick up the bomb. And even if you do, this is a lot of time wasted and a lot of map control wasted. Conmore is on the flank as well.
Checking every angle. The duo trying to maneuver the way through the map without getting caught. And I mean, slight opportunity to get away with it if they move fast enough. Unfortunately, they don't know that there are so many players behind them. I think Camp knows. That might be horrible timing. Oh. Good nade. Can see another player as well. That's huge. Camp going back to check up top. Opportunity here. Good positioning with bomb down. Temper have an opportunity to win this round. It's all really going to come down to timing.
And positioning, and you've just made a lot of noise. I think both players have just smashed glass in their respective areas, so they should know where these players are. Grizz gets the kill on towards Kips. Now CTW, again, they had the audio cue, but Grizz is still not looking that direction regardless. Now 1 versus 1. Camp should just play this on time. 15 seconds, all you got to do is check. Every so often, didn't see CTW on the initial. Now need to check again, because CTW's on this bomb. Check it. Camp checks it. Doesn't actually have the angle. Gets the kill, but I think it was after the defuse. CTW gets away with bloody murder.
That is just unfortunate. I was going to say maybe a shoulder would have been better. I know obviously you can wait, but the angle was so acute that it's difficult to kind of lock it down, especially with bomb stretching. That's what I was worried about. I saw why the Chow didn't come in. That bomb was a little bit out from the bomb site. She's like, hey, should be an easy one. I can wait for, 7.5, but a shoulder may have just been enough to give you that clue. Wonderful first fight from XD Grizz.
Some of these situations at the moment, crazy. Ali Esports maintain their lead. First blood good for Temper. Immediate trade from Conwa. Now looking to convert for a second here. That mantle's going to end up being the end of it. And yet still, Rally do not seem that deterred from trying to get this bomb down over by A. Cal has just been spotted out. The comms made to T8. There's the immediate trade. And CTW is about as far removed from this fight as you could possibly be. The bomb is right in the Hornet's nest, and you gotta not get stung.
Surely this is going to be over. Through the door, and I did see it. I mean, that is discipline. It's been called out as well. Should be an easy kill. Player's right there. Surely not. Oh, I was going to say, a good win from Temper GG.
I will say, it felt a little bit individual from Rally Esports there on the, what was it, the 2 versus 3. I know you guys have lost first blood, but just a kind of a couple unforced errors. Namely, I think probably the biggest one was, yeah, again, you're in a 2 versus 3. The bomb carrier is probably not the person that needs to be moving forward there. Like, if you're going to do anything in a 2v3, you should probably be doing it together, first and foremost. You definitely shouldn't be having the player making the move be the one with the bomb, because that leaves the other one in a 1 versus 3 in a horrible spot. So, Rally, not the best of positions from them there, but they still do maintain an advantage, albeit now a slimmer one. Camp goes into this round on 4 in a row. So keep an eye on him to potentially pop off over the next couple of rounds here. Same setup for Rally Esports on the defense. Once again, this worked splendidly before. And Temper, it will slow them up immaculately.
Temper have made a big push here over towards B, and now they're going to rotate back. So, Conway, it's all on you, my friend. You'll be the player that can give the information, but this is such a deep route, they have no idea. And now Temper have just walked through the middle of the map. There's no information from Rally here.
Somebody's going to catch this. Cal will catch this. Yeah, that is the luckiest corner ever. Cal catches it. We'll get traded out. Kip sees the player moving. Again, Conway's still yet to activate. Finally will do so. So you might have lost CTW, but Conway's trade makes this a 2 versus 2. It was a bit of a very long game played by Conway there, but it works out in the end. Now the 2 versus 2. Grizz leaving that top window position. Conway now will be on the hunt for it. That is a big fight to win.
Conway finds one, though. And now XT Grizz alone. A 1 versus 2. A 1 versus 1. Bomb down. Still throwing shoulders. Oh, the information, the timing. It's not really great for either side, but Kips is the player that has to do something. And he just hasn't seen anybody over and over again. Checks the wrong way. And Temper GG bring it back to 4-4.
I like the game plan from Rally. It's been the same call for a couple of rounds now. But every single time, Temper have made adaptations that, to be frank, are not particularly creative. They're not doing anything that's insane. They're just kind of throwing themselves at a site, playing as a roster when they lose the numbers. And that was a perfect example for it, right? I mean, you see that long play coming through from Conway, the long flank, and albeit, yeah, I mean, they make it down to a 2 versus 2, but as soon as Temper lose control of the initial push on towards B, they're like, all right, cool, we'll just kind of divert course here straight towards A. It works out to perfection. That lead for Rally has dissipated in front of our very eyes, Bryce. Temper are now on the defense once again, and for the bomb for Rally, it seems to be on a collision course towards B.
Conway goes down to Kips. It could have been a wonderful trade, but not going to be. Rally have the advantage. But where do they go? This looks like it might be an A push again. A does feel a little bit safer when there's that many bodies in B. They've just got to be careful because at the moment, they're a little bit lucky because they know that there shouldn't really be anyone A. So they can kind of push it without anybody to go for the trade because Kips has just done this alone, basically.
Yeah, they're not going to respect this whatsoever. And now this becomes more difficult because you have to check every single corner on transition towards A. That's top window checked. Slowly eliminating all the different possible places that Rally Esports could be. But you're taking so long to find every single player, and Rally are in such unique positions that this is going to be difficult to pull off. Time started to dwindle in this round. There we go. CTW down for the count. No immediate trade. Cal from the top window now. They just checked that position. They're going to be like, how on earth have we just been killed from there? That's Call of Duty timing. Unfortunately, it happens sometimes. Rally take the round.
Easy in the end. I still think this really could go either way. Both teams heavily fighting it through the rounds. The Rally have an opportunity to continue on in the bracket here, and for Temper GG, it could be the final curtain.
Could well be so. Feels like Rally probably should win the search and destroy given the amount of leads that they've had. Just one more round will do it. 2-2 split on the defense here, so Temper should, technically speaking, have the numbers on this hit as long as they recognize what players on the defense are. Initial shots out towards Conwell, not successful enough for a frag just yet. Temper have got to make a move. They don't realize they've got the numbers just yet. Finally, they do. That's 50 cal, down for the round. Temper now should be able to get this rock down. Shots out towards Conway. It shouldn't be enough to actually dissuade that bomb from going down. Premature nade from Kips won't be good either, but you are starting to lose numbers on the defense.
A 1 versus 3 to end this, and a little bit difficult. I mean, I give it to Temper here because they're just close together. Trading is going to be incredibly difficult in 27 seconds. Still going to go for it. Has been found. Will go down. And we're going to round 11.
Yeah, I just felt like Rally were a little slow to react there. And to be fair, so were Temper. They took a while to realize that they had a full site control off the back of that first blood. Rally took too long to do anything about it. So we do go to round 11. And honestly, at this point, Bryce, I could call it either way. We've seen a variety of different looks from both of these two teams. And a variety of different reactions in various situations. So honestly, no idea what to expect. It will be Rally on the offense. Generally speaking, we've seen them hit the A site, I believe, more than we've seen them hit B. Will that be the case again in this round 11?
Well, here it goes for Rally Esports. You know, they just have to win a round to continue on the tournament. Already back down. Doesn't look like they're having a good time. Temper have called this correctly and have stacked A.
I feel like if you do make this transition, though, towards B, you have to do it quickly. You cannot falter in this position. You can go for a double blind if you really want, and that might be the play call from Rally in this situation, but whatever you do it with conviction. Player moving forward. This is big. Off the start of this round, Grisp could be about to catch a player off guard. No, did not see him in the peripheral vision. Cal finds a frag. RCXD out, though. That's from Temper. You can see player number 6 on your mini-map camp. Still, that RC car is threatening enough. It's holding Rally Esports back, but Honor just flies out into the open and takes himself out for free.
Maybe too aggressive. I mean, they burn a good amount of time. They could have just tried to hold a few angles, but two trying to make hero plays has put them in an unenviable position. Camp, the timing is diabolical, but it might be better there. Weren't able to get it. Now in a 1 versus 4. Not able to get that kill, though. Or that one. A little bit wavy and will go down. And unfortunately, that's the way it ends for them. Rally Esports grab the win. And Temper, unfortunately, drop out of the major.
Yeah, I got to be honest. That round 11, there were 2 or 3 different moments where Temper probably could have had that round go in their favor. That initial challenge in the top window. That could have been a moment where they draw the first blood. Instead, we're not able to spot out Cal. The peripheral just kind of failed just a little bit. For the player that made that push. Then I think it was Honor through the middle of the map, kind of just put himself in a not so great position. And then, of course, the RC car didn't do anything either. So a lot of opportunities failed to grab that for Temper as they are done. Rally Esports move forward with a 2-0 win. Now back over towards another search and destroy, though. Immediate trades off the start of this one in favor of the defense. How about that for a Vault search and destroy?
Well, this is not an easy clutch up for Waves. Could get lucky with timing here.
Oh,
cheeky little stab. Not even worried about it. Do we go round again? We are going round again. Might drop through the middle. Halt. No, long all the way.
Make any noise. Looking for the initial. Shoulders being thrown right now. Cannon just spotted it out. Now it's to the double. Surely. Trophy system out of the play. Waves has just been stunned up. Do they immediately go for the chow? The answer is no. Waves needs to be the player to make this push, and he's expending a lot of bullets and a lot of energy. That nade will ever so slightly tag, but Waves decides, all right, time to make the wrap. Do they know about it? They're not looking in that direction. The play now has been called, but it doesn't matter. Waves can't produce either of these two players. He's getting tagged into both of them, but can't find the frag. They play shoulders perfectly. There was a moment there where maybe I thought they weren't going to turn around. Good play call for the 1 versus 2. It's the only play you can make in that situation, but it doesn't work out.
I've got to give credit. I think that was a really good play by Waves. I mean, tried to do everything right, wrapped, got all the way around, tried to throw it out, but unfortunately, correct play. Shoulder, shoulder, shoulder. Never give the opportunity for a clean kill. And now, Team Big Freaky are up 4-1 against Rios.
I want to keep on casting this team just solely for the name. Get him in a big clutch situation. Team Big Freaky with a massive dub. Feels like something that would be absolutely fun to come on. Regardless, Big Freaky here on the offense might be about to get surprised here. Freaky play coming through from Team Rios as Freaky, the man, the myth, the legend, goes down. Cannon with the trade. Bomb in hand, by the way. So if Cannon goes down here, this is going to make things awkward for Team Big Freaky on the offense, and he does. So players might well be pushed up, but they're going to have to retreat back to their base. Not along for this world as Team Rios with a great play call there on the defense to hit that flank. Works out for them. That's another round of the ball.
And again, same scenario, right? Fighting for your life. Rios will be feeling a little bit of pressure as they sit in the pit here. It's always going to be one of those where you fought all this way through. And don't get me wrong, you don't worry. This is loser round 3, right? You've definitely won a couple of games to get here. So you're feeling a bit more confident, even though you're in the lower bracket. But now you're essentially under the gun, right? You're down 0-1 in the series. You're down 4-2 in the S&D. Every round becomes a little bit more stressful.
Now we're starting to see some... Hello? Okay, I have no idea how Alu even got in a position there where he got that good of a look at Freaky. Fortunately, he was shut down. Regardless, it leads us to a 3 versus 3. Rios feel confident enough they can get this bomb down. I will say, Anarchy has absolutely no help here. Like, off this bomb help, like, nobody's in sight with them. Freaky goes down, though, at the very least here. Team Rios have made the right call, but I don't think necessarily it's the conventional one.
Just trying to lock in. And Rios get that one very easily in the end. And suddenly we have on the other hand, 4-3.
I think they were kind of very lucky there that the play call from Team Big Freaky wasn't to hit through Vault towards site, instead to make a flanking play. Not too sure if that was the play call from Team Rios, that, hey, they're more likely than not to push on the flank. If it was, fair play to Rios. That is a hell of a call. But if not, big risk that they just take. But it was a swing and a hit. 2 rounds on the bounce now from Team Rios. As you said, we actually have a game on our hands here. And a reminder that Rios do need to win this search and destroy. Otherwise, their tournament is done. Team Big Freaky now. See if we see something a little bit more conventional out of them. Looks to be the opening push on towards A. They're going to immediately try and plant this rock down, you have to imagine. Flanking play from Team Rios, though. We've seen this before.
Should get timing here. Keep it on that minimap. Yeah, easy. Good start. Ezra has to be a little bit more influential in this because Cannon's also not going to be there, but do they know? And oh, that's timing. That's perfect timing. Oh my goodness, might be even better. Oh no! All the timing in the world, but you can't shoot.
What did I just see?
I don't know. Too keen. Too good of a time. The timing might have been too good. They panicked.
Initially, I was going to be like, hey, hold your trigger just a little bit. You've got a couple of players in front of you. Don't immediately go for the kill. To immediately go for the kill and then not get said kill? Oh, boy. Hey, I'd have my head in my hands after that one. That's 3 rounds in a row now from Team Rios, and perhaps the worst way to blow your lead. Team Big Freaky. They start so well, they just cannot finish for their life. Now, looking for a push through the middle of the map here off the start. They want to get in towards A. It's the right play call because Team Rios have not, generally speaking, stacked that site. Now they've got full site control. This should, short of something miraculous, be around for Big Freaky.
Waves looking for the angle. And this must feel a bit deja vu. At least you have backup this time. Nobody giving Waves anything. They refuse to even give him a shoulder.
Okay. We're all good. I thought for a second there Waves was going to get away with murder. Server brings us down to a 1 versus 2. Stunned up. There's not an immediate reaction. I like that for Big Freaky, that you do not need to get aggressive here.
Yeah, if they were going to get aggressive, it would have had to have been a double slide. Comes the push and gets one. Just not enough to get the second. You don't know which way they're going. Big Freaky get another round onto the board here, and a round they needed. They haven't won a round in a little while.
Just felt like the right play call at the start of the round. Again, you know, you could see it on the minimap, the way that they were flooding through Vault in towards a site. That had been kind of the way that Rios had been so successful in the last few rounds, was actually getting the bomb into site. The post-plant retake from Big Freaky was less than desirable. This time around, something different from Team Big Freaky, as they get it done. One more round, and they move forward in the lower bracket to lower round 4. Team Rios, bye-bye. Big Freaky now going to do the regular thing, fly out towards the A site and get that rock down.
Oh, that would have been a big kill for Najira, but it's not going to be, and Rios fully have the advantage now. And they're going to hold this, and down they go already, and now a 1 versus 3. Andy needs to have a clutch up to win this, but it sounds more like we're going to a round 11.
This is going to be very difficult. You got to retrieve that bomb. Looking at a multitude of different directions. As soon as Team Rio see him, the play call should be made to Server to come and pounce on towards Andy. Andy will get away from one, but they are not long for this world. Server pushes us to a round 11, and it was a play call that was exactly like we saw Big Freaky pull off in the round prior. Whatever you can do, we can do better. Big Freaky try to plant that bomb in a 2 versus 4, send a couple of players in towards the site. It is a full 4 stack from Rios on the defense to ensure that does not happen. And we know how difficult it is to try and take the site, let alone retake it. So, round 11 we go now between these two teams. Big Freaky on the defense. And I am very curious to see what the play call here is for Rios, because if they do choose to make their way towards the A site again, there's no real reason for Big Freaky not to make the exact same play again.
Well, here we go. A fast plant from Rios. I think maybe Team Big Freaky are feeling the pressure. Absolutely no map control off them there.
Almost like they just didn't make a play call. Oh, RC car is the play call. Ali immediately takes it down. Second one as well. How about that double RC car to explode into the site? Waves now needs to hold it. Not going to do so. Second player down for the count. Late flank from Anarchy, though, could still blow this wide open. No, another one! Not again!
Oh, that one was worse!
How is this still happening? How is this still happening? Finish your food.
I was gonna tell off Team Big Freaky for not watching that flank. But Anarchy, that has got to be one of the worst ones I've seen.
Oh,
They're
no.
standing the opposite way to you. Pre-aimed it.
Oh, my God. Twice in one game. How are we having two? What are we doing? Stop getting turned on. What are we doing here?
I don't know what to say about that game. It was close until it wasn't, and after what could have been, I mean, it was a really good retake. The double RC car retake worked out, but I'm never not going to think about that game and think about Anarchy missing a guy who's facing away from him at point blank range.
Just like, how has that happened twice in one game? The second one was inarguably worse as well. The first one is like relatively inconsequential. It's like, hey, whatever, it happens. It was a bad turn on. The second one, if she stays alive, she wins that game more likely than not, because they were not watching that flank whatsoever.
Yeah, that was, I was going to tell, I was like, hey, this is great timing, great positioning. There's an opportunity. The player isn't watching the flank, right? So you've got one, you put a bit of pressure on the site. Maybe if you're putting on pressure on both sides, there's an opportunity. Unfortunately, it's one of the worst turn-ons we've seen. The turn and burn was real. Yes, they were down 2 against 4. Like, you can try to kind of be nice about it, but it just looked really, really bad.
I'm not going to be nice about it. That was awful. That was genuinely abysmal. I think we need to move on, honestly. I like, there's nothing else. There's no analytical, nothing we can say about that. That was not the best way to go out. Rios, unfortunately, did not go down fighting. They are done, though. That's the nature of the losers bracket. They had their chance and unfortunately did not deliver on it. So their tournament lives end. Fortunately for Team Big Freaky, it means that there's a likelihood that we're going to be saying that in a hype way in the near future. Yeah,
potentially. I mean, I will give credit to Team Rios in that S&D. Down, 4-1, 4-2, fought back very valiantly, made some adjustments that really helped them out round to round. It went to a round 11. And there were good moments. I said some of the very, very confident plays to kind of get in the positions they needed to be when they were being aggressive. Worked out beautifully. Unfortunately, it did fall apart in the end, and obviously not a great hard point either from them, but it is going to be the lower round. Well, that's our lower round 3 coverage done. We're going to a break. We'll catch you for more coverage in just a few minutes.
we are finally back in the winners bracket for winners round 4. Omit GG, 6F Carolina, 2 teams that were inside of stage 2 of the North America Elite facing off yet again in what should be a fun best of 5 series. Off rip though, Omit will be the first ones to strike instead of the hard point. The SMG is getting fierce already.
It's been a little bit 6F Carolina with the upset versus Stallions earlier in the winners bracket, so we'll see if they can continue to ride that wave throughout the day as they're trying to take down Omit here. As you said early on, mid-map control. Omit gonna dock quite a few points on the board, another kill feed, so expect the collapse to come in and around point as they try to work across the map. P2 spawns on the top right. Everyone spawning well side, making a quick rally back towards the site. It's gonna be an all-out brawl here for New.
The 6F roster, Millie Mercules joining in from Lore and Luxury Esports respectively after the Elite Niam Seawads both leaving this roster. So 2 new faces on 6F Carolina. Lots of, really, well, not a lot of time at all to gel for this roster going into this major open. Hoping for a better result again, as Cash mentioned, already taking down the Stallions. So, step in the right direction. P2 held down on initial time. 3 players looking to make this push forward through the rock side. Arcides will be the first up to challenge, while Sandy peppers one into Mock. Challenge back over towards the right side. AR snapped and picked up. Backline flank that was coming through from a bit shut down. Carolina need to watch for the water player. They don't lose another body. Great hold off the rip.
Just to get back to things, and still 30 seconds to fight for Sandy, taking a long route, and you hope it pays off, but you've got Fame watching for it. This will come down to timing as the rest are trying to make the push through Rock, Mercules, and Co. taking care of things.
Nice.
Fame ends up getting the cleanup as well, so it is a full 60 just about for 6F Carolina, and you get to spawn in the back, so maybe a push for 10 or so seconds. Already out of rotation is Millie as well.
Mock is currently on time on 5 in a row. Should he pick up one in the back, might be able to get a Hellstorm. Could have accrued it at this point, though, so we'll keep in touch on that. See if the streaks were earned for 6F Carolina. Utility to use on a big open map like Hacienda can be instrumental in breaking either 3 or 4. Regardless, though, over towards P3. First gunfight won by Fame. SMG on a Johnny AR. And now if you're Fame just laying down, you've got a split push coming in from both sides. A great collapse from Omit GG. Now 6F Carolina forced to push back through mid-map.
Andy, the roaming sub for Omit. Waiting to get any information to call to his team about a potential flank, but everyone working through secret and to the front. Fame flies out with sub, going to be able to collect one. Now the rest of Omit going to try to group up here for the moment. These gunfights going down, back and forth they go. Mock tries to get the better timing. Hercules cleans it up. Just one more to clear out. Arcity, Sandy, you know, they combine. They keep the health.
AR from Fame. And this game requires you to pick up the AR and the SMG. He can certainly do it both. Former Cidio Pro looking to get a shot back in the league. Johnny from behind on a flank, though. Perfectly even at 65. Carolina will re-eclipse on that lead, and you look to the rotation. You've got player 7 in Mock versus Arcides. It's going to be a 1 versus 3 at it, but a pinch opportunity through middle map forming.
Oh, and he gets 2. Now trying to do the dance. Can he get timing on Standy? No, with the quick snap back, he'll find it.
Nice.
But you still have numbers for success, so as the hill pops, you'll be here early. You also shut down Brack, making a flank through top mid, and as you continue to work to the mid side of the map, clean time going 6F's way. They've done a good job when they get rotations of locking down a decent chunk of time, so Omit just waiting for this next push. Again, gathering information, but opting just to go for the straight volleyball push.
Oh, Mock over the top once again. Did the dirty work to secure the rotations. Gets stuck picking up another gun. Arcides still tagging along with Brack inside of the point at the moment, holding off this checkered side push. Semtex gonna be taken out by a trophy. Fame's first nade opens up one onto Brack. They go 3 for 1. It's all 4 dead. Just like that, Carolina break back in, and well, Mock takes a teammate down in the process. They were gonna use the Hellstorm, but they used their guns to get in.
Another push gonna come in as this transition to P1 goes mid-map. You figure, why not if you're Omit? They try to get the lion's share of these gunfights to go their way, but it's Millie with another 3-piece. You back off entirely. Map split for a moment. Brack gonna try to pick someone off some exit kills on their way to New. You're hoping RCs can collect a couple more as well. So as you work forward, Omit doing a good job managing the situation. Millie still on a tear, 6 in a row. But it's once again, boys in blue in time.
And you're just trying to get top mid control. You have found every instrumental kill that you needed to make sure you have opened and closed, sealed off. Millie with that 7. And hopping in the time, we'll get a Hellstorm missile. So another streak earned for 6F Carolina. Lead continuing to grow. Omit waiting to get pushed up into a position they want. You can see a player wanting to flip out the map, but it's gunfights that just cannot be won. Shots not straight enough. Arcity suffices. But again, it's all trades. 4 dead again. Carolina on top.
Carolina doing a great job rotating. But I think even the bigger talking point, at least from what we've seen, Alex, is just the kill feed. Far cleaner.
Sure.
See so many more big plays coming in from individuals. Mock, Millie, of course, the call too early. So even if you clean up some rotations, that can get you in a better position to trade. But I mean, 6F Carolina putting on the stunner here for the moment. A 50-point lead as we go back into P2.
Just the AR's piecing. But you look to Mercules in the back to make a hero play. Unfortunately, not able to lift the weight of the spawns on his shoulders this time through, so as Arcides looks to push his way up the ramp. Got Millie laying down. Pistol's not enough to make it work, but Johnny through the side door should be enough to trade, will be. So 50-point game here. Pushing now in. A corral opportunity. Contestion on point. Carolina break into the front door, and it's Mercules with another double.
Look at the other side of things. Slow for the moment. Omit the submachine guns. Johnny, Standy, not quite. Playing up the car, playing up their standard, and 4 to the front, sure. No collect, no clean up. 3 down in the feed, and I mean, hey, you get the quick break when you needed it. So now 20 seconds. 6F, another decision to be made.
You assume somebody's going to come up side door, and instead they just bully ball it through the front. So I don't mind that play at all from Omit. Throw a different hit at Carolina. Make them think about what's going to happen next time once we get back to that P2 rotation. Of course, should we get there. Johnny, by himself over on P3. Millie should be wiser to it. Throws a shoulder, slide contestation in, but Johnny wins the gunfight. It's 2 kills that go Omit's way, and now they can once again start to collapse on this point. From the Vineyard, pushing through. Fame takes care of Johnny through the back end of spawn. On a 3 spree with only 2 HP to his name, Omit once again able to basically just run directly to the front off the back end of Johnny playing his life.
And they're just going to keep them pinned here in the back if they can. Need to win some of these gunfights. They're going to be on Brack to find this information. He does get the kill. Hellstorm over the top, but they're satisfied to hold from the front for the moment.
I mean, you invest the streak here, but you need to win the gunfights. Mercules finds 1, but it's Brack to the back line who takes out 2. Tries a snap for number 3. Gorgeous stuff from Brack. A long-standing veteran within Challengers. Deserves a shot at the top end, you would say 10 times over. And with clean work once again, precision from Omit, they break inside of P3, hold it down off the back end of a streak being invested from Carolina.
Numbers on rotation, sure. Brack will be the early man here. Push through P2, coming in for Johnny perhaps. As you still get the last few seconds of this time, it'll be 6F Carolina with numbers. They're also winning the gunfights for the moment, but Brack makes it a 1v1 for New. As this hill looks to pop, the map is also flipped.
Wasn't able to push it out just yet, though. Was waiting for himself to regen HP. 1 versus 1 on the point right now, and Brack wins it. This is going to allow him to turn back around towards middle map. He's got teammates to help from the boat side push. Up the staircase they come. 2 versus 3 inside of the point. Gunfights being won from Omit, but it's a back and forth trade that goes the way of 6F Carolina. They're on top of it for now. Once again, 2 players left alive. Pistol out, but it's Standy who comes out on top. And now one last little Millie push. And that should be enough for Carolina. They have to concede a couple of points.
Oh, P2 side. They have numbers if they want to push it quickly. RC's trying to get back in the play quickly over the top. You're just trying to connect, and there goes Fame for 2. Mock with 1. RC's on the cleanup, trying to get the trade. Should just be 1 more member to fall, and that'll be the case. Brack, can he make the hero play? Sure. I mean, sure, Alex.
Back-to-back hills. Brack breaks in, gives Omit timing, and they take the lead for the first time in about 4 hard points. 6F Carolina got out to a strong start. ARs were piecing. Brack has come alive, though, and has been a very much-needed spark for this Omit roster through middle map. It's all Carolina, though. As they control the top, this is what they did very well last time on the set of rotations that we just saw.
As we get into the later portions of this hard point, you just gotta look to play together. Brack, of course, gonna have a couple heat checks, as you might be able to expect coming up, but smart player. Gonna look to group up with his team. The collapse coming in on point. You win the first couple, so just waiting to clear out the rest before reinforcements can get in. They're gonna be on time for the moment, and that'll be full clearance, but split spawns come through.
So many close haciendas. Fame played alongside with Mock inside of the Elite. Another one here on Hacienda might just be up their alley. 23 seconds of scrap time. Clock dwindling down inside of the middle of the map. And as Standy flanks through from Wine, he's going to push out towards the rock side. It's a north and south side of the map split. Carolina are going to have to push this all the way through the Vineyard. It's such a deep spawn out from Fame on the opposite side of the map as well. And Arcides has a read through checkers.
Mercules makes a great play. He gets gunned, though. He had a great play to let well player push through for back spawns, tried to pinch with a teammate through front and gets taken down. So, sure, on the back side of things, 6F get in, but what kind of read?
He understood where the spawns were. Maybe he doesn't get the shots, but slows them down long enough. But 6F have won the gunfights they've needed to at the front side of the hill. Omit trying to push up the ramp once more. 3 players here this time instead of 4. Brack can't find the contestant. Close shots. Escapes down the staircases. Millie will challenge back in, but it's Brack and Johnny who are pairing, and Standy will walk away with the final. So now those Omit, with 30 seconds left on this, time starting to get back up to even. 6F Carolina, they're not going to hit this out. They're just trying to play these picks off the P3.
You want to send everyone to the respawn block, where you hightail it back across the map, but back and forth we go. Millie going to give it one last look just to turn a couple heads if he can get the chase on a kill, maybe.
I don't love this at all.
Now he gets wiped. Now the spawn's flipped. I mean, you're well side. You're through for Omit. call it a blunder. We'll see how it ends up panning out, but Omit had a very good P3 the last go-around.
And well, the problem was is when Millie pushed up, Omit said, okay, if they want to hit this, we're just going to rotate to new. That forced the spawn back over towards the right side and forced the overextension out through rock. Not a lot of players, not a lot of bodies out through the vineyard side. So they're going to need to be wary of this top plat push that's coming through. Mercules will lead the charge out through the door. Right side check finds one. Second one behind the wall. Wallbang surely imminent here in just a moment. From the tin side, it's another 2 players pushing from 6F Carolina. Body starting to fall around the point. Standy a trade. Mock is there. Still a contestant on the point. It's an 8-point game.
This time we go, the rewrap. Standy finds one, doesn't finish his food, so Mock will get the turn with some team shots as well. Johnny gonna be here, finds a couple, keeping him alive in this one. Running up the score, 10-point lead for the moment. Brack over the top again, the hero now. Omit with numbers flying towards the hill.
Tough gunfight still in his Millie. Once again, hero plays are needed for 6F Carolina. They won't find it here. Rotation underway. About 10 seconds will be that all Omit needs on the rotation over to P4, but it's so far split and across the map. Everybody is spread out. It's going to be a 2 versus 3 on new. You still have the contestation over inside of P2. Oh, it's a split hit from Omit. This could be aim.
Brack, the moment he decides to turn around when the comms come in, this could be it.
Push through the door. Mock, left side challenge. Still players here from 6F Carolina. They've won the gunfights that they needed to break themselves in, but can they find the last few to go ahead and hold on strong? Carolina respawns by boat. Omit over by P2.
Here comes the next wave, the next push. Who's gonna go biggest?
Aim over the top. Looks back to middle map. It's Mock for a double. Mercules still alive. 35 seconds to play for here on P3, and Arcades is lonesome in middle map.
He's able to collect one, but the hop-up comes through for Mercules, and everyone working through mid. If they can catch a timing, great, but they've got to make this play develop quickly, and they're getting picked on the routes.
They read out Johnny. Nothing from Wine, nothing on the flank. 10 seconds from Carolina. A comeback here on P4 and a strong hold for themselves. Standy on the contest. Snaps up to 1. Arcades is here. Another hit comes in from Johnny. Peppers up Mercules. Still pushing in. Carolina holding on. Arcades gets knocked down. Checkers push. 6 seconds. It's going to be a contestation that they need. Do they get the final tick? It's going to be oh so close. Do they get to 250? They do. 7-point win. Carolina comeback map 1.
To stave it off, to overcome the P3s that Omit was able to string back-to-back rotations. They played a tight knit. I think Omit there tried to develop a play a bit too late, and you had players mid because of Arcades and his initial push. They just got to watch players cross P1 for free,
Yep.
So it just boiled down to unfortunate timing, heads-up plays out of 6F. They stave off. But was a comeback and make one of their own towards the end of the game. And I mean, if you're Omit, you also get outslayed the duration of that hard point and still find a way to make it a less than 10-point game. So unlucky, go next.
Yep.
But 6F, another big map win.
Change our focus to Team War and the KC Pioneers. Another 2 teams that battled it out through the stage to elite playoffs inside of North America. Well, one team did, at least for the playoffs. And the elite, though, was the Pioneers. Bowed out a bit early. Definitely earlier than they might have liked to. And at the moment, Team War on top of the ball game, watching those spawns back deep inside of P2. They've got the spawn trap where they want it at the moment, and with 20 seconds left, they have all the closure that they need for P3 too.
Keeping the irons up. Winning these gunfights, continuing to push back. Exactly as you called it, executing it to a T as well. A few seconds to fight for, but sure, as you can see, AR's on rotation. That's going to be the spawns as well for P3, so they'll cleanly get a fair amount of time. It's everyone pushing through stage side. The spawns come in parking. But now from the front, it's going to be a full-on assault.
Oh, a double from 2 real. Almost made it happen, but it's Hixie on the slide challenge through to get himself up to 3 in a row, 7 inside of this hard point so far. Check the backside staircase. Spot out assault. Another great challenge up close from Hixie. This time, though, it is 2 real who comes out on top of it, but the kill feed staying yellow for the preliminary motions. Back turn on assault. Good lord, that's a pistol.
Now the lone man alive in hill. Just have to take one more gunfight on Hixie. Diamondcon quick on the trade. So you're back in if your Team War. 68-8. It's going to be the score line here, and just heads on a swivel trying to make sense of it. KC Pioneers, they can't quite get it done.
Diamond's still here. Got teammates to push around with them. So on a large-scale assault from Team War, they should be able to hold out these last few stragglers coming in from the Pioneers, but you need to be careful because Hixie's trying to make a route out over towards P4. If he gets some good timing here, maybe he finds 1 or 2 of those players from Team War that are trying to rotate up to middle map. This could be a significant chunk of time on P4 for the Pioneers.
I think he just plays his life, tries to time it up well, but the wallbangs start to come in out of assault, and he's not able to finish with the pistol strikes once again. And sure, you try to take that chow. As Hill pops, he knows you're there, and just the shots over the top. So great situation management for Team War once again. KC Pioneers back to square one. at the drawing board, figuring out what they want to do next. The Seed opens it up with a car. You win the mid-map battle as well, so expect this collapse to come.
They got 2 bodies on the point now, but as Gunless finds the second, Assault down low. They should very well know exactly where this player is, but somehow Assault's playing his life, staying alive, finally collapsed on, but that's 40 seconds of time that went to P4. And the thing is like, if you're Hixie on that rotation there, you're expecting your teammates to be able to win gunfights off the spawns. So when you're trying to set up that pinch, and they also get the rotation from P3 to P4 while spawn trapping your team, that's worst case scenario.
And now, because you try to sell out for 20 seconds and get a little something going, you lose out on rotation. Team War going to be there, so you are once again called upon to make a break happen. And with the scoreline running up the way it is, you start to feel a little desperation here in the mid-map. Yuli snapping 2.0 KD, and with a pistol out, sure, collect the third, why not? Can we give him the fourth? It's that stare heady. It's DiamondCon going to end up collecting it, but calling upon the break. Not going to be an easy task because they're getting gunned down from SK's side.
I mean, heads and shoulders. This has been Team War's map to lose from the get-go. 126-17 here in winners round 4. Maybe not the expectation most had when they saw these two rosters pairing up against one another here inside of the winners bracket. But finally, the Pioneers will show some light. 4 down in the feed, allow themselves to get another bit of scrap time, but just playing for these scraps on red cards, it's not going to get you a win.
Handshaking Hills, not going to get you the win. They need a solid rotation and to hold. I mean, at this point, 35-40 seconds, a Money Hill would be fantastic and much needed. Game far from over. 2 minutes just about ticked off the game clock. Red card being a map that can come down to that at moments. So right now, Team War, okay with where they're sitting. Mid-map control completely their way. Not super aggressive on the map, but you can just see they have KC Pioneers pinned where they want them, and just simply put, not losing gunfights at the moment.
They don't have to worry about anything on the map right now. They know that nobody's inside. They're going to get the read that Pioneers are trying to push out towards this rock side. That is a crazy gunfight to win if you're Hixie with a wallbang 2 onto Adam Assault. As the Pioneers look to break themselves back in. On top of the fights in middle map at the moment. 30 seconds left here on P1. And I don't want to say it's time that they absolutely must have, but it feels like it.
They could chain this into good time. It's going to be hard to impose on Team War what they did to you, but again, if you can walk away with this last 15 seconds, maybe punch them for an overextension, you could be in a good spot to pin them in the back. Yeah. But just looking at how smart DiamondCon's playing it, he doesn't want to get flipped out. He wants to make sure that they're in a good spot for new. Exceed wraps back, gets the kill though. So with the mid-map presence you have, spawns are still up for grabs for the moment. You need another wave of kills. That's a good one to start for Exceed.
Well, it doesn't necessarily even feel like super top-heavy here for the Pioneers or Team War in terms of the slaying. Like, it's relatively similar. Yeah, maybe Yuli's like a topper performer, but like across the board, both teams have been killing roughly the same breath. And it's just been Team War capitalizing on the map positioning that they've been afforded. Finally, Pioneers will get some early good time. 20 seconds has gone their way, so they're closer and closer to that 100-point mark. You start stringing a couple of these hills together, maybe playing your life a bit more for the hard point. This is where we can see the Pioneers start to turn the game around.
And I'm just nervous because, once again, they let the flank get through just to take eyes off of the hill. If you're Pioneers, you win these gunfights, so you push them to the back again, and you've continued the whole time, super soaking things for the moment, and for 15 seconds, sure, but you've done what was called upon to do, which is get the lion's share of time. Now it's a 50-point game, and you go to a hill where, for once, you have rotation. Do you have the cleanest setup at the moment? No, Team War is flying across the map, but you have the opportunity to back these players off with just enough time. The flip does come in, so very much situational management right now needs to come in from KC as you're outnumbered on time.
They go 1 for 1. They're going to get a split spawn in the back, but you can see player 1 Gunless automatically reading exactly where that spawn from Team War is going to come in at. He looks for the gunfight and wins it. So it's all blue, or excuse me, all yellow in the kill feed here. For Gunless and the boys of the Pioneers, they should get some significant time early on this. Now it's just a spawn trap in the back and whether or not they can hold the onslaught from the garage. I
like where Super's playing, but Yuli might end up trying to find the better timing here. The shot's going to ring out, so Yuli's going to chow and end up taking the gunfight. You're winning them the rest of the way around. Gunless trying to back these players off parking. Everyone spawning close for KC Pioneers. On back, but Team War, they get in. Still 20 seconds to fight for. This will run it up to about 180, 190.
It's just the gunfights that they're winning on the staircases and being able to just push the line of the Pioneers back ever so slightly. Not allowing them to get towards the point, not allowing them to touch for good time. There was a few hills that, again, the Pioneers did string together, but Team War, with a strong P3, should be able to try and break this back on P4, but the Pioneers, they have the setup they wanted last time on P4. This is the Money Hill. Could be looking at a 20-point game. They hold all 60.
Try to get the timing on Assault. Hixie not able to take it. The AR connects. You have the site completely surrounded. Couple kills going your way. It's going to be on Super to at least find a couple of these. Keep his teammate safe because he's under stage with no information. You've got to win at least one.
Nade's going to be challenged out over towards the back right, but it's just nothing there. Doesn't blow up in time to get either of those players from Team War weak, so within 20 seconds. Yet again, it's another break from this War roster. Utterly grip holding these Pioneers as far back on the map as they possibly can. Hellstorm going to be invested over the top. You're trying to find at least something from it. You don't find anything. You get some information, sure, but Yuli can just play his life. He's got reinforcements coming back. 2 gunfights for the Pioneers. Yellow once again. 3 for 1 allows them to hold on for 15 seconds, but they've got no bodies across the map yet again for P5.
The comms have to be rotation. Super finds that kill. You have to fly with Gunless. That's going to be the play. Gunless connects with another one over the top, so they do have numbers for the moment. It's going to be closer for Team War, but again, these transition kills, they are winning. Now, if you can win this one hedge side, if you are Exceed to clean things up, that would be great. But the split spawns come. Assault with an opportunity to play spoiler.
4 on 2, but it's a collapsing through ticket, and Assault cleans up the final player from the Pioneers. And that's exactly what you don't want if you're KC. Because now you're fighting between 2 different fronts. You've got Super on an island by himself. 2Real has escaped all the way through the net and has slipped behind to find himself 1, perhaps even 2. But finally, the battlefield calms for a moment. Pioneers inside of P5 looking for a good chunk.
And they still have time. You know, Team War got off to a hot start. They've played really 30-30 for the duration, maybe marginally getting 35-40 seconds, so it's going to need to be a big horde here. But Yoli cleans a couple off time. Even if it's this spray, I think that's a win for KC Pioneers, but you all fly out if you're Team War. You collect the rest of this. Of course, it's getting close. If not already, do or die time. There's got to be a big moment here if you're Pioneers.
And you're fine with that. You push out for the backside of P5. You give yourself a lot of space in middle map. Roam around, let those subs get lost. Exceed trying to take an extremely difficult gunfight with the Jackal towards that top window side, even with the hedges glitch in his favor. But at 17 and 30, you got to try and find a different route to take as an SMG player. Maybe try to force a fight ticket, get somewhere over by the pitch, and get behind Team War. It's part of the reason why the Pioneers really have not been able to get much of anything going on the map.
Gotta get to a spot you'd like. 30 seconds left on time. You can win it here just barely if you're Team War. You need to try to get a contest if you're Pioneers. 1:15 on the clock as well, so that's going to be something we keep in mind, though. Team War in a position to close this one out, perhaps on the next hill. Diamondcon going to slide in for a last second. Chow, 5 seconds, or excuse me, 5 streak. As now you're just trying to get a little time here and there. Yeah. They're content with the scrap. You're in the back, and you're fine if you're Assault for that, unless you get a clean wave of kills. I mean, Team War should be free to collapse on P2.
Oh, ticket turnaround from Diamondcon. Almost wins it. P2 set up for Team War once again. Nade's caught out towards middle map. Players now pushing their way forward off the backside of spawn. Team War's getting gunned out of their socks. 2Real last alive inside the point is able to find 1, shouldn't find 2. He gets inside. So Pioneers hold on 7 seconds for Team War to take the map.
It's just going to be a push to the back. Everyone's going to fly forward. It's going to be a matter of can you hold your irons? Can you get ready for these gunfights? Back and forth to go. Exceed gets a couple. Pixie going to be the last one to claim up this player. So all 4 down once again. KC Pioneers, they hold on.
Problem is, spawns are so close that Team War is going to be able to hit this within 10 seconds. So you've got to hold 2 waves, get across the map, and try even harder than what that might even leave you with. Gunless, up top, traded out. Players still here, Exceed on the stage, but you got to push the point. You got to go directly into the line at 2Real. And unfortunately, yeah, it's just simply too little too late. Pioneers has some gumption coming back towards the latter half of that game, but again, that advantage that Team War built on a map like Red Card early on in the game is just usually too much to come back from.
Just low sub performances as well. See, just couldn't get it rolling there.
Nah.
Into the later portions of it, and you know, there's a conversation of, well, do you try to pull out a 3rd, if not 4th AR after a certain point, but you know, it just seems like far committed into the map to say, why switch up? Just try to make something stick, and it doesn't quite work. So Team War, good round, or excuse me, good map 1-1 for them as we'll transition Cabal, Team Notorious. We've got a little NA EU matchup. Excited to see what the series brings us.
Yeah, #1 seeded Notorious. Trying to beat a Cabal roster that has been getting better with time. Inside of stage 2, they took some really close maps against some of our top teams within North America. And here inside of the Challengers Open in Dallas, Texas. What a statement it would be to knock off this Team Notorious roster. Afro, one of the most talked about players throughout Challengers all of this year, specifically in the European region. Some claiming he might even be the best player in Challengers. Should he win this event today? Well, very much could put himself back right at the top of that conversation.
Eric Boom staving off Fire, who has been, again, arguably, if not the best NA player, as far as numbers are concerned. Trying to lead the way forward, this team. You said it, they're getting better as time goes on. Marginal deficit as we go into new for the second set of rotation. Spawns a little bit everywhere, so who can get intel first? Looks like Notorious is going to have it for the moment, but as the chase down goes around towards top mid map, no one on time. Notorious maybe going to dip a toe in first.
Afro finds Bink. Still looking to clear out the top side of Hall. Open turn back around Fire. Almost gets absolutely nuked by Afro, but it's FDOT who lays down for the moment. Rafi up top will pop 2. AR's coming in handy, while the SMGs start to get active for Team Notorious as well. It's a good read on where the spawns are going to be here, as FDOT just continues to super soak in middle map, out towards the rock. One more gunfight should be won by Rafi on the back end of a trade. And as that flies in, it's just Cabal's getting wiped at the moment.
And giving up so much P1 time, while also losing right-hand side of the map. You're at least able to get that player, but you'd like to see this push continue through well if you can. You've at least baited out Afro to come hunting for some players, so you could get an opening here with numbers. If they work quickly, it's split spawns, but there you go. You at least win that rotation. It'll be a little sloppy off the start, but they're trying to sort where this is coming from.
And once again, it's just another good read from the rock side to shut anything down that is going to be coming from the boat side spawn. So now Notorious are going to be forced to the back. Cabal have a great setup here. A grip hold. Afro, I don't know if he's going to recognize there's somebody in the corner. Turns back around. Hip fires aren't good enough. Cootie looks for the second. There's 3-1. Bink a double. Somehow forces a 1v1 on the back end. Has the head glitch to work with. But Rafi, it's just too strong as he's coming up. Weakened up opponent. Team Notorious break in through the ramp.
Rips them. Next wave coming in out of Cabal. They're focusing their efforts through lobby, back and forth. Some trades get tallied. You're trying to get a couple more, but a pinch. Bink gotta pick his poison here on one of these gunfights, and yeah, it's gonna get cleared off the board. Another wipe. Still 20 seconds that could go their way. Another 30, 40 second swing for Team Notorious. And across the map goes FDOT. Again, just taking these lanes while they're open, and Cabal just trying to get any kind of semblance of form together.
Small moments, FDOT being able to read that Bink play off the comms from Afro, saying that somebody had slipped through the cracks. Goes to show why they are the top-ranked team and the #1 seed coming into this major tournament this weekend for Challengers. But at 166-108, Cabal are here. Afro will wait for the team to go ahead, push their way forward up the map, and as Rafi finds Rupert, you look to find the player inside of 10. He had 3 bodies that he had to take the gunfight against, and good luck to Fire out here on the opposite end. He finds 2, somehow stays alive for a moment, but it's the backside boat spawns for Cabal that should be able to flip this out. Notorious read it well.
And we'll see if this super quick push coming back in out of Cabal. Sure, it's a 2-2 split, but they're trying to push quickly. Didn't quite group up in the way you would have liked it, and that just allows for easy reads. Again, you pick the first 2 that push up through Secret. Now you look to the back, you get Bink, and you really have to clean up one more and Fire. I didn't love the play out of them. It felt a little desperate. And now another 45, 50 seconds goes to Notorious, and you don't have anyone on rotation. The spawns at least come in nicely for you. So it'll be a 2 versus 1, but it's against Afro, so it feels almost like a 2v2.
We talked about Afro. Someone I'd love to see step up. Yeah, I mean, it's a hard gunfight to win against an AR, sure. So rotation. Now won by Team Notorious, so I guess that's a good place to stop. But I was going to say, like, one player I want to see kind of take that next step here on land is Fire. He had a 1-3 in hardpoint KD throughout the entirety of Stage 2 regular play and the playoffs. At 13 and 15 right now, it's just not helping out this Cabal roster. He needs to get activated.
And with Afro on the other side of things, it's just one of his tallest orders to be asked of here, especially early on. Bink will get a couple, and you get clearance if you're Cabal. I mean, it already got to a 100-point lead, though. I mean, you look up, you blink, and all of a sudden,
it did.
Notorious have nearly ran away with this. There's lots to talk about within what's going on, but Cabal have to go massive from this point out. Fire with a couple more. At least back to even. You get clearance once more, so P4 you've strung together well, but job nowhere close to done. And Notorious, they've been dominating every part of the map. The last go around on P1, I mean, hell, they got 40 seconds off of it.
Well, they've got 2 bodies through middle map, and Rupert's able to find FDOT. So now as you're trying to hold off top and open side, this is where it starts to get a little mixy, because Afro can slip all the way through the vineyard. You had no bodies over there, nothing that could check for where Team Notorious were coming from. And a long wrapping setup that took a little bit longer for Team Notorious is what worked out for them this time. Cabals will try to push back through middle map, but Afro will just lay in wait.
Will it end here on P1? You're in great position if you are Notorious. Rupert gets the pick and now going to reposition his team relying on them to get in the mix, get in the play. But Notorious not shying away from time at all. While they have an opening, they're going to soak it for the moment. I mean, it's already less than 10 seconds here, and sure, you end up winning out the battle, but Afro on the reflank, it's just the ball constantly having to turn around.
Oh my god, Afro, just a little slide checks that he's able to have. He gets number 3. Oh, if he would have pulled a pistol out and got 4 there. Sure, my pants would have dropped a little bit there, but up top with Eric Boom, he'll find Bink inside of middle map. It's a 6-point game for Team Notorious. They've got the P2 rotations. It's just a matter of if, not when. Or sorry, a matter of when, not if.
This play has to develop quickly, and stop picking players off. You trust that Afro can win one from the front, but he's not able to, so cleanly you get in, but you know you don't have back spawns. Cootie gonna get eyes with the sub. The best he can do is a nade at that range, but all of the effort coming through Secret for the moment. They're keeping back spawns, but they also want to push us out all 4 here.
Bank 2 lined up for him. Doesn't get anything except a consolation prize. And as Team Notorious just lay in wait inside of P2, a clean break allows them to use winner's advantage, rotate out to P2, and take a 250 to 166 win. Ball was cool. Look, good game out of them. But it's kind of what we expected from Team Notorious coming into this. Kind of much a push it and ship it, but PC, Omit GG, 6F Carolina. First map we hopped into, 7-point hardpoint game. 5-4 inside of the search and destroy. Take a wide scope in of every match that's going on at the moment. Lots of Call of Duty being played inside of the winners round 4 in the upper bracket of this tournament in Dallas, Texas. We're going to take a narrower look here to 6F Carolina as they're getting the bomb down over on B. Water route from Johnny, able to find one. Millie laying down. It's just nowhere for him to go. Fame inside of middle map. He's going to get stunned out and contest. 11 kills here from Johnny, trying to go for number 12, but he's got help. It's a flawless round there. And Omit will take that search and destroy rather handily in those final 2 rounds.
1-1 we go. We didn't see the whole thing, but 6F played close. Bested by Omit there, so we'll go to a control following this. Again, a best of 5 format, as Alex called to earlier, so still plenty left to be played. Guaranteed 4 maps as well between these teams, and kind of the series you would expect.
Yep.
And of course, we'll have that tabbed as we go on, but for the first time on the screen here for us, Magpies, YFP. Mission Magpies take map 1, 2-2 here on Skyline. I'm going down.
It was funny at the beginning of the season seeing Cruz be like, yeah, I'm going to be stepping away from like full-time competitive play, and yet he's still competing in college COD. He's still playing elites. He's still at the major. So can you really say anything about Rory? He can do it all. But on the back end, Dak beamed by Lucifer. Players here, Bance re-wraps, helps out. Bait and switch. Perfection. 2v2.
Cruise line. In wait.
Oh
They're
my.
going to pick on one, so all of a sudden you've got Lucifer out of the play, and if someone hops this again, just Cruz can get eyes, walk this player down. You have to hop, but you have no choice. On the cleanup, no sweat, no worry. It's 3 in the round.
A rather strange hold there. And like I understand the play, because if somebody tries to come through on a flank over by Cobble or through hedges, you have that contested player and Lucifer in the back line to kind of clean that up. But if you're just going to hold it directly through the front, especially when Cruz wins that 1v1 versus Vance there, like, it feels almost unwinnable at times, especially being that last contested player back. Unless you get great timing and are able to slide up, the only other place that you can go is through the inside of closet, and they're going to be watching both lanes. So pick your poison. YFP go up 3-2.
YFP, as we've jumped into this one, haven't seen too much of their offensive attempts. They're going to take this quickly through closet, through bottom bed. They want to bully out kitchen. It's a 1-2-1 split, grouping up towards the top side of the map for the moment.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden through Jin, you're going to have your hands full if you're Lucifer, able to get one. The other one backs down. So a play that maybe you're trying to flip the script on blows up a little bit in your face. You at least traded out with Cruz. So you're just going to go for the safe route. 3 versus 3. Everything falls quiet.
Oh, does Mythics get it timing, though, on the bomb? Wiz runs away, but can't get far enough. Shots ring through. SMG wins it for a 3 versus 2 for Mission Magpies. Was thinking about hopping it directly. Spots one out over towards that hedge's side. So now Mamba playing alongside with Cruz. Kind of split off, holding this push. They have bomb checks on each other, but they're trying to double up on Mamba out here. Cruz spotted out in red. They know exactly where these players are. 23 seconds left. Now it's all in the hands of Cruz. The registered nurse is able to find one. Surgical at that. Checks the bomb, tries to turn back around, knows that Henry's coming, but it's just not quick enough. Mission Magpies, a great retake.
Almost bought enough time to give you stay alive if you're a little longer. And the 2 versus 3 that you could have done just enough, but they do a good job just chasing out those kills with numbers. Strike back quickly.
Not at all mad at the play there. At all. It's a tough position to be in a retake there, because like once you lose that first blood, it's basically the same thing where you're fighting on the opposite side when you're on the defense the round previous, where it's just like if you're playing so far back, every angle's watched. It basically comes down to you having to force a 1v1 and being able to take that without getting traded, and it just feels rather impossible. Cruz did make the read though, I will say that, but it was just Henry. Quick feet, quick play, gets in behind. Another offense we go here for Mission Magpies. This time, push directly through closet. Somebody's trying to get aggressive on A. I don't know why we're solo challenging that when Mythics is watching over by the piano side, but you get the trade Cruz there. 3v2 YFP on top. What? Oh, okay, never mind.
Quick little 1v2. Dan's trying to put bomb down. No need. The last kill cleaned up. It was maybe an overstep to start, but quickly those gunfights rang out. All of a sudden, a 1v odd situation. Mission Magpies taking care of business. They're cooking in the kitchen right now.
Timing was rather impeccable there too, through middle map. On the double back, because I thought when they got to that 3v2, I didn't know if that player was up top still or had jumped down from top cat. And they had jumped down, and there was 2 players from YFP in that trade battle that got weak, and that's how they lost those 2 bodies. So all of a sudden it was like a 1v4, and I'm like, okay, well, Mamba, have fun. You were in like the worst spot to win this on a defense. But regardless, back over towards A. Mission Magpie is giving the respect. They're trying to take space more so in the middle of the map, and you can see a route all the way through the top side of Cat being taken by Mythics. He wants to get behind early on. I don't know if YFP have a read on it.
It's a moment. He's gonna get the timing, he's gonna get the pacing, and he's gonna find one. Cruz on the trade, but I just instantly there. Again, when you back off the A site, of course you trust that you can stay alive a little longer, but just offensively, teams have just been working back, playing grass.
Yeah.
And it's just, when the bomb's planted there, and as we've seen 3 of the last 4 rounds offensively, it's the easiest read.
It is.
And there's just no change up. It just feels one-dimensional offensively for either team, and the site's just given too free.
Super hard commit. And the problem was is nobody got sent up top. So like you gave up catwalk for free, and that's what allowed Mythics to just get through top cat. You go bedroom. On top bedroom, you just jump straight down immediately, and as YFP are trying to back off the site because they know they've basically lost the battle, the power position's given to the Magpies. They just get caught off guard, so they'll go back to defense. Once again, lower side hit for Mission Magpies. Nothing inside of the A site on the defense just yet. The RC car going to be invested, moving its way forward. Information given. Dak first blood. Man advantage for YFP.
Here we go. Wiz to the back lines as well. I don't even think they'll be ready for this for a second. Oh, but you're not going to get great timing. Or you do. And as you chow up top bed, do we get the lineup? Doesn't look left, doesn't look right. Bands getting popped here. Quick little cleanup out of YFP. Yeah, I mean, the comm must have came in late because he was sprinting top bed, didn't even have a look after his teammate got picked. I thought he was going to get blessed timing. YFP, a good round out of him. Again, just quick on the retake. Now defensively, both teams moving quickly to clear out grass, as that's where everyone's decided to dig their heels in.
I know he didn't know there was 2 up top, but I wonder what the comms were like there, to where he was just like, all right, I have to get to P1. I don't know if maybe there was a weak call that got called out. He was trying to force a 1v odd, but regardless. Clawing again. YFP, round at a time. We're down 3-5. Got themselves a defensive round win. They go straight to A once again, but it's Henry who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3. 9-5, 1v4, last alive for YFP, cut down immediately. And time after time again, offensive pushes from YFP thwarted by doubles from the tag teaming Magpies.
Submachine guns. And just dictating the back half of that search and destroy. There was no answer, no response. You could just tell the Magpies playing with confidence. And as you said, multi-kills coming through that spoiled the round. Offensively, you just lost any kind of cohesiveness. Valiant effort at that, but you fall down 0-2. So we are back on board in Search and Destroy with Team War. KC Pioneers, again, this one playing a bit closer through the mid portion. Alex, I'm getting flashbacks to a little earlier, but
bomb
does go down. And sure, it's a 2v1, but okay, we've got more time and might have rectified the previous situation.
And I'm not sure how C wants to take this gunfight, because both the doors are closed there. He's going to have to make noise somewhere. But I love this play. Nade all the way deep, try to weaken up Yuli. He's forced to back off. You won't get information on it. But if you can check that right side heady, you might be able to walk away with one forward. Yuli forced to back down. It's just such an unwinnable fight inside of this B zone. There's not a lot that you're able to do in there. And unfortunately, found out the hard way was Gunless. Or sorry, Yuli. No.
As a sub, you'd think you'd have some kind of advantage when you get in. There's just so many places you can lay down behind, and AR almost feels like the advantage at times, especially in a 1v odd. C tries his best, but as you said, just so damn hard.
Yeah.
Finding your way into their assault on 5 as well. Team War back with the lead. KC Pioneers have constantly been battling off the back foot, but we'll see what they string together here. Hixie grabs bomb. They take off towards the north side of the map.
Stun check. Assault playing up top. I think Exceed saw the toe there, yeah. So the jiggle on the shoulder check from Assault might have spotted Exceed, but Exceed knows where one is from Team War. So a favorable read of 2 players over towards A should have been given to this Pioneers offensive push. And now you just have to look for the last 2 players. You've got a full spread, no flank immediate or impending from Team War. You're trying to push the map up as much as you can and Exceed. Could catch one in middle map, spots out Assault. You have information once again.
And you know that he pushed it at the B site, so maybe you're trying to isolate one of these gunfights and give yourself clearance, but the peppered shots, now you can just get collapsed upon. If you can take one, fantastic. And Exceed does, even through the stun, so all of a sudden that play, maybe looking back towards the A site, but with DiamondCon sitting on site, the call going to be Pioneers wrapping back, so Team War fortunate that even though they're at A, it's such a quick transition, but quickly collapsing. AC Pioneers want to get this down with time to spare, and the wrap through mid, Team War, Gunless might have his hands full here in a second.
I was stunned that Exceed was able to get away with his life for so long. But here comes that flank, developing now for Team War. Assault, Yuli, Gunless, nade over the top, peppers one up, oh, beautifully placed, Kobe on him. Assault will back all the way off. Try to force it from a different angle. You've got DiamondCon on the opposite side of the map trying to tag team a flank. But with 25 seconds left, there's just not a lot of time. Assault, 6 HP to his name, 2 versus 2. DiamondCon still on the flank. They're working so hard to find this player, they finally turn around and get them both. Opportunity there for Team War. Looked kind of decent after that first pick, but it's the Pioneers with bomb down to get the post plan to work out.
Great trade. I like that you trusted your player on site, even though the comms were coming through, hey, I've got one on me. Just to be able to say, I'll buy enough time to let you take that gunfight, then I'll turn around. They still kept the efforts focused to the front. So just big heads up play, and as we have a look here, Control, Omit take an early round.
Yep.
In our map 3, looking at Cabal and Notorious, Search and Destroy tied as well. Excuse me, Cabal has a 1-round lead. It's Notorious up in that series. So there's a lot in this winners round 4, Alex. That's we're not super deep in the winners bracket, but it's already out to good stuff.
It absolutely is. Not sure exactly what map we'll take after this, depending on where we are in the Control or that Search and Destroy in the top right. But we'll focus back on Team War and the Pioneers real quick. As over towards this B bomb site, 2 Real with the bomb in hand, looking to try and stuff things forward on this Pioneers roster. They have completely given up the B zone. Team War now find that out. None of the doors open. RC car invested from Gunless on the opposite side of the map, just trying to pick off one. But you know you have somebody over by the stands. DiamondCon lost his life early. Now Team War down big. 3 versus 2 with the bomb down.
Rest of the team trying to group up to Gunless, the island player. Just going to get horrible timing on Assault, watching for the flank. Now you have a big 1v1. Make that 2v1 here. Gunzy, the sub, pair up for it. I can tell you're maybe not a big fan of that 2 real play. Now you've got site control for the moment, and RC going to get invested. You only ends up 1. The second as well gets out with his life. That might have just done the round, and it will.
So Yuli gets 2. RC called on the opposite side of the site. The play call there from Assault was just like, okay, well, if Yuli gets 1, great. Turn the attention elsewhere and allow that RC card to find the diffuser. Fortunately enough for him, Yuli just pops 2 on that first gunfight, gets away with his life, and then that final chase where you just had to go with about 20 seconds left there on the round. All left down to the RC car, so Team War. Maybe an unorthodox play on that retake there, but one that I love. True and dear. But on the offense, Pioneers looking to get straight up the escalator side. Bomb in through ticket. Stun checked up through middle. Early information given to Team War, but they are not looking to slow this down at all. 2 Real all the way on the back right side. Stun check out. 2 players up top. 2 looking to push their way in. Now 3 collapsing back from Team War. Flank developing on the opposite side of the map, but right now DiamondCon is useless unless the rotation comes through and the Pioneers get snuffed out.
Well, and I like that you're keeping Exceed here just to make noise. You just need to buy time for your team, but DiamondCon, as you said, could he snuff it out? He might have a couple in the back. No, he's pinching to the B site. So if you fly quickly, again, have Exceed here as an island player, you could be in a good spot, but now that they pick him, you're left in limbo. You're trying to wrap back to get DiamondCon out of your spawn. That lets the rest of Team War push forward. Round could have blown up in your face. Gunlet's a good one, sure, but rest of the kills starting to roll through.
I mean, just look at the spread from Team War right now. Yes, it's individual gunfights. Technically all three playing on an island, but I like this call. Try to get it over towards A. Team War have the setup on the opposite side of the map. You don't know if anybody's going to be back over here by the goal, but you just got to try and get this bomb down to give yourselves a chance.
You just never played out DiamondCon, so I'm worried. Even if Team War pushes from the front, it can be DiamondCon to clean up from the back, and you get bombed down, sure, you get out. If you're super caught between a rock and a hard place, you hope you can get a bomb check, you hope you can catch DiamondCon here, and you get the shot peppered, but that's close. Another gunfight going to ring out. He gets it for the moment, runs out of ammo, so doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
The fuse comes through. I mean, those last couple rounds just well played out of Team War, and I think the biggest spoiler to that was you never got DiamondCon cleared out.
No, you didn't. And that was the biggest time waster in the round as well. It took 45 seconds to get through Garage before they just made the call like, all right, it's a 2v3. We probably have A open. Let's at least try to get the bomb down. And then on the escape through middle map, you just don't get it. But we'll hop over to Cabal versus Notorious. For the side of Cabals, their S&D throughout the Elite was phenomenal. 3 players with almost over a 1.2 KD and Rupert, Bink, and Fire. All having great games for themselves. Cootie was the one that lagged behind here. Same thing holds true. So on 4 in a row is Rupert. 2-round advantage. Bomb should go down for free here at B.
Free indeed. Now is Cabal going to reposition? Bink gets a good kill. Tries to get another and just not able to take the Jackal up close. From the outside looking in, F-Dot going to pepper shots. You're in a good spot if you're fired to call a flank through P2, but everyone grouping up through mid, trying to hit a route. It's a foot race to see who can get here first. Rupert got worse timing, but does not matter. Cootie, another. Afro, the only one left standing. And with time dwindling, wait a minute.
Snap.
We've got a 1v1.
But the other one's playing over by Checkers, and he gets the bad timing. But on the site, if Fire is going to be making his way up to try and collapse, yeah, he's going to wrap back to the opposite side of Checkers. So with the bomb down, Afro's not going to be able to hop on the defuse. Fire comes back out for a check, and this time it's Cabals who get the best of Team Notorious. 1-1 in this best-of-5 series. Team Notorious might be in some trouble against this Cabal roster as the number 1 seed.
And the bounce back out of Fire here in the search and destroy. Goes to 1.3. Drops to 2.0 here, so it was a slow respawn start. You'll have 2 coming up. As you said, this North America squad finding footing here in the series. Feels like they've settled in for the moment. That hard point, lightning fast pace, and getting used to that. Feel like they're sitting pretty. Omit with 1 round left to close things out here. Standy stops time, and A gets secured. Another minute on the clock, so sure, you're down 4 lives. That's kind of going to be the pain point we'll watch for the moment. Johnny in a position here. He just wants to pick some players off as they transition over.
Real quick, we just point out Mercules 30 and 18 here in the control. Nobody else over 20. Couple players negative. But all that matters right now is if Omit can win these gunfights up the front door. Johnny escapes, gets back to 100 HP, knows one's top bar, but the first tick of progress on B has been locked in.
Oh,
Standy,
no.
shots, not there from Mock. Forced to reload, it's going to waste even more time. 6 versus 7, now 5v7 on the black car and over by the Vault Heady.
No.
It's another few gunfights that are won here by the side of Omit, and they keep him out of the front once again. Double stack, halfway through the final point, and the final tick of congestion on this B zone. They try to hop out. Brack is on 6 in a row. The third one slides onto the point to help out. It's a cap from Omit. They win it 3-0 in the control, go up 2-1 in the series. That simply cannot happen.
Fort life deficit turned 4v3. You lost 9 lives to Omit's 4. I don't think I can phrase it better. You cannot let that happen. Plain and simple. Pinned in the back. I mean, the submachine gun's just ripping shots as well.
Yeah.
You think you have really the round closed when we tuned in. You just needed to find a couple kills and the round would have been done. But how quickly we've seen things on Vault flip on its head, and that's exactly what it did. 6F Carolina had no response, not even time to make one happen.
As we continue to ping pong across all of these maps in the first 4 series that we have inside of Winners Round 4 for you here on the stream, I'll remember and remind you that you can go ahead and in the pinned comment in the chat, find the bracket for the entire weekend here, showing you the losers and the upper bracket. If your favorite team may be down in the losers bracket, you might want to check in on them. Hope they're doing okay. For YFP, you're feeling pretty good here. Got 1 round of control on the board, a 5 life advantage here. As you're on this offensive assault, up top, maybe you lose the gunfight to Henry, yes, but you still keep that margin of lives at bay.
Cleaned up kills coming in, 6 life advantage. Plenty of time still, and you're just kind of dipping in, stopping clock where you can, but some good progress being earned, half a tick through the second. So as Vance is going to inch through wine, you've got the AR of the top crew is going to connect. Sure, you get cleared off for the moment, you're just hoping not to give up tick clearance. You'd like to hop back on this and close it out while you have the chance. You're going to be here. Second tick through, 1 remaining.
Vance by his lonesome. Halfway through this final tick, he can't even find 1 before he drops. YFP on Hacienda here, up 2-0. An offense and a defense to pair nicely back-to-back, complementary, if you will. After a search and destroy that didn't go their way, this must feel nice.
Jack looking good here, early 2, 11-5. Getting a little loose, and we've talked time and time again on the desk. Hacienda is a map where submachine gun players, if you can get in rhythm, you really can wreak havoc on a map. Cruise the AR over the top, also off to a great start for the squad, but it seems like for YFP, confident in their Hacienda control, and I mean, just looking at the slang on the other side of things, that also might be a glaring point of problems.
If you weren't going to point it out, I was. And it's not getting any better. YFP opening. First duel goes their way. It is traded quite efficiently, though, so it's a 2-2 loss on each side. But you're going to favor that if you're the defense every single time. For the Magpies, they have Mythics pushed all the way up. So this is a spawn trap early on the YFP side. They're not going to fancy too much. Lucifer on a trap by top open. Now going to wrap back into close on Dak, who has 4 in a row. Cut down from behind. Streak's not on the table at the moment, but Mission Magpies, they've slipped out onto B.
Got a couple players pushing through rocks, so I'd like to see Wiz hold this for the moment, but the call is going to be to wrap back. You just have 1 player on it, and they're just going to send all the reinforcements, make that transition, go dig their heels in over top mid, but that's let Mythics get in position to cut you off if you come through top plat once again, so the push maybe gearing up here. We went all quiet for a moment.
I don't hate it, though. And now as the players start to push their way up the map, this is the problem you get into if you're the Magpies. YFP, they collapse all the way over on the B zone. They cut you off of it. They called your bluff. They said, yeah, they're not going to stack A. They're not going to get on the A point. They want this B zone harder than anything else. So YFP just lay down, wait for them to try and come out to B, and it works out tremendously.
And now, with 20 seconds left, there's no choice but to go to A. I mean, sure, you get the clearance well, so the call will be once again, to fly through B. You're spawning out dockside, so quite the hike to be made, but you aren't really concerned that much unless Henry starts taking some...
Okay.
Taking some of these gunfights, but first tick of progress working through, so you've also tied up lives nearly. Low spawns coming in for YFP.
Evened up drop over. Wiz, top rope chow. Good enough to hold them off B. It's only 1 tick. They can start clearing this and depleting the zone. You have Henry, who played patient, laid in wait from behind, and now Vance will be on the A zone, but Crew shuts it down on B. That's where the focus needs to be for YFP right now. They have about 1 more hit at it before they have to start focusing all of their efforts back on A. And as Wiz finds 1 on top of the plat, Henry is forced to back off, but can't get away in time. Spawns over by the rock. Fancy Castle. Up top. What can you do, baby? Hops back down into A. Gets into wine. Wiz on the chase. Good night, Wiz. Dak there for a trade. 11 versus 9. Not enough. YFP take map 3.
Looked good for a moment. But I think after that first B push got thwarted, and it was just a hard read out of YFP, that really kind of did the round in. Had they maybe turned some heads, went to A, they looked good the back half of that round. Just, again, let time get away from them, got close, but no cigar. And as you said, take the respawn cleanly. Now we'll go into map 4.
Kind of think of a broad view across the board right now. 6F down 1-2 to Omit. Pioneers in their control, down 2-0 to Team War. Then, of course, as we just saw, 2-1 for the Magpies in that best of 5 series down there. Notorious Cabal into their control, just starting out here at 1-1. We'll probably hop on board here into the Omit 6F Carolina game, as we are early on in this red card hardpoint. Omit, a team that everybody was looking to have a much better stand here at the Major than they did inside of the Challengers Elite for North America Stage 2. 6F Carolina has been a thorn in their side. It's been a relatively close series.
Back and forth we've gone with the opportunity to make a statement. Everyone for Omit looking good, at least to kick things off. Overtaking the lead as well. We'll see where time, if it all, comes into a factor. Red Card's played pretty nice for us today. Shaky shots from Fame. He's not able to collect any, so the shoulder shimmy, bait switch, you get it. Can you get Mercules? No, he'll pine too. Good on the trade, but Omit still. Close spawns, parking. They're going to be back in.
Mercules had a wonderful control. Map number 3 against Omit. Problem was they choked a few rounds in there that they probably should have won. Namely that last defense where Omit was down big on lives. 9-point game here. Carolina still through the front door. Big Kevin Fame will pop a double. So 7 seconds left here. Full map positioning out towards the courtyard for Carolina. They should have an early setup on P4.
Another 1v1 going down, ticket side. Standy going to take it. Fame still causing problems over at parking side, so stage going to be clear. It'll be a pinch development. You still can't kill Fame in the back, so that'll slow down Bracken what he wants to do, but he says, you know what, I'll let it go. I'm just going to try to get forward for the moment, but you just aren't winning gunfights on these pinches, so you don't have the opening you'd like. There it comes to P2.
Oh, let Fame play his life. Still not 100% sure where he was on the map, and Omit were just trying to push their way forward on a P4, but it works out for the moment. Still a trade from the opposite side. It's Mercules who finds 2. Millie there. It's a 4 wipe. Omit back to respawns, and it's a split push.
Just so hesitant on the play there. Killed a lot of time, and therefore you're giving up a full 60 on P4. You might give it one more look, but you would think Omit, you would love the call to be, let's just get out on rotation, let's get set up for new. It's not like they're down that much, and I guess fighting for scrap, sure, it puts you right back in the mix. So, again, sword cuts both ways. They opt to go for scrap time. It's not a bad decision out of them. But now on rotation, numbers for 6F. Omit working from the top side of the map. We'll see who can get time earlier, at least keep it contested. Omit would like to do that before numbers get there.
I was going to say, they got plenty of bodies to throw at it. The problem was they took way too long to get out. Omit got set up on the power positions, and Carolina get wiped immediately. So now you're going to have the back B, S, and D spawns all the way deep by P2. And Omit have a full trapping setup. You got somebody in ticket. You got one on the camera heady. You got somebody on the back stairs heady. And now Fame is just trying to peek his way out. Yes, he gets one. Mercules there for a good 2. But still inside of the hard point is Omit.
Well, Brack now has to be privy. Standy died ticket. That was your man that was watching the cross. So he's got to be able to take one of these gunfights, or else the flank can be a problem. You push back through ticket and take down Brack. So now you're not sure how far pushed up everyone is for 6F Carolina. You've got some work to do to clear things out. Mercules with the pistol going to connect once again. The ticket trade does come through, so numbers, you're here. You can get in if you are Omit. We've got a near 100 to 100 lead going into new. Time sitting great for the moment. Maybe Standy just playing for some exit kills, trying to make spawns a little easier to read for him. But as new looks to pop, it's going to be Johnny the cutoff man this time.
And Fame is opting for a very deep route here. He wants to snuff out Arcides. But it's Mock through middle map that cleans him up. So this gives tons of presence and pressure here for 6F Carolina. Red through the doorway is going to be Standy. Lays down, drops on his back. Mercules will close the door. It's just a glorified game of peekaboo at this point, but Mercules will scare him away. Inside of the hard point, 6F Carolina will sit very momentarily.
You get taken control again for the moment. Trying to push up, trying to get beyond this hard point. Do what you can to get to P2 early, and that's what they are going to do. Brack tries to win a good one. It was a flank for P3 side. You end up taking care of that. So now you've got 6F backed up in this corner of the map, where you'd like to be able to make this hold from. Still 10 seconds to vie for, so they're going to get themselves a nice 30-point lead here for the moment. First couple kills go their way. You're trying to play the rest of the exit kills. Everyone going to be close to time. Standy on the move again.
Super snapper from Johnny. Standy there as well. And that's the collapse that you just could not afford if you're 6F Carolina. Because you're getting a complete split now. Should it work into your favor, maybe you break back in and get some crucial P2 time. But the timing needs to be here for Mercules. Brack already has him weak, and now he's just on the chase. You have players turning around, looking at that P2 spawn, and now the flank cutoff from Arcides is there. Mock gonna double on the cutback. Goes 2 for 3, allows 6F Carolina to have the hill sit gray for moments. But Omit is still here looking to make the push through middle map. Millie's big.
Mock's 2-piece was everything, but then you get shot from spawn side, so that lets, as you were saying, Omit get back into time, and they're going to be happy to do just that. You're scrambling if you're 6F to try to garner any of this time. It's a 50-point deficit. Sure, you're in a good spot for P3, but they don't want to let this go cleanly. It's still 20 seconds or so. Omit happy to start making this rotation, even if they end up losing it. We'll see how many numbers you look to throw at it, but again, on the retreat, you get picked. Johnny with the snapper. Everyone wiped off the board but one. It's going to be Mercules. The man you think could and should stay alive does, but I mean, here we go, Alex. Blue arrows forward, white arrows far away. Mercules, a lot on his plate.
Two horrifying sights. Johnny starting to tee up with both the SMG and the AR. Second one, Mercules by himself. Allows Omit to collapse on the point, continue to build this lead. Largest lead they've had inside of this map. On series point already. 80-point advantage on 6F Carolina. Losers bracket imminent if Carolina can't make the break.
And you've got a Hellstorm to work with. And thinking about where you go for the next couple of hills, it's going to be one that you would love to have in your back pocket, which you do. Omit close spawns. Varsity's pushing out. Backing these players down, walking them down further across the map. Omit GG. Fantastic position here as they're looking to run away. Close the door on this one.
Sitting at even is fame. Down the staircase, they've got the read on him. Two bodies turned back around. One watching out through middle map. And with 10 seconds left, that means Omit is going to be able to cross that 200-point mark and put even more distance between 6F Carolina and themselves. It's a 100-point game going back to P1. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the game clock.
It was 90-something to 90-something going to the next rotation. It has been dominance. And that's to put it lightly. This second set of rotations, not even close, not even a sign of life coming in from 6F. Omit imposing their will here. A few kills away from getting a break once again and putting this map to bed, but a good 20 seconds off the docket initially for 6F. They're going to try to hold. They're winning the gunfights they need to. You have one player sitting in time. You have mid-map control, one more set of kills, and you feel like you can walk away with a full 60 here. Millie gets the job done, so we'll see when they look to cut off mid-map and make this transition out. They don't want to let Omit get in, because even 15-20 seconds just does not bode well.
Well, I mean, Omit just can afford to be annoying here. If they just want to keep hitting bodies, which they did, they can just do that. Force another 15 seconds to go their way. They are very confident with being able to get out on rotation and make breaks. They've popped doubles every time. They've been able to just bully ball their way through the front on Carolina, even going back to the Hacienda where we saw them hit 4 up through P2. So, once again, very confident to do it. More kills going blue in the feed around the map. Mercury's still here, but it's a push into the point from Omit. They're just looking for players around the point before they collapse.
Johnny, trigger discipline, able to get one. Now going to try to clear out anyone else pushing through parking side, but the pinch develops from Esky, so Mox gets a good kill. The rest of the team here. Another wave to clear out. It's Brack on a flank once again. You don't read it out. Split spawns come as well. Last one alive going to be Fame. And it feels like do or die to be able to win that gunfight. It gets messy for the moment. You're trying to make sense of it. You're trying to keep things scrappy. Johnny connects over the top once again. RC's leading the way for Omit still for the moment in the closing moments.
The door is closing. Oh no. Oh no. Carolina, their winner's bracket run has been so good thus far. They took down the Stallions to get to this point, sent them to the lower bracket, a team that everybody thought was going to be one of the top teams to look out for all weekend long. Having to make a lower bracket run because of this very Carolina roster. Now against Omit, though, after map 1, it has been all Omit GGs. 31 from Arcides, 29 from Brack. AR's a frying here, and with 20 points left, Carolina have an opportunity with a flank from Millie.
Good presence, at least, for 6F. So they're in a spot to be able to get a good amount of time. But you can see exactly what Omit want to do. They want to work the outskirts of the map, and then you have your subs collapse through ticket. That's going to be the play call. Johnny, what can you do to play spoiler? Gonna try to find it. And you get in. And as you said, back on P4, you can afford to be annoying. You can afford to have great time. 6F doing everything in their power to stay alive. But another 2-piece out of Arcides. Again, they can just kind of dilly-dally around. Look to rotate when they want. You have to sell out for it.
And as long as this time sits gray, that game clock is going to become a factor too if Carolina can even start to mount the comeback. But Johnny, again, +2 at this point. Was almost double negative inside of this red card in the early stages. As mentioned beforehand, he turned up. Omit started frying. Carolina holding on for dear life. They are clinging to the winner's bracket.
A lot to ask. To be able to thwart off this push, another double kill comes through. Sandy with the cleanup, and Omit's in from the front. 10 seconds remaining. Alex, you're battling from the back. Arcides might have done the nail in the coffin.
It absolutely will be. You have one more opportunity for Nubercules to push his way forward, but it's just no bodies there. Omit GG. Get the better of the boogeyman as 6F will send them down to the lower bracket. It will be a long day of Call of Duty, not only for Omit, but especially for 6F, as they are going to have to fight tooth and nail to try and get through that daunting lower bracket.
Yeah, we're starting to see teams fall down to there that it's going to be a battle sooner rather than later. Omit a breath of fresh air, keep the winner's advantage. We'll punch their ticket into round 5.
Take a look on the right-hand side there. Maybe take a 4-box real quick, just to kind of give a larger scope of everything in totality. For Team Notorious, series 1 apiece inside of the control. Team War looking to close things out, but the Pioneers up 2-1 inside of this control, trying to extend that series a bit further. And Mission Magpies over a 100-point lead with about 10 seconds left. That should very well be closed on out here in those final moments of the hard point. YFP, they were trying. You know, give them credit where credit is due. That control that they were able to take in map 3, but the first hard point, that S&D, it was heartbreak, but it felt like the Magpies just had a stronger roster, Amber.
That's what's looking like here as well. I mean, Bance ran up bedside, popped a 3-piece. That let them get back into P1. Went back and forth for a moment, and yeah, control was convincing, and Hacienda is a strong map for YFP. But when it comes down to respawns, like you said, just a roster with a lot of rapport as well. Yeah. And that definitely shows in these moments where it comes to not only do or die in a sense, but just push comes to shove.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at this Magpies team, both them and YFP placed 4th in their respective regions, EU and NA, for the previous stage. Comeback, I mean, it started here, but it looks like the Magpies will finally break in yet. So that'll put that game to bed. I'm looking at the side of Cabal, Team Notorious, Team War, KC Pioneers, both of those games in the final stages of what could be their final controls. We'll take the 3v2 top right here. Just take a look at that quickly on the top right of your screen. 1 versus 2. Yuli trying to put them in a spot where they can finally take a round 5. He wins the first gunfight, tries to snap to the second. Can't get it done, so the Pioneers will extend that series out to at least a 4th map. We will see a Skyline hardpoint for them to try and get Team War to a map 5. Reverse sweep started there. We'll take Team Notorious, who's down by 7 lives here. Now make it 8 and 9 against Cabal GGs. This surely is going to go to a round 5.
Roofer 27 and 18, Fire 24 and 17. And then they hit form as the series has progressed. Pushed to the distance. I'm not sure what the tick count looks like up until this point, but as far as the scoreboard we've seen live, you would think they are the Cabal GG squad. Now they're trying to get themselves a leg up in this series.
What a storyline that would be. This Cabal roster taking out Team Notorious. You got 2 players in Cootie and Rupert who played with Snoopy back in the MW2 season. I think to that Smog roster. I think to the fun that they all had together and how dominant they started to become. And then Snoopy gets the call up to the league on the Boston Breach, continuing to prove why he deserves a spot there year over year and continuously getting better. That's a story for another time. Rupert the first to fall. Rafi there. Cootie up top on 4 in a row. Would love to see him maybe play his life. It's going to be difficult to get some streaks. Yeah, he's got F-Dot in front of him.
Box side of the map. Trying to work towards that spawn trap if they can catch a cheeky timing. Not going to be able to. Fire with the kill to the back, saves his teammate. Unbeknownst to him. Another kill collected. Time going to be stopped over towards A. Lone man here, but you also have it towards B. And sure, they've maybe process of elimination that's just a one-man stack on either side. But the route being taken by Cootie here, going to be a great one. It should be read out, though, and does.
First tick going to get locked in on A, though. And that's going to bring everybody from Team Notorious onto the A zone. Bink's going to turn back around on a great read here. Maybe you got a call out from the teammates regardless. I thought for a moment that could shut down Team Notorious's flank through the middle of the map. Fortunately enough, though, from the Cabal side, you do get 2 ticks. 1 on A, 1 on B. Makes your job a little bit easier to extend the round.
You're just hoping your roaming Slayers can find some kills. They're waiting from Fire to say, okay, look, cleared out plat. Let's work towards B. But you're not winning the gunfights on the other side of things. Now your position's given up. Now playing Chase. Rafi collects the kill. So it's just solo pushes right now as you're getting picked off for the moment. And with less than 30 seconds left, you've got to commit to one of these sites. Looking like A, if they need to step a toe in, but with catching that player flying by through secret, they might step out plat here.
Good luck getting by F-Dot.
I like it.
Fine against Rupert. I thought for the second the timing was going to be horrible for F-Dot instead. SMG up close. Takes Rupert out of it. Cootie will lay down on the waterfall. Read on Bank over at the B site. Trophy going to be down. Not going to weaken up that player, but it is going to be a contestation on this B zone. Flank coming in. Cootie helps out as Afro falls. It's such a hard gunfight to win for a sub, but for an AR to win it even harder for Eric Boom there as he finds the second one around the corner. Still a contest here from Rupert. Ralphie trades it off the respawn from Rock. They just have to dive into A.
Spawn dive doesn't pan out as you're essentially duck hunting at that point. Quick rewrap back, you push it the distance, but Team Notorious, a big win out of them here despite the heroics, despite the performances out of Rupert and Fire in map 3. They hang on and close it out.
So now with a 2-1 lead for Team Notorious, you go back to a hard point where it looked rather engaging against this Cabal roster. It was played relatively close, I think, for the most part, but I think for what we saw, Team Notorious did look like the better team in that first map. So going into what will be a fun map 4, that is the only other series tagged along with the Pioneers that is going to be going to that next map, actually 6F as well. So we got 3 map 4s coming up soon, but hey, welcome. It's been good. Having fun. A lot of COD being played so far, a lot of COD for the rest of the day, but hopefully you guys are having fun here watching the Open for Major 2. I haven't said so myself. My name's Corin. With me is Cash. Good to be here. Happy to be here. But Amber, I mean, we've talked storylines all day long. You know, we could beat a dead horse and talk about the Stallions in the lower bracket. Is there any teams that have kind of surprised you with the push that they made through the winners bracket so far?
I mean, you called to 6F earlier, right? And just saying taking down Stallions, who was the only, top 10 seed that hasn't advanced through winners bracket. So, again, it is a storyline worth noting and pushing. I like seeing the EU teams that we do have, even though we've already had some kind of fall down to lowers. It's just nice seeing, so often you hear the banter and challengers, oh, one side's better than the other, and yada yada. So it's exciting to see the turnout of these EU teams on LAN and how, you know, it's going back and forth like this Cabal and Notorious series. So I think that for me is the most exciting part of not only the representation, but how well and how much of a battle is going down.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And the thing is like, you know, NA versus EU, it's still like a good contention because for years, I mean, the style of play has differed between the two regions. It's become more and more condensed down into like a similar feel play style. But the Europeans have always tend to play a little bit faster version of Call of Duty than the North American side of things. But I think a lot of that has been caught up on. So as we get towards the later and later portions of this winter bracket, I'm sure Notorious will take on one of these top NA teams. Maybe even Omit Brooklyn. Would be great to see the number 1 versus number 2 seeds going at it in the winners finals. But that's all not here nor there. Hearsay, and we'll see that later on. KC Pioneers looking to force a game 5 against Team War. Reverse sweep underway for themselves after the control win on Vault. Here on a Skyline hardpoint, they've gotten themselves out to an early lead.
Diamondcon going to try to make the collapse happen. We are flipped, so Team War out to a lead, but quickly responding. On the other side of things, KC Pioneers trying to get back into it. It's a good P2 hold out of them. So from the outside looking in, you haven't been able to crack the code. Gonna work towards kitchen side. Now as Pioneers make that transition as well, you're here first. The backup clean, the map spread excellent. Now it's just these next wave of gunfights.
There we go. Good flip. All right. Diamond's gone on screen right now, though. And over by P3, I mean, you can see what Team War have set up for themselves. 2 through the bedroom, 1 laying down by Grill, but quickly thwarted out are both of those War players that were playing those overextensions. Back to the hard point, it's going to be a 3-man hit here through the front. Super has to push, and he's got help through the middle of the map. Now pushing in his gunless, and Hixie will drop down from the top side of White Stairs. Tries to snap back over towards the left side. There's still players here. The last alive will be Ulysses. And as he flies in, is able to find one. He gets a second and somehow shuts down the Pioneers push. Oh my lord, please don't give him the last one.
What could have been? And what is, with him taking those 3 buys, time for Team War to get back in. They've done such a good job on this hill where someone falls, they fill that position. He really makes a big play. So what gets them maybe a 20-point swing, now they can get some more seconds to go their way, exceed with the turn and burn. Hixie trying to do a little bit of the same, but Tuvio rights his wrongs there. By getting the trade, it's going to be a clean kill feed. Again, that play off of Yuli not only keeps them a marginal handshake-worthy lead, it keeps them that side of the map, and now it gets them set up well for new.
Yeah, that's perfectly described by you there as well. Being able to hold down that P4 side just by a miraculous 3-piece. So much to be talked about. Ulysses had a shot earlier on in his younger career inside of the CDL. Been playing in Challengers, trying to make his way back, just like so many of these young players inside of Challengers. It's all about the right timing and the opportunity that you can get. Speaking of timings, Yuli on the backside. Top bedroom finds 2. Gunless trade, but it spawns. They get affected because of it and in through the back. It's the hedges push. You still have Diamondcon looking to march his way in, but it's Hixie there to shut him down.
Gonna overtake the lead once again. We go back and forth between these two teams. It was good, but an even better break out of the Pioneers. So we'll work our way back to P1 Jacuzzi side of things. Super taking a route. To get the better timing, cleaner shots, even the looking up disadvantage. Able to take that gunfight, continue to work across the map.
Okay.
I mean, sure, pepper a couple more. 10 and 10 2 streak, but why not get yourself feeling it a little bit? As Pioneers earning early time. Split spawns come in, and Yuli should be on the good side of this.
Super snap left, almost back to the right. Real inside of the point. Go ahead and hold himself in for a moment. Picks up the AR. Has the ability to watch over by Kitchen. That's where the hit's going to be coming through, but they need to be very wary about what's happening over by the bedroom side. Nothing up top to watch over it. It's a top inside of the hill for Exceed. He'll pop 2. Super there along for the tag. They go 3 for 1, but the Pioneers very much should have eclipsed on that hill time. Instead, it's Yuli who just gets to stay alive inside of the P1 point.
You can feel it now. At least with how KC Pioneers have kind of kept us rolling their way for the moment. Team War staying in it, but the AR is slow through the halfway portion of this hard point. Diamondcon Assault not really getting too much going. The subs carrying the load for the moment. They're still very much in this, and again, the rotations have been everything for them, and what's really kept them in it with the leads that they've had also. It's trying to be a multi-pronged push. Out of KC Pioneers, top lane gets snuffed out. Now your mid lane pushes through the bottom as well. You trade back and forth, so you try to rework things through Jacuzzi side. Can he get better timing this go around?
Oh, hello, 2 players from Team Warp. You don't want to take that. That's a high-low gunfight through the bottom side of Piano. And the hop-up down low gets read out very well by 2 Real. So as the last gunfight to go forward is Exceed. Unfortunately for Pioneers, the push that you had, that you set up for about 10-15 seconds, is shut down in 3.
Yeah, just the timing was not great for it. You had everyone set up. There was just no collapse at the same time. And I mean, that's because there were a couple Team War players who were able to play off of one another, snap for a couple quick kills, and it just, you didn't have numbers strongly on any side of the map to give you an advantage. You get a break with 10 seconds, sure, maybe a little consolation, but Team War have ran the scoreline up to about a 40-point lead. And once again, they won rotation. The pinch play could work for you. Wow. Unless Team War snuff it out.
15 and 20 for Exceed, looking to push back from the entertainment side of this P3 hill. Tries to snap around to Assault, who's playing in behind the bar. Team War will challenge out to middle map, and Ulysses, who has been frying the lights out of the Pioneers at 21 kills in this map, continues to make his presence be felt around this third hard point. Gunless up top, 2 Real inside, 3-man hit from the Pioneers. Finally, a collapse works out for them, down 40 points.
And 30 to fight for. So their breaks have been good. You'd like to see them get a strong rotation, and this is the moment, this is the part of the map where that's very much possible, and maybe if you really get across, you could make some noise in the back lines, but you're able to catch it from Jacuzzi. And you're just trying to push forward, back these players down, and gunfights, as long as 2 Reals alive, still wreaking havoc. A 1v1 going down bedside. Trying to thwart this next push is, who is it? Once again, the submachine gun of Yuli, trying to get the better of the timing. It's not going to happen against Super. Rotation, clean, but you are still having people push across the map with pace. Team War.
Play top bed, nade stuck in the corner, 2 Real picks him off early. So the first part of this push from the Pioneers at least gets stopped at a moment's notice. Assault through the back needs to be taken care of, or else these spawns are not going to stick close. But as that gunfight is not won, it's 3 men hitting from the hedges side. Exceed has to lay down. He's got help from Gunless over on the table side from the left hidden flank. He walks away with 1, the nade for the second, but it's Yuli and 2 Real who collapse directly through the front and now in through the bedroom. Hixie has to win too. He can't do it. Spawns are there. Break in for more.
Back and forth we go with these submachine guns, and they're the ones who get the break. They stave off this comeback, what was something that could have tied the game. This could be a 40-point swing where you could have tied it. Now you're going to give up 40. You're going to be in a 40-point deficit going into next, this third set of rotations, and they are flowing at the moment. Team War can do no wrong. You can see the map spread they're taking as well. They are confident in how they want to influence things. Pioneers sure fighting from the back foot. If they can get nice kill feed to go their way, they could sit okay. Everyone piano side, but again, just the lanes. Team War, they're feeling so well.
Spawning deep. ARs trying to take space over middle map. And Assault continues to do what he does best. Turn back around from Super. I thought he was surely dead to rights. Inside of the hill, he'll find his second. This should allow the Pioneers at least a little bit of space, but unfortunately, it's spawning deep across the map over by the grill. The Pioneers will have to hit this through kitchen, try to take up top P2, but with 30 seconds left on this hill, they have lost so much important time off of it. The Team War really doesn't care that they don't have that right side of, or excuse me, the left side of the map for P2 spawn.
It's just you have to expend so many resources to try and take care of the subs for Team War right now that, like you said, it just gives up not only valuable time, but valuable map positioning. It's exactly what it's done. And yeah, it's just good luck, have fun. I mean, sure, you get to clean up, but you do maintain the left side of the map. Now you're trying to work through kitchen, give the comms that need a little help over there, and you do just that. So again, we said need a couple clean kill feeds. Now they've taken up space for the moment. Good gunfights at the top from Gunless also. Could see a swing here, you're only down 40.
Every second valuable for the Pioneers. Up top, long shots, Gunless on 4.
He doesn't
29 to his name, but he doesn't realize that he's pushed up close. Too real, spit shined. Back up top, up the ropes, back to 100 HP. Gunless can contest again. Laying down, turns with the pistol to the front door. He has help here once again. Now pushing out through the middle. Exceed will fall. Team War still here. Gunfights 2-2 back and forth. Up the rope, will he push or will it be the backside? Spawn Gunless wants the Hellstorm.
And he's completely surrounded. And unfortunately, he just couldn't get it done. They knew he was the last one on time. They collapsed well. And whew, too real. Picking up where Gunless left off on the other side of things. 10 seconds. This will put you with about 10 to close it out. Heroics, but not quite enough. You give up the last bit of scrap time. It has to be a fantastic hold here. Gunless going to try to take a route. Takes the gunfight. Now you've opened up lanes for Team War to push through.
SMGs continuing to be the thorn in the back of the Pioneers. 13 seconds left. Now the contestant on a break. Super shut down. Exceed up close. It was a team kill that almost happened, but it's a peppered shot from Gunless that allows him to stay. I2 Pearson once again.
Jump side's going to be the push. Trying to play for the player front, but it's going to be all on Diamondcom. What does he do? And you also have Assault through the back lines.
Oh, you got a double push coming in from the bedroom, though. And over towards the left-hand side. Gunless wins it once again. 36-4. Might have to drop 40 for a win in this map.
They rallied back. They're about to overtake the lead, and it is on the backhand of Gunless. Like you said, we said they needed a great hold. They've done just that. They can win it here.
12 seconds is all they need. Both teams trying to vie for time here. It's out of the point. Team War on the collapse back. It's 3 kills that go their way. Hixie on a double. Tries to find the third. Assault through the wall. Super knocks him down. Too real pushing through the front. They have to touch. They have to contest. It's in at 249. The kills are in, but it's Team War trying to survive at the final nail. Exceed is there, but he can't win the fight close enough. 250 for the Pioneers. 13-point game. Reverse sweep still very much on the cards. Game 5 underway.
Superman, do your thing. I mean, the S on the chest of Gunless right now. He said he might need 40 for the win, and he might have just got there. 2 real 39 and 31. Back and forth we went. The duration. Team War a fantastic lead at one point. Going into the third set of rotations. I mean...
All right.
Love God, love COD. This has been fantastic today.
Speaking of upset potential, though, Cabal up 166-125 on a very similar map of Skyline. Notorious just simply cannot break the back end of P4 right now with Rupert playing up top in that SMG role. It is a very hard position to take over. Afro knocked off and erased by Cootie. With 18 HP, he'll play the corner with 45 seconds left on P4.
Working from top side, Eric Boom. Also working bed, but you're privy to the push. Rupert's able to take one, back off the other, and in tandem with his teammate, bottom bed. Cootie trying to take another gunfight, but you're still earning time after all of that. And with the push out, I like that play. Your teammate rotates into time. Now you can push forward, try to take another wave of these gunfights, and you do just that. Beautiful out of Cabal on P4.
5 for Cootie in the bedroom. 1 is dropped. You don't get the read that somebody's going to be inside of the closet. Right side snapper isn't there. Was probably about 50 points off of the Hellstorm missile. Utility not earned for Cabals, but over the 200-point mark, they very much are. Last 15 seconds of scrap in their favor. Got body still stacking the hard point right now. What a comeback it'd have to be for Team Notorious.
35 will do it. He wants one that can get sneaky. If you aren't paying too much attention, a lot of times can go the other team's way. Cootie gets through, gonna back off, regen, and hit the reload. Afro sitting on time. Bing takes a little bounce off the map, so that will be more time going Notorious's way. A lot of work to do, as you called to. So Cabal can regroup. They can slow play this next push. They don't have to sell out for it here. They're in a position, as you always say, they can be annoying. They can buy themselves time.
Fire close. Afro just having to dip down and play his life to the fullest of his potential. But unfortunately, it's a nade from Cootie that works out. Under the map route from Rooper might be able to snuff out the final bits and pieces here of this hold on P1. They've broken in. 20 seconds left. Rooper 2 tries a snap for 3. 50 HP from Afro. He basically feels like he has to push this because they need to flip the map out for P2.
Over the top, Fire, raining down from above. Keeps taking these gunfights. You get a couple, so it's going to be Fire who has to step up once again to make the big play. You know someone slipped through the back. You're trying to find good timing on another, but side flat, all 4 players have come through.
Pistol shots for a moment. Don't you do that to me. If Fire would have died there, it would have been all over, done and dusted. Team Notorious would have had the momentum there, but it's Afro who pieces yet again. Snaps back over towards the left. Top challengers KD throughout the elites for North America and the European region. Looking to fry even further. Spots out Cootie. Comeback imminent here. His Team Notorious are still holding. They can't flip out the map, but as Cootie finds 2, it might be enough.
Oh, he finds 3 behind the nade as well. Great play. He still plays at P1, trusts his tack, and now they're able to push, fly, and get in behind it. Wonderful work and coordination out of Cabal as they get in, and Alex, they can do it here.
Oh, Notorious can't sit stagnant. That's the last push. And now they just have to sprint across the map, and as Bink falls, it's 2 across the top cat. They have to go straight through the front door into the mouth of Cootie, who's waiting, jaws agape, trying to go and get him. He does. It's 2. Fire there. Rafi, the last one alive, but with 2 seconds left, they can fly on in. Fire. You never want to hear it in a building, but you got it here.
Sound the alarm. Cabal force a map 5.
I love Challengers Call of Duty.
Look at this play. I mean, the nade hits. I mean, sure, it was 1 shot, but still, to connect and still have time. Yeah, still have time to play Rafi out of the back.
Ooh, F.E. Yikes. Yikes.
A little bit of a stinker, as you would call it. Everyone with, I think, over 28 for Cabal. So we bounce from map to map, and then they get more entertaining, I fear. For a second, you thought if you're able to get things going, that 160 mark P2, you collect. You called it the pistol shot right to fire. But if you get that player offside flat, suddenly you buy yourself 15-ish seconds of time, and now you're looking at 180 points to some 200 odd. It's tough, but the bigger plays were made by the side of Cabal. Cootie went massive there at the end. Of course, Fire having a really consistent series barring map 1, and now that they've kind of hit stride, this map 5, again, gonna go anyone's way, but Afro feels like he's slowed down just a touch. The rest of the cast also. I mean, it comes down to this for your winners bracket.
Yeah, I was gonna say, between these first few matches that we've had in winners round 4, getting 2 game 5s out of them for Pioneers and Team War, I mean, that's automatically one that you look to. You're like, all right, let's get into it. We love this. The last time they played, I believe it also. No, I went to a map 4 inside of that one, but still, it was still very close hard points. The Search and Destroys also went to round 11, so hopefully we can get some cinema here early on inside of the winners bracket. 16 teams still here, gonna knock out a few more as we get to our winners quarterfinals. Down low, the teams have dropped. Defense holding strong. Exceed trying to get up, but with 35 seconds left, they're like, where do you go?
They've got to make something happen, make some sort of move. Team War playing it patient. Super opens up with the first blood, so that's going to be the call. They've got to fly.
Yuli down low. Oh my goodness. He got the worst timing. Got stuck on a table. Somehow still alive, but it's Exceed there. 3 versus 2. You have to get the bomb down. Diamond Con last alive in a 1 versus 2. Bomb has enough time to get planted. Does he drop down the spiral? Does he catch a timing? Gunless on the back there. Long range shots. Exceed doesn't want to challenge.
Time to make a play, but they're going to chase through spiral. I don't hate this play. It just depends on how the timing works out, but, well, unlucky. Now we're going to force him to go down the elevator and re-wrap, but the site's completely flipped. Time, though, constantly the problem. The double chow might just be as well.
Oh, the slide through. Doesn't get enough time on it, and it's hard to be able to win a gunfight like that against a Jackal on a slide challenge in while he's belly down. So that was a very long-winded offensive round for the Pioneers. I will be candid. But it works out for them.
First blood took about 25, 30 seconds to ring off to add on to the duration. But they played together. Again, you'll see so many of these teams. Not too often are they giving up isolated gunfights, and
No.
that's a perfect example of working together. The call spiral, they both go, and the double chow, just laying either side of elevator door, fantastic play out of them. It's going to be fast through mid-map, it looks like, for the moment, but everyone pushing through big door side for Pioneer, so they might be able to clear out site quickly, and the deuce of this push might be working B.
When Super gets spotted out towards top trips, and you're already pushing up the sidewalk with 2 players on Team War. It was Yuli and Assault are out towards the heli side. 2 Real should be able to push up onto this bomb. Wants to go down, and you have Diamondcon across the map playing the contestation for a flank. This is a great setup opportunity for Team War.
I mean, you can not get lucky, but hit god shots on the player heli. You have mission number 1.
Yep.
I mean, of course, Diamondcon's behind enemy lines. You have to close distance and clear out this heli player every single time this bomb goes down. B, Exceed trying to, and he might have got through. Oh, he does. But again, time and the player heli. What do you do?
You try to slide in while he's focused on somebody else, and Super is there for it. But with only 15 seconds left, you have to take care of Yuli. And on the sidewalk push, it's 2 Real to make ends meet. But, I mean, that timing on the backside for the flank for Diamondcon could not have been worse. He missed him twice.
You just buy enough time. If you're heli side, I'll call to that time and time again because it's just such a tricky spot to get to, and not often is that player going to give up any kind of cheeky angle for shots over the top. So you get a good response in return. Team War using the B side, something Pioneers will have to respect, keep in the back of their mind going forward. Maybe they try to take a page out of that book. It was a slow look at A the last time. We'll see if they change up pace here.
Down, shoulders not thrown. They just want the straight smoke. 2 Real forced to back off because Super refused to let go of his right trigger. So with nobody pushing through no man's, a flank starting to develop through the backside of Grandma's. Gunless was ready for it and waiting. Takes the first blood off of Team War. 3 versus 2 on the retake now.
Could be on a tough spot. Can you find time with his teammate? Answer going to be no, you get 1, but looking like rats in the kitchen. Everywhere you look, someone's high flying off a control panel, and yeah, it's just better, faster, and the walk down to get him back up spiral. Great job by Gunless and Super just to make sure no one can get on site.
Strong round. Well coordinated. Very high IQ reads on where Team War was coming from, so kind of put a kind of bow on what you were talking about, Amber. Really did enjoy that from the Pioneers. Watching challengers, you know, you just gotta get to sit back sometimes and really just appreciate a good round of search and destroy. But those nades are gonna be well placed on those players out for the Pioneers. It's gonna weaken a few up underground, and Yuli will take very much advantage of that. They get in sight for absolutely free off the back end of a utility combo from Yuli.
Diamondcon takes the third. I know Super's trying to work down spiral, so you can see all eyes pointed that direction. Team shots come through. And that's the joy about challengers is sometimes you get to sit back and appreciate a good round of search and destroy.
The dichotomy of an offensive round. Simply put, enjoyable, lovable. But right there, I can guarantee you that Pioneers were not happy about that Semtex that came over and weakened up the 2 players that Yuli was just able to happen to run into.
And that's what's
Mind
crazy,
you.
that the complexion looks so different those rounds too. It was nades over no man's land, a good read there.
Yeah.
Versus the bang out spiral, just backing those players down. So very quick rounds, but 2 different complexions.
Ooh, they chose to go the short route this time. They're going to be playing directly behind the corner. Slide challenge across from Yuli. This is going to force them to all sprint out of the elevator side. Hixie gets a good timing. Super there as well. And through the front door, it's bully ball, but this time Team War can't get inside. The Pioneers will stay steady put. Can't win that gunfight. That's just too hard.
Came down to timings. And Super finds a couple of good ones, just plays it a little slower in a sense, gets up to the heady to get the final kill, but lets the sub slide around and tries to catch a couple players on the chase, does just that. So these rounds, haymaker after haymaker, back and forth we go. Either team trying to keep their winner's position alive. You force the map 5, you called it at the beginning, you were trying to pull off the reverse sweep, and what that would be for us here. We'll see if we get any kind of change up. We've had 1 B site look. Other than that, it has been all guns blazing. The Team War once again looking mid-map.
They're not back foot blows either. Each team steadily on their offensive pushes have been able to make quick work of their opponents. But Exceed has found a timing to slip all the way through behind this Team War assault.
Diamond Con.
What timing do you get to the backside of Grandma's here? It's won by Exceed, but it's Assault who opens up with the first blood, so that forces a de facto 3 versus 3. 55 seconds. Bottom of A is free for Team War.
Yuli. Again, the aggression. Do they expect it? Do they read it? You're kind of just waiting things out. And to back down that you take, whether you know he's here or not taking that gunfight. Gonna buy you some time. RC working through. Exceed pushing behind it.
Oh no! But Exceed got weakened up by it. So Gunless explodes at him, maybe quite possibly the worst time when he got shot. So instead of it being an opportunity for a 3v3 on the push in, there was already 1 weak. Assault with the nade and the AR over the top forces Gunless, who had the car all the way deep back spawn in a 1v2. And he has to push this through no man. Good luck, have fun.
Could catch a timing. Got spotted, so expect the chase. Right around the front, too. Real able to collect it. You start to get those moments. Some self-inflicted wounds just magnified tenfold. Not only in a map 5, but especially with a game this close. You might be kicking yourself for that one. Fortunately, you're just tied 3-3, but around you'd like back.
So maybe Nade Shot was right half the time, right? Yeah, we called to it earlier in the broadcast. Like, they had a great RC car play, and that one was probably not the greatest. You get some information on the site of where they might be playing, and Exceed was playing off the tail end of the information. The car just got shot and blew up directly in his face, so basically already took him out of the equation. This time, though, Trophy will be thrown. Super will light the first one up. Yuli, again, has just been the first blood Reaper to even it out. But an own blood and an Exceed nade force Assault this time in a 1 versus 3 for Team War.
Complete site control. Information given. Shots over the top. GG's on these rounds. Ever since round 1, Alex, we haven't quite looked back. I mean, I guess asking you shall receive. A snoozer for a first round for things to develop. And here, these rounds could not be working quicker.
Just offense, offense, offense. Like modern day NFL or the NBA. Because scoring is exciting. And so are first bloods. So are aggressive pushes. So will Team War keep that same, the same pattern up in this upcoming round of Search and Destroy? Well, we will just find out. Too real. Gonna have bomb in hand. The bottom of the A site, they really haven't worked all that much early on. They've tried to fake a few feints middle. Map Super weakens up yet another player from Team War early on. Yuli's gonna have to force a nade out to try and back Gunless off of this boat position. But as a stun comes through, he's got help from the backside. Yuli cannot afford to get too aggressive on this. Or maybe he can.
The top rope. Switches to another Jackal, but it's going to be Assault quick on the trade. Super, though. I mean, just kind of the unsung hero for KC Pioneers. Always in a position to fire shots over the top. Out to 8 and 4 as well. And with that, Assault left in a 1 versus 2. No information, but figuring these players are going to be in sight, trying to see if he can find maybe a route or a timing. Kicks down Trip's door just to turn some heads.
Did the audio cue work out? Nah, Exceed spots him. Over by Migman. But as the door pushes in, the drop shot works out. The Pioneers connect finally on a defensive round. Put some space in between themselves and Team War. And Amber, this is a War roster that placed 3rd inside of Stage 2 for North America. On the back foot. Ah, man. Oh. Upset City. Inside of this open.
And historically speaking, Protocol hasn't been a great map for Team War through the Elite. And so, with the counter to that, you didn't play very many, and you lost to 6F if you're KC Pioneers in the duration of the Elite. So, Team War, you're more repped. Feeling a little underprepared for what KC Pioneers have thrown at you. It's do or die. And
it's backs against the wall. Oh, no. You've already got 3 all the way by Heli side. Assault didn't catch a single person running through middle map. The timing was gorgeous from the Pioneers. And Exceed will open the door with 1. It's traded out by 2 Real and Assault, yes. But another situation where they have to retake the entire side of the helicopter. Shot. Oh, no. I thought for a moment it was going to be good. But instead, it's Hixie who falls. So Gunless on the backside of the helicopter has to be careful because here comes the chase from 2 Real. Super, last alive. 1 versus 2 for the series. 4 in a row for himself.
I like
17 seconds left in the round. First challenge out, I thought he won it. But 2 Real keeps Team War alive.
And I was saying a little underprepared for what KC Pioneers were bringing. And the way they flew across the map, one of the faster, and you can clearly tell, decisive plays to be made. I mean, to manage a situation like that, Ixie falling in that moment, leaving Gunless on an island surrounded. Just an unfortunate breakdown of a round. It was a decent post-plant setup, but not good enough. Team War manage, and they stay alive.
You need 2 straight rounds. You need a miracle for Team War. Because KC Pioneers, they have been putting it to you. Super at 9-5, almost double positive, trying to get to double digits. Had a 1.26 KD through S&D throughout the entirety of the North America Stage 2 Elite. Land a little bit different. Back to the war feint that they want to try and throw out through middle map. If they can get across the B, it's cool, but they have to read that Super is going to be over by the heli side. This is something that the Pioneers have not shown yet.
They're trying to play for it, and you just have 2 players standing up sidewalk, so if Super's calming this, great. Just not clearing this out is a mistake. No. It just is. Assault mistimes it. Yuli gets picked. One of your best submachine gun players. I mean, sure, you get the trade, but now that gives up the entire jig. That you're over here, and oh my god, Cage Exceed.
Quite literally flying through the air. Okay. You try to get the nade through the door, rather the window, doesn't work out for you. 2 versus 2. Once again in position for the series. Assault and Diamond Con. Gunless and Hixie. Assault is pinned over by the heli position.
Gotta go.
But the bomb is down and they really don't have any spot to get it. Oh, but the timing for Diamond Con. Hixie spotted out. The drop down. Shot's good. 1v2. Gunless in the back.
Collapse in the back. You just gotta collapse in the back. You're peppering shots, but he knows you're coming. You've got to get over the top. You're waiting for Assault to get in position. Great teamwork out of Team War to force the round 11. I was nervous for a second with how that round was going, but I'm glad that Diamond Con didn't just fly out from the top. He said, Assault, we gotta hit this together. They do just that. Steps outer heli and gets the angle. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. Round 11. It is still so early in this winners bracket. We're not even at the quarterfinals yet. But 2 juggernauts, 2 titans. Early on here. You take a look at the bottom of your screen very quickly. You can see where we've gone in this series. Reverse sweep very much still on the table for the Pioneers. But 2 rounds strung together for Team War. Trying to make good on the payment that they've had inside of this series. RC car down below. Oh, I thought it was going to explode on another player for the Pioneers. 2 real escapes, 4v4.
That lets them get across aggressively in the site, so you do have control if you're Pioneers, and again, the play call has to come in differently. You know, Hixie has a chance to have been pushed up.
Is this a triple drop?
Oh no.
We can dump, here they go. Down the, oh my god! Down the elevator shaft, it's a 2 versus 2. 2 real pushing forward. Diamond Con there. Once again, it is Gunless in a 1 versus 2. Do you have magic for us? Pierce can't win the gunfight. Team War, 3 straight rounds. Rip the Pioneers reverse sweep out of their hands. They will advance to the quarterfinals in the winners bracket here for the Major 2 Open.
Whew. I thought they missed time that jump down elevator. But they just kind of trickled. Forced. That swinging of shots back and forth and just a little too much to manage. Man, oh man. I mean, Assault tries at 11-7. Super. A series of his own, let alone a map 5. And back into the fray we go, Alex. Cabal. Notorious. Map 5, 1 round advantage. You need to get the defuse. I mean, and so much time has been bled here.
Yeah, it has. Gonna make that exact same point, but with 18 seconds left, you just have to drop down. Afro is reading it from middle map, but the timing could not have been worse. They flood in. Eric, almost gets the final one, but the defuse comes in just the nick of time. And Cabal, we had talked about them playing against this Notorious team. Cabal have loved playing S&D. They have been close all year, but it's been their bread and butter, and Notorious, this is the map that they did not want to see them on here for a Game 5.
Stage 2 of Elite, we'll go back to it. Cabal only having dropped, what, 3 of their odd?
Yeah, 3.
12
of like
total.
10 games they played.
Yeah, search and destroy. So, I mean, they feel pretty good. No vault, funny enough, throughout the entire stage, including playoffs. But like you said, in their wheelhouse, comfortable on Search and Destroy, and it is showing here. Bink up to 4 in a row. Slow start. Getting going at the right time. They are 1 round away from keeping the winner's bracket.
How about this? Exact same situation we just saw in Protocol. But this time it's the number 1 seeded Team Notorious dropping early. Afro, Eric Boom, both dead. F. Dot and Rafi, it is all on your shoulders to keep yourselves in the winner's bracket. 2 versus 3. Minute and 10 in the round to work with. Bomb still deep in the spawn for Cabal. Trophy systems to use on A should there be any sort of tax or lethals for Team Notorious. But Rupert, bad timing, spotted out, information given.
I was going to say the only good omen, perhaps, is that you didn't give up the site just yet, but Rafi on a pinch. You don't have F. Dot to look over you, or really in a great position. You're going to get looked out from P2.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
They lose. They lose 6-3.
Yeah.
The number 1 seed is dropped to the lower bracket. Winners round 4 has been wild. Wild. We knew it had to happen. We knew some teams had to go down. We had already mentioned that 9 of the top 10 seeds had advanced to this point. There's only 16 teams inside of winners round 4. We've whittled that down to at least 4 going into the quarterfinals thus far. Got another 4 coming up soon. But for Cabal, that is a statement win against Team Notorious in the European region.
In between what we just saw with KC Pioneers and Team War, pit's got to be loud and rowdy at this moment. And like you said, we're just kind of scratching the surface of really this entire weekend, but winners bracket especially, and it only gets better from here.
It does. 3 LATAM players on this Cabal Gaming roster now have advanced to the quarterfinals, taking out the Europeans from Team Notorious. They have, once again, a very long lower bracket run that they have to start off on. Amber, we saw 4 matches across the board, some close, some very close, others not so much. Just kind of generalized takeaways before we send it to a break.
I think the teams we, NA-wise, expected to perform, Omit, taking care of business, things like that. Team War, though it was forced to distance, they still, cover their bases and take care of things. I think to just really kind of close out on the final point that you had made and wrap it up, someone had to fall at some point. Was I expecting the 1 seed coming into the tournament in winners round 4 this early? No, but I mean, hey, it's COD, it's challengers, and yeah, it was bound to happen. A little shocked at how it did.
Absolutely. Well, we have 8 teams remaining inside of the winners, or rather, winners round 4. So out of the 16 teams, 4 have advanced. 4 more will advance when we return from a short break. Stick around, enjoy, get a snack. We're going to be here all night.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Challenger coverage here at the Major. We continue on with our winners round 4 games. We've seen 4, we will now see 4 more. Still an awful lot of Call of Duty to come today though, Infinity.
Yeah, we've still got a long way to go before we get to the end of the day. We mentioned at the top of the show that by the end of the day, we'll effectively more or less have like our top 3, top 4 teams left in the competition. This is winners round 3, round 4, something like that. So we're down to basically almost our final 8 teams after this round of play. So there's still a lot of games still to go.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we'll see how these teams start getting on what is looking like it may be one of the biggest marathons of all time. But if you win, you make it a little bit shorter, and that'll be the benefit for these teams moving forward, as we can see here. Right now, Omit Brooklyn versus Mistaken. Now, Mistaken had a pretty close game earlier, actually, to be fair, and Omit Brooklyn, well, they're certainly the favourites in this one.
Yeah, this is one of those David versus Goliath situations, right, where it is literally a team that maybe you don't expect to do that well, albeit, you know, they did manage to upset Notorious, right? So they've come to LAN and very clearly have done better than they did online. But you are going up against literally the best team in North America. This is an Omit Brooklyn team that did spectacularly well during Season 2. And albeit there were a couple of fumbles along the way, it was that insane losers bracket run all the way from round 1 in playoffs to the grand final victory to become the North American champions of Season 2. This Omit Brooklyn roster is literally the best that North America has to offer. And they go up against one of Europe's middling teams. Europe's not done that so well this weekend, right? Team Notorious, the #1 seed in the world, has just lost to Cabal, a top 8 North American team. So for Europe, this is not looking.
Well, I did say earlier, Europe does not have a good time at these events. You were very confident, and I was like, well, I've been here too often. This is never a fun time. But hey, they're still in it at least and can try and keep going. But we'll see how that works out for them as the day continues. Right now, Mistaken having a few issues because Dizzy's left in a 1 versus 2. Down he goes, and that'll be 4-1 to Omit.
Yep. Just the way that Omit Brooklyn play as a team. It's one of the best parts about watching this Omit Brooklyn roster. Again, you've got such insane names on this team, obviously. And it's worth... I think the thing I love about this Omit Brooklyn roster the most, right, is the fact that it's a roster that overcame the odds, right? This is a team that lost Neptune, lost Lunas in between Season 1 and Season 2. You add Capsule, you add Rex to the lineup. And both of those players have just fit in phenomenally well. Caps has probably never looked this comfortable in challenges. He's a phenomenal player. And I think, you know, there's been this conversation about Rex having to be picked up by a CDL team at some point. Both of them have been brilliant picks, and they just fit in so well. Fellow is one of the best IGLs, I think, in challenges. So just the team play on point for Omit Brooklyn. The way they've composed this team is brilliant. Shout out to Rafi for doing it. Now Omit Brooklyn here versus Mistaken Esports, looking super duper comfortable. Aggressive play from Craze at the start of this round. Those are some aspirational shots, we'll say.
They certainly are. It's already trades going down. Very aggressive. The Dylan Rex pushed and got them well out of that flank. And now for Mistaken, they're going to have to get all the way back to the bomb site. A 2 versus 3 retake. It's certainly not going to be easy, especially considering they've got so many corners to check, so much angles to go. Omit Brooklyn basically got the best post plant you can have. They have a massive amount of control.
Yep, looking pretty good. And there it is again. Just the way that Omit Brooklyn are able to collapse onto Mistaken Esports. Mistaken, as soon as Omit Brooklyn give it the go-ahead that that's exactly what they're going to do, they look totally lost. And that is not down to Mistaken being a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. I love watching this team in the European battlefront. But here in against the best of the best that North America has to offer, sometimes it can feel just a little bit unfair.
Well, we'll see if there's a way back. Still, these are best of 5, so this won't be over and done with quite yet, but it has been a little bit of a tough time for Mistaken. Can they find any more rounds now they have the attack?
We shall see. So far, donut for Dizzy. It's not the best start from probably the best player on this Mistaken Esports roster, at least from my perspective. And I mean, just look at the way that Omit Brooklyn are playing. Look at Rex. Look at the route that these guys are taking. Oh, the route. Oh my god, I just went American for a second. Look at the route that Omit Brooklyn players are taking on the map right now. Capsule is getting super duper aggressive. Already one player left alive. Chunk is donezo. Omit Brooklyn just tore through Mistaken Esports in that red card search and destroy.
Yeah, they must know that we were a bit behind the bracket. They're trying to catch up for us as they get into it. But yeah, that was very, very dominant from them. And there's not an awful lot more to say about it. They just look like the better team against Mistaken, who, you know, are middle of the pack in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Again, like, it's so horrible because, for the record, I mean, they could still come out and reverse sweep over Brooklyn, right? By no stretch of the imagination is this series over. But, like, it's such a mismatch. You feel so kind of bad for Mistaken. It's like you've kind of earned your way through this bracket, right? You've just beaten Notorious. Again, has to be said that the Notorious Org team, it's confusing that there are two Notoriouses. Notorious Org, you've just beaten Notorious Org. That is by all means an upset, according to what we've seen online at least. Notorious 3-0'd them the first time of the round, so quite clearly Mistaken have made some serious improvements from Season 2 to Dallas, but the big problem here is now you're facing the best in North America, and it's horrible because it's just like it makes Mistaken look bad, but they are not a bad team at all. They are just probably facing the best team in this tournament.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's one of those things when it gets to this point of it, the tournament, you know there's going to be some juggernauts going through. I mean, Brooklyn happen to be a juggernaut, but We'll see. On the other side of it, though, another juggernaut. Technically, this is a European juggernaut. Katana are very, very good going. This Five Fears is definitely not a team to be sniffed at because that is a very good squad as well. But at the moment, they are winning in the hard point, but the S&D is all tied up.
Yeah, it feels like this Five Fears roster is kind of one of those, I guess it feels like they're a trick in a way, right? Because you look at the players on this roster, and for the most part, most of the players you wouldn't have heard of from this season. Like, if you were new to Challengers, if you were new to Call of Duty Esports, really, you would not know who these players are, or you might not have heard of them. Major Maniac, obviously, while storied in Call of Duty Esports, and even in Challengers, hasn't played in Elite this season. Did not qualify for either Season 1 or Season 2, I believe. Trakes is in the same boat. Glowfrosty, formerly known as Hamza, before that formerly known as Glowfrosty, was on the Vegas Falcons Academy roster for Season 2, or did not qualify, and also, I believe, did not qualify for Season 1 as well. Neum is the only player actually on this entire team that did compete in Season 2. So, for Five Fears, I think coming into this is kind of a team a lot of people are not going to be thinking about here, and they can catch a lot of rosters off guard. They've already done so against the team from APAC in a Unity Visual, I believe. Taking down Katana Gaming, though, as you said, one of the European juggernauts might be a little bit too much to ask, and already in this round, this push towards B has not gone well.
Well, Vortex just picking up what felt like a very easy two-piece, but all a bit of positioning for a Glowfrost. He gets his own back, though. This is doable. 1 versus 2. And you can see them wolf packing here. It's a very common tactic when you let's stay in range for a trade, and they're not going to need it. They find him anyway. All tied up in the S&D.
Yeah, really well played from Katana there in that search and destroy, and I think from Vortex, particularly in that round, of course. We give Vortex a lot of love in European challenges for good reason. He is probably one of the smartest players in search and destroy that the region has to offer, and also a pretty darn good search and SMG player when he wants to be. And just saw that there, that little flank through Banana completely pulled the players that had managed to get through from Five Fears out of the round. So brilliant play from Vortex. Just had a bit of a weird season, I think, with Katana Gaming. Did start the year here in Black Ops 6 on the Katana roster before briefly moving out of the team, considering it wasn't working before Season 1. Now back with the guys after Super made his venture towards North America. Katana, though, here in this round, going to draw that first blood and actually going to back away. This is such an incredibly smart play call from Katana.
And now with this bomb going down, all they've got to do is set up for the post plant. They won't get back map. You can already see they don't have it. They do have helicopter, but Major Maniac will know where this player is. Can he isolate? Finds it. Perfect there onto Cobra. And the flank is going to be what they're worried about as well. Players already dropping here from Katana. They're not having a great time. Brezzy gets one back for a 2 versus 2. Major's going to get caught as well by Brezzy. And the last player on the flank, not in a great position as Vortex will play his life, trying to just team up with his teammate, keep the pressure on. 20 seconds to go. Neum has to make a god play to get this done, and it isn't going to be so.
Wow, I'm really surprised that Katana held that. I really expected a bit of a better collapse out. That 3 many players on Five Fears there. Brezzy effectively gets away with 2 kills. I think that the first one is egregious enough. I fully expected a trade out. I think it was Major Maniac was the penultimate player alive for Five Fears. I expected some kind of trade. The fact that there wasn't one totally surprised me. And then, of course, Neum slow to the trade as well. I think Five Fears kind of lagging at the moment in terms of the team play. Katana Gaming, obviously, being the roster, but for the most part, that core 3 have been together for the longest. Well, Katana Gaming looking better for it. So, Search and Destroy Pro S showing out here on the last couple of rounds for Katana Gaming. Now on the offense is Five Fears barreling towards A.
Vortex to be under the gun, and that stun hits at just the wrong time, but still gets away with the kill. Nade out as well, staying alive and going across, and somehow keeping on going here with help from the team. And 5 Fears have been rebuffed. They will not get an easy entrance here. Vortex deciding to just have a little tippy-tap at somebody outside. And they have bomb and control.
Yeah, this is a huge problem for 5 Fears, the last remaining players, because there's no real reason for Katana to make any kind of crazy move here. You know it as well. Glowfrosty goes for the chow through grass, gets cut down by Cobra. Now Major Maniac has made the wrap in behind him, lines Katana though. They absolutely know. You've got 2 players watching the stairs. As soon as Major Maniac peeks, he's cooked. He does at the very least get away. Just 26 damage done. I'm going to go for a bit of a reach out here. I think how quick this reach out is being done might catch Katana off guard, but they're not having any of it.
Major Maniac hoping for a miracle. Maybe they'll all be lined up for him. Maybe that's what will happen. But he's just trying to thread a needle. Finds one. 16 seconds to go. They would have to throw this away, though. They're all in here, and Brezzy isn't going to allow the dream to happen.
I'll tell you what. How long they were taking to trade that, I genuinely thought for a second there, hey, Major Maniac's going to get the regen up to 100 hit. This is totally possible. But Brezzy with the positioning and nice headshots through the head on towards Major Maniac will close that round out. And yeah, it's really well played, I think, on those initial kills from Katana Gaming. Just team play in those moments, able to outsmart 5 Fears and outgun 5 Fears. That's now 3 rounds in a row here from Katana. They are looking so solid now on Protocol Search and Destroy to take a 2-0 series advantage. See if they can pull the same kind of play that they did last time around. Last time, initial blood towards A, straight push towards B. This time, they're feeling like a little bit more honest with it.
Oh, Brezzy gets it. Drake's just continuing to try and dive around this, what we know is a very difficult area to get the kills and get out with, but Cobra has found one, and that might be unbelievable timing. That is unreal. He's between the players. And Major Maniac has found his teammate, and Cobra now knows he's here, but it's such a difficult gunfight. And what could have been a little bit of luck ended up going the way of 5 Fears.
Yeah, Cobra just kind of threaded the needle there in the moment. Really. I mean, to be fair, Cobra could well have just rotated towards the B-bomb site. They'd have had not a Scooby what was happening to him. But Cobra decides to go for the reach out, go for it to say, hang on, player right below me, I'll go for this freebie. He takes it. And finally, we see stabilization from 5 Fears here in this search and destroy. Not done yet, are 5 Fears, but that is a much better round from them on the initial. A bit of a different look from Katana Gaming, and I think it's one that they might throw out of their strat book because it did not work whatsoever.
Well, here comes the push, and Prezi trying to go for a wall bang and maybe just a bit of info, but hits nothing but air. This is an aggressive push here. 5 Fears are going to try to get onto this site early by the look of it. Vortex is holding this on the ladder with a pistol. Might get the right timing, and has outthought them there, and almost he's going to get 2. He's going to be asking for reinforcements so he doesn't overexpose. Close is still looking for him. Eventually will pick him up, but it felt a little bit dirty.
Tell you what, Trake's just played his life really well. It's very unfortunate that he didn't get any help from the teammates. Of course, the rest of the players were pinned down by Katana. Glowfrosty now on the hunt. 1 versus 4. Finds a nice clean first kill. Looking around lockers for the second here. Down to 58 HP. He's going to get to hit the regen. 35 seconds though. That clock is another adversary for Glowfrosty in this 1 versus 4. Not a lot of time, but he has been afforded a lot of space here, Bryce.
He has, but it's space away from the bomb. You can tell that Katana have basically turtled up around it. And Glowfrosty just wants a little bit of an opportunity, but look at it. Katana just really not giving him much to play with. A little bit of an issue here, though. Vortex, if he goes down, he could fly out and get something more. Vortex will fall here, surely. No, just not enough to get him done. And Katana get that away, but again, it didn't feel clean.
Yeah, again, Glowfrosty, the fact he almost pulls that off as well. I think Vortex just about hits the regen here before the snake lands here. You can see it on the screen. He gets away with it. A nice little reaction, I will say, as well, from Brezzy in that play. Recognize that, hey, if I bunch up with Vortex in this 2 versus 1, there is a likelihood that this 1 versus 3 goes Glowfrosty's way. Backs all the way up, so a totally different position. So no matter what, if that kill on towards Vortex goes Glowfrosty's way, the 1 versus 4 would not. 5 Fears now have to win 3 rounds on the bounce here. They want to win this search and destroy. Katana Gaming. Again, showing their search and destroy prowess right here, right now. Looking for the first blood in towards site once again.
Frosty already picking off Cobra. May have stopped this then in its tracks. His Trakes smells blood in the water. They're going for a second one. Everybody up. Going to get him as well. Vortex has fallen to Neum. Neum is still going, looking for more kills. And well, they've pretty much just put this one to bed. It would be a 1 versus 4 for Brezzy as he finds the first.
This is still possible. You've got time. Crucially, element of surprise. As soon as Glowfrosty spots him out, though, the comm should be made. I expect to see some kind of move from either Trakes or even potentially Major Maniac, but the bomb's been retrieved. It's a good start. Blade push coming now through from Trakes. Brezzy needs to get this first kill, does so. Immediate trade from Trakes should be good. There you go. Didn't quite anticipate player push that far forward. 5 Fears, another round on the board here.
And it's getting scary. Getting back closer and closer to this now. We're going to see just how much ice these two teams have. Attack for 5 Fears. Katana held this well last time, but those same tricks won't work twice.
It does feel like Katana has thrown a dozen different looks or so. I know that's not mathematically possible, but at 5 Fears, definitely feels that way. Katana this round on the defense. A lot of mid-map pressure. 5 Fears not able to cross that 50-yard line towards a site. Vortex also, I think he might have sole control here. There might be a little bit of help from Cobra, but that is it. Katana Gaming here need to hold on towards the site. 5 Fears trying to prod up the defense and find a way through. Neum to do so. Has not just been spotted out here. Going to catch Aspect off guard. Is this the defense falling apart?
I think it may have done so. Glowfrosty, well, looks like we're going to around 11. Brezzy would have to pick off a miracle, and this is a horrible site to have to retake, and Neum says no. 5 Fears have brought this 5-5.
Just feels like we've got a measure for them now. And I will say, I think Katana felt a little bit stagnant in that round. They had their setup, and they were very keen to stick to it. The read was good for 5 Fears, and of course, Neum being allowed all the way through grass was a bit of an error. I think the player towards the back of the map was maybe expecting somebody to push through the B site. It's a gamble that does not pay off. As you said, round 11 now. 5 Fears can still get this done on the defense. Where do Katana go with this bomb?
Do they send it? Might be. A little bit of pressure come through, and Trakes, that's a huge first blood. Going to get traded out 3 versus 3, but it's not feeling good for Katana. I expect we'll get into here eventually.
I'm comfortable with a 3 versus 3 if I'm Katana in this situation. You've got site control. 5 Fears are the ones that need to re-entry in, especially as nades and utility has been sent out wide. Katana, if they get this bomb down, situation flips back in their advantage. 5 Fears are the one that need to re-entry here.
I think Katana are thinking about leaving.
There's no way. They'd be seen. They would be seen on the cross. Like, they should know about this. Cobra is making a really long wrap around. This is a massive play call from Cobra.
Cobra's going to try and make magic happen. Aspect might start firing any second now, just to give a bit of advantage. Cobra finds one. No, and Cobra does find the second. And you're right, Cobra hits the flank. Teammates were waiting so long, and the timing was perfect. They all focused front. They were confident they weren't splitting. And we didn't get to see it. But Aspect was like, well, I got to deal with this one then.
That was the longest game of chicken I've possibly seen in a round 11 search and destroy. Katana did not want to get that rock down for fear of the fact that 5 Fears might have the number advantage in it. Push on towards the site. They are the ones that blink, though, as they send Cobra towards that flank. It is a perfect play call in round 11, and one, let me tell you, that definitely came from the mouth of Steve Vortex. Over Brooklyn, now over towards control. Offense looking pretty hot. They've only lost 1 round so far. A is about to be fried as well. Player stacking the point here, Bryce.
Well, let's see. Oh, Capsidol absolutely ripped him a bits. And, well, this one's over, I think, and it is going to be so as well. I mean, Brooklyn, take the control, take the series. An easy run for them in the end.
Again, it felt like a bit of a mismatch for Mistaken, didn't it? going into this one. Again, fair play to them, because how do you match up against a roster like Omit Brooklyn? They are one of the favorites to win the entire thing here at Texas, and they showed why in that series. Just so phenomenally well put together. Every single opportunity that Mistaken afforded them in that series, they took over and over and over again, albeit we only got to see a fraction of that control. The fraction that we did get to see is the confident slaying power of Omit Brooklyn that we've come to know and love over the last season of Challengers Elite. So, loving what I'm seeing from that roster. They move forward to the winners quarterfinals, but here over in Royal Spartans versus Project 7 Esports, this is another one that, to me, I feel so conflicted on. I'd love to back Project 7 here as the European squad that they are, but Royal Spartans is such a difficult squad to take down.
Yeah, Royal Spartans, very, very good team. I mean, P7 have had kind of flurries of brilliance. Also, this entire team, I've been quite impressed by Disarray. But can they measure up at the moment? Doing a very good job of it. Holding P2 overlay, looking every single direction for the pressure he knows is coming with 20 seconds left of scrap.
You will get this scrap time. Real Spartans have resigned themselves to Lampy's play here on the flank. Oh, he was hoping that he could go incognito long enough that Royal Spartans wouldn't clock him on the flank. Not going to matter. I will say, for Royal Spartans here, generally speaking, you kind of see one or two players maybe hit scrap time, not to give it away. P7 had a lot of time there of just peace and quiet towards that old hill. And now they'll look to hit this one all through the middle of the map. Potential flanking players being cut off by Gunsy, and that's so unfortunate there. You could definitely hear the play call that P7 were trying to go for. Spawns flip, though. Will Royal Spartans read it?
I don't know if they have, but that's a wonderful snap. It's a hard gunfight to take at that kind of difference, but it's still both teams piling in. Royal Spartans will have control for now. You can see P7 actually going to headbutt this. Players going through. One will eventually split. Lampy, who's going across the distance. They know with 25 seconds this is worth pushing, but it's not worth giving up everything.
Trades. Still Royal Spartans in control here for the moment. Big 1 versus 1 towards the end. BB Connor's going to get it done, but Royal Spartans get close spawns, so they will continue to regenerate their presence on this hard point. Spart, being the solid AR that he is looking for some ESIC frags here, as Project 7 should be the first team in new. Rogue spawn from BB Connor might be able to catch players off guard, but P7 need to brace for long enough that he can actually get there. That's not happened. Darkside dominates in the bedroom, and Royal Spartans here now in control. This is not a great moment, but P7 will light up the kill feed white, and just when you think all is lost of P7 on the Roto, they regain control, and now it's Royal Spartans spawning out on the other side of the map.
Connor just holding. Nobody up top though at the moment, but Overlay will get two regardless, and Connor will use this opportunity to pinch it off. Doesn't even need to. Eventually has another gunfight, and will get one, but all it really does is keep the door open here for the Spartans. And now try and put the pressure on, and Connor, well, had a bit of a jump scare there, but not really anything too major as nothing hit him.
P7 doing a really good job at the moment of keeping Royal Spartans at bay. I also love this play straight off it. You know, P7 know that they're more likely than not to get these last 15 seconds. Lampy out towards the middle of the map to try and garner some presence. It does go awry. That's not a gunfight that P7 will win, but through the first set, we've got to give P7 some props here. We talk about Europe lagging behind, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, Bryce, but this is the first time where it feels like a North American powerhouse is actually being challenged here at Texas by somebody from Europe.
Yeah, that's certainly. Like I said before, I don't think P7's watching them all the way through the Elite. They certainly put on some very good performances. It was a scary team when they're feeling it, and well, it certainly seems like they're doing so again. Losing a little bit of time on P1, but still, this isn't a problem yet.
Looking for some kind of P1 control of both of these teams. That's a big gunfight. Lampy's really trying his best to garner some kind of map control. Would have been nice if that flank from Disarray could have produced something. P7 aren't done. They continue to send individual players on the flank here. As the spawn out is calmed from ProLoot, they know there's still presence to be dealt with behind enemy lines. They've done exactly that, but they're not quite confident just yet. Big 1v1. BB Connor wins it. That's the spawns locked in for P7. You know how much of a money kill P2 can be. An opportunity for P7 to garner a massive lead here. Currently up by 30 seconds or so. They need to hold this.
And so far, so good. Disarray, backpedaling, firing. And where the player's going to be, still playing his life very, very well. Trying to keep the pressure on at the front of the hill. Fortunately, teammate has gone down, and Disarray will look for the players on the other side. Everybody now piling in, and Disarray's like, how on earth they all got around every other angle but the one I'm watching? And that's a great retake from Spartans.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see if you're a P7. You do not look organized whatsoever there. I think just a little bit of panic in the comms that ends up falling them. Royal Spartans now in control for the back 25 seconds. For P7, you could send a couple of players towards this time if you really wanted to, but as we cross that 20-second mark, I would be cautious how much I invest into this if I'm P7. They are going to win a couple of gunfights, but this will weaken things for that rotation.
Oh, Overlay just says, hey, we'll lock this one down. Scrap time in. So this is going to be one of those ones where it's very, very important about Lampy, because Lampy's going to try and make enough pressure on the map that they can run through every single direction at once. Here comes the spread. They're not hitting the main front of the hill. They're all going through mid as well. Lots of pressure coming in. Prolute trying to win a gunfight, but everybody just appearing at every single angle. And for P7, that has gone about as well as it can do.
It was going to be super critical there, the fact that Lampy's individual flanking play quickly turned into a team one from P7, but they immediately break right back through. As we say it, they're Real Spartans close spawns from couches, not covered fully by P7. They're able to break back in momentarily, and I say for a moment because Real Spartans are knocking at the door once again. Big kill from BB Connor here. An opportunity for the last 20 seconds for P7 to get really comfortable in this game. Last time around, they got broken pretty much immediately before having to be broken once again. A bit of a flip of the spawns over and over again between these two teams. P7 did end up touching first, though. Now looking to do the same thing. You've just lost disarray around top cobble. If you're a Lampy and Overlay, you need to go big.
Lampy waiting. Finds one, but we'll have to wait. Needs the reinforcements. Don't throw the life away. Lampy almost finds a second. Still waiting. Sparty taking down Overlay long distance is really staggered this attack. And there goes the missile. Hasn't done much but force them inside. That gives the opportunity for the back spawn. Gun C. Still going to find one though regardless. Royal Spartans holding on to this with the fingernails. And have just about managed to lose it in the final seconds.
Yeah, this is a big back 30 seconds. Royal Spartan's going to spawn out in Narnia as far as this hill is concerned. Mid-map presence looking pretty good for Overlay and BB Connor as well. If you're Real Spartans, you are really struggling at the moment to do anything of note. You lose this back 30 seconds, and all that you did for the first 30 is null and void, and there's no real reason to over-contest in towards a scrap time now. They might send one player to do so. That could be a big 5 to 10 seconds if they manage to garner it, but they're not winning those gunfights. Royal Spartans now need to establish some presence through the middle of the map here. Disarray doing a stellar job at being a nuisance towards that scrap time. But we look towards potential P2 rotations down the line here. Royal Spartans trying to do two things at once. Keep P7 out in the middle of the map and also make sure they're on the right side of the map for that rotation towards next.
Here we go. P7 have the opportunity to win this game. All they got to do is just keep the tempo going. And realistically, 30 seconds to go. They get to dictate it. The Spartans now have to push. They cannot worry too much about P2. They have to make sure that they keep putting the pressure on P1. First job done. Now you've got to start thinking about it. Once you've taken away that opportunity to win on P1, get towards P2. At the moment, they're doing just enough. It's still an uphill battle, but they're doing it.
Yeah, if I'm P7 at this point in time, I fight for this scrap time. This 13 seconds could really push you over the edge if it comes down to a kitchen hardpoint, which, let's be honest, short of something crazy from P7. Never mind, they get the kills here. I think Royal Spartans over-investing towards bedroom side. We see a flip of the spawns, and now P7 an opportunity, just 22 points shy of victory here in this game price from holding on. But the two players towards this hill have a lot to do when Royal Spartans are raining down upon them.
P looking for it. It's not going to be good enough. But right now, nobody on the hill. Everybody playing for position. Here comes the reinforcements. Finally into it as well. The Royal Spartans, this kind of puts them on a timer. They have to make some moves. And moves they have made. Every kill they need, they found. Lampy laying down outside on the platform, but gets stun-checked.
Yeah, 25 seconds left on this hill. If I'm P7, I do not get over-aggressive. You can get this last 13 seconds, but you're starting to lose gunfights. Lampy's trying to make the heroic play. You've lost it. Do not over-invest anymore. Focus solely on this rotation. There is no reason to get over-aggressive here.
Oh, they've really pushed out as well, and Duncy's kind of walked behind them. It will be found, though. Connor is going to be there, pushing out every single side of the hill. They've let a player through. Sparty has just ran into the site. This is still very much up for contest. P7 have not managed to lock down the rotation at all. And this all comes down to the trades.
Prolete, big spree. Predator missile, or cruise missile, excuse me, in the back pocket here. P7 just a few moments away, a few gunfights away from victory. They get a couple of kills.
Connor just holding down fire, getting enough, and still in the hill, still going to get it. P7 take the map. And from what was looking like a pretty dominant time for them, it could have been a little bit more scary.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was starting to shake my head a little bit when we looked towards that rotation from P2 to P3, and P7 had a couple of players push all the way through towards couches that let presence towards the middle of the map go Royal Spartan's way. I was like, what are you guys doing? they gave Royal Spartans way more of a chance than they needed to. It's worth saying as well, fair play to the Royal Spartans, because P7 had what, I want to say it was like a 70 to 80 point advantage after the first set. It was a pretty huge lead, so for it to be that close at the end of the game, props to the Royal Spartans, but not able to get it done. Tremendous start though from P7 in that best of 5. We move across to another one. Europe looking pretty strong here in this round of play, Bryce, as Katana Gaming just one control round away. They might not get it here, but they're looking pretty good to close out this series versus 5 Fizz.
Yeah, this is also like a bit of a mismatch, and I thought 5 Fizz might have a little bit of a better opportunity, but Katana Gaming have come to play. The Major Maniac is now just trying to find a pick here as well, but there are so many players spread across the map for Katana. They want this A locked in, and 5 Fizz are going to try and end the game, or at least end the round, sorry, on this one. But so far haven't managed to do so. And how on earth Cobra made that kill? It seemed to wobble all over the place and still get a headshot.
Oh, Cobra! This guy's disgusting. Get him in the league. 3 in a row for Cobra. 10.5 seconds left on the clock here. Ooh. Splitting the forces are Katana Gaming. Long-range shots from Traits will put a stop to Cobra. Damage might well have been done now. Cobra was the last little breath in this round for Katana Gaming. If he wasn't, Vortex was trying to keep something going. Can't do anything over by B, and this round's done. So 5 Fizz will survive here. They are looking for the Supermax Ultra reverse sweep in this series, though, if they want to win it.
Can they get this done? Yeah, I was going to say, Trakes, there was some really good shooting coming out in that round. And, well, we didn't even see this one, but it looks very, very impressive. How has Vortex lost that?
Welcome to Challenges. That's all I'm going to say. There's a lot of that going around here. I've seen some crazy things today, honestly. I've seen 2 turn-ons in 1 search and destroy. I don't discount anything at any level of challenges at this point.
Well, let's find out. Katana will now have defense. If they hold this, they win the series. They put 5 Fizz into the lower bracket. And fairly certain, the winner of this also goes on to play Mission Magpies.
Hey, give me a mission. Bias caster, I don't care. Throw me out. I'm down for a Mission Magpies Katana Gaming matchup. That would be the perfect way to get a team to the top 6.
Liam just trying to make a bit of a nuisance. The player is gone, by the way. They're out of there. They went all the way down the stairs in one movement. Liam's like, where have they gone? That is about as much movement as you can get out of a player here. But so far, 5 Fizz doing a good job. Just trying to keep this clock stopped here as Cobra hits a little bit of the flank. And they are now hunting that player onto A here. You got to be careful if you're 5 Fizz. Right now, you're in spawn.
They have not done a good job at dealing with the presence of Katana Gaming inside their spawn building. As I say that, they do take Cobra and Vortex down, but it won't be long before Katana instill more players in towards a potential spawn trap. Brezzy trying to be all sneaky-like, looking to deal Trakes towards the point, is going to get shut out here. So Katana, I think they still seem intent at the moment on putting players in towards the spawn before actually dealing with the players that have already gotten by, and I think that's a little bit of a putting the horse before the apple cart before the horse, I think is the phrase, right? I think that's what we're looking at right now. Katana, though, do find a wave of gunfights here and have dealt with the pressure for the most part. They seem to continue to have SMGs moving forward. Somehow, Trakes makes a meal of that gunfight.
And now for 5 Fizz, they have to step it up in this moment, or the lower bracket is calling. They should be able to stop B. They've already got to kill Neum again. Brezzy is going to fall down the Glow Frosty. Opportunity here. Cobra can only find one. Vortex holding sights, but isn't going to be able to do an awful lot more. No matter, they might be gone here. You can see how far back Katana have been pushed.
I think they're just being super careful here not to allow the transition. They might not have a choice in the matter, though. Neum's already finding value, as is Major Maniac here. Vortex the only one to say anything about it. OpTic not really solidified yet. As Vortex finds the double, this might not be over as far as A is concerned. There is still an opportunity. I think Katana feel that way as well. They're sending players towards the point.
And they've managed to just rebuff this for a few seconds. Cobra's coming over. He wants this over. And Cobra has found the second one. Have to get on the point. Have to commit. Cobra knows this as well. Looking for the players. Easy for Cobra in the end. A 4 streak will end it. And Katana Gaming will send 5 Fears to the lower bracket in a 3-0.
I did not have today that on my bingo cards here. You talk about European presence at the event, and granted, I know there are a lot of Katana fans out there, a lot of the Katana fam. As a matter of fact, they'll be saying, you idiot, for not saying Katana are the best European team, and that's not necessarily the case, but I will say I didn't anticipate a situation here where Katana are moving forward in the upper bracket and Team Notorious are not. I think it's insane to me that we're seeing actually a fair amount of European talent across the board doing well at the moment here, Bryce. And one of them isn't Team Notorious, who still, I mean, it still shocks me that they lost to Cabal.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be one of the big upsets you end up having at LAN, but they are still alive. It does mean that there is now a shark in that lower bracket, more than one shark, realistically, as we get to this stage. But it may mean that they start kind of taking it out on some of the other teams going forward, or just have really struggled when it comes to this LAN event. But we'll have to see. Of course, still deep in this winners round here, I believe some of the other games should have started, considering how deep we've already finished one of this round. But we will find out all and that more to come. We're going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challengers coverage, where it's jumping straight in. It's Vegas Academy versus Ask Esports, and, well, Vegas Academy really are just throwing down. This is a whooping.
Yeah, I'm really surprised, I'll be honest. Maybe European bias here. I know, like, we're the European casters. I'm trying very much to not be biased towards the European teams. I always do, but I gotta say I'm surprised. Vegas Academy, a team that were not in Challengers Elite Season 2, failed to qualify, so we haven't seen them in a fair amount of time, versus Ask Esport, a team that shocked a lot of European teams in Season 2 of Challengers Elite. They made it all the way to the Grand Finals, currently down by 70 points, and I think if this team can stabilize, which I think they can, they will be alright in this game. You gotta have people start stepping up. I mean, you cannot have Denzer of all people at 6 and 13. Detain, who I had coming into this tournament as one of the best SMGs in Europe, 9 and 14. Those guys gotta step things up.
Well, the Academy certainly looking to make a bit of a move here. Well, there's been said about the Falcons. Some of these players have been in it, but right now looking pretty good as they continue to go to work. Just buzzsaw, meet hard pointers. They continue just to rack up points on this P1.
And you got to find a way through. Detain will be the player to do so. It's one kill, but then there's an immediate route being taken here. Again, it's kind of one of those difficult situations here where they have to push through. You can't really afford to give up this rotation towards Vegas Academy, or this game is effectively over. If you're going to make a comeback, you need to start right here, right now. This needs to be a full 60 on the hard point. You have to get yourselves a proper setup.
Well, here comes the push. Trying to get through it. A little bit difficult. Ask Esports still holding on as the body just doesn't stop moving at Mach 3. Unfortunately, not able to hit it, and maybe, just maybe, if they get the rest of these points, Ask Esports will feel a lot more confident. At the moment, Vegas Academy just slowing this down a bit. It's not the easiest thing to do to hit this poolside only.
I mean, Ask are making it easier for them. I'll say that much. Like, you're seeing plays from the likes of Detain and Denza. The SMGs for Ask are pushing well far out of this hard point. Vegas are kind of getting freebies for it. There's a lot of holes in the defense in the moment that Vegas Academy are doing a really good job of exploiting. Nice web of gunfights for Ask Esports is going to allow them to stabilize. QKIP is the player to move forward, and they get a lot more value as well. You're taking a lot of time away from Ask Esports. I will say, though, I think, you know, we go into that hard point. I wanted to see Ask do something, get a full 60, and they don't quite obtain all of the time, but they have at least put a dent in the lead that Vegas Academy had built up.
And maybe just a dent is enough. But he's looking. Oh, it's just enough. Still trying to go for this as well. I mean, he's 22 and 13 at the moment. Certainly feeling very, very confident. They're getting a good amount of time here on the P3. Buddy looking for every single direction. He knows somebody's here as well. He's been looking for it for so long, and Denza still wins the gunfight. I felt like that went on forever.
Yeah, just try to play his life there, but Denza going to get shut down. Ask now, looking for a way through. This is quite a lot of time that you've given away to Vegas Academy on a hill that, generally speaking, isn't a money hill by any stretch of the imagination. Wave of gunfights come through. I like the prioritization from Vegas Academy, though. King of Body just keeping an eye on the cross to make sure players do not get through. It's not quite airtight just yet. Yeah, I saw Denza on the minimap trying to make the cross in towards R. Doesn't happen. So Vegas Academy have resigned themselves here to losing control of last hill. They want to put this game away. Not fully, but effectively on this hard point. And those ARs right now for Vegas Academy are shooting. I mean, just look at the stat lines right now. King of Body at 24 and 15. QKIP at 28 and 16. They are absolutely frying Ask Esport.
Having a great time. We'll say the colours are throwing off ever so slightly occasionally.
Yeah, same.
We see a player through a wall. But so far, so good for Vegas Academy. They really are heavily outslaying, and right now this is their game to lose. 30 seconds left of time here on P4 as you can see the split coming through. That's a little bit of maybe of a miscommunication. Those players basically lined up and cost each other as Kez will get both. And just trying to keep them at bay.
That is very unfortunate, and to be fair, I don't think it's that much of an issue, right? It's a minute error in the grand scheme of things. You give away, what, 10 to 15 seconds, albeit, you know, maybe Ask Esports do make a phenomenal comeback, and this is a 10 to 15 second game in the end, and then it would matter. But right now, in the context of a 90-point advantage for Vegas Academy, they can afford an error here or there. P1 control now looking pretty good. Initial gunfights going the way of Vegas Academy as well. The SMG. Vegas is just doing such a good job. Be it on the AR or the SMG. ASIM comes out with 5 in a row now. Everyone is doing everything at the moment for Vegas Academy.
Yeah, this is a huge already 30 bomb being hit, and you can see they just don't relent the pressure at all. At no point do they take their foot off the gas. It is a very fast tempo from Vegas Academy. And while that may catch them later on, right now it's working perfectly against Ask Esport every single time. They're just pushing the tempo up to high interactions all the way through.
More fights to contend with inside this time. King of Bodhi goes down, and yeah, that's really good communication from Ask Esports. I need to see some kind of control over the pool area, though, and having Detain your SMG be the player to do it is not the right call. The ARs for Vegas Academy have been the one firing on the cylinders. You've got nobody toward those palm side. Roxas now able to push through off the initial kill against Detain. Trade's looking pretty good if you're Vegas Academy here. The defense is far from great. It's far from airtight if you're Ask Esport.
But he's just trying to get that kill. As you can see them just ramping up the pressure here on a P2. But Ask, so far this is all good. Pushing out every single lane. This is all about the time, and the Vegas could be starting to worry if they get all of this.
I most certainly would be. They know that they need to hit this. They kill it from ASIM around the backline here. More to be done. QKIP through the front will be the player to do it. And, well, now Vegas Academy are in for the back 20 seconds. At this stage of the game, you can't really afford to give this away, especially given the context of what the next hill looks like. So Ask, you can definitely feel them contemplating it, but the numbers are way too much for Ask to deal with. Vegas Academy will garner this last 20 seconds, whether Ask like it or not.
So I thought they might get caught out by that spawn there, but Fortunately, Academy did spawn up just in time to get the call out about where they had. So you already see them with that transition, a little bit of information, and they got a couple more kills than they may not have got. And well, this is really just a performance. 36 now for KQ. And unbelievable.
The fact that you've not got hill control here for Ask, I think, is just totally a failure of the team on the rotation. You cannot be giving this away. When you give away the last 20 of scrap time, you should, generally speaking, be the team in control of new, and you've on this hill given away a lot more to Vegas Academy. Asim making the best of Omni movement here in Black Ops 6. Kez making the worst of it, apparently just going to take himself out the play. Vegas Academy just 10 points shy and really one wave of gunfights away from winning this game.
Wow, that might be the gunfight. Oh, it's a body shooting. Oh my goodness. I know you won it, but that is unbelievable to just start shooting bodies on map 1.
Damn, that's all I got to say about that game. Vegas Academy just turned Ask over, and, well, not going to talk about the rest. Ask just got dominated throughout that game, and we didn't see the first, 3 or 4 hard points in that game, but from what we did see, it was consistent pressure. All of Vegas Academy was shooting at any given time. Their AR control was something that, quite frankly, you didn't really see Ask Esports ever keep up with. And another thing I think that's really important here, especially on the actual hill control, is the fact that Ask do not have the SMG pressure that they had back in Elite Season 2. You know, again, one of the big reasons that they are such a good team, such a formidable team online, was the fact that their SMGs, you know, Detain, I think in particular, were constantly shooting, just not present there whatsoever. So, nothing to say in game number 1. They're hoping to bounce back and search and destroy. P7 now leading with a bounce back and search and destroy from Real Spartans here. They're just 1 round away from getting this game done and tying up the series.
Oh, at the moment, trying to do exactly that already with the numerical advantage. They should be able to execute onto B. I do like the way that they just bang the clock a little bit to see what information they can find. Prolo trying to get out of there as Connor has already found Sparty. And probably saw his eyes flash before him there. Look at this stack here. P7's getting in position to contest this. Could be a triple hit. Gunsy gets one. Destroyer's already gone down, and that has not worked out for them. They stacked it and somehow didn't get a kill.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that play from P7. They're actually going to get caught on the rotation away here. Real Spartans now just kind of trying to run away, train through the map. Overlay finds 1 for 3. Immediate reach out coming through. Finds a second. Overlay not quite expecting the third. 3 HP. He's not going to be anywhere near enough to survive that engagement. Hoping for some kind of miraculous regen, and he's not going to get it. And I really don't like that play from P7 in the closing moments. Obviously, they know a lot better than I do, but you don't need to make a push. Like, you have no reason to push in that situation other than to hope that you catch Real Spartans off guard. You are on defense. Making a push like that, as aggressive as it was, and then I think potentially even more egregiously, not following through with it, was a huge error, and an unforced one at that from P7 in those closing moments. They'll watch that back and know that was not the best play in that situation as well. We didn't get to see anything from Real Spartans in that search and destroy beyond that, but just from one round that we did get to see, not great from P7.
No, I mean, obviously had a bit of a struggle here after what was pretty confident on the hard point, just falling a little bit short, but all tied up. You got to ask who's really going to have it to go all the distance here. As when we look at some of these teams going forward, this is where the tournament gets a little bit tight, right? We're still in the winner side of it. It's where the big teams come out, and a win at this stage, it really just puts you in such a great position. You know, when you start thinking, hey, we made top 8, hey, we made top 6, hey, we made X, Y, and Z, these wins count for so much more. If you fall into the lower bracket right now, it is a marathon. And there are some good teams in there. We spoke about Notorious earlier on, heading down earlier than we thought, but let's have a look at that bracket as we speak. You can see, obviously, some of this is the games that we're looking at. Katana Gaming versus Mission Magpies, heading in both the Omit teams.
Yeah, I believe that the top of the bracket obviously isn't correct, considering Team Notorious has already beaten Cabal, so we'll get that corrected for you guys. But yeah, regardless, interesting matchups, I think, for sure, for a couple of different reasons, as you said. We've got a European powerhouse face-off, Katana taking on Mission Magpies, so that should be an interesting one. I think 2 teams in very different positions coming into Dallas in terms of where they stand in the European lineup of teams. And then Omit versus Omit. You know, I'm sure Rafi is going to be smiling pretty happily at this point in time, because he's got two very successful teams. We've talked a lot about his, I think, talent, scouting, well, talent in challenges. So to have those teams go head to head again, I think it's going to be really interesting for sure. Don't discount that Omit GG team. I think Omit Brooklyn, a lot of people coming into this event saying they are 100% favorites. I think Omit GG have a lot of upset potential in that best of 5 for sure. We did just get a correction to that other matchup as well. It will be Team War going through to face Cabal. So that's also kind of an interesting one. I think Cabal have gone further into the bracket than I would have said. I would have anticipated them to. Whether or not War will be able to stop them, though, is a different story.
Well, we will see just how good they're playing. Like I said, this is the part of the bracket that's so interesting to me, because when you've got teams like this, knowing that if you win your next game, how high that already makes your placement, right? Like, some of these teams are fun across the Atlantic. Some of them have been practicing for this for a long time. You want to do the best you possibly can. While it's not obviously a death sentence falling into that lower bracket, winning a game, especially in winners quarterfinals, you know you're so close, even to making the winners final, which is a massive achievement for any of these. But we'll see. Still a long way to go for some of these teams as we jump into one of them trying to make their way forward. It's going to be Vegas Academy and Ask Esport.
And I got to imagine that Ask do stabilize here in this game. Maybe I'm giving them just a little bit too much credit, but this is one of the highest seeded teams in the competition, and they are very, very good at Search and Destroy. Hardpoint, it has to be said, is their weakest game mode by far. So they could well make a comeback in this game, but you've got to have a good start to this Search and Destroy, and you're already giving a lot of space to Vegas Academy. King of Bodhi coming straight into this Search and Destroy. Yeah, you know what? We're just going to continue that of Bodhi shots through to this S&D.
KQB just holding at the moment, trying to get the right angle. Okay, he's throwing shots as well, but this is a difficult retake at the best of times with numbers. Retain trying to be a hero, but there's just too many bodies. 17 health, no cover in the world is going to save him. And Kez has also been found. It is certainly going to be Vegas Academy that draw first blood.
Yeah, just letting players through. Again, you know, it's only one round, so I'm not going to kind of deep it just yet, but the fact that they are afforded that much space on offense, and there's not even really a play call that, hey, like, these players are doing this. It's a bit of an error, an unforced one again from Ask. So Vegas Academy will be very happy with the way that round went. They didn't lose anybody. Abodi and Yuka, a big reason for it. So now we'll see. What do Vegas Academy do on their defense, and how do Ask play this? I want to see some aggression from Ask. They got to find a footing in this game.
Well, there's a little bit of information for both sides as well. Abodi will call this, but maybe the main thing to notice here is that Academy have a lot of map presence. The only part that's really open at the moment is maybe a little bit of mid-map, but you can see QKB is just trying to keep an eye on it.
Oh. Ask have chipped away at the defense here, so this is a pretty solid position now. That well as their oyster as far as map control is concerned, but you're playing too slow. You're giving away kills for free. Vegas has still got themselves spread pretty thin on the defense here. Ask could have committed to a site and done something, but now they've lost the man advantage and are stuck spinning their wheels once again.
Oh, Denza catches a couple of bullets. They're trying to get over here, and it's not easy. 19 seconds. Denza's going to have to commit. Takes a few more bullets. 15 seconds. Will eventually have to commit, and he commits, and there's a player there. Off again. On again. And they've managed to get him. That's going to be bombed down, and there's not much Kez can do. QK gets it, and Detain is left alone, and we'll find out. Not even a consolation kill. Gets destroyed.
Bit of an unfortunate round, I think, from us there, to be honest. You draw first blood, and they just don't do anything with it. They play very slow. And albeit, I think it's an attempt to be measured in the round, you cannot play that slow. Because Vegas, the way that they're shooting at the moment, they're not going to make any unforced errors. Just played fundamental S&D on the defense. You could see the way they were spread across the defensive side. One player on each site, one player in the middle of the map. And yet still, Ask could not penetrate either of the sites. And now you're looking down the barrel of King of Bodhi on 3 in a row. UK on 5 in a row. just one good round away from a cruise missile 3 rounds deep into this search and destroy. That would be quite the statement from Vegas Academy.
A lot of pressure towards an A hit. See if he's checking angles. Managed to make their way forward so far. Abodi also going to push forward. A lot of aggression coming here. Abodi will find that first blood. Bomb's going down. Abodi's not stopping though as well. Doesn't even wait for all of his health to recheck. Goes for the second chow. Abodi knew a second player was coming. That is unbelievable to just pick that out. And now a 2 versus 3.
Lisa Nalgaib. What have I just seen? King Abodi, the perfect prediction. As you said, now 2 versus 3. Kaz and Detain have to be quicker so far as this round is concerned. Players all on one side, though. That's going to benefit them. The problem is that bomb is planted before the stage. You need to clear it. Detain picking up that one kill is going to make this easier, but it doesn't make it easy by any means.
Another one for Academy. Seems simple in the end.
I still can't believe King Abodi made that call, that there'd be a second player hitting. I literally did not bother with the first. He's like, yeah, you know what? I know there's a second player coming through this, so I'm just going to immediately swing for it.
Yeah.
That guy has the 6th sense.
Yeah, that was wild, especially considering, I mean, sometimes you can expect to reach out or something, but he went, nope, that player's not reach out. Somebody else's. Turn, burn, and win the gunfight. That's the crazy part. Could have been easily traded.
Still can't believe it. Anyway, Vegas Academy, 3 rounds deep into this search and destroy. Looking pretty hot. Looking like they're continuing their momentum, and we haven't really seen anything of note from us whatsoever. And once again, this feels like the exact same vibes on the last round. They might be expecting aggression from Vegas. I'm not entirely sure. What I am sure of is that sitting and waiting when Vegas aren't going to do anything is not the right play call. You have to get this first blood, and this time, do something with it.
Oh, tenser. I wonder if we're going to get caught here. The seam is going to be sitting tight. Detain, though, finds QK. And that's going to be a rotate. You can already see it on the minimap. They're happy about this. They're going to commit to B. Ask Esport are sending the bodies in. Oh! Bodie almost does it again. Finds one, though. 2 versus 3.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Bomb not going down. That's going to turn up the heat a little bit here. 15 seconds now. Vegas Academy all in their hands. Throws the stun at the wrong time for Roxas. Now, 1 versus 2. Bomb's going to go down. Slide in.
Checking the corner. Doesn't check the right angle, though. And Ask Esports get it away. Asim did so well to get that player off of the bomb, but unfortunately they couldn't find anything else after that. And Ask Esports get around on the board.
Much better from Ask. Albeit, I think the start of the round is a little bit shaky. As soon as they start to get things going there, they're all right. Starting to find their footing off the back of that. You have to imagine in this search and destroy. That's what you want to see. A competitive series here between these two teams. Has now on 3 in a row off the back of that round as well. Of course, not technically a new kid on the block in European challenges by any stretch of the imagination, but will be a new name for a lot of players, a lot of viewers here at home who maybe haven't been tuning into European Challenges Elite, because when he's on fire, he is a threat that Vegas Academy will need to deal with. Off the start of this round, though, Vegas Academy initial looks over towards B, and now know that there's a lot of presence over there. Their immediate reaction, hey, A is probably going to be our bomb site.
And it looks like they have a pretty good post plan as well. Haven't been compressed, haven't given too much away. Asim is playing hook. Oh, and almost gets caught. They're going to have to find him now, and Asim is just going to play his life. Look at him moving as far as he can to get away from this. As Ask Esports burn all this time to find him. This is hide and seek. Eventually going to get down, but 19 seconds to go. They're just going to have to run at it. Abodi, it's a must-win gunfight, and he does win it. 14 seconds to go. Got to still keep the pressure on. 2 versus 2. They just have to get straight on the defuse. Roxas, you need to go for the bomb. Surely they're going to get there in time. They will. They shut it down as well. And that was the issue, the clock.
Yeah. Really well played from Asim. It's just such a phenomenal player, right? You're being hunted down by, I think it was 3 players, I want to say. On the whole, from us, they knew they had to get him out of the play because he would have been a problem later on in the round for a potential retake. If you don't clear him, you're not going to win the round anyway. And Asim plays his life to perfection, uses spots I haven't even seen here on red card search and destroy. The player's life really well played on the whole there. Asim has been pretty quiet in this search and destroy thus far. But that is a hell of a time to show up. Vegas Academy, just when you think they might have let Ask into this search and destroy, they are right back out of the throats. Now we see Ask once again on the offense. The early round for Ask has been pretty calm and very lackluster in terms of aggression. For Vegas Academy, not the case whatsoever. And that's going to offer up something special for Ask. They're going to get a freebie versus a team. And now, do they get the bomb down?
Oh, that's a big kill as well. Wow, this is over. QK's left alive. The Tane's found 2. And that bomb's gone down, and all they got to really do now is find him.
No chance. Spot out 1. Target acquired. Nice kill from KPU. Now across to the other side of the map. Try and do as much damage as humanly possible here. If you could take the Tane down, that'll be a nice little sweet bonus. Makes noise. Now they know where he is. It's only a matter of time. I'd be surprised if KQ actually survives this round. I mean, fair play. He is taking some kind of elimination process against these Ask players in the 1 versus 4. He's getting some freebies, and it's worth saying he will end this round on a 4 spree, so that is the right play call.
Well, right now, Ask Esports getting those rounds back, and that's what they need. Can't afford to lose too many in a row. Gives themselves hope for the rest of this S&D.
That's a good round from Ask on the whole here. Like what I'm seeing in moments, especially on the offense for Ask on the last couple of rounds. But Vegas Academy here. Now looking for aggression straight towards B. First few gunfights looking pretty good. They don't actually check ticket, and Detain almost gets away with a freebie, but Roxas with a TK is going to nullify that. A brilliant play. Ask now with the numbers, and Vegas Academy feel like they're kind of stuck in the mud. I love this response from King of Bodhi, though.
Oh, Bodhi getting it caught. 1 versus 2. Roxas about as far away from the gunfight as you could possibly be at that point. No information for either side now.
Roxas has a lot of room to breathe in this situation. I love the way that Ask are playing this one. Playing together. Not playing separate whatsoever. And they have the bomb down. That's the key problem here for Roxas in this entire play. You've got to clear so much space in this situation, and you've got to try and retrieve the bomb, and he's about to run right in the Hornet's Nest.
Yeah, they're waiting for this as well, and gets it, and gets out.
How?
They're going to know, though. Surely, he's running to A. He's going for this fast. Surely they're going to be right onto his tail. I think they know as well. Roxas is going to get this down, but there are bodies flowing across the map, and Wiley will get the bomb and try to get away. Will eventually fall to pack.
Hey. If Roxas finds back, I swear. Really well played, though, from Ask in that 2 versus 1. Again, you know bombs down. That's fundamental search and destroy right there. All you got to do is just play the 2 versus 1. Play the time. And for Roxas, I think on the flip side, you're looking at a player that, in that moment, has so much to do. You've got to check every little nook and cranny for any potential position. You don't necessarily know that Ask have the information as to where that bomb is. So, again, you got to be super duper cautious and just not a lot of time to work with. Really well played, though, from Ask. I guess there was kind of a forced TK coming out from Vegas Academy, albeit a little bit of an error on their part to not check ticket. That damage, I think, most certainly did not help Vegas Academy on that push. So, Ask starting to stabilize in this search and destroy. Aggression here from Vegas on towards A. There is a 3 route towards B. If you're Ask, you just got to realize it.
Here comes the push. And they're in. It's completely open. I don't think Academy really know yet. Here comes the retake, a 4v4. Wow, this is slow.
Yeah, this is really... I was going to say, I mean, that's a 2 versus 2 on each side, but, like, how much time they're taking to do this? This is a lot. RC car out. It's going to force Ask out.
QK gets one, and that might be just enough. Back in a 1 versus 2, but already done some damage to AC, but it won't be enough. And Vegas Academy stopped the bleeding. They'd lost so many rounds in a row. They've got it back. But it was a little bit tight, in my opinion, because there was a lot of time burnt where nothing happened.
Yeah, and I think the play call there from Vegas Academy is just ultimately that, you know, they get that RC car out. They're like, right, we're going to have to find a way in towards this site. So, RC car, get it out there. Hope that it pushes them out of the site, and it does. Forces them to go for a rechow. Ask Esports then, unfavorable position, and do get traded out. So, Vegas Academy now just 1 round away from a 2-0 series advantage versus Askit. See whether or not Ask can get this one done. Now it's aggression for them on towards A. Furthest player pushed up will be Denzer. Does he get spotted out? I don't think that stun's tagged.
Now Denzer's going to get this one. Has held it, waiting for a second. Will eventually strike. Look for it as well, and well, he gets what he was waiting for. Two versus 3.
Numbers in favor of Arskit. Detained making the long route behind. Trying to get something done. Vegas isolated in this situation here, and I feel like they're about to get some bad timing. There's no ever real reason you just expect Detained to be in the position that he's in. Now QK making all the noise in the world. He's done for.
20 seconds to go, and a dream not to be. Ask Esports, keeping competitive, still going.
And they do just look like they're doing a lot better off the opening of these rounds now. That start from Denzer was everything to that round. Trigger discipline worked out really well because the second player I don't think was quite expecting to have to take a fight when they did. So, Ask Esports now trying to hold on to this search and destroy. I'm curious if there are any RC cars on the Vegas Academy side. I think there is one at least, but also Ask have one ready to go. So they could still use it for some kind of information here in this round. Call has been made, though. It's going to be an A kit. Pack making some early noise towards B. Is that actually going to be enough to distract Vegas Academy? They do not seem like the kind of team that's distracted easily.
Kane trying to slip. Oh, he's managed to find a huge kill there on a Roxas. 3 versus 3, though. Kez gets it. And with the numbers here, this should be able for Ask Esport to take it to around 11. Bodie really wishes he had an Amez here. Like, really wishes. He did see him. Just trying to thread it. Gets punished for it as well. And now QK, he is 12 and 5. He is having a wonderful time, but a 1 versus 3, surely not.
There's no way. Have to eliminate so many different positions here, and it's just not going to happen. Ask, have a look good on the start of these rounds. Crucially, for the last few, Vegas Academy here starting to lose their grip on this game. And I will say, fundamentally speaking, Vegas Academy have been nothing but sound. Everything they've done for the most part has been pretty much on point. It's just been the execution for the most part, and that has not been there over the last few rounds, where Ask have managed to bully their way back through. Vegas Academy on the defense here to close things out. Ask Esports have favored the A site generally speaking, but not they'll actually do that again. Yes, we shall see. Looks like a lot of presence through the middle of the map here, or potential B push again. Just trying to give the impression this is going to be a big hit. But once again, Vegas Academy are not the kind of team to change what they're doing based on any potential early hits.
Ask have done so well to fight back when they were so far down in this S&D, and one more round will be the dream for them. Here comes the pressure at the moment. Bomb being A side, is going to try and find some sort of pick, but they have done this rotation before. In fact, that may be what they're waiting for. Still don't have the information. As more bodies switch towards that A side, it will be an A plant.
Yeah, they're concerned about players towards the top window side. That's not what the presence is, though. Roxas inside the goal. Will now have to deal with pressure coming towards him. Seam goes down. Potential flanking play from King of Bodhi could blow this thing wide open. He's already found one blood. Roxas retreating towards the site here. Ask have 25 seconds to make a play call. It's been made. They're going for a flank.
Rox is still towards the back. He's been backpedaling this entire time, but he's alone. Doesn't have anybody to trade him out either. And have RC Sport done enough? QK is going for this one. He's going to find one player as well. Backs off as well, as they know Denza has to dive onto this bomb and plant. Hope that they've forgotten that he exists. It isn't going to be. There is no dream, and it will be Vegas Academy that take the S&D.
Vegas Academy, really good at holding their nerve throughout these search and destroys thus far. Everything we've seen from them suggests exactly that. They just never give up, never give themselves away in these search and destroys. That round 11 was exactly that. Just constantly backing up, not getting over aggressive. I think outside of the flanking play from King of Bodhi that we could see through the X-ray, that was pretty much perfect search and destroy from Vegas Academy. So they now go 2-0 up in, I would consider that an upset versus Ask Esport if they manage to pull it off. And so far it looks pretty confident that they should be able to do so. Going back to another series though, this would, in my opinion, be probably the biggest upset of the day so far outside of the Notorious Cabal game. P7 managing to take the control away against Royal Spartans. They win this hardpoint. They take down the #2 team in North America.
Pro loot. Just a bit of a pre-fight. Oh, Disarray takes him down as well, and Disarray has been so good for this squad. And now when we hit this P3 at the moment, Royal Spartans in a bit of a better position, and well, oh, a little bit of a body shot there. I'm not gonna lie to you, it was maybe a bit of a mistiming from P7.
I don't know, at this point in the game, I'm kind of not surprised to see that from Sparta. I think it's just trying to get yourself mentally back into this game and get into the heads of P7. That's the Royal Spartan way at this point in time. 30 seconds left on this hard point here, Bryce. Royal Spartans looking to garner from whatever time they can. P7, I think, being very cautious here not to get over aggressive in towards this hard point. If they can get some time, great, but I think at this point in time, Royal Spartans just very lucky to actually find some kills. P7 end up losing the gunfights here. They lose the spawns. That is a disastrous point in time. You really did not want to lose that way for gunfights.
Well, with 6 seconds to go, they're desperately trying to make their way through here, and well, they've left a little bit of a gap, and they're trying to get through. Prologue needs to win that gunfight. Huge gunfight for him to win, and that should give them an advantage, but already you can see Overlay has pushed through.
There's no way. There's absolutely no way you let that happen. Yeah, one player pushing through opens the door here. P7 distracted, allow the rest of the Royal Spartans, excuse me, distracted, allow the rest of the P7 squad through. And what looked like to be a solid moment in this game for Royal Spartans to put a massive dent P7's hopes of stopping this in 4. Well, now, all of a sudden, P7 are the one in control.
This will be a good time for them, but there is an awful lot of bodies about to hit the doorways. Disarray knows where one's going to be, has to get out of there. He knows the nade's going to hit him. Does have some reinforcements, but can't get involved in the gunfight yet. Lampy and Connor going to work, and it's not going to be the 2 piece of dreams. As Connor wants to take this fight as well. Pistol swinging through the doorway, and somehow Sparty still alive, taking on all comers.
I think you're happy with that if you're P7. Ultimately, you know, the fact that you did lose those back 20 seconds is not great, particularly, but I think it's a miracle that you actually managed to get back in the hard point off the back of initially losing that rotation. So you'll be happy that this game isn't out of reach at this point, at the beginning of this hard point. So moving into the second set, Royal Spartans have a tentative 40-point advantage and growing over a P7. Fight for P1, always super duper scrappy, and if I'm Royal Spartans, I am consistently sending my subs on flanking plays to unsettle P7 Esports. They are currently control of P1. They're currently in the good spawns control for P2 as well. But P7 now starting to put the pinch on towards this hard point.
Connor all trying to make his way through. It's just about hanging in the balance here. Royal Spartans still have the advantage. But this P2 may swing this map either way. If Royal Spartans get it, it could be the end. If P7 get it, it will certainly be a much more competitive game. Right now, it's all on Sparty, who has been playing well. He's 17-8. They just cannot put him down.
17-8 from Spart is insane. This guy's got a point to prove here. One of the players, I think, that has been consistently in challenges for years. 2021 North American Call of Duty Challengers champion. Spart has been here for that long and is playing out of his mind at the moment. Predator, Hellstorm Missile, excuse me, comes down, I believe. I think that must have been from P7 Esports, but doesn't actually result in any time whatsoever towards this hill. Royal Spartan's still in control. Spartan piecing up will find all the gunfights. That is one wave of gunfights down. P7 Esports, you don't really want to invest too much in the 25 seconds. Rogue Spawn comes through for overlay, and I think that might be the go signal to give it a shot.
They need something. P7 just really struggling to deal with this man here. And, well, I say that as he goes down. But no rotation at all really on the card for P7. They're going to have to now make their way of map. And, well, Guns is going to find at least one in this corner. Not really checking that far away. Lampy will take him down. Nobody going to be on the point quite yet, but this is not about that yet. It's about positioning.
Keep an eye on player number 5, BB Connor. Try and flip the spawns for that inevitable rotation towards P4. Royal Spartans don't want to be giving away too much time here, but they do have to focus on making sure that player is removed from the position. Really well played from Gunsy there to pick up a couple of players. That's going to give them a solid look at this hill at the very least. Rogue Spawn's now starting to come through. BB Connor playing his life becomes all the more important at the very least. Darkside needs to get traded out here. This is a huge 1 versus 1 for this game. Darkside gonna lose it versus Disarray, but he has help from his teammates. 60 points to the good right now. Our Royal Spartans in control of this hill, and with 15 seconds left, P7 are not on the right side of the map.
They certainly aren't, and a little bit of scrap time. Well, it's all pretty good. Wait a minute. Only going to be Proloot in a position to stop this now, as he furiously just tries to hold an angle and wants one kill at the same time. This should be a clean up. Kind of gets the better of him. Reversal. And now P7 Esports have broken into P4, but looked way too casual.
Oh, goodness me. P7 Esports continue to get a break in towards this hill when they inarguably should not. But it is worth saying, last time around, Royal Spartans were able to break right back and take time away that they shouldn't versus P7. And they've done it again, already starting to knock around the door of the flank.
Connor again. 21-14. Superlative talent is just making sure this game stays alive. Everywhere the Royal Spartans go, they are being gunned.
There was a momentary flank from Royal Spartans that did disperse, so that is a massive hard point on the whole for P7. Last time around, they failed at dealing with the players to push through. This time around, they do not. And now P7 really starting to heat up here in this game. Disarray on 3 in a row. This is a very long flanking behind enemy line to try and manipulate the spawns. And you can see where Royal Spartans are spawned in. It works. Lampy on the other side. Trigger discipline. Good for a 1. Now looking for the second for the clear. Omni movement Chow not going to work versus Proloot, but it doesn't matter because your teammates have done the job on the other side. P7 have had a hell of a resurgence in towards this game.
Honestly, the dive is so much worse than the slide, and nobody can really explain why. It just always seems that if you go for a dive shell, you lose it most of the time, but a slide shell, obviously, a little bit better.
I certainly don't use dive. I don't even have it mapped. I don't have it in the game. I don't use dive for a reason. I'm bad at the game, but that would make me even worse. Regardless, P7 in control here. They're about to take the lead away from Royal Spartans with 20 seconds left here. You're starting to see Royal Spartans take some adventurous routes through this hard point. If they can get the scrap time, great, but P7 here now starting to be shouted. Spawns out now. Overlay needs to try and play his life in this situation. That is a big first kill. Not going to find the second. That is the spawn flip that Royal Spartans wanted here at a crucial point in this game. P7 now need to fight through and break immediately.
Well, already a couple of kills to the good to do exactly that as they try to get through the front, and there are players all around Proloot, desperately trying to find the players that he knows are coming. And already a player jumping into the point here as Overlay keeps making these massive kills on the map, but at the moment it's still going to be Royal Spartans who hold. And this is a great P2 for them, and it's shaping up to even be better. Disarray towards the back, though. Could break this. Connor's found one through the front. A lot of pressure as Disarray and Lampy combine. That is a full wipe from nowhere.
And again, 30 seconds left here. Royal Spartans spawning out on the other side of the map. They're immediately facing pressure off the spawn from Overlay. P7 will take this time all day long. Dealt with the pressure around the backline here. Royal Spartans have chosen to give this one more hit. That is the right play call. You're winning the vast majority of the gunfights now, but Disarray will survive that immediate push from Royal Spartans. You provided great coverage from your teammates as well. Just one more frag to deal with. P7 continue to take time away from Royal Spartans as these teams go neck and neck here, Bryce. And now we look over towards New. P7 have done such an excellent job at flipping the hard point at the very last second. They've done it multiple times off the back of the last couple of rotations, and now they're looking to do it again.
Disarray has been on a big streak for his team. Gotta be careful to give away too much time on this P3, though. Having a few issues kind of holding it down. You know, see the overlay is kind of playing a little bit towards P4, but his teammates have not made a kill, and now he's going to have to get involved in the action, gave up the positioning, and, well, Royal Spartans like, all right, maybe we just win it here.
Yeah, they can do. This is a lot of time you're giving away. P7 really struggling. That's the big play call, though, from Lampy. And now Royal Spartans will not overinvest. That might well be 20 seconds that could go P7's way, but again, you're happy with the rotation. Royal Spartans cannot fumble this. They've done it a couple of times now. Big rotation, and Royal Spartans are parking the bus. They do not want to let P7 pass the 25-yard line.
There they go. Last time, P7 were able to break through. This time, it's a different story. Royal Spartans will hold the first flurry. 25 seconds means P7 Esports do not have the opportunity to take their time. Sparty taking that first gunfight. Barely even tapped up as he finds one. And that time is bleeding away. P7 is feeling awful about it. Disarray needs to go huge. Isn't going to be able to. Overlay trying to be a hero again. Tries to fly to the point and will find one. There are still bodies here as they get a parallel spawns for both, but Sparty is putting everyone down. Lampy is so weak as he has to dive in for it. Isn't going to work out as Sparty finds everything he needs to. And that'll be the hard point. And that'll be the Spartans taking this to a map 5.
Jeez. Such a close hard point. Given the fact that P7 had success on breaking P4 a couple of times in that game, I thought for a second that maybe they could do it again, but Spark goes huge towards the end of the game. I think it was 3 that he finishes up with. We're going to a game 5 between P7 and Real Spartans. Fair play to P7 for pushing the Titanic team in Real Spartans this far, but not good enough on that hard point to close things out in 4. So we're going to see a game 5 between those two teams. What we might not be seeing a game 5 in a series is between Vegas Academy and Ask. Vegas Academy have looked a damn sight better than Ask in this series so far. And now Ask Esports, they really need to step things up about 6 notches.
Well, so far, got a bit of time here. Down on lives for this one. Roxas is a big kid if he can make it. Just cannot, unfortunately. And now as they move forward into this, it'll be one of the situations where can they get it done with so little lives remaining?
I wouldn't count them out just yet. It is very easy to get away with gunfights and stack a point. With those kills, though, somewhat less likely. King of Bodhi has been a hell of a clutch player for Vegas Academy in this series so far. I don't necessarily think they're going to find it here, though. They've got very little map control. They're losing even more right now. You can see Ask Esports starting to get egregious with it. Pushing coming through from Denza, who will find one. Pack also dealing with presence towards B. Yeah, feels like this round is done. 2 versus 11 would be miraculous.
Well, it's over. Pack has found both of them as well. Ask Esports will get that one onto the board, tying it up in the control. Obviously for Ask Esports, still a bit of an uphill journey. They really need to find not only this control, but 2 more after it.
Be a difficult one for sure for Ask. But they did look good there. You know, again, we jumped in. We have no idea what that round number 1 looked like. We don't know how many ticks that either of the teams got in round number 1. But what we do know is that that defense looked solid for Ask. They had players in the right positions. The SMGs were doing what the SMGs should have done, which is constantly make the flanking plays. What you love to see from Detain and Denza. So, good round from Ask. Now they want to have a solid offensive round, and it all starts with SMG pressure through the middle of the map. You've lost the first 2 gunfights, though.
And here it goes. What could be a defining round as a team looks to try and maybe get a bit of map control and push forward, but will back off from the stun check, and a little wobbly gunfight, but gets it.
This is just really
still a battle here.
Yeah, Pack finds 3. That is huge from Ask. Now there are a good opportunity to try and take this point away. Vegas Academy going to have to make a decision here about how they want to play this one. Flanking players is definitely the play call. UK's in and out, a lot of presence up top. It's a nice late hit coming through from Detain, though. Ask Esports here. Still starting to get the slow capture on towards the point. Kez is trying to play his life to perfection. Nice team shots on towards those players. Segas still have presence in around that point, though. And it might be a flanking play from Pinnacle these guys need to worry about.
Bodie might get bad timing there. We'll find one, and he's going to go down to Detain, but has stopped it for a few seconds. Right now, this game still very much in the balance. Academy will be looking to lock it down. Detain is going to go for a couple of kills off it, but has been found. It's a good nade from him as well. We'll take down a Bodie.
He'll go quiet for a second here. Ask him to ascertain map control before they move forward here. Dealing with the flanking players is going to be a good start. Yeah, really nice team shot once again from Detain and Kez to take those guys down. Bodie will trade things out, but you are great as far as getting that A's control zone down is concerned. So extra 60 seconds on the board now. Now you need to do the next thing, which is get some map control and be aware of these flanking players, because I think Roxas has just got completely behind enemy lines and they have no clue.
Well, Roxas, this is all about just controlling the flow of the game, and they seem doing enough here to just put Ask on the back foot. Looking for this kills in spawn, but right now there's nobody to kill.
Just looking for some kind of map control. That nade, I actually think it ended up being an issue for Detain because the smoke obscured the one player that he was after. All should be good for Pack to get the trade-off, and they will. Ask have now got players in the advanced positions now, so they just got to get players towards the point. Kez has a lot to do here. Try and keep the rest of the defensive side at bay while Pack makes the capture happen.
Rock's just waiting because he knows he has to make a move here as well. Ask Esports in a very good position. That second tick is going through. Bodie's going to try and hit this. Knows the player's going to be here as well. It's a big gunfight to lose. They managed to get them off the point for a few seconds. But Vegas Academy are feeling the pressure.
Just Kez. It's literally just Kez. Kez is such a nuisance right now because you can't cross due to the fact that Kez is there. You also can't waste too much time and effort trying to get Kez out of this power position. It's a dilemma. I'm not sure there's a solution to, because you got to go right now. There's a stack on the point, and Ask Esports get it done on the offense. Kez goes absolutely huge. He held himself down like a rock up top.
Well, well, well. Denza gets the final kill into this one, but they've put themselves in a position to send us to at least a map 4.
Just really well played from Ask there in that round on the defense, or on the offense, excuse me. Defense now for Ask should be relatively simplistic to extend this series. Going back to Challengers Elite Season 2, this shouldn't be a surprise. Control was by far and away Ask's best game mode when they were known as the definitely wonderful named Crud Muffins. So for winning Control, it's a good way to get back into the series. If they get to the hard point, that's going to be the real struggle for Ask. But we'll come to that later on. For the moment, it's all about stopping Vegas Academy in this offense.
Roxas just playing the pillars with the rest of the Vegas Academy, and so far so good. Ask haven't put as much pressure on this as they think they could have done, but here comes now the squeeze. 2 versus 2. Roxas trying to fight that one from down low as Denza keeps trying to get him at the same time, and it's a little bit of a scrappy fight, but Ask Esports do just enough, and well, Vegas Academy are back in spawn.
Yeah, and we're starting to see, I think, some of that SMG prowess that Ask were known for in the respawns back in Elite Stage 2. Likes of Denza and Detain, while not doing anything particularly enamoring from a KD perspective, they are playing well as a team and providing a lot of team shots that Pack is delivering on. 29 and 17. Pack is having a hell of a game, by the way. They are flex for this roster. Now looking for more, though. Middle of the map control. Still not Vegas Academies. Roxas trying to pick up exactly where Asim left off. He's being bullied, but look at a flanking play potentially coming through from King of Bodhi. Trying to cut the reinforcements off at the source. Player having to go back to deal with that now would be Kez. You know you have to take King of Bodhi out of the position, and King of Bodhi's already done it. He's already got himself in a position that could be really challenging for Ask Esports here. If Vegas Academy secure A, they've done exactly that. You got to get King of Bodhi from up.
Bodhi's done so much. Not just this position here and these kills, but getting here and subbing the pressure on A as well. Eventually will fall down, but it's allowed them to go through, and Roxas may be over a win because Pack is running 32 and 18. Monstrous performance out of him has stopped Academy dead in their tracks.
Oh, it looks like Vegas Academy might get another shot at this. They've cleared enough space for, at the very least, stoppage of the clock. Rasim, loses his teammates, though. Now we'll back away. UK pushing all the way through here. Somehow Vegas are winning a lot of gunfights. I think Ask just turtling up at the moment. They don't want to get over aggressive, but in doing so, they're giving a lot of space and a lot of movements and positions to players like QK. Progress now being made at B, and QK is now another threat you've got to deal with.
Yeah, QK got a little bit of bad timing there with the spawns that were flowing in. But slowly but surely the pressure's mounting onto them here. This could be the second tick for the Academy. Unfortunately, they do go down. 4 versus 5. No respawns remaining for Ask Esport. What they do have, though, is map control.
It's going to take a while for Vegas Academy to get across the map. Fortunately, they do have that time to work with. As you said, Ask with full map control. Vegas Academy going to know that. Kez in this one, this is going to get checked for sure. It does get checked. The double chal is good. Kez now permanently out of the round, and the immediate play call is you know you're going to get aggression from Tame, but I don't think they exactly knew where. You take trades, though. 4 versus 2. Ask now down to the last couple of players. Flanking play from Denzer is called. This should get traded out. Denzer playing his life and almost gets away. Would have been nice if he could do that. It's not to be, though. 1 versus 3 now for Pack. Not going to hold his trigger down whatsoever. Goes for the immediate shots, and there it is. Elimination is how Vegas Academy get it done. Just when you think Ask might have found a way back into the series, they say, nuh-uh, not yet.
And he thought maybe there was a chance, but he wanted to hit that first kill and dip, and unfortunately it wasn't quite enough. Well, well, well.
Man, that is so unfortunate looking at that for Ask Esports. Well, they've just lost that advantage that they had. Now need to do it again. Team shots were great. Nade off the start, though. The trophy system doesn't go down quick enough. That's going to make things even weaker here. And what was a full frontal play now needs to be a flanking one from Detain. You've got to produce something special here. Looking good for the first. That is a lot of space cleared by Detain just with one single two-piece.
Detain trying to just do an insane amount of work. We've got to keep an eye on Pack, though, because he's having a wonderful series. About across the 40 kill mark. Bodie flying in here with absolutely no head. I think he just stabbed him while moving. Tell you something, I don't mind this from Ask Esport. Putting a lot of pressure onto B is certainly going to throw Vegas Academy off.
That's going to leave a lot of pressure around the middle of the map here. You can see the way the Vegas have kind of dealt with this by throwing 3 players towards the point. And if you're Denzer in this position, I mean, if you get the kills, great. If you move all the way back towards the middle of the map, even better, because it means that you're going to be able to help your team capture A. But now Denzer is dead to rights, so Ask now retreating back towards the A zone. Vegas now on their way to try to put a stop to this one. Second tick through. They kind of need to go now if they want to stop this.
They're trying to do that as well. QK doing maybe just enough. And this could be the danger. We haven't really seen it yet, but the spawn trap might be calling. Asim is going to be doing it, running around in circles, waiting for his health to come back. Causing issues for them, and well, that's already been shut down because Pack to the rescue. 41 kills now to the good. Bodie, though, going to take him down as well. QK doing the same thing. Kills flowing. And Ask Esport getting the worst side of it because time is ticking.
Time. Most certainly the biggest issue here. 25 seconds now. You've got to regain some kind of map control. You've got to have a flawless wave of gunfights because Vegas Academy have done such a good job at trading themselves out in this game. Ask now. One last hurrah. First kill good for Denzer. Here we go.
Onto the point. Stop the clock. Should be able to get A, actually. Realistically, Academy might not be able to stop it. And they have. And they're clearing it, but Detain's going to jump on. Just get the extra minute. He's done just enough there to get through, but it is 7 versus 11. Detain, though, makes it 7 versus 10, and onto the B point. Asim, key player here, finds one. with the help of Roxas, the next one as well. And we'll now go into the spawn. He wants this done.
Yeah, it's a problem you're going to have to constantly go back and deal with now as well. Yeah, you had a player further push forward, and it would have been nice if your answer to that push from Asim was, well, we're just going to try and get into the spawn of Vegas Academy, but that's not happening. You're trying to push SMGs into the lines of ARs, and that's not going to happen with how powerful the AMS here is in Black Ops 6. Technically in a 4 versus 3, though. Asim out of the play, trying to work for the numbers.
Asim has been out of it for a while. Obviously, there's no more respawns for him to catch, but he's been trying to time this flank. And he has got one as well. I'll get another one and say 2 versus 8. Detain needs to shoot too many directions. Roxas already finds him, and it's Pack left alone. Vulnerable. The 3-0 is calling. And Academy will put Ask Esport into the lower bracket.
I think Ask will be very frustrated with how that one went. Ultimately, you win that round number 3, you think, all right, cool. You're kind of already in the headspace of, we should be looking down the barrel of a map number 4. Obviously, you never want to count your chickens before they're hatched, but still, you feel like it definitely should be done right there and then, and it just was not. Ask Esports lose that round 5, and they are down into the lower bracket. Game 5, though, between P7 and Royal Spartans. How about another series I did not think was going to go like this? So we're now looking at a potential 2 versus 1. Lampy goes huge as we transition across. P7 continue to surprise.
Doing so well. We get to see it as we just sort of jump in to explain and find everything he needs to. Who walks away, though? The victor of this one, either way. For P7, they put on a wonderful performance. The Royal Spartans were the favourites coming into it.
Can't believe P7 have gone this far against Royal Spartans. This would be a major win for Europe if P7 Esports were able to take the series away. Lampy has been phenomenal through the first 5 rounds, 8 and 4. P7 won aggression off the start. Those stuns and utility thrown over the top will slow them down. Royal Spartans now have a vibe for how this round is going to go from P7, but still a long way to go. Both teams in a stalemate, looking for some kind of aggression from the other.
Both teams about as passive as you could be. There is a chasm in map space between these two at the moment. P7 will have to make that move, of course, here, and considering they're all stacked on the A side, it should be an A hit for all of them.
Has to come eventually. Spot's been made. Proluke going to back all the way up here. Then Spark's going to be the one to act on that information now. P7, with this little time left in the round, they kind of have to commit to this. So rotation towards B isn't necessarily feasible. They still might go for this, though. Given the fact they've got bomb, that might well be the play call. Yeah, it absolutely is, but they have to fly because I don't think they've got even time to get towards B. This is really risky.
Disarray. And they're wondering, where are they? Like, oh, wait a minute. This round isn't over. 2 versus 3, P7. Connor will be the linchpin here because he's going to have to try and find... Well, I was going to say maybe one and get out. Unfortunately, he finds none. Disarray for a 1 versus 3. It's going to be absolutely mobbed as they just launch themselves over the tables to get him. The Royal Spartans will get one back.
The only feasible thing you could do in that situation, because they spent so much time trying to bait Royal Spartans out into an overly aggressive play. 30 seconds left in the round, and it didn't look like A was a viable strategy, so just transition yourselves over towards B. Really surprised they managed to do it. I think they must have got that bomb down, what, like 7 seconds left on the clock or something ridiculous like that, but still, more lucky than anything that nobody from Royal Spartans was positioned in towards the site, because it took them a while to realize what had happened. Regardless, Royal Spartans win that round. We go pound for pound here in this search and destroy. Royal Spartans on the offense. See how aggressive they get, because we saw a bit of passiveness from both sides last time around. It feels like P7 on the defense getting much more aggressive.
At the moment, first blood. Huge for the Royal Spartans. Being pushed back a bit, though. But it is theirs to kind of dictate. Now they have that extra body on the map, they can go wherever they want.
The world is your oyster. Biggest issue here is Lampy. the arbiter of the B site for P7. He is the all-or-nothing player, and he gets tagged up. Play calls made. Rest of P7 now on the way, and this is a very fast reaction coming through to P7. They're happy to lose control of the site. Instead, they're trading it for a flanking play, all 3 players going around.
Lampy catches one. 3 versus 3. Benefit might be if they do all hit this in one go, P7 will hit from one angle. Wait, now they're splitting. And Lampy almost catches one, but he almost gets caught himself, and Overlay finds Prolute, who come to back it up, and Lampy finds him as well! And this has gone disastrously. Gunsy is going to be found as well, and Overlay says, no, thank you. What a retake.
Yeah, that is incredibly smart from P7. And also, I want to say a little bit of an unforced error from the 2 players in the middle of the map, right? There's no real reason to be trying to dip that deeply into the middle of the map. I think it was Prolute that had to kind of lay down and made the call to his teammate that I need help in the middle. And it was a perfect call for the 2 players that were there. They're like, all right, cool. Well, you're going to get help. You're going to immediately take these kills. And this final one from Gunsy, really unfortunate, I think, just down to the fact that Gunsy thought he had some kind of flanking play on the cards. Not to be. Massive 3 versus 4 there from P7. Huge play call. Really, really smart to make the flanking play happen. It's plays like that that would win P7 this search and destroy.
Can they get to 5? And after the last S&D, you were wondering what P7, what they were going to do here. Well, they certainly have had a much better time on red card than they did Hacienda. Very similar plays, though. This time P7 looking to put pressure on towards A again. And Royal Spartans all shift for that pressure. This might come down to Connor. If Connor calls it, they might go for a rotate, but they're going deep now.
Yeah, again, has to be said. Not wasting as much time this time around. Shots out from Disarray. That's the information that Royal Spartans needed. To know, hey, at least on the initial, this is definitely going to be pushed towards A, but now potential 1 versus 1. BB Connor trying to win it versus Darkside. Darkside's pointing him out. Down to 24 HP, looking to escape, will do so. B site control, not quite obtained, but it is good enough here to alleviate some pressure towards A. Will P7 use it to get that rock down?
Oh, and Sparty knows he's going to be here. Tags him up as well. I don't know if there's a trophy. Is the nade good enough? Yes, it's going to be because of the car. And that's disastrous for P7. The health did not regen fast enough. The car went down. Lampeaker each house with 7 health. You're a lunatic. Overlay trying to do everything he can, but fighting from the back foot. And this round is over. Connor goes down.
Spark made the play in that round. Doesn't fully commit towards a potential B, no matter how much P7 made noise to make it look, hey, hang on, this is going to be a B kit. Royal Spartans didn't fully take the bait. Spark with that nade over the top quite literally blows the round up for P7. And we continue to trade rounds in this search and destroy. Got a knife through the tension in this search and destroy right now. P7 on the defense did get aggressive last time around. I'm curious if they do the same thing, because last time they had to win the defense by way of a 3 versus 4, down to the fact that they got arguably over aggressive. And you can immediately see the correction here. They are not doing it again.
Slowly but surely taking map control. This all falls down onto Lampy. Yeah, he's going to be the first one to call the pressure, but at the moment, no one from P7 Esports moving.
No need to. Got some presence inside the site right now. Royal Spartans are the one that needs to play aggressor in this situation. P7 have backed up somewhat, so whether Royal Spartans realize it or not, they haven't fully committed towards what would have been a B here. Instead, they have fully committed themselves away from A, and that is disastrous here for P7. They've got nobody watching the cross. Overlay might see this, and yeah, he does, but there's no stopping this. The trophies are down, so there's no heroic Spark-esque nade to stop this bomb plant from happening. It does. Now 40 seconds, and now the onus is on P7 to make the move.
And they aren't moving very quickly. A slow boil across this map as already 15 seconds have gone for this retake. They're checking every single corner they can. Still not in position. Eventually going to get through here, and Darkside makes a move. Connor's found it, brought back for a 3 versus 3. Disarray gets another one, and Connor calls it! And just Gunsy going to be left. They don't know he's here. 16 seconds, he will check the bomb. And out he moves, looking for it, he finds one. It's not going to be enough, and there's enough time for the defuse. P7 slow, but good enough.
Oh, boy. How long they were taking to make that one work. I was very concerned for an elongated period of time there. But it doesn't matter in the end. P7 able to win that round out. Big AR plays coming through. Huge retake. Gunzy almost makes this 1 versus 3 happen. Really well played on the trigger discipline to wait until the final moments, but just went a little bit too early. So, another big round on the board here. Another big clutch up for P7, but they are playing these wins a lot closer than I would argue Royal Spartans are. For Royal Spartans, these wins have been a lot cleaner. Royal Spartans just need one more to send us to a Game 5, Round 11.
P7 moving outside. Royal Spartans going a little bit aggressive towards B, and they've backed off, but they do have a bit of mid-map control here. Keep an eye on Gunzy. He's got aggressive and pulled a corner. The other side of it, P7 have rotated back away from 8. If they get this quickly enough, they might be able to burst in before the reinforcements arrive.
Yeah, I just think they're conscious of time. They know how much that's burned them in previous rounds. This time around, it's going to be an immediate play call. Hit B, get site control, stun out. No, nobody's there anymore. You're still checking every single corner, but there's still presence inside the site. Lampy doesn't know. And that player is just waiting. Darkside is waiting for forever to finally pop off. He does, but I don't think he knew. Does not matter. Darkside plays his life to perfection. Prolute trades out, and the trade's going in favor here. Just down to overlay. Having a back away. 48 HP. And Royal Spartans are on the hunt.
And that was enough. Darkside holding the corner, holding the trigger. P7 weren't expecting it, and it caused chaos in the setup.
Man. Right call from P7. Just did not realize that Darkside was in the site. Not the perfect clearance, I think, from BB Connor that they would have wanted. And from Lampy as well. So, Game 5, Round 11. For a place in the winner's bracket quarterfinals. We're off to the races.
Aggressive defense here from the Royal Spartans again. It's Gunzy. Oh, Lampy just taking a little love tap.
This is not something they can expect. They push this far forward. It's not something that Royal Spartans have done before. Lampy doesn't know. Gunzy catches him off guard. Big trade, though, from Disarray. 3 versus 3 now. 45 on the clock for P7 to make the move forward here. Royal Spartans still spreading themselves ever so slightly thin on the defense. They are keeping themselves ready for all inevitabilities here. P7 trying to split them up. They know that they've got an A site that's relatively free.
Disarray does have bomb, but quite forward, and they're not in a position to plant yet. Oh, it still stays alive. Disarray is fighting this with bomb in hand. And they're going to get out of there. That's going to be enough. And surely it will as Prolute locks them down. And Disarray obviously having to pick up the bomb there is kind of cost them. He wanted to be aggressive, wasn't confident in the plant, and Royal Spartans take advantage and knock down P7.
Yeah, it was just a play call in the closing moments, right? You know, you have a choice in that situation. Do you try and play for the plant, or do you try and play for the kills? The play call from P7 is, well, we are going to be playing for the plant, or for the kills, excuse me, and I don't know. Would you have been able to get that bomb down in that situation? Do you hope that you've got the coverage from the teammate? I don't know, but I certainly wouldn't have had Disarray be at the point of the spear with bomb in hand. That's a risky play, even if the bomb going down isn't the thing that ends their upper bracket run. Still, incredible performance from P7 Esports. I never in a month of Sundays would have said that P7 would have been the team to push a North American powerhouse like Royal Spartans, regardless of how good they have looked. They are not one of our top 4 European teams. I would never have said they would have been one of the teams to push a North American powerhouse to distance like that.
Yeah, and I mean, still alive in this tournament, can still do an awful lot more as well. And I'm looking forward to it. You know, I mean, we've kind of had some of these results now go against them, and there's going to be a lot of these teams in the lower bracket already that Well, let's face it, we might see again. It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen players get all the way to a grand final from that lower bracket, but that kind of concludes our coverage of this winners round. So we're going to do a quick break, and then more challenger coverage at the majors will continue. See you in just a bit.
Welcome back to the Major 2 Open in Dallas, Texas. 6F Carolina Rally Esports in the lower bracket. 6F Carolina at a 2-2 standstill in this control, but a 2-0 series lead, down 6 lives. Rally Esports looking to hold on here in map 3, force a map 4, and keep their tournament alive, and it's looking so good for them at the moment. Mercules and Fame last 2 alive. Into the spawn, 1 pushes. They get the turn back around. It's 2 good kills.
Kind of fun a little bit forward. You have another player playing cutoff. Kips have had himself a series to this point, but pushing the line, surging forward. Everyone grouped up around it though, so 10 seconds left. You're gonna have to fight. These gunfights are gonna be close.
Stun check off the left-hand side. Fame's going to be able to spot one out. Well-cooked nade might be able to find some information, but Kip stays alive, dances back around, still has a challenge coming in from the Lion side. 2 more will fly in from the vault. Carolina still trying to hold on. 2 versus 8, but it simply probably won't be enough. Fame throughout the middle of the map with 3 seconds left is just going to try and find maybe 1 or 2 kills, but all 4 players from Rally Esports pushed on to the point. They will extend the series to at least a map 4 and keep their lower bracket run alive.
Held on strong defensively, work the lives appropriately. Not the big one.
All right, sorry to just kind of like jump cut in there for like the game 5, but we got it. So hey, look, that series is going to get extended. But I do want to say this is going to be the part where we start the coverage of our winners quarterfinals. So we will start with the top 8 teams inside of the winners bracket going forward. We've got one really good matchup that I think a lot of people are going to be very interested in. We have Omit Brooklyn versus Omit. Should be quite the series there. I believe it was Omit Brooklyn who got the better of this Omit roster inside of the Elite. The one thing I will say, though, is there was a roster change for the regular Omit roster. They bring in Arcides, Illy gone from this team.
That's going to be a little bit of a difference maker in a sense. You bring in a bit more veteran type of play with Arcides, and given the experience that he has, just kind of leading teams as well. He's been in the IGL role. He's been kind of a mainstay AR, though he's bowed out of the leagues in the last couple of years. He is still someone that, I mean, again, Omit knows how to build winning rosters. He's someone that they trust fully to come in and make a change immediately.
Yeah, I mean, Alex been somebody that has always been kind of like a staple of COD, whether it be in the Pro League for the CDL era, or even inside of Challengers these last few years. He's been at the top pretty much every single Elite, whether it be an online tournament or at LAN. And once again, looking to do the same thing here. For Omit GG, against Omit Brooklyn, yeah, it's going to be a tough best of 5 series. I'm just going to put that out there. It's not going to be something that they're going to be able to waltz in and take. Omit Brooklyn are the 2nd seed coming into this tournament for the Open. They are the champions for Stage 2 of North America Elite, and we'll talk about that match a bit more once that does get underway. We'll also hop to the opposite match that we're going to be covering inside of the winners quarterfinals. It'll be Cabal GG's and Team War. Cabal upsetting the #1 seeded Team Notorious. Team War coming off of a Game 5 win against the reverse sweep shutdown on the Stallions. Or excuse me, not on the Stallions, on the Pioneers.
These teams making fantastic runs to this point. Expected, unexpected, call it what you want, but we're here now. Cabal with bomb down. Gonna lose a man, but gonna let that objective do a little bit of the work where they can. The rebap coming in, I like it, out of fire. We'll see if he can find anything quickly into the site. Go Team War, trades go back and forth. Now you just need to see if your last player can get in the mix. Does not matter because Rupert finds 3.
Rupert straight to the front. Gorgeous effort for the Cabal roster. And also, I want to direct your attention after the little final kill here to the bottom of the screen. That'll show you the ticker for the first match score between these 2 teams and the maps that we will be playing throughout this best of 5 series. But to kind of put a cap on that round, Rupert, again, nice little 3-piece inside of the site. Bombed down, and the work was all in the hands of the Cabals. Team War tried to push in, thwarted out.
3 in the round, 5 and 2. Goes Rupert, and as the search and destroy rolls onward for us, we'll get a better feel of the pacing these teams want to roll with, both of them, especially behind the submachine guns. Like to play fast. Got a player in assault sitting back, watching for a flank, but everyone's going to be home and here, backing off the bomb planner even for the moment. 3 players in pool.
Trying to take out those trophies early. Rupert will invest both his stun and his nade. So lethals and tacticals off the board already for one of these Cabal players. You can see their efforts to try and clear out the spawn side, but no one from Team War is here. The only person that's going to be on a contested angle is going to be Assault playing inside of Lights. Long-range angle from Cootie. Going to take the first gunfight win his way. 4 versus 3 back onto the site. 2 real will cook a nade, but a trophy system outside will thwart that effort. Diamond Con looking back the opposite way. Rupert wants the drop down, but he's waiting for the push from the opposite side to collapse. 1 person remaining is Bink, and with 15 seconds left, winning all 3 of these gunfights in the vault is rather impossible.
I just like to push. At least all of them into sight, which is standard for A. And I do like The aggression they showed initially, Cabal, and around poolside, but it seems like they kind of shied away from it, split, and backed up. A great late round use of a trophy system as well. Team War come out on top of that one.
Standard offensive wins here on the vault. Back to the offense, though, for the Cabal roster. You look to Rupert last time, who was able to find 3 down inside the vault. But as they look to go maybe a bit unorthodox here, they'll send 2 bodies through middle map. Yuli could get caught off guard. He's got a teammate there for help, though, so it's a bait and switch that allows Yuli to open up with the first blood. It's what he did against the Pioneers in their Game 5 search and destroy on Protocol. Backing off will be Bink. Still have not yet really to push up anywhere on the map. They'll finally get down into A, but Team War have numbers on a retake.
Top art, top ammo. A little shoulder shimmy going down. We'll see if those kills amount to any kind of fruition or if someone can get caught out. Fire should have eyes, you would think. Everyone else grouped up in vault. Yuli opened up with 1, so that collapsed quickly coming in, and you've got no one on site.
Defuse coming through. Could be a cheeky check and maybe a drop down from Cabal, but they should be able to read it across the catwalk and do. Inside the bottom, he gets him off the bomb. Oh, it could have been pretty from Bink, and what would have been a 1 versus 4. Allows Yuli to be on 6 in a row. This defuse could get him the Hellstorm. Oh, so close. Would love to see a bait opportunity for Yuli to maybe be able to pick that up early here in the 6th round of the S&D.
So good at getting first bloods for the team. Make it an even safer play and just try to lock that in. Even if it's tricky to get a kill. With the Hellstorm on this map, at the very least, information, which is so critical at various turns. So Team War sitting pretty for the moment. Even if you don't get the Hellstorm, you're still feeling good, though it's a 1-round advantage. They really start to feel themselves out on vault side, whether it be offensively or defensively.
Stay on board with Yuli for a moment. Who is on that 6 in a row. And you're going to see the bomb planter running directly in front of him. But instead of just playing that bait, he'll just wait in the pool for anybody that might try to jump down early. 3 through the vault for Cabals. They're trying to hold this strong on the defensive strong arm. And as Rupert will slide Chow back to the opposite side, you're just looking for a few bits of information. Yuli, car called in. Shots weaken up 1. Oh, so close to that Hellstorm. Will turn back around to look for Bank, but no challenge come through yet. Team War down 3-4.
And that's just what slowed this offensive push. You're just trying to get Yuli a kill on the board, but wisely backing down and playing their angles is Cabal. So you do need to make a move towards the site. Sure, you have 45 seconds. You're just trying to see if you can find an easy kill. And if Bomb's going to push up past the site, it can be a tricky situation if Yuli ends up falling. But everyone sitting back, letting them work the map. Cabal, I like this out of them.
Yuli pushes all the way forward, had bomb in hand, leaves it down in front of the P4 door. And Bink should be able to get the call out that, hey, they're just trying to swarm the backside here. Everybody just needs to wrap back, but I don't know if he got eyes on the bomb actually being down. So assault on the staircase. Hard gunfight to win for Bink. 2 versus 3, and you're going to expect at least maybe 1 or 2 to hop out of the vault. Door cracked open. Fire sprints out. Help over the top from Adam. Assault is going to allow a 2 versus 2 to happen. And into the middle of the map, Rupert's forced to back off.
Cootie up close and personal. Can he get him on the cross? The shots pepper, not good enough. Now you have the player top art. You survive. You get the kill as well. So Assault's going to try to pepper at range as they look to group up, and they just need to boil this out. The decision to hop off the bomb and push this, I like it a lot.
Oh, they're both going to line up. They expect him to be upstairs. Assault slides in, and across tries Cootie. But instead of bullying it out and expecting it to be in the back, they just think that he's going to stay up top and try to play a corner. It's kind of a 50-50, but you read it wrong and it costs you the round.
Oh, man. So weak, it just took a bullet. For a second, you thought Cootie could have walked away with it. Should have, maybe. But being tweaked off that timing, tricky to take. Assault making it look easy. Fantastic read. Where Yuli falls on 6, he picks up on 5.
3 straight rounds for Team War. Now with a 2-round buffer on the opposing Cabal GG roster. Through middle map, they're going to try and make this work once again. Don't want to drop directly down into the vault. Force Team War to use some early util. Throw it off the belt. Try to find 1. That's a hard gunfight for Rupert to win. DiamondCon absolutely ripped off top secret. And so now with 2 players down on Team War, bomb just on the opposite side for Cootie to be able to get up and grab it. Very well is looking like an offensive round win for Cabal.
3 versus 1. Yuli just gonna play a corner in sight. Does just that with the second. Wait a minute, Alex.
Oh, Fire's gonna chow it too. Oh, the timing could not have been worse for Fire because now Yuli has the information. He's got the hot hand at 12. Now looking to try and push out. Fire wisely waits for a recontention. About one of the only ways he might have been able to win that gunfight. But Ulysses, 12-3, on the hunt. Both players on opposite sides of the map rewrapping.
I like the rewrap. And Yuli's just going to have to play this and clear it out. So Bomb should go down B, I would think, unless he quickly cuts through Vault, which is looking to be the case. Bomb should still go down. It's going to come down to seconds.
Will he get the timing? Door's going to open. Fire runs away. Just a couple of HP points left on him. Snap from Yuli. 1v3 to put game point on the line.
Wonderful stuff out of Yuli. Those first 2 kills. He walks away with those. I mean, that's the hard part done. 1 versus 1. I mean, him versus Fire, 2 of the NA standouts that we have. But the way he's shooting, you call it the hot hand. I feel like in this situation, you take him more times than not.
I mean, Ulysses through the stage of NA for Elite Season 2. 1.16 KD in Search and Destroy. Pair that up with Assault, who also has a 1.16. Both of them doing instrumental work for this Team War roster. But good Lord have mercy. Ulysses absolutely frying here on Vault. 1 round to close it out. Tie the series up at 1 apiece. Cabal took the hard point just by a measly 12 points. They'll drop back into the Vault and get it down today.
Opting for the retake and looking to fly forward. Rupert trying to get anything going. Maybe just a different paced look, but you're backed out looking from the outside in. You're going to back off the flank if you're Assault. Too real with a double nade over the top. Feels like that might be the dagger. Unless they can get some form of shot popped over the top thing.
They had a trophy there that went down at the perfect time inside of the site. So shots onto Yuli from Bank at 8-6. Looks back over towards the left-hand side, but he needs help from Fire. Fire has to either play the bait and switch or just try to go directly in. Ulysses for number 14. 4 in a row. 2 reel around the corner. Team War with ease. Take 5 straight rounds in the Search and Destroy to tie the series up at 1 apiece.
Looked clinical once. Yuli got the hot hand, and the team pretty much played support around that, is what it boils down to. Offensively, defensively, they didn't give up much. Leniency at Vault, and there was just no real answer on the other side of things for Cabal.
Hard to start a fire when you got a pool of water inside of the Vault. 0-6 in the Search and Destroy. Goose Egg in the second map in this winter quarterfinals. But good news is, guaranteed map 4, they still won a hard point. So plenty of opportunity for that Cabal roster to rekindle a little bit of love, find that spark once again. Mock over the top, looking for a few players, pushing through. That was an egregious chow when the spawns are still there. A flip out across the map for 1 Carolina. They're holding on for the time for now, and Fame on 4 in a row with the SMG.
10-point lead. Sliding around for the 1v1. He's able to take one of those. And Combo collects for another, but you run out of ammo. CTW on the trade, so at least for the moment, have a little soft spot mid-map to try to work through, and that's exactly what you're going to do. Rally getting aggressive, also forcing these gunfights, and time for the moment. Cal going to try to get another one, not going to fall in his way. All of a sudden, 6F Carolina. They get them to the point, at least to shut these players out, and with that wipe, I mean, how many times have we called to a Millie 3-piece?
Feels like more times than not, at least 2 or 3 over the course of the day, and we've only seen them really once on stream, so 30-point advantage. Gap continuing to grow. Rally Esports pushing back through middle map. A map that they must win to once again keep their Major 2 Open tournament alive. Calamity will wrap all the way back, trying to set up this rally spot for the P2 hold early on. They should be able to get initial time depending on what Carolina decide to do here. They're going to take the mid side of the map and then push that all the way right.
We're going to be watching well push, but isn't seeing much early, so he's going to have to just play the cross for lobby, and has a player chasing him, is able to win that gunfight, so that's huge to keep spawns in the back, but now you have Bully Ball through the front, you have a player secret as well, and Millie, so this play, if they can time it up right, 6F Carolina could get in.
They didn't know Millie was around the corner. He plays his life oh so well, in through short, gets some shots in, he still has Mock over to help. And on this push back in, pistol shots clean as ever. Rally Esports will try to push straight up the ramp from the outside into P2. Here they come. Conwa opening blood. Tries to find even more. Dancing around this left side. Swaps over to the pistol. Was unsure of where he wanted to go. Thought it was a dead body, but for Calamity, can he find 3? He's got 2. He's got the 3rd. He's got 1 more over the front door. Reinforcement spawning in the back. It's a hill that they need to hold down. Still a congestion in. Finally, all the trades are out, but it's a spawn in the back for 6F.
Still holding time. And for how messy this has been, they've kept us close. It looked like when 6F got in, they had a chance to pin him in the back, but scratch and claw their way back into it. They're going to get the back half of the last 20 seconds, so it'll be a tied game going to New. Great map spread along the bottom side of things, and you're just taking the open lane. If you're Valley, working to the north side, getting into wine, you want to get close, want to get mixy, and that's exactly what they've done.
3-point game, but Carolina are here on New. P3 held down. Fame was up top with Mercules. He's found 3. Calamity does not want to push out. He finally finds Fame, but he's got 2 more bodies he has to take care of inside of the hard point. And the Vineyard spawn for Carolina is now making its way forward. The back line pushing forward and inside of the tin building. You finally will be able to find at least a crack in the armor. Rally contesting. Mercules over the top. SMG presence with the Mach AR.
Kano tries to collect. Mock's going to end up cleaning that kill, so you're holding from the front. You're satisfied with this. Less than 20 seconds for the win also, so it feels like scramble, feels like panic time for Rally Esports. They need to find composure because they realistically got one more hit at this.
10 seconds. Rally pushing top 1. Plat is theirs. You have to look over towards the back, and Millie gets absolutely nuked out by Conwa. Turn back around. Mercules here. They don't have to play this time. They've got 4 bodies over at New. If Rally Esports break this, it would be a miracle.
Have numbers on rotation. You also have the exit kills. Cal has to go big.
Trying to push his way forward. He's found a second, traded out. Conwa maybe just gave him enough time to be able to touch on this point. Over on the right side, they're dead. Coming off the boat spawn, still through middle map. Fame is here. Fame knocked down. Conwa looking forward. It's only 1 body in Millie.
And they have enough, and there's no one on the flank. You just need to get CTW in the play.
Here it
the
comes.
Water route, the water route.
Mercules on the hop up, waiting ever so patiently. But the hop might not come in time. He's able to find one. Cal is still there. Through middle map, Kips gets knocked down, and Mercules through the route. Route man gets paid. Carolina close it out 3-1 over Rally Esports and will eliminate them from the Open in Dallas, Texas.
And I think what sucks the absolute most out of that moment, if you're a Rally fan, CTW was Lambo. But watching for a flank that wasn't going to come, I think just comms didn't come through. You got full clearance at 1.2, and comms just didn't come through that, you know, everyone's going to be coming from the front to some capacity. So it just hurts, I feel, far worse to have someone watching a flank, but be facing the wrong direction, watching a bit too deep. So for him to be able to pinch, find the perfect opening with the back turned, I mean, again, Mercules doing the things he usually is doing and finds a soft spot in the offense, close it out. Just good run out of Rally, of course, and what an upset that could have been on the cards. But 6F, they're not bowing out just yet.
No, they're not. 6F, team that sent Stallions down to the lower bracket, knocked out a little earlier on, just a couple matches ago on the stream. But now they get to advance even further in their lower bracket, and they have a daunting task in front of them because we are starting to see the losers bracket be filled with top 16 seeds from this tournament, and it is going to be one hell of a battle to try and make it all the way to a grand final, let alone a loser semi or a loser finals to get to top 3. So I will say, Mach had 4,100 damage inside of that Hacienda. It was close all the way through with 6F. They've had some squeakers on Hacienda. Most of the time they come out on top. Here for Omit Brooklyn, they are down big early on. Is the Arcetics pick up the key?
Could have been. I mean, the subs have also been frying all day. Johnny at 14-8, Rack at 13-5. Dylan Rex the only one over 10 kills. Didn't see him though there.
Okay. I thought it was going to disrupt the push for a second. I was like, oh my god, if Brack stays alive, he can get through. But I mean, it did enough. It took the bodies of Omit Brooklyn, turned their heads a couple different directions. Then the push that was coming over the top through Catwalk actually gets through the back line. So, you know what? Hey, you'll take that there after calling it a Hellstorm, just laying in wait. Craze will break back in from Omit Brooklyn, but on the second set of rotations, you know, maybe the slaying is not contributing to the overall cause, but we need some time, brothers.
Yeah, no one having 30 seconds of time or more. I mean, sure, close, but Johnny's got over 60 seconds in the hill, 100-point depth that you have to carve your way back into. Lots of work to be done. But if there's a team that has shown resilience time and time again, it is Omit Brooklyn, and sure, it's a family feud at this point between these two squads, but right now, Big Brother on top.
Varsity is looking to push his way forward over on the left-hand side. And this is such a difficult hold here if you're trying to break over by P1, because if you're just getting locked down at a bar and can't get through P3, you have no contention angles unless you're playing directly through the top or you take an under route to try and flip out P2 spawn. So finally, it'll be Craze who gets inside, pops himself too. With Arcades being able to trade back, Capsule is all by his lonesome around the middle of the map, just trying to dance around and keep him out of time.
Doing well with that. The snap almost there on Standy. I would say P2's got to be it, but you also lost that side of the map just because, like you said, you can't win those gunfights bar. You really have one lane you can work out of, and Omit still sniff and shut that one down. Brooklyn, a lot of work to do to get in. The subs need to start frying. Cap doing his thing, still gets gunned. Dylan Rex on the other side of things. They're trying to push forward, but they're chasing ghosts.
T-Fellow Enterprises right now, stock is dropping on the figurative market. But I promise you, his stock will not drop whatsoever. He has been one of the most consistent players throughout the entirety of Challengers this year. Just not having a great map one. Omit Brooklyn looking to get some sufficient time here. Back 30. Available to be locked down. You got 2 down below. Dylan Rex trying to find those last 2 players that are pushing through, but he hasn't seen anything yet that should give the call out to the rest of the teams on where they're coming from. Brack, the last one, all 4 dead. Now it's about the rotation to P3.
Fellow trying to watch for a push top bed. Everyone else going to bully, or at least attempt to barbecue sides. The push from Jim coming as well. Dylan Rex starting to feel himself on 4 in a row. Can't connect table, but the trade does come in. Another clean kill feed. So, look, plenty of work to be done, but slowly but surely they're getting back into it. I mean, again, you got to string together some holds here, win the majority time, and you could find yourself right back in this game.
I can tell from personal experience, Skyline, it feels so small when timings aren't going your way. So for Omit Brooklyn, very much doable when it comes to being able to come out on top of these trade battles. Standy for 4, everybody dead from 1 man, a walking army. 4 in a row, looking for a hellstorm.
You want to get back in quickly. You can't waste too much time on this. 10 seconds have already gone by. The collapse is coming in. I mean, again, the kill feed also favoring you. As long as Standy's alive, it feels like he's going to cause trouble, and he's doing just that. Rack for a couple as well. When you think you can find one, another pops up. And that's what Omit have done here as they've ran through this map for the moment. Back out to a 100-point lead.
Oh, Standy gets to the back line. Oh, my God. When we talk about shooting nukes, that is just a step above that. Finally will fall after finding 8 straight kills. Did enough to force the spawns out, but unfortunately Omit Brooklyn just a touch better with their teamwork on the back end of P4. They're inside of it, still down by 100 points. And through the front, you've got 1. Through the back, you've got 2. The collapse coming from Omit GG.
Invest the cruise. Standy at least gets the call, so that's going to be a couple. Cap behind those. I'm going to try to find more, but isn't able to. Johnny connects. Outside looking in once again. The slaying starting to weigh heavier and heavier here. Desperation starting to fall upon Omit Brooklyn. They've got to get a break quickly, but they need to avoid solo challenge.
Drop chow. Johnny almost takes Felony off the heady. But his 2 kills go the way of Brooklyn.
Oh, nah.
You find 2 more back. If you're Bracken, oh my goodness, with the pistol hip-fire shots, it is the 3-piece party for Omit GG.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. And they won't win it here. Omit Brooklyn just want to try to make something happen. If this grenade... Yeah.
It's magical. It's rather magical. Omit GG, they wanted to come out and make a statement against their sister team. And right now, Brooklyn faltering at the seams. 250 on the board. Maybe it wasn't a 100-point club statistically, but it sure as hell felt like it.
I think the scoreboard will show why that should have been the case. You talked about fellow struggles. I think more so you have to sing to the success of Brack and Standy there. I mean, just take over the back half of things. It never got close, per se, but the back half of that P2 into P3 felt good for Omit Brooklyn. Maybe find an opening. That was shut down rather quickly because of Standy's 4 in Kitchen and then Brack's 4 at P4. So big players make big plays, and if you can't counteract that with some of your own, it just becomes so hard.
All right, well, trend and pace setter for other quarterfinal match that we'll be covering in this block. Back over to Team War and Cabal GGs, where things seem a bit more tame and a little more even, at least through the first hard point. The search and destroy, you can say whatever you want for Team War. But here inside of the control, on this offensive round, the B zone has been taken off. 1 life advantage to this offensive team. Bink has open and close control. Is pushed into the office. Some good timing to the back line.
Clear things out for the moment. Bink wins a good one. So hoping to alleviate pressure off of his teammates, but Too Real doesn't take the bait. The bait and switch though. I was going to say nearly connects. Too Real gets out with his life. Makes the best of a mixy situation. Yeah, and still Still gets a second, so
Well, Amber, there's 3 lines of separation. Team War have done a good job of flipping it back in their favor. I don't think they spotted out Assault here, and if they did, they're going to try and double chow it on it, and it works out in their favor. With 22 HP, Bink is going to chow up with his teammate Rupert through middle map. They don't read at. It's a P2 hit that's coming through with 14 seconds left. Unfortunately, it's just a Dolphin dive A time.
oh, Bink, you think if he holds that for a second, maybe he'll catch timing? He gets the snap around at the very least, but no one's close enough to jump time. 3 in the feed. Clock stopped. Basically 1 tick of progress and 2 people on it. Give us a second.
They cut down Yuli. So now they're on A. Everybody should be able to read where this hit's coming through, but it's 2 players through Rock right now. Team War has 2 real up top with 2 HP. Assault gets traded out immediately. 3 on the point. They hop back on. Everybody's dead except for Kuti. He just has to jump out and try to contest these last few players from Team War. A well-executed break back. You have to watch them as they come off spawn. It's just one of those moments where you'd love to say, hey, everybody just stack on it. I just don't think they have the timings that they needed.
No, and when you don't catch off spawn, maybe the route's being taken. No one pushed up beyond that. If you're not pushing up to watch it, like you said, you might as well just hop on it. Put the pressure on them to come fly at you. End up losing the round forward. Now down 2 rounds here in the control. Things tied 1-1. If you're a Cabal GG's fan, you'd like to see him turn things around. 4 maps regardless, but Team War, they're still firing on all cylinders.
Opening rip. Kuti doesn't find anything with that stun. But a few pieces of utility will land. So they should know that they have a Diamond Con somewhere within the backline area. Maybe not by name, but they're going to start to feel the pressure here as Team War get pushed up the map in a 3-1 trade that goes their way. Defense. Deep back right spawn. But as Bink is able to find 2 and Kuti slides out from the top side of Office, this is going to spawn everybody from Team War back over by the P2 hill. And this is where they can start maybe working on A, or at least trying to set up a spawn trap.
I like Fire just holding this iron to try to wait for these players to cross, not quite going back to A for the moment, hoping his teammates can kind of recollect and get over there. But everyone starts falling. 2 real on 4 in a row, working towards a Hellstorm if you can. And they've given up the A push. Now they're trying to work all the way through, but Rupert going to cut this play off well. He needs to quickly turn back.
I was going to say, they don't know that he's there. And he made that play develop through middle map for quite some time. Yuli, unfortunately, has Adam fall. But his 2 players are still contesting from Team War. It's once again a great bait and switch from this War side. I will once again give Yuli and 2 real a chance. Second tick of progress can't get locked in. 35 seconds left in the round. Diamond Con is still here, but a great turn from Bink.
Rupert collects another. Big gunfight going down top mid. Rupert takes it once again. And they're still trying to work this B side, but what's nice is, again, it's just a quick transition, whether they go top secret or low, towards A. 2 are going to dive on the point. Everyone has left if you are Cabal, so I need to make a decision quickly. In the spawn side to get a little aggressive. Yuli makes you pay. It should be B, Alex.
Got the work with the camera. Assault will do the work in the corner. 1 more up through Office. Why not? Give it to him. Okay, well, shut down for now. But Fire and Rupert are there. 2 real. Did enough by himself to get the B zone captured. So it's back over to A with a 4 life advantage.
A few more kills going away with Team War, and now they are pushing the line forward, taking the assault to Cabal. Just 1 player on the zone, no stack coming in as they're trusting the roaming Slayers to continue working these lives. And that they will do. First tick of progress in. Now everyone's starting to group up, go back to site.
That was a tough challenge there. Assault on the drop down here with Ulysses. 2 bodies stacked on the point. Deep flank coming through. Kuti's going to be really the only one to lay some congestion on it. He gets 1, but it's up top. 4 lives remaining. Now 3 for Cabal. Won't matter. Zone captured. Team War 3-0 in the control.
Handshaking respawns in the series. It will be the advantage favoring Team War. As we go into map number 4. I get to this point, I don't have anything revolutionary to say about what we saw.
So.
It's pretty much just run of the mill. I mean, control comes down to slaying a good bit of the time, and everyone but Diamond Con going positive. And you look at the non-traded, even for 2 real, the submachine guns just got loose, and we say time and time again, they get lost. If you can't keep track of where they're spawning, where they're heading off spawn, it can just be problems after problems. But back to Omit Brooklyn. Up early 2-0 is going to be Omit. Brooklyn on the other side of things, trying to get things going for themselves here in round number 3.
Arcity's rather lucky to be alive. Long shots from Craze. Information good. What a read onto Arcity's coming up the backside staircase. And as quickly as that hit developed over towards the B site, it was shut down.
Big 2 pieces to find there. Especially knowing you've got the Dylan Rex comms of, hey, I've got 2 over here. Cap also in a great position if all else fails. Good job working around that rock side site.
Arcity's tried to set that up too. He's like, oh, dude, I got a free one-up off this. Watch this. They're not even ready for it. I can tell you Craze was. Very much so. And that play did not work out, Alec. But, so as the story goes. Craze with bomb in hand. Omit Brooklyn, very much wanting to take space over the middle of the map. Arcity's thought better of the slide out to the right side. As Omit read that nobody is coming to that A site. Felony might be able to catch one on the rotation as his bomb goes down. How does he stay alive?
Bomb doesn't go down. Snake trying to regroup a little bit. But that just gives Omit time to get back into play and look to develop this. And Fellow's completely out of the play for the moment. I mean, sure, you could say the same for Standy, but he really has to do work. The call comes in to re-wrap, so they're going to work towards him. Standy with an opportunity of a lifetime.
Oh, and I don't think they're going to check this, even if they try to hit up middle map. But Brack has read this oh so well. Second player up for a challenge.
Look at the sprints out of the subs to the back.
Are they going to get the good timing, though? They're patient up through middle map. Johnny there. Standy on the flank. 1 versus 3. Capsule last alive. Good night, Standy. Good night, Cap.
Couple routes being taken. He's out. Fellow for how much time he spent over there. Again, tried to make the rotation, but you could see they held their spots, and Brooklyn never pushed through it. So that just let Johnny and Standy sit for free. And as soon as the comms came in, there's more than one well side. You watch them fly through lobby and quickly collapse on that play.
And that's such like a tongue-in-cheek moment too, where like Standy's just behind the door, and you're like, are they gonna check this? Is he gonna get the freest timing in the world? And they just never pushed past the doorway there. They just didn't want to take that 50-50 gunfight. And Standy, unfortunately, will make them pay for it. Same thing can be said for the opposite SMG and Johnny. But up through middle map, oh, this is great timing. Or was it? Okay, it was.
I thought it was Brack, and I was like, well, we'll hold our breath for it, but it was great timing. 2 off the board for Brooklyn now as Cap's going to quickly try to retake the site. He clears things out for the moment. Now going to look P2. No one over the top. The spread out of Omit. Gunfight against Standy. Good luck. Have fun. He gets the chow up the staircase. Now going to look to P2. Stun goes out, but you're just trying to play time if you're Omit, and it could pan out for him here.
I think they know what they both are. Arcity's didn't want to chow it out. Capsule makes him pay for the over-aggression. Will drop back down, peek back up. But unfortunately had to find that final player and the defuse to go along with it. And maybe not in the style that they're losing right now, but that first series loss in the playoffs for the Elite, it kind of feels relatively similar for this Omit Brooklyn roster. Not to say they're going to make a miraculous run once again, or a deep losers bracket run once again, but it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder.
Yeah, just moments of, I mean, we're so used to this team performing so consistently, and that's, this isn't to say they've had some drop off at all. I mean, again, we just said they were Elite Season 2 champions. But here against Omit, they just don't have any kind of answer. I mean, Fellow, I think just inconsistency from players we've come to have lead the way, not quite stepping up to the plate where the workload's a little better divvied on the Omit side of things. And now Craze trying to get a couple where he can, gets one, tries to get out. Life advantage.
I have no idea where Standy is, though.
Yeah, bomb working the site, and pretty much whenever Standy wants to pounce, he can.
Oh, Craze through a stroller, but Brack and his tantalizing AR cuts him down weak. 1 versus 1 for the first kill for Felony. For number 8 on Standy's side. Tyler gets a great read out through the doorway. It was shaky for a moment, but the drop shot throws off Standy just enough. T fell on the board. Brooklyn find their second round.
Back in business. Starts with one. We'll see what they can do with it here. Play looked like it fell apart for a moment, but Standy not quite able to play spoiler. You trust your IGL in the 1v1 and he gets the job done.
Credit where credit is due. This Omit roster is not willing to slow down whatsoever.
No.
Put up their middle map. 2-man hit over on the B site. Another 2 hitting through the open side. All trying to play through rock angle. But this will basically be a free hit for the regular Omit roster to drop down to A. But I think they just tried to play this a little too aggressive through middle map because Capsule finds Arcades, and now you find yourselves immediately in a 3v4.
And with Cap getting bomb check, not seeing anyone, he's going to give the call, hey, we need to wrap back towards B or at least hold mid for the moment. Wait till we get eyes on the next play. Johnny lying in wait, gets eyes. They know everyone's teetering mid-map and not quite giving up A just yet. Is Omit Brooklyn is now a couple players working towards that site, but perhaps with wrap through mid, Fellow might get blessed timing also.
Slide challenge across. Standy wants it. He breaks the door open, but it might have been what cost him. Brack tried the pre-fire. Would it have been just a half second later? Maybe he finds that kill. But in a different universe, that conversation is happening. In this one, it's 3-4. Omit Brooklyn with 2 rounds straight.
I like how they slow played it. And I like the play out of Omit. To work through mid, maybe try to catch them by getting aggressive offensively and not having bomb down at that point in the round. But Brooklyn just stick to their guns, lean towards their spawn side and let the gunfights come to them, and on the back end of that, win it, of course.
What does Capsule have for us? Through the bottom side of Secret. Standy escapes all the way through. They do not have a single read that he is going to be behind them. Or maybe the timing is great. Felony falls first. Arcades once again falls to the hands of Capsule. In through middle map. That's a laser from the SMG. Standy once again recreating the magic he had in map 1. But as quickly as they find kills, it becomes a 1v1. Brack on the back staircase, Craze down below inside a wine. And they are oh so close to spotting each other out, but they'll just miss them on the timing.
ARB sub. And depending on what you pick up, Craze gonna work towards B. Does he get it down without getting spotted? Yeah. How quickly can he get away now?
He runs straight through middle map. But now, Brack has information that he isn't going to play the opposite side, but I think Craze spotted the head out. Tries to wrap back, uses the head glitch to his advantage.
Not a fan.
And wait a second before picking up the defuse. Is it a chirp? Is it some yelling? I hope so. Brack is disgusting.
That was filthy. And if you're crazy, you saw him hop off bomb. I don't think you needed to chase that at all. Especially with the sub, you just could have played around rock. But, hey, in another universe, we're having that conversation here. It is 5-3 Omit. As Brack, another 1v1, goes the other way. They're on that point.
He had a lot of time to work with on the back end of that. Same thing can be said in the early round here, but straight through middle map, it is a bang out early on. Standy capitalizes on information gotten from Capsule. So you lose your top Slayer, who's got 10 kills in this search and destroy early on in a round that you desperately need. On the verge of going down 0-2 in the series. Omit, very, very, very composed on a map that they'd love to take.
Composure, a great way to put it. But does that all crumble here now as they look to fly through? Another water route.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Dylan. Can't find one more. 1 versus 1 yet again. Tyler Felony, do you have one more in you?
Oh,
is this your Vince Carter moment? Timing good. Oh, no, shots are early. Yeah, he's running.
Yeah, we'll take a breath and he's going to reset after that one. But you're not putting bomb down just yet. Oh, I mean, just pixel peak timing here. But I like the rewrap.
Bomb will get planted on the opposite side. So Standy should be able to play the rock to his advantage. And Felony is just going to start to make this push. Very early. Standy spotted. Both know exactly where the other is. And in a high-stakes moment, Standy plays the opposite head glitch where you just don't expect him to be.
Guns him.
Knocked off his felony. And Omit Brooklyn go down 0-2.
Convincingly. Brooklyn had their moments, as they did in map 1, but I mean, you pretty much got to point to this guy right here. Everyone stepping up, Brack, of course, notably as well. I have a Standy having himself the series. If you don't know, now you know. Everyone should be on notice, of course. Player like Standy, making the noise he is. As we digest that, we'll jump on over to Team War and Cabal. 20-point lead, trying to force it to a map 5.
Just refuse to go away. Every time I see this Cabal roster at Hardpoint, it's like, okay, well, hey, we've got a lead. We're scraping by. If we have to go to another game 5, we'll absolutely do it.
Sure.
Leading the way, though, Fire, 30-23. Once again showing why he, throughout the entirety of the North America Stage 2 Elite, had the 1.21 KD, leading all of North American players.
Time on the last one left. He's going to find a couple to rectify it. Now the split spawn's coming in. Again, how do you manage if you are Cabal? They're going to be looking around, noticing where their spawns are coming in. Also, Assault opens up at the first, so quickly broken in. Team War will to garner a bit of time. 35-point deficit. They're content to hold from here. The pinch coming in out of being Trump ticket. How many can he get? Gets 2. I believe Fire connected for another, so you back him off. Time sits great. You're fine with that. Less than 2 minutes on the game clock. We'll see if they look to just pick and choose time from here.
That's a disgusting chow through ticket. But it's still Team War here. You look to Fire all the way deep. Such a tough gunfight to take if you're Assault. And you know that you're going to have a slide challenge out from Rupert. They will just bunny hop themselves around the hill. And with 2 bodies left, you're just trying to push your way forward. Cootie, with no regard for anything or his own life, will push in. And it works for him. 5 seconds. Yes, it's the scrap, but it puts him over 200.
And they're in position mid-map first. Team War not really trying to take up too much space. They're just going to send numbers and fly towards the hill, which I don't hate. I don't think Cabal does either, as they're going to pick off 2. Suddenly no one close to the point enough to make anything happen. Rupert will get another. We've already eclipsed 220 at this point. 30 seconds remaining. Sure, they could win it here. You wouldn't think on a P1 it goes down. But Team War have a decision to make here. They've got to find a way to get in.
That's a gunfight you just don't want to lose if you're Assault. Outer in the courtyard. Because then everybody else from Team War is stuck through middle map. Cabal just get him into a funnel. So with 15 seconds left, Team War just trying to push the issue. But it's Bink for 2. Bink for 3. Nobody even close from this Team War roster. Good luck even trying to touch.
Less than 10 seconds from the top ropes. You got to fly down. You're flying into irons at this point.
I just don't think it's simply enough. Maybe if you're Assault, you try to slide your way forward. But Bink will end on 5 in a row. Cabal forced the map 5. In an attempt to get to the winners semifinals here in the first LAN back in, 8 months since champs last year for these Challengers players? What a fun time it would be to guarantee yourselves top 6.
This Cabal squad placing top 6 in Stage 2 Elite, so the run they're making as well. Not shocking given these players, but given the competition, again, they are doing a fantastic job. And yesterday, I believe you said it, the longer this team is playing together, the better they are getting. And that is all coming to a head, especially here as we get into the later portions of Saturday. Looking into Sunday, they definitely are.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And, one of the things that I enjoy about this Cabal roster more so than really anything else is the way that the SMGs just come together and are just willing to fly. It was the same thing that we saw back in like Modern Warfare 2 when they had Snoopy on this roster as well. Yeah. That team was just freakishly fast around the map. They are willing to just kind of slide shell out on wherever, whenever. And it's a very fun way to watch them play COD because their confidence is just so high and almost head and shoulders above a lot of the other players, to where, like, yeah, you have a fast guy like Yuli. Yeah, you have fast guys, like Standy, or, you can see Cray start to push up the map. But it's just, it's the way that the two of them just play that together. It's just fun to watch. And maybe it's not, the most technically sound comparatively to some of the other players, but it's right on par with them. And again, it's just fun to watch, and that's the most important thing. Yeah,
I mean, how much does rapport go into that, with that trio having a lot of chemistry and time spent together, especially in the LATAM scene now coming NA. Super fun to watch as they force the round map 5, that we'll be tuning into. But for now, we dive back into, I don't think Smoke Show is a stretch at this point.
Maybe not.
Omit really have been having their way this series. Minimal pushback, like a big brother, little brother fight, where sure you can poke a couple shots, but they're not really gonna phase you too much.
Okay, Cap.
Cap will get a couple on 5. Round number 1, defensively making the hold. And they thwart this last push.
I mean, only 1 tick. You've got the pull push coming through. You're just trying to get top Cap space if you are Omit. But Cap is going to read that out well. Should give the call out to the rest of the teammates that they're going to just try and jump over middle. Johnny tries, almost gets lined up with his teammate up top. Craze is down below. Finally, it's a Brack trade. 1 versus 2. Felony trying to just hold them off. He doesn't want to let them cap it.
Cafe, they are most certainly thinking about 2 ticks of progress than Alex.
Trying to find the third, and they absolutely will. So an extra minute added on, but it's a 5 life advantage for the defense. And now the hardest part is just trying to get out over towards B.
No.
But when Brack's beaming like that with a sub up close and dancing around, getting lost in middle map against Craze, it just might be doable.
Yeah,
'cause they're
standing
on
for
B.
the cleanup. Standing for the cleanup is wicked as well. Now the push. Looks like they're wrapping back through mid. They're not just going to fly out vault, but Fellow going to get eyes on it. So give the comm to the teammates. You're going to see if Craze can play cutoff also. Can he find a good timing? Answer yes. So you clean up the pull push. Now you can see them all working their way back towards site. Clock stopped. Johnny on time. It's taken down. And now Omit working at a spawn side. Have to recalculate this next push.
Didn't expect Arcades to be playing the long angle there with Cap. But the rest of Omit Brooklyn still keeping the point close to their chest. First tick of progress made. 2 players on. Trades are in. With 4 lives remaining and now 3, it would have to be quite a wild clutch moment for Omit GG.
We've seen wild time and time again. You have Arsene's position to try to cut off, but that just leaves a lone man over on point. And knowing where he's at, you just expect a couple arrows to turn, them able to gun him down. Arsene's, again, just maybe going to try to find some consolation kills, but round going away from Brooklyn.
That's just a good feel-good, right, for Omit Brooklyn. It's just like, okay, hey, I know we got mollywopped in map 1. Search and Destroy really wasn't much closer. I just want to see, like, it doesn't have to be necessarily like a direct effort to get, you know, like Tyler going. Like Fellow doesn't have to be, you know, just like this like one-man wrecking crew that the team has to, you know, kind of like push to get going. But like, I just need to see a little bit more out of Fellow. I'd like to see him be active on the map with everybody, and it just feels like he's getting off timings. It feels like he's getting gunned, and he is. And I hate that for him because I like watching the guy play.
5-5. Very much the facilitator for this team. Want to see him get on the board a little bit more. Never too late to settle into the series, and could this be the chance? Absolutely. Is you're just going to fly through mid, and Craze, Dylan, going to connect for some. Craze slipping out towards B2. If you can take this gunfight, you may be able to buy some time towards A, but the double stack in, first tick in as well. Brooklyn wasting no time.
Yeah, you might be able to get that flank around the back if you don't YY into the gunfight. Word to Kenny.
Yep.
But as Brack holds over middle map, they have full pillars control under themselves, or at least did until Captain and Craze were able to collapse the middle map. Good trade inside. 3-1 for Omit Brooklyn. Second tick of progress should have no problem getting locked in here. And that might just be the zone. It looks like Omit are going to try and focus their forces back over towards B.
Maybe one more push for the moment, see if they can get something crazy, and Stanley's going to open up with 1, so that'll be the green light for a second. They can test in as well with a couple more kills on the board. Going to back down, going to re-wrap. Johnny should find a timing through the back, and does. Another minute, and still 2 minutes at that. So, I mean, again, they had that point stopped for the duration, so it's not like time ever got dicey. Now they have plenty of time, plenty of lives to work this site. They just need to play it patient, need to work these picks. Even if it takes a couple waves of kills, they don't need to fly after one.
Craze. If he gets away, maybe around that pillar to the bottom side of Heart, stays alive for a moment. It starts disrupting the spawn up in the push that Omit GG want to commit to.
Sandy.
But Arcades will play out and get caught off by the bottom side again.
Sandy.
And it's Standy on 3 in middle map. Okay.
Yeah, you just can't help but watch his arrow when he spawns up. Because on screen, off screen, it's something egregious. And he is just continuing to fry for this team. All quiet, and with how far Johnny's pushed up, it's just easy comms that, hey, look, they've got to be working through cat side. That's exactly what they're doing. Brack lying in wait, finds 1, surely not the second, and doesn't. I'm still not a factor, but you're bleeding these lives rather quickly. It was 22 a moment ago, and now you have a disadvantage. So again, if you're going to work through the back, you need to find it. But this angle, Sandy, ooh, doesn't get the better of this go-around.
Wish you could have seen my face as he won that gunfight. But Arcades will clear out the spawn for Omit GG. And this is where the trap can start to go and become an issue. Brooklyn wants to wrap this out through the pool side. Once again, just trying to push that 50-yard line a little bit further towards the opponent's side. But they have this full site watched off. Yeah, I mean, if you're Johnny, you're going to have so many different contestants coming your way. Craze gets through, but it's like, they know you're here. They're okay with just letting you live, especially when your teammates aren't going to really be doing anything off spawn.
You can't win gunfights on the north side of the map. There's no alleviation. There's no trickery. It's off-time pushes. It's one-dimensional reads.
Wait a second. Well, that might have just turned around. Script. Maybe flipped. We'll see in a moment. 16 seconds. Clock is stalled out. Capsule's in the backside of the building.
And you take care of Sandy. So, big step in the right direction. Cap finding kills also. First tick of progress and over the top, trying to overlook his teammates. This could be it. Alex Arcades on the flank.
Yep. I was going to say Arcades, this is a big one. If he's able to get a read in, maybe able to fly behind, he can help alleviate some of that pressure and allow from the front side to be able to collapse back on, and he's found two. Craze turns back around. It's a 1v1. Johnny has to sprint onto it, and he gets there just before the cap comes in 4v3.
Oh my god, and you have no time. You thought maybe it was done. Now they have to fly, and everyone is back on site. 4v2, you have to fly here.
Standy's laying down, but they have information on where this player is. Brack will slide across. Dylan finds Standy. Last alive now. They get the B zone, and that's probably not exactly what you wanted. You're trying to win that round, yes, but you also don't want to give them the tick.
Yeah. Get this. I saw it on the minimap, and I just... Yeah, it happened. Again. You end up walking away with a round. I think it took a bit longer than it should have, but job done nonetheless. You know, you can't be too critical of a round when. And again, the rest of the team starting to pick things up as well. The ARs feeling a bit more comfortable. You can see it in the scoreline. Sure, 11-11 out of Fellow, but again, looking like he's feeling better around the map. Outslaying Omit to this point.
Like, he'll take a 1 KD any day of the week. Feeling good with a 1. If he consistently sets himself up for opportunities to catch Omit GG off guard. Start considering Omit Brooklyn to be a threat if they take this control map. Craze down below, finds Brack, takes them out of the A zone for a moment. Clock will continue to bleed. Plenty of time to work this middle map out. And Omit Brooklyn, they just cannot keep committing bodies to solo gunfights.
Oh. What a swing this could be. Couple players on it, 2 ticks of progress through. Essentially, you've got Standy rewrapping the flank, so the comp comes through, the cap's going to be back there, and they play for it. You're getting gunned in spawn as well. Not a huge fan of how they worked the middle portion of that A site. Regardless, we'll see if they can mitigate the damage done here. Johnny gets things started in a bad way for the Brooklyn side.
Cap still doesn't even know where Johnny is. He's just laying down in the corner. And that's all it takes is just a little credit route. Get through the back. Say, okay, hey, 8 lives to the advantage now. First tick of progress already started. They got 2 bodies on it. You're trying to commit to the flank if you're Omit Brooklyn. Craze will walk away with 1. You have 1 super deep. It's going to be Dylan Rex all the way through. Craze timing there. I mean, just a slide shout from Standy trying to stay alive, and he walks away with a gunfight win. 2-2 they go. Pushed back, at least for now, is the offense, but Brooklyn's only got 12 lives left.
That'll be the problem sooner than later because there's well over 90 seconds on the clock also. So it feels like whenever Omit wants to push this line forward, they can. Johnny gets one on the flank so they can collapse multiple angles of the site. Sure, Cap answers, but this line working its way forward behind Arcades. He's found a couple. Can he rip the third? A little wayward shots. He's going to back a couple players off, but they're on the site.
I'd say wayward for both of them. That felony surely had Arcades dead to his rights, especially after those few misses come through, but car will explode. Fellow will finally clean up Arcades. He's loved playing that outer palm side, just using that AR to his full advantage. Now Craze in the backside of spawn, looking for one up top. Does he get the timing on Alec? He does.
They had a staunch life disadvantage. Now they've brought it back. Again, a lot of time, so there's still a lot of moments that could go wrong for Brooklyn. They hold the line. If they keep playing as well as they have, again, opportunity to close out this round is there. They've got to thwart this push back this lineup, and it's still not over.
You want to hop on that second, sticks him. So it's a trade on both. Johnny and Craze take each other out, but Standy falls to a nade. Well placed from Dylan Rex. Brack inside of the zone with 31 HP. Knows that Dylan's up top, but they have to start flying out of art because the spawns are close from Omit GG. Arcades brings up the back line. They fry everybody out of it. We'll stay alive here in the control. 2-1. We still got a lot of vault to play.
Got a little stagnant. And Omit just pounced at the right time. Back usage. 3 different kills connecting off the car and a couple over the top nades and sticks. Omit get one on the board. Offensively, good execution for him to walk away with that one. Both going back on the other side of things. Would love to close this one out here. Just get a map win tallied in the series count. Don't want to give Omit GG an opportunity back into this one. But again, lots of vault to be played.
Down low push. They go directly through the pool. They're trying to get out over towards B.
You gotta get out.
Do you find Arcades? You absolutely do. You turn back around. You know that Standy's there. Johnny playing close. And unfortunately, the car bomb is what shuts down in its entirety the Omit Brooklyn push over towards B. Good news is you're spawning over by the pool side, so you at least should be able to break out of your spawn. Bad news is Brack has already spotted out Felony. The Craze is up through catwalk.
And you want to see these subs continue playing tempo with Standy.
No, okay.
Let's go. Pick one and work it. Dylan, you don't clean up the kill, and you get the push through P3 door. At moments like that where can change the complexion of a round, because now you have moments like this where once again Omit GG problems in the spawn side of things. The trap implemented, the first one we've seen on this map. We'll see how long it lasts, but
okay, 10 in a row.
easy pickings. Johnny, 29 and 19.
I'm gonna say quietly got a 9 spree for himself. Noticed it at the tail end. Gets to double digits before he drops. That nade doesn't roll down the stairs, so Brack has no idea. Now, one of the Brooklyn players has already escaped and was able to get out through middle map. You have not gotten any progress on A. You've got no progress on B. I mean, you haven't been able to push the map into the middle whatsoever, and it's yet another round where at the beginning, Omit GG are outslaying you completely. 8 seconds left in the round, trying to push and get some sort of semblance of mid-map control, but on the drop-down, Alec is waiting. Alec is waiting. But he's not waiting for the third.
Johnny is.
Here's Johnny.
Just like that. 2 rounds on the board. Round 5 as well. Right back in this one. I just... Great position to trade. And that's just because with no time left, they have to be on the A site. So clean it up, take care of things. No ticks of progress earned. Not a great position to be in going into round 5.
Kind of a stinker of an offense, no?
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe a sour taste in the mouth of the Omit Brooklyn roster. Maybe some of the fans as well would like to see that round played a bit different, but still 2-2 in the middle of the map. Yeah, this time they are just going to full commit to A. They said, all right, the B hit didn't work. They need to be careful, though, because Johnny does have a Hellstorm. Don't think he'll use that on the A zone just yet, but the first tick of progress making its way forward. Cap and Brack should have spotted each other out, but they at least lock in that first tick.
I don't think they did. I hope I'm wrong. No, they didn't. They didn't lock in that first tick. Standy to the back as well. It's going to be a submachine gun pinch. It's going to be pickings off spawn. Maybe lucky he ran out of ammo. I've seen this film before, and it was just a few moments ago.
What did Johnny have to eat after the first 2 rounds? Or what did he ingest into his body? Because he went on another 7 spree right there. Probably just doubled up on another Hellstorm. And now you're just getting cut off completely if you omit Brooklyn. You've got 6 lives at the disadvantage yet again. After 2 control rounds at the very beginning of this vault that went your way, it looks swimming for you. All of a sudden, it falls apart. A complete breakdown here. And Johnny's yet again on 2 in a row, almost at 40.
He's trying to do anything to just stop the bleeding, to help his team get forward, any kind of map progression. But everywhere you turn, an Omit player lying in wait at just most marginal off angle, enough to completely throw what Omit Brooklyn want to do to the side. As they look to work towards this A site once again, I mean, it is kill after kill ringing out for the Omit side of things. Alec on 5 in a row as well.
There it is.
Yeah.
Calling that Hellstorm, Johnny. Get your 41, get your 40 bombs. Oh my lord. Johnny just took Brooklyn out to dinner and left them with the bill.
What a map. And just when you think maybe wind in the sails, maybe an opportunity, things look good, you set it 2 rounds on the board. You let off the gas a little bit, or does Omit GG turn up the heat? Who knows? But that series count, Alex, I'll say it, not what either of us expected. Talking about it going into this.
Yeah, maybe not. No.
No. No, we really weren't thinking that that would be the final series score. But you
I'll be
take care of
closer than that,
business,
for
and
sure.
yeah, for sure. But we'll have a look at things here. Back to the 4 box. Look at a couple losers, round 5 matchups. Mistaken against Rio's. Up 1-0. Looking at the top left corner of things. Rio's up 3-2 in the search as well. It'll be a protocol hardpoint. Ask Esports. Map 1 against Notorious. An EU losers matchup. Lots of the
We
state.
didn't
We
get to
got
see
3
that
of these teams
war in
playing.
map 5? Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, it went fast. It was a 6-2, I guess. I'm a little sad, though. Team War, winning their game 5s. Got to tip it, Amber.
And winning their searches. Both of those in convincing fashion in that series specifically, but they've done that pretty much the entirety of Elite as well. So it's nothing new for
Also
them.
true.
They were very comfortable in those situations, and they prove it time and time again, series and series again. So they keep their winners bracket hopes alive. Ooh, hello. Melko on screen gets an early one. On transition to P1 once again. Will be Notorious here for early time.
Okay, Denza, just slide right past him. Okay. 6 on 5 in a row. Had 3 at the bottom end of P4, now inside of P1 on this next set of rotations. He will lay in wait. For this European roster for Notorious Gaming, they have been playing quite well throughout the entirety of the tournament so far. We'll look back and behind, and 6 will find number 7. It is just a 7, 8, and 9-piece party, apparently, around here. Over the 100-point mark. Ask Esports had a good lead, but Notorious on the back end of P4 holding in a rotation to P1. They string Hills good.
Mid-map, up for grabs. Kill goes your way, Notorious feeling good, but back gonna wrap up. Try to play for some exit kills if you can. The teammate should be there on the cleanup. Back and forth we go. Now P2 underway in a few moments. 40-point lead. Shooting well. Ask Esports, they have the favorite side of the map for the moment. You might look to see them get out on P3. Rotation here shortly. Seems like to hold that from the front, but oof, tough gunfight loss there.
Sends a stun check back right. Wants to know if anybody's going to be pushing up from the no man's hit. And the spawns were read out well. Unfortunately, Mighty just gets the better of the timing, catches him before he gets up the ladder. And now it's Kez. Long range shots. It's a hard one to win, but 6, who had earned the the Hellstorm missile earlier on. I blame Brody for my error. Denzel will be in through middle map on the planner side as Melko looks to win the crucial gunfight there. It's still from the front. Notorious are just trying to hold everything on this P2 line so they can get a good P3 side.
Yeah, and I really like it. 20 seconds to fight for just to get back into it. Ask would love to get this time, but they just aren't able to. And mid-map also in the hands of Notorious Gaming. You're trying to slip through Spiral Detain. The back end of his teammates finding a couple of kills. They're going to try to push out the back here in a moment, but the timing not quite going to go the way, or so I thought. Ooh. Okay, shaky shots end up collecting. The trade does come through spawns as well. So you get the rotation. Not as clean of a setup as you like, but now you can see everyone starting to get to the spread they would like as well. This push coming through underground.
And it is 3 directly up the spirals. Kez was ready for it, but the shots were wayward. Melko gets the better of the slide shell. Pack trying to force the back line out, just wants to save anything Ask Esport can here. But unfortunately, the spawns will already be flipped out within 40 seconds, or rather 20 seconds. 40 left on the hill. Notorious Gaming will break on in. Kez trying to fly all the way through the helicopter side. And once again, this map could flip out. As Melko's across the map, Notorious Gaming. Contention is in. 2 kills for Ask Esports. Number 3, imminent.
Melko finds one. Locker side, you have a teammate, but Denza quick on the read. Can't quite get the snap to the front door. But you're still soaking time and right back into this one. It'll be a tied game as we go to P4. You'll have Ask here early. Notorious sitting pretty inside. They're just going to try to bully this one out. The stick comes through as well.
That's 2 from Pack, 1 from Denza. And that is an easy break in the bottom side of P4 as all 4 players from Notorious Gaming are dead. What was dead even at 149. after that break from the pretty blue team of Ask Esports. It is now on Notorious to have a successful break back, the likes of we saw from Ask just 10 to 15 seconds ago.
Trying to get some of these gunfights to go your way, Mighty. Gonna go for 3. Natix cleans up the 4th, so hey, you speak to it and it happens. They need a quick break. They do just that. 30 seconds on the docket to play for. Looking like they're in great position to get the lion's share of it. You're creeping down Spiral. Do you get caught sneaking down the stairs? Absolutely. 4 in a row, 2 more on the board. Then they're trying to pinch to elevator, and you have all bases covered. If you're Notorious.
It just felt like an easy read for what Notorious were looking for Ask Esports. Like the first time, you know, they kind of cut off guard, pushing a couple through Spiral, getting hit out big door, but like you send 1 down elevators, 2 through the Spiral, and then 1 out or no man's, and that no man's player just gets wiped off immediately. The 2 that were pushing down the Spiral staircase don't get anything for it. I mean, you're fighting a 2 versus 2 in there, so and that's something I love about Notorious, but again, it's so hard to break that P4 that you can't really be upset with any of the hits you try to throw down there. But on P2, Detain will make quick work of Natix with the AR in tow, escape underground. Where he decides to play next will be very telling for what Asports are able to do here throughout the middle of the map.
Denza soaking time. Teammates finding kills around him. Put a wrap back around time and find some kills. Anything else you could find would be fantastic, but Pac there on the trade, he's been doing a fantastic job at getting around the map, supporting his teammates, finding multi-kills in the feed, as we see once again. You have mid-map out of control, top trips being fought for at the moment. Let's see what Detain can do there, but you're soaking time, and again, it's really handshaking 15-20 point lead. It's not 5 or so points. I mean, these guys are ripping off time here before any of it's contested.
And you look to Kez to try and push his way forward. Mighty was 1 tap, got the call out from the rest of the team, and that forces the top Grandma player to back all the way off. Natix now trying to rotate back over to P2. And Detain will be the first one here, so Ask Esports, not only did they get the scrap time hold on P1, they're forcing the map from the AA gun. And Notorious could get stuck in a spawn trap here behind P2 if they're not careful.
Oh, 6. He's alive mid-map. What can he do? Denza gets the trade, so you win the line share of gunfights. Also, Natix gonna be the one pushing forward. Not really waiting for teammates. Maybe just trying to get a quick little gunfight win, but the trophy's out will give up that he's sitting out of lighthouse. Yeah. His teammates are back in the play. We'll see what they can do here as they collapse.
He was just trying to wait for Kez to push the staircase. But Ask Esports back all the way off. Unfortunately, though, for them, it leaves Detain in a 1 versus 3 back at the point. He'll escape to the backside of No Man's. So underneath, by P4 he'll be. Denza doesn't get the read on Melko through middle map, so the AR will reign supreme over the top. Notorious Gaming needed an entire break into that P2 hill. It's exactly what they got. They'll still be down, but over by P3, they're going to once again need to force their hand.
Ask just need to win rotation here, and they are just caught not only out, but with the map flipped. And you're winning gunfights on the other side of things. The exit kill's good. The team, what kind of timing can you find? It's going to be excellent. So now you get the split spawns, the pinch developing on time. Notorious trying to take care of things, but it could quickly crumble.
That's the one lane they didn't have watch was No Man's. It allowed Detain to slip through. Melko, a snap back to Kez. 6 on to Denza. Only 1 spawning deep in the back now. Will lay down. Is just waiting for the team to try and force the way across middle map, and then could get cheeky in from behind Ask. Melko slips. Slides for a hip fire. 235, 232. Notorious back on top.
They're sitting in and they're working from the back. You have pressure close from the front. Again, these next gunfights going to be everything for now. Notorious taking him.
Oh, Denza doesn't check the left-hand corner, so lockers were locked down. Detain up to the top. Mighty wins the 1v1. 20 seconds left. Only 7 for Notorious. Through the front, it's Mighty for another double. 6 will pair along. And now it's all up to Denza to try and break this directly through the front. The contest is in, but it's all for naught. Notorious back and forth with this Ask Esports roster take map 1.
About to the end. I feel like the kill feed just started to get away from Ask. They got out, and then they got spot on P2 at the start. You called it. But on transition, Detain played in the back trying to keep spawns. They end up getting rid of that problem. And it was just a P3 they never let go of. They had someone lockers. They were just playing off the timings of one another in the hill. Get a big map 1 win on the board against this squad. Now, of course, feeling much better going into map 2 search and destroy.
I'm feeling quite nice about that as well.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, just kind of talking like wide view one more time, like I think it's rather shocking that both of our number 1 and number 2 seeds, the top 2 teams from Europe and North America, have both been knocked to the lower bracket early on. It's something that you kind of expect when you come to these opens, where maybe you don't necessarily expect them to drop out super early, but there's always the possibility that those top teams, regardless of how good they are online, come to land. Maybe not, it's not a different look of that team, but on any given Saturday or Sunday, we know this in Call of Duty, any team can really upset one another, bar maybe a couple of the top teams in the CDL, right? So it's still a very shocking way to kind of feel about the entire upper bracket. But as we kind of just take a look at the wide scope here, we can see Team War, first team to move on to the winter semifinals with a win over Cabal GGs. That was a 3-2 victory for themselves. Same thing could be said on that opposite side. If Omit and Team War were to face off in a winners finals, obviously they have to come from opposite sides. It'll be Katana Gaming and Mission Magpies to play up against Omit GG. And for Team War, they'll await the winner of Royal Spartans and Vegas Academy. Royal Spartans, it looked like a weird series for them against P7. Vegas Academy pretty handily took their series, so I'm interested to see who will have the hotter hand in that initial start in that hard point. But that series, at least to me, kind of feels like a toss-up right now.
It does. It was, like you said, convincing out of Vegas. Sparty for Royal Spartans kind of leading that charge through and through. You have Q4 having a great start, and really throughout the entire series for Vegas Academy as well. A supplemental player that started to shine towards the end of things. And yeah, it comes down to who's going to step up. LAN is just a different beast, and I even think as we kind of glance over that 3-0 that was the Omit Brooklyn, two of those players for Omit Brooklyn don't have much big-time LAN experience as far as playing against 4 players with a lot of LAN experience goes on the other side of things. So maybe that comes into factor. You have Vegas with a team who's got a lot of NA LAN experience. And I think that's something you can kind of work into the conversation as we get to this point of the night going into Sunday. The teams that we have left in winners are squads who, it's not their first time being on a big challenger stage like this.
Not at all, no. And we still do have 5 North American teams, 3 European teams left in this upper bracket. So Europe is absolutely living up to the hype that they had after Stage 2. But here into the Search and Destroy, we'll start this rather immediately. Notorious Gaming on the first defensive hold. Ask Esports looking like they have that bomb tailored to this A site. But a slow-hitting offensive remark. We'll just keep the map silent for a bit longer.
Maybe try to work through mid. You get a good gunfight win, submachine gun up close and personal ticket. You can see the bomb just shifting back and forth, staying hedge side, so it looks like the commit for the moment is coming into A. Not able to see anyone else. Maybe 6. Gonna get eyes. Gonna have for shots and give away his position. Den's gonna put bomb down. Just dodge out of Melko's line. Cat is gonna clean up the kill.
Oh, it's a tough gunfight for 6. Maybe you back off and wait for Mighty to come around the corner. I think if they play that just a touch better, it could have been a 2 versus 3, give them a real chance to retake on A. Instead, this kind of just leaves Mighty in a 1-odd situation. Might try to bait the kill cam going up top ladder, or maybe just thought wiser to try and push a little bit further up the map. Doesn't get the timing in the middle of the map on Denza. And the cleanup from the back P3 hold pretty much just guarantees the round. So Ask Esports with a 1-0 lead. I mean, that's just Red Card at his finest right there, I'll be honest.
Work up the map. Get the picks, clean post plant. Yeah, about all you can ask for on an offensive run.
Well, after map 1, Ask Esports feel very close to Notorious Gaming in the way that the series has gone so far. 2 European teams doing battle in losers round 5. Just attempting to move on deeper in the bracket. We will say goodbye to one of these teams after this best of 5 series is over. Notorious will strike first in the overall series, but here in the Search and Destroy, Ask Esports once again will just play a very wise and close to their chest defense.
They're trying to take pain out of the book, over the top Kaz, getting all the information. Hey, we've got someone stage side, we've got maybe pushing heads, the rest of the teammates getting that. Nadix trying to get aggressive and slip through, not going to be able to, but at least gets out with his life. So on the retreat, not quite sure where any of these players could have gone, and it's Detain. Loose once again, just trying to clear B to maybe give the comms to his team, hey, it's for sure going to be an A hit.
Slow and steady on Red Card. Name of the game, find the first pick. Do not let yourself get exposed. Nadix calls one out, and that should be information given to Notorious that they're going to have somebody trying to at least orchestrate a flank through. But I didn't see any arrows turn around. It looks like they're just going to try and push this out the backside of spawn. You try to get A. There's 2 over on the site. And that's the worst possible spot for the bomb to be with 10 seconds left.
You try to find these kills, maybe. But again, with 3 of them and the spread that they have, Detain never having left the B site, yeah, it's just round done, dusted. Nadix will get 1 for consolation. a well-played defense. I just, how often do we call on how distasteful, in a sense, is just whenever the offense with the bomb pushes up too far and puts it in a bad spot, especially with time dwindling, it's just such a tricky position to get out of.
The fact that Pac gets away with Melko there is kind of crazy to me. But I mean, it just kind of defines the first 2 rounds search and destroy for Notorious, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Just not confident. Not exactly sure of the hit that they want to commit to. And on the defense, it looked rather sloppy. It just seemed like there just wasn't a proper ability to get a read on where anybody was. And then the map flipped around, Notorious lost players, and it just felt like after they lost that first man, it was over. So, straight B hit this time for Ask Esports. They're just going to bully ball their way into the site. There's only one that's kind of just like dancing around the point right now, and it's 6. He does get 1 for it.
Whoa.
Nattox is there for the trade with Mighty. So the 2 versus 3 doesn't work out for Ask.
And guess what? Bomb down.
Detain. They are touching each other through the wall right now. And he's going to try and open that door. Immediately alerted was Melko, but Detain walks away with a 1v1 and somehow his life was 7 HP in tow.
35 seconds. Again, just like Mother Hen sitting on bomb. They're actually going to leave site and reposition entirely. So we'll see how this play works out, but you've got to work quickly if you're asked. The more time you kill, the easier the read gets. It's going to be on Nattox to watch this cross.
And they're both just going to bully it in. 2 directly through the same door. Nattox should have the information and a read on 1. On the bomb. Nobody pushing into the site just yet. 10 seconds left. Now it's on Notorious to do the exact same thing Ash just did before. But instead of being able to check the left-hand corner, he just runs straight through. Bomb goes down 1 versus 1. Nattox directly behind the right-hand side. They both run directly past each other. The timing could not have been worse for either one of them. And this was working perfectly into the hands of Detain.
And Detain, he's just not on the right side of bomb, but with the hop coming in, he should get timing for a moment. You hop off of it, you try to take the 1v. Knowing he could have hopped it, he said it worked his way, and it did just that. He didn't want to play it at a distance, wanted to get around and get back into sight. Out to 5-1 as well. I mean, it was a close hard point, you called it, but you don't want to say running away with. But the search and destroy, I think the lack of confidence coming in from Notorious is definitely a glaring pain point right now.
All right, well, while Ask Esports is up 3-0 on that search and destroy, we will take our focus for a moment over to Rios in a losers round 5 matchup. One of these teams, once again, will be going home after this best of 5 series. We are in a map 3 control where Mistaken Esports are up 1-0 at the moment. I was going to say we can look to the bottom. I don't think the map score is up there just yet, so. Not exactly sure what the series score is. Hopefully get an update on that in just a moment. But Dizzy's on 7 in a row after that first round of control. He is oh so close to that Hellstorm missile. If somebody doesn't bait out for him and allow him to get the Hellstorm missile, I will be furious.
Time will tell. Takes the window out. Mitch Pepper shots. Nade over the top
Stay
too.
Down.
Yeah. We gotta stay down.
Oh my god, dude, it is a sliver off, a hair off of the Hellstorm after that first pick of progress on A. The team nade comes in, Phantom's on the right-hand side. Derek the Goat trying to find a round, and he gets him right before the Hellstorm is earned. Critical kill from Rios. Up 2-0 right now in the series, and you can see at the bottom, 250, 158, and then a 6-2 S&D on ball.
Trying to work some players off spawn, not many coming from that side. And this is timing on No Man's Land as well, so someone's going to slip up towards B. That's going to be on Phantoms to maybe try and collect. As he works his way over there, it'll be a 1v1. DTG with the sub, not really going to be in the mix to make something happen. Time stop once again over towards A, ends up getting the kill, so 1 life advantage. Less than a minute on the clock. The defensive hold standing tall. Now Phantom's turn to run through spawn.
It was almost a second tick of progress on the A zone. Has very quickly become a stagnated offensive push that we are used to here on Protocol. Nade out over the sidewalk. Confid, unfortunately, doesn't have a trophy to protect him. So that connection on the Semtex from Alpha will allow Mistaken to at least get some space across the map. Mitch, a middle map, looking for 1, but his top trips control from Mistaken Esports. Derek the Goat pushes all the way through. That's a huge 1v.
Trying to isolate this last player. Notice he's laying down somewhere and from the top rope. Sure, take the gunfight. I thought maybe step between the weapon switch, not able to get it. Twister get a couple. 3 for 1 in the feed. Back and forth we go. Time dwindling. And this back and forth kill feed does not favor Mistaken if they keep it that way, but it goes quiet for a second. This should, I would like to think, should be the A site. Yeah,
and it absolutely will be. Yeah, I blinked and I missed like half of that gunfight that happened throughout middle map. Mistaken had 3 bodies they kept alive. Alpha would have liked to have his teammate there, maybe for a second challenge onto Confid. But the work has been done to allow Dizzy to make his way to the lower side of the staircase, try to push his way forward, but the call out is there. Derek on the back end with the SMG can now start to push his way back up the map. You only have 1 underground, and that's going to be Chunk. Fortunately enough, though, I mean, you have positioning here. You just don't have a lot of lives to throw at.
Well, yeah, you just have to play the lives close. Don't let yourself get bullied here. If you keep it even, that's going to force Rios to slow down. They're not going to be able to fly at you quite as much. So work some picks, work up the map. There's a couple. Now try to collapse if you can. Your spawns aren't super far either. 1 more wave of kills, and surely you think they feel confident in the stack, if not now.
Nades force both players to move around, but it's only 4 lives remaining here from Rios. Down 0-1 here in the control. 1 tick of progress on the B zone. They are stacked on top of it. 30 seconds left. Confid needs to challenge on out, but he spots one. Through the top, it's going to have to be a break straight overboard. He can't jump down into it just yet. Confid finds one. He's trying to turn around and find the last player. Phantoms isn't there for a challenge just yet. And nobody through middle map because of the top trips hold.
Yeah, it just seemed like Confid was the only one at the side. I saw everyone else spawn up, and sure, you try to work through mid-map or underground. I don't know where the last 3 players were. No one contested time there in the last 10, 15 seconds. So I'm left puzzled, scratching my head. Again, you just play what the map was giving you. You work up the map, you work your picks, and just a slow stack through sight. Everyone else spread. Top trips control, of course, being a good reason why they're able to take that confidently, but up 2-0 as well.
Just the player out of Lighthouse. I'm not sure if he was able to find one or not before that round came to a close. But you and I were very similar in the train of thought there. I was wondering where everybody was around that hard point, so. A-site locked down by Mistaken. Phantom's got a good timing down low, and Alpha just got annihilated.
Surely not the AR shotgun elevator, and yeah, it doesn't happen. So Phantom's going to be knocked back for the moment. A taken care of. And you can see just this flow, ebb and flow back and forth. One team surges forward, wave of kills comes through, the next team does. Offensively, still trying to work out a home base. Phantom gets another one. There's still going to be a couple present. And with 40 seconds left, not much headway made.
Okay. Slow start for Phantoms. But in the round, he's managed to find 3 straight. Trying to just get pushed up the map at the moment. Seems like it's the hardest task for him. Derek, that's such
3.
an awkward gunfight to win if you're Chunk on the bottom too, or excuse me, Alpha on the bottom, but hip fires are in. Finds another one on the back end, and dude.
That's just a calm
kill.
breakdown. That's just a calm breakdown, yeah. I mean, you had 3 down, and you can't even get to the site here. That's just got to be frustrating. You've stopped the clock, but the more and more I watch Control, especially with how challenging it is, I so wish we got some more stacks on the point where the opportunities were there. And it hasn't been for Rios. But
I was going to say, not any opportunity right now either.
Not this is a good example of there being an opportunity. Maybe Mistaken last round was a decent opportunity to show. Take the stack when you have it. A 3-0 just bullying here on Protocol. Not much else to say about it. It just seems like Rios look lost on the map for most of that. Whether it be comms, situationally, doesn't matter. They just outclassed.
Yeah, Protocol's a hard control to win. It's also an easy one to lose. And for Mistaken right there, I mean, it was quite literally just a difference of AR play and then subs pushing up into the spawns. Like, there wasn't really much else. Like, there were a few pushes that I saw from Rios where I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. That was a nice hit, but it just, like, it was like, eh. They are only at 4-3 in this S&D right now. Are we so sure? We watched almost an entire control, and they played 4 rounds of Search and Destroy on red card. Okay, no, that's fine.
I know.
I thought we'd be in control for map 3, but nope, we're still on red card.
We're still like 8 or 9 days off April Fools, so I don't think we can even make that a factor yet. But here we are. Round number 8. Nadix pushing up, Denza just fries him. Backs up now. Hedge control being fought for. And you're going to work the defense off for the moment, but the offense also going to back off at the same time, so no one wanting to work up there just yet. And with a life advantage, you might as well, but this is a complete clearance of mid-map.
Yeah, this is the tortoise versus the tortoise. Just sit, wait. I mean, the defense is doing the great job here. Like, for Notorious, this is all on them to be able to make something out of this. Like, they had their first blood. They just can sit and wait for Notorious to push the map up. That's all they got to do. So, I don't hate this from them at all. I like the rewrap, though, from Notorious. You only have one body in Detain over here. You don't know that just yet. I believe you spotted one out. So, it should be comms in to say, hey, there's somebody on the site. Detain, weakens one up. Mighty tries to go for the gunfight win, and everybody's dead. Melko is also dead.
You have to trade Detain. Let's get back into play. Get the, or not the trade, excuse me, clean up the second.
You gotta find Detain there, no? Like,
yeah, you have to. You have to go Detain there. Doesn't happen, so here we are, match point.
Spot him out, send 2 bodies into the point. Your whole game plan was to find that first player. Detain was like, hey, dude, I need help now. Stat.
He's the only one
ASCII
there.
Sports, they were like, bet, I got you, on it. Rotated over. Got back on the site. Notorious stood no chances. So, this ASCII Sports roster, they want that B site. And RC Car is out from 6. This is going to be all the information that he really needs. It's going to weaken up a couple as well. They're just going to bully, but it's just going to be a straight hit and a fight on the zone.
That's a stun that may go wayward, but Pack's still able to collect a kill behind it. Bomb not going down just yet. You want to work these players completely off-site. Kez with the wise play, watching the Raptor take it. Does he know it'll be 2?
What a corner from Kez. If he finds Nadix here, pretty much considers the round GG.
Can't even see the planner.
What a dropout. Oh no, what a snap on a Nadix. Melko is trying to draw the attention away so we can get outside a ticket window. Instead, Melko and Mighty have to force a 2v2, and they absolutely do, but with 35 seconds left, they're playing on opposite sides of each other. It's quite literally just tag and play 1v1.
Melko gets one. Mighty with the other. And for once, you clean things up. Win the 1vs. Stay alive for the moment.
Oh, I said tag and play 1v1s. They won them both. So maybe not the most advantageous rehit on the site, just because you have to play 2 different angles.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're ASCII Sports, you know, hey, if you get the read on one, you might want to double team it, but then you also don't have the flank watch. So, I mean, it's kind of neither here nor there. Ticky-tacky play. It's a 50-50 shot, and you should lose the gunfights that time. So, Notorious still keeping it close. Still down a round. The last time they were on offense, they lost a body. Pretty much didn't have an answer for that afterwards. And this time, Kez gets an... Oh, my God.
Sniped. Deleted.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, whatever the fastest form of being wiped away is, that's exactly what happens. And it looks like a hardpoint kill feed for the moment as the collapse comes into the B site. Last to left, Denza. Gonna make the wrap, gonna find the kill. Now you just wonder, does he go for the chase? Oh, you do. And a player like Denza is gonna read that every single time. That's just 1v2, just day 1 strats. Give it a 3 count, chow back for the player chasing, and yeah. That's what not to do.
Want to, kind of just ask this question, right?
Sure.
So we have the bomb, right? We have the bomb with 2 people on the B site. We know that it's cleared out. We know that we can get it down and then play time afterwards and then force Denza to have to take the gunfight back to us.
Yeah.
Why do we solo challenge out on Denza afterwards on a spot that we don't know if it's clear or not, and then just get 2-pieced on it? You know he's going to juke the cam. You know he's going to peel back, come back. You explained that perfectly. Why?
Yeah, we'll put a pin in that.
It's all good.
Yeah, we'll put a pin in that. Do we find a moment to circle back? I don't think so.
Maybe not. It's okay.
It's just S&D 101 is what it boils down to. I mean, especially, again, a player like Denza has been around for a fair amount of time. And that's just something every day of the week he's going to be able to take. Knows exactly what he wants to do there and how to play it. And Red Card has not been kind. or visually pleasing at times, especially on the B site. We've had a lot of questionable situations in the closing moments of a round where you have an advantage offensively, you actually have time to put the bomb down, and you don't. For whatever reason, you just don't. So,
Yeah.
glad red card's over with for now. I imagine we're not done with it for the night, but it's been a night. Winners, losers bracket, doesn't matter.
is.
We are getting a treat.
I mean, dude, we have gone through, I think about 60, almost 65 teams are going to be knocked out of contention from the tournament already out of the, I believe, 86 teams that we had in total. So we are getting down to the point where we are finding who is going to be fighting for a championship tomorrow in the first one for the Black Ops 6 season on LAN. Two of those teams could be Mistaken and Rios. Or maybe not. We'll find out. But back on a hard point, Rios are up 2-1 in the series against this Mistaken roster. That control was relatively not close whatsoever. And Mistaken Esports made Rios pay for getting a bit over-aggressive on a lot of the challenges that they could commit to. So 15 seconds on P1. You'll take this every day of the week. Dare the Go knocked down and Confid left alive in the middle map.
Phantom's last one closest there. AA gun as well, but you're going to be able to swing, make that kill happen. Confid, who I thought for a second, but the teammate on the trade. So it's good for the moment. Even if you lose the rest of this time, you're satisfied with the 20 seconds on the board. So the contest, more than satisfied with. Rotation to P2, not quite underway by either team. You're just trying to fight for mid-map. Maybe get some players trying to work back towards P1. You do just that if you're Mistaken. So a beautiful opening break for the first hill. You're in a position to get aggressive over to the players off spawn for P2. And we've seen teams look to flip it out before and hold from the front for P2. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. You get wiped away. A split spawn comes in. You're not going to read it. ETG collects. It's Rios on time.
Look over to P2, dude. This map has completely changed. This series has flipped around from what we saw throughout the hard point and the search and destroy. After the protocol, Mistaken have looked completely different. Of course, as soon as I say that, it is a break-in from Rios and a 4-piece from Confid.
Can't catch a break. But Rios does there for a moment. Now they're trying to answer back with time of their own, and if you don't get Phantoms out top trip, well, that's going to be a problem. Tries to make the backwards diving play like you've seen in the BO6 trailer, doesn't quite work out for him, and that's going to be Mistaken back. And once again, look, we saw it even at the closing moments of that control. Mistaken very much want to play around mid-map control, especially top trips, and it's working out well.
Phantom's just going to slip through down low. Right now, there still are numbers for Mistaken Esports on that left side of that 50-yard line on the map. But unfortunately, as Phantoms plays all the way deep, Confid's going to be able to spawn in. And what Mistaken were trying to do with the trap on the opposite side of the map, where they were trying to keep Rios on that P2 hold. Unfortunately, they just get a bit too aggressive, push over that line, and that allows those white arrows to spawn in the back.
In the hill for the moment. Has some gunfights that could have gone your way. Now Chunk from the top. The player left in Confident. Chow out lockers. He gets 1-2. Does his teammate get the trade? No. So it could have been some time answered back. It's going to be on the board for Rios.
Oh, yeah.
20 seconds left. Just about on this hill. They could tie things up here, but from the back, Mistaken going to keep pushing this before they decide to hit through Spiral. Rio's going to hang on.
That was good from Confid. That was a solo break right there. Baited the hell out of his teammate for the final kill, but they got some time off of it. This will allow two players to get down inside of P4. Chunk wins a big one against Confid. So that'll open up the push from No Man's to be able to be expelled in further. Over the top of the computers. Mitch is there for one. Phantom's a trade. Derek is here. Dizzy, can you find the second? No, it's 4. Dead for Mistaken.
They're in. Can they hold? Mistaken's shown they can break before, as have Rios, which they do early on here. A rebreak would be fantastic, especially as we get closer and closer to that 100-point mark. Close out this first set of rotations. You'd like to get in. You need to coordinate it well. It's slow to start, but here they come.
Very, very similar. Double hit through the spiral. One out through No Man's. Confid last alive. And that's just not a gunfight that you're supposed to win. You slide challenge back in with the pistol. Have 9 bullets in your jackal.
God.
You get behind Twisted. Confid, give me another 4-piece, please. Okay, well, you stole it, Mitch. Thank you so much for ruining the moment for him.
Damage enough done. As quickly as you break, you get broken by the hands of none other than Confid, who has 2 near solo breaks into back-to-back hills. So the game stays tied. I'd like to see this next set of rotations, Rios play a little more for mid-map control. It's been dominated for the most part by Mistaken. We'll see if they make that kind of adjustment going forward. Derek roaming around sub, trying to play for exit kills. Nothing going to be there, but on the right-hand side of things, they're on time early Twisted. I mean, again, top grandmas, it's just pain points after pain points.
Yeah, it was Dizzy who was watching No Man's, and Derek just got the best timing. He's going to have no idea the timing that he just got. but you had Dizzy watching that entire No Man's hit, so nobody could get up top trips for about 15 seconds, and then he decides to finally like, all right, now I'm gonna hit this. And it works out perfectly. Rios get mid-map control. Unfortunately, they don't win the majority of the gunfights that they need to, though, throughout the middle of the map. So we'll be mistaken back inside of P1. Very heavily contested game between these two teams thus far. 3 points the difference with 20 seconds left on P1.
Confid stepping up. Going big for Rios. On the other side of things, Chunk, Dizzy having their moments. Who can look to supplement these roles? Maybe tip the scale of slang one way or the other. But a very hotly contested map number 4. Shades of the series have changed complexion entirely. Mistaken have arrived. And they're trying to show that they can push this to a map 5. Rio's just trying to hang on as well. P2. They've had good holds before. Mistaken, very good on the breaks as of late as well. And they're looking to group up through No Man's.
They send 3 down low. Confid, if he's just able to spot a few out, it might be big, but it's actually Alpha who is playing the lag behind in No Man's. That turns back around, finds Mitch up top as well. This allows the break to come through as 2 hit up the staircase side, so Mistaken will just break directly through the front. Rather unorthodox, but it works.
Especially through No Man's Land. Not even a player sent mid. It was all 3 low, and you get the snapback. Alpha finds 2 big ones, so listed over the top of the AR. Gonna be able to find another, and time sits grave. You're cool with that. A 30-point lead. You're gonna try to push back for it. Not get over aggressive and give up these spawns. Maybe Mistaken. They want to get through.
For a moment, I was concerned about Alpha playing a bit too far up inside of Grandma's, and I thought he was going to push that line a bit far. Nobody went under the route this time, so Phantoms doesn't try to flip the spawns out just yet, but they'll do enough just pushing directly through No Man's, where Rio's X E-Rise will spawn directly in the back. Chunk, assuming that was Phantoms trying to get up the rope to top trips, we'll be able to find him with the knife. And as you look back through middle map, Rio's will sit in the point for the moment, but it's a break imminent as Mistaken are right behind.
Derek with a couple. Trying to dance around lockers, almost connects for another, but 1v1 going down for time once again. Phantom's going to take it. Pushing through sidewalk's going to be a couple people trying to get to the back.
We don't read out Twisted. Maybe you get it if you're Confid. And you absolutely do. That's a hard gunfight to win, especially if you don't know that hit's coming. But Chunk tries to turn back around, finds both of those players off the spawn, gets a third one inside. The last one's up top. Contest is in. Pistol is out, and oh, Derek, you ruined the clip.
Tries to get one of his own going, but not enough bodies on site. Confid gonna get the other. Rebreak after rebreak. But when you look up at the scoreboard, lead starting to get that little stiff arm moment of that. For a couple hills, Mistaken have not been able to eclipse that little 20-point hill. They're in first. P4 hasn't been safe for either team, but they need to battle back here. Who is it? Confid again to open things up.
Yep. I was gonna say he's a 2-piece machine down here, and it's once again the hop over the top side of the computers for Mitch. It allows them to flush their way in. 2 through the spiral, but there's not enough players for Mistaken to really effectively trade this out if they're not able to make this spiral hit work. In through No Man's Land, Confid spots out the third, and the last one just has to drop behind in elevators, and that's an easy read all day long for Rios. So what was a very close game on this P4 has very much started to separate between Mistaken and Rios. 40 points now the buff.
I think you got to drop down while he's weak. I think you both could have survived there, but potato. Mistaken trying to do their thing. Alpha gonna get a couple to get back in for just a little bit of time. Here in the third set of rotations, Rio's feeling like hit form at the right moments. Trying to close the series out on this map. They don't want to go to a map 5 if they don't have to. And sure, you're battling back. The AR is doing their thing for Mistaken. The submachine guns need to just push the issue that much further.
Well, that is, dude. Put that in a montage for COD timing. Promise you. You'll probably get like 40 views on TikTok.
Sure.
Something like that. Chunk on the top side of the AA gun. We'll find Mitch with Twisted coming up the backside of the sidewalk. Mistaken have made bread and butter here on P1, just holding tons of time. Their ARs fly over the middle of the map. Rios tend to do a little bit too much. Derek trying to flank all the way around through spiral. Might get top trips control. Instead, will opt to go off the double doors through middle. Chunk doesn't read it over to the sidewalk until he does. Snaps on him. Even at 24. Contested inside of P1. Mitch finds it. It's a team kill, and Phantoms will lay down.
Back and forth, numbers favoring Rio, so to get back on time. And again, there's the fight for mid-map. Both teams stressing the importance of having this for New Hill. 7 seconds or so. Finally let it go Mistaken's way. It'll be a 10-point game. What was getting stretched a little bit out of reach. You bring back Confid. What do you have left in the tank with the team to try and push this one the distance? Close this one out. They're holding from the front for the moment. Everyone here grouped up.
Union Iron Hilded will. Right now, if you are Mistaken Esports, tournament lives on the line. 19-point game, down, holding P2. Rio's up 2-1 inside of this best of 5 series, trying to force a map 5. 35 seconds of time left to grab here. Pinch starting to master itself around the point. Derek confident, Mitch, it's all 4 dead.
They get the hold. They get the opportunity to get out on rotation as well. So 20 seconds to fight for. And they know the importance of holding this side of the map. It's going to be Alpha getting out, but Phantoms makes the read. It's just decision time. If you're going to bleed out and push it, you might as well. If not, get those lives off the board and try to get a better spawn position to work through the south side of the map. Develops a little too late. A 25-point game going into New Derek, just farming off spawn 5 in a row as well. So close. Actually, sorry, has the Hellstorm as well. So if it didn't look bad, looking a lot worse, even though this isn't the best hill for it. Rios might just have put this one away.
You lost 30 seconds of time if you were mistaken. Oh, well, ended up being quite a mistaken push to not get the P3 spawns. Derek, I thought he turns around and finds it. They will break in through the front, get spawns here. Rio's not going to spawn anything on that right-hand side. Phantom's going to continue to fire shots up. Dizzy falls, twisted trade. 3 versus 3. To the front of the hill, it's time to play the game of can we bang this out? Answer right now is yes, and with 8 seconds left, it's another 3 dead. They'll spawn in the back. What does Chunk have from the top side? Read out by Phantoms. 3 seconds, now 2. Trying to just push in one more time. Nobody is close. Mistaken Esports will bow out of the Major 2 Open. Rios x E-Rise, after a very early drop into the lower bracket, will continue their lower bracket run.
Kick off, even as early as the second set of rotations, the question was, who's going to put the scales of slaying in their favor? And you can tell when Confident got going, especially on the second P4, that question was asked and answered. They kind of ran away with it at the tail end of things, and Mistaken definitely make it close. I mean, come back, bring it from 130 to 180 to, again, what was 190 to 190, but they grouped up, try to push through Outer Lighthouse on P2 to get the break back again, end up getting pushed back to, you know, deep spawns, outer P1, and the hike across the map takes time. That takes it off the board. It was a 25-point game going into P3, so just a situation we see teams in time and time again. Not enough time to make things happen, barring a big play, and just run out of steam.
Yeah, you know, one thing I will say for the fans of Five Fears, Major Maniac, Trakes, Niam, and Hamza, they did end up getting upset in that lower bracket in losers round 5 by KB, Seawads, Rispy, and Hitman. My CCL boys coming through with KB and Seawads. Let's go, baby. St. Clair represent. Let's go.
You love to see it. You love to see it come through, and you know, those guys have been feeling it, especially in and around the pit. Look, we've seen upsets time and time again, and they keep getting maybe impressive. I mean, they keep getting more impressive as the day goes on. You keep seeing people who really are rising to the occasion, and it's been exciting to see.
You got Hitman on that team as well. Name that has been around for quite some time, and I feel like most of you probably know exactly who I'm talking about and how long they've probably been around. Longer than me, I'd probably suppose. So that being said, we are going to step aside for a quick break. When we come back, Bryce and Brody will have the bracket breakdown for you. In the top side, they'll take you through the next winners quarterfinals matches. As we get ready to set up for the rest of our night, it's still going to be probably another 3-4 hours of Call of Duty, so hopefully you'll stay up late with us. We'll be back after a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Challengers coverage of Major 2. We are into our... Oh my goodness, this is close. Get ready.
Yeah, I mean, they told us this was close. I didn't expect it to be this damn close. Goodness me, yeah, really close right now. 238 to 236. Vegas Academy looking for the opening wave of gunfights here. Bryce, just one more wave of gunfights. They've got the hill.
And, well, we're jumping into this game, and this game is pretty much all over. 250 to 236. Oh. And they get it. Academy open up against the Spartans. And some talk about the Academy side haven't had the greatest amount of luck recently, but they're looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, Vegas Academy just continue to stun. That is characteristic of Vegas that I think just on the whole, go back to Falcons, a couple of seasons ago when they were first introduced into Call of Duty esports with that roster coming from Saudi Arabia to Europe. Ever since then, every single time, maybe outside of their CDL appearances, they've continued to stun as an organization, regardless of what team we're looking at. And Vegas Academy have continued that trend into the Black Ops 6 season. I will say, just as a heads up, our producer was telling us, like, oh, we're into this hardpoint game, like, we'll just throw us in and see what's happening. Did not tell us that it was that close, like, literally 14 seconds left in the game.
And speaking of close, we jump into another hard point that is not as close to the end, but certainly close in terms of score. Mission Magpies and Katana Gaming, an EU throwdown between two very storied teams. And we'll be going head-to-head between them. Guaranteed to kind of go top 6 from the back of this, whichever one can make it.
Yeah, it should be said that the last time these two teams faced off was in Elite Season 2. It was during the group stage, so the stakes were significantly lower, but it was Katana Gaming who were able to walk away with the victory 3-1. So that's the baseline that we're going into with this series, and I'm expecting this game to be super duper close between these guys. Both of these teams are top 4 European squads in the region, and they're both extremely well matched as well. And that's bearing out in the scoreline right now. 10-point differential between these two teams. Big gunfight, though, for Henry to garner scrap time. Katana Gaming, though, really well-measured team. They know the best thing to do in this situation. Just rotate towards the next.
That's what they're trying to do at the moment. You can see it's just a little bit of a spit fight in the middle there as Bans will find 2, but gets traded away as both teams try to get reinforcements, but nobody letting it happen. And Katana will win out in the end of this. Oh, I say that.
Kill trade's going down. Here towards this time, Bance will find a couple of kills. It is ultimately a red kill feed, though. That wins the time for Katana Gaming. Still a wealth of time to fight for over the back of this hard point. And Mission Magpie is going to give this one last shot. Potential planking play through the middle of the map here from Cobra. Vortex slide out towards the bar. It's really well played as a roster on the whole from Katana Gaming. And now potentially even more dangerous position for Mission Magpies to be in. You lose the vast majority of time on that kill, and you've lost the rotation towards New. But Mission Magpies already on their way to rectify that.
And Katana, this is the point of the game where if you can find a back-to-back rotation, you'll be laughing, but it hasn't happened, and Magpies will grab this. Can they get the 33 points they need to tie this game up and potentially take the lead back? Cobra finds one. Cobra looking for another. And they managed to get into this and hold it off. Magpies would have liked to have had a bit more time.
They're kind of miraculous, I guess, for even breaking in the initial instance. So anytime they can take away, they will be happy with. But that was not the best hold. I think just a little bit slow on the reaction there with players inside the hard point as Katana Gaming with a relatively solid break. Now we move forward here with Katana. The first time in this game having a relatively solid lead. Vortex will be cut shy of 6th kill there towards the hard point. Katana are winning all the exit frags, and now look at player number 4 on your minimap. Not only did Katana get the scrap time, they've also just flipped the spawns out in their favor. And Vortex is also winning those rotational battles. This is about as good as you could possibly ask for Katana.
They have an opportunity to really just nail this one home. Already, Magpies will have to sacrifice a lot of map positioning just to keep this pressure off, and, well, that's not what they want. Time ticking up, and it'll be a miracle if Katana can end it on this P1, but just the danger is enough to throw off the Magpies.
Yeah, Magpies really do have to just fly towards this hard point and contest as much as humanly possible, and you can tell that with the way that they're playing right now. It feels very individual. There's not really much they can do. They're being constantly L-triggered. Brezzy piecing up inside the hard point. This is 5 in a row for him now. One last-ditch effort for players to try and flip the spawns out here. It goes awry. Bance gets caught by Cobra. You're losing the gunfights through the middle of the map as well. Everything that possibly could go wrong for Mission Magpies is going wrong right now.
They need a miracle. Maybe even more than a miracle. They're going to be about 9 seconds away. One push and a drain. That's all they've got left into this. They have got into the point initially, but the trade is where it's going to be at, and the Magpies will hold for now. Bressy looking for another kill. Can he put the dreams and hopes of them down on this map number 1? Realistically, just dancing about, and, well, that's got to be enough here. That's a wipe. That'll be the game.
Should be. There'll be one last effort through the front. That's 5-way of Mythics, but that's not going to happen. Katana Gaming convincingly take control of Skyline Hardpoint in the latter half of that game. And just really well played from Katana on the whole there. We were going into, I think it was the kitchen hardpoint, right? Where things were really close between the two teams. Katana Gaming got their better look of the 50-50s on that kill. And pretty much every single kill from that point onwards, they get like a 40-20 split or better in terms of time control. And it just was a total storm of map control from them. Really, really well played on the whole. Has to be said, I think going into that one, I expected that to be a Katana map, knowing that it was a Skyline hardpoint. That is by far and away their strongest hardpoint map back in Season 2 of Challengers Elite. So good start to that series for Katana. They needed that win, and they will get it.
And, well, we jump back onto our other game, War and Academy. And it's 1-1 in the S&D. Looks like we look forward to see this final kill again, as it will be Darkside that, oh, actually, a little bit of a sky-high throwdown.
Yeah, I love watching Darkside play. Search and Destroy. I mean, to be honest, I kind of like watching Darkside play anything. He's been one of the more underrated players over the last couple of years of Challengers, and now I think finally on this team, this is his opportunity to thrive. He's been doing so. Going back to Season 2, he was this roster's top performer across every single mode. Showing up to play for the Royal Spartans. Big reason why they were maybe able to make it all the way to the grand finals. Now showing up here. 3-1 start to this Search and Destroy. Vegas Academy, though, early control over the A site. Looking for some aggression. Darkside is the furthest player pushed forward once again.
Guncy has some trophies in there. Unfortunately, it's going to deflect that pressure. Just trying to hold this here. QK. Trying to keep them at bay. It's so far, but Body's going to be in here and will go down before he can do any more, though. Roxas on the flank. Going to find the plasma, has to back off, and that's going to let them know nobody's in the point at the moment. They're just going to defuse. There's nobody at home.
Someone's got to check this.
It's too late.
And I don't know about that one. For the post-plant positioning for Vegas Academy, I think they were trying to get a little bit too cutesy with it. Having players positioned outside of the point in maybe positions that War wouldn't necessarily expect. But at this stage of the competition, you can't pull off rank plays like that against some of the best teams in the competition, some of the best teams that North America has to offer. Royal Spartans aren't going to take the bait. They're just going to get onto the site, no messing about. And you saw that there. They do not take what Vegas Academy is putting down.
Default back to the standard here. Spartans looking to see if they can get an early bomb down. They will. 4v4 retake. Seam is right here. Toes touching the pool. But at the moment, they are searching the backfield. They're like, somebody's got to be back here. There's no way they're already into this site. And they would be right, but they just haven't found them quite yet. And
how?
I don't know. I don't know what we haven't seen on that mini-map, but there has been a bit of dancing going around here. Still, resources going towards it, and I will be honest here, Vegas Academy have burnt probably too much time and now lost the advantage of being able to kind of close into it, and well, it's down to a 2 versus 2. They have no time to defuse this.
Yeah, they spent so long trying to find spot. No time to defuse anymore. Round's done. Crowley will be winning the round out and didn't really even have to do that much. I think just sat with his legs up inside the vault door for the longest period of time. I don't even want to call that a great play from Spark, because I don't think it was particularly creative. I don't think he was doing anything that was crazy. I think Vegas Academy just spent way too long looking for him. I really need to know. I would have loved to have seen just one POV from either Spark or King of Bodhi there when they cross paths, because I have no idea how they didn't see each other. Like, they must have both been playing with their eyes closed.
Yeah, it wasn't maybe the best of times for them in that one, but yeah, it's just, I mean, Academy, the last 2 rounds we've been watching them here, it's not been great watching in terms of tactics. Like, gave up a bit of site control to try and get through, and basically one player stopped them. And in that one, similar scenario, really. One player deflected so much of their time away, they lost via the clock.
Yeah, Royal Spartans, I think, are just having no time for Vegas Academy's BS at the moment. This is another different look thrown out from Vegas Academy. It's going to be a B hit. Spart has already reacted. Does he find some value? Yes, he does. The player crosses and doesn't catch Spart. There should be a trade, but the damage is already done. That bomb is slapped down. Spart will get traded out, but it's not by the player you think. That's a lot of information just in that moment you've given away to Royal Spartans. You now know where two of the players are, but you don't know where the third is. Roxas causes some trouble, and now as you take that player down, again, that information is there. You know where both players from Vegas Academy are.
Well, ProLoop making this play has kind of prevented them planting for the backside. They've sort of done it here now as well. They should take building control. QK has gone away, though. Bodhi's going to be alone in here. Without the aim, it's technically the two are in the opposite places of where they should be, but it's not really going to matter. QK gets one. ProLoop, 1 versus 2. We'll now hunt this player down first, but information lacking.
Yeah, you got a lot of different routes to check here if you're ProLoop. A lot of different places QK could have gone. Also, you got to be aware of the fact that King Bodhi might not be in the same place as he was before. Oh, shot's good enough, but did not finish the gunfight. Decides to hop on the defuse. I'm not actually sure if that's what they meant to do in that situation, but it doesn't matter. Jammy kill from QK in the middle of the map. Great read onto the play. I think it was Darkside trying to hit back towards the site. And that, I think, is the thing that stuffs ProLoop in that moment.
And that's a bit of a recovery there. I thought that was all going to go badly once they got found planting on B. But they got a little bit lucky with Roxas being in the position he was, able to pick it up and really just pull Royal Spartans all over the map. Down to this one again, though. Royal Spartans probably likely to go for a very similar scenario that we see a million times. Hit A.
They should do. They're being slower with it than usual. Doesn't matter. There's not much of a contestation to talk about in the middle of the map here from Vegas Academy. Now they're going to go for it. Here we go. Slide out from King Bodhi. Good for the first one. And the bomb plant is actually stopped. It is not successful. This is going to cause Royal Spartans to be a little bit stuck in the mud here in this round, because where do you go from here? Going to B is not necessarily as viable option as you would like, because Vegas Academy, they're not dumb. They're still going to have players over there.
Okay, getting one, but gets taken down by Gunsey. Bodhi. I'm going to check this. They're going to wait for the retake. I think Roxas has missed Spart. Spart might get the pinch here. Perfect pinch. Roxas needs to kind of be involved in this play. This is 1 by 1, and Spart will win his first one, but there's nobody onto the side now. Roxas needs to be here.
Doesn't have help. There you go. Great comm. Spart now going to bring this down to a 1 versus 1, and the reaction from Roxas is not quick whatsoever. Spart will take that all day long, and that is a total failure of teammate play from Vegas Academy. You're in a 2v1. Why are you not playing anywhere near your teammate?
I don't like to criticize usually when players are, but we saw that Roxas was out of that play for basically the whole round. A 2v3, they've just been clutched up on because of it. And basically, you're never supposed to give the player clutching 1v1s consistently. And, well, Spart couldn't have had that any easier. 1 by 1 by 1. And that's certainly going to be something that goes in the VOD review for Vegas Academy. It's about as clear-cut of a mistake as you can make.
Unforced error that Royal Spartans will work with all day long. This round, though, looking a little bit better for QK. Initial blood, great. Spart now out of the round. Royal Spartans somewhat pinned in towards A. And for Vegas Academy, it's the exact same play call as before. You send King Bodhi towards top heart position. Roxas is the player now joining him. Surely will be going to Palms. Vegas Academy now looking for players potentially to wrap him from behind enemy lines. That's not the path that Royal Spartans have taken for this retake, though.
Oh, good play by Roxas. Holding it here is a little bit vulnerable. You know, there's going to be players against him, but doesn't matter. Wins the gunfight. And now displacing, and well, that's about as good as it can possibly be. Vegas bounce back.
Just really solid round from them. Great decision making. And I will say, respect to Vegas Academy as well for getting the first blood over A and not immediately deciding, all right, we're just going to kind of butt heads with the players that are remaining, try and win the 4 versus 3. They decide, oh, look, we know that we've got the information. Spartans are over here. We're going to rotate ourselves over towards B and work map. Really well played on the whole there. from Vegas Academy. Royal Spartans now. Still with an advantage, again, off the back of that spark clutch from earlier on. And yet still, defenses have been left lacking somewhat. Reminder that in the last round, Vegas Academy were able to protect bolts into the site. Namely, King of Bodhi was the player to do it. So, looks like we might well see the same thing again. Aggression, once again, off the rip. This time, it's going to be Darkside, caught out by King of Bodhi. Trade is good from Gunzy, so 3v3 we go. Spart also going to catch another one off guard, but QK very quickly trades out. So, 2 versus 2 now. Royal Spartans will not be comfortable enough to plant the bomb on towards A. They, yep, just translated towards B, but I think one player's read this.
Proluke finds QK. And now Roxas just throwing a little eye at it, but both players have gone over to this here. This is going to be very difficult to get to. Nobody is planning there. Does he wait for them to come back? At the moment, the Royal Spartans are waiting to find out where Roxas... They don't know where anybody is. Nobody has any information. They will now.
A really lovely play from Royal Spartans here to put the map back on its head. Take any advantage that Roxas had by the element of surprise away from him. Now I'm going to have to burn some time on the clock here to rotate back over towards A. You know, these players are going to reach site. They're going to be picking corners.
Roxas has to hope for a miracle. Charles the first corner, finds the first, but just can't shoot 2 directions at once. The team will get another round here. Onto the map point.
Again, just solid call making there from the final couple of players on Team War. Again, they could very easily have just planted over by B, call it a day. Nope. As soon as they get that first kill, they swing back over towards A, trying to unsettle their opposition. They do it to perfection. The Royal Spartans, excuse me, now just 1 round away from the series up at 1-1. If they can get it done.
But this is going to be a massive hit towards it as well, and going to be outnumbered. They're all going to be in the point here. Don't know if they know they're all here. The team will have to keep checking this bomb.
I can play as well. Keep that in mind, Spart. Might be able to blow the defense wide open here. Hassan gets pushed out. Spart still in the play as well. He's going to go down. That's a big kill from Roxas. Still now 2 versus 2.
Check the bomb. UK has been taken out as well. And oh my goodness, Proluke gets a second. And that'll be it. The Spartans will take the S&D. Academy just not able to get the kills where they needed to again.
That's that slide out towards the end. Asim, if he finds even 1 kill there in that moment, that is a plausible win for Vegas Academy. But since they don't, Royal Spartans are able to take that one away. There'll be a couple of moments in that search and destroy for sure where Vegas Academy will kick themselves and maybe the outcome could have been different. But ultimately, all the woulda, coulda, shouldas does not matter in the end as Royal Spartans able to tie the series up there at 1-1. Moving across then to Mission Magpies versus Katana Gaming. We go to a search and destroy. Right now, it feels like Katana are in the lead. That's the end. See if Mission Magpies can try and tie things up here.
Interesting couple of games going down, and I really don't know who is the better team to go forward. Magpies and Katana, both very, very good. Realistically, I think Katana were the favoured team in the Elite. But, truth being told, both great rosters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will say, I think on the whole, Katana are probably a more well-rounded roster, just in terms of, slaying power across the board, SMG and AR department. But Mission Magpies definitely have their advantages. We've seen that in Elite, as you said. Off the back of this round, a call has been made. Vortex trying to take some shots through the wall for any potential information or even perhaps a frag. Not going to find it. Mission Magpies have spread themselves really thin here across the board. And the fact that Vortex is still up there is such a huge issue. You cannot get the rock down until you deal with him.
Well, they're going back and forth, trying to work this one out, and Vortex go for the wall bang. Hasn't picked the angle quite correctly. Still trying to work it, but bomb will now go down.
was made from Brezzy. That stun check is perfect from Brezzy. Now looking to act on that information. Trade not quick enough from Harry on the other side, but Bance and Mythic will find some value now. Now Brezzy looking for some kind of wraparound through you. That's not going to happen. Aspect now 1 versus 3. Unconventional route outside the map and going to get cut down. So Mission Magpies looked like a tentative start to that round. They took a while to actually get the rock down, but as soon as they did, Katana Gaming, their re-entry into the site was less than successful.
And I think it just came to the fact there's too many bodies in that area to check every single corner. Even with Brezzy pulling off a wonderful stun check, he hit it, went round, stunned, ran around to the other door, got the kill. Unfortunately, the rest of the team did not win those trades, and 4-4 between these two teams on what could be a very critical S&D. Katana win it, obviously, go up 2-0 in the series. Magpies bring it back, though, all tied up, 3 more maps to go.
Katana Gaming in this round. Want to get a look at A. Already we have 1 player through here. Henry about to pop off. Has a lot to do. Even getting that frag is perfect for Henry. You've disrupted the play. Katana now have to kind of reshape their entire play here around retrieving that bomb or eliminating the competition. And it's going to take a lot of time to rectify that entire play.
Oh, Brezzy. Tight corner. Trying to get out of that. Not going to work out quite the way they wanted to. 2 versus 2, 45 seconds left to go. Vortex is like, well, there's the bomb. Cobra's found Mythics. And Lucifer in a 1 versus 2.
And now that advantage for Mission Magpies has kind of dissipated. No longer is Katana's mission to get the bomb. It's potentially to get the kill. Harry taking some shots, and it's not good enough for the frag. Katana close things out, and what was a solid start to that round, but Mission Magpies kind of falls away from them. Great adaptations in the mid-round for Katana Gaming. Absolutely love watching this team in Search and Destroy.
That point, very crucial. It almost feels, I was just thinking about this as well. I find it was kind of weird to talk about Katana without talking about Notorious at this point. I mean,
right, yeah.
kind of a shock earlier on when we talk about the European teams, and obviously these two playing the top 6 here. Team Notorious, I was actually trying to find out who exactly they've been playing the bracket. I think it was Avenge Esports they just had to take down as they move on to play the Pioneers.
I imagine that was probably relatively easy for Team Notorious. To be honest, no disrespect to Revenge. Oh, 3-1? They lost a map, man. You know what? I don't know if I'm that confident in Notorious this event. I tweeted I thought that maybe they were going to win the entire thing. I think my loyalty to Notorious might be misplaced at this stage of the competition. But they do need to step things up, and they've got a long bracket run ahead of them. With that said, though, they're not playing right now. It is Mission Magpies trying to keep it. What on earth is that? Trying to keep their hopes and winning this map alive. Harry has just lit them asunder. Now down to a 1 versus 1.
Surely not. Surely this doesn't stay like this, and the timing is horrible. He gets the lineup before, but not that time. Katana Gaming will win the S&D, go 2-0 up against the Magpies. And also, I was going to say what you just put into chat there. Yeah, the winner of that game plays Omit Brooklyn, by the way.
No way. Dude, that is insane. Just because when I was talking about what I thought this tournament was going to be like, who I thought was going to end up winning the entire thing, my prediction was a very basic. I just thought the winner of each Elite season was going to be in the grand final. Not because they won each Elite season, because I thought they were both so far ahead in their respective Elite region that it couldn't be anything else, right? Well, evidently not. Omit Brooklyn 3-0'd by Omit GG, and Team Notorious, what was it, Cabal that took them down? Like, that's insane. So yeah, for both of those teams to be in lower bracket, only one to make it outside as, was it outside of top 16? One of them is going to be top 16 finish that event. Probably one of the craziest storylines we've seen at a single challenge event.
Well, we're going to find out what actually happens to them later on as well, as we jump into another game here. Currently 1-1. Vegas Academy versus Royal Spartans onto the control.
Alrighty, well, this is a big one. Again, Royal Spartans able to take that search and destroy away from Vegas Academy. See if control is any better between these two teams. Again, looking for sub-pressure in this map. Darkside has been a big reason why Royal Spartans saw a lot of success back in Elite Season 2. Was it in Control, though? Not generally speaking. Control is probably the weakest game mode here for the Royal Spartans. So for them to take this away versus Vegas Academy would be a huge win in this series. That is a solid start from them. They get the necessary gunfights here. Vegas Academy aren't doing anything about this. They're looking for exit frags, if anything.
See, it's doing exactly that. Gets one and runs away. Exactly what it should be doing. Displacing, going in a spawn. Want to get the right time to get more, though.
Just trying to do some more damage here. Be a nuisance if you're real Spartans, right? You can get players out of art. That's huge. I'm not so sure what Roxas is doing. He's in like such a position where nobody necessarily is going to expect it. Has just popped off with some shots. Now the comment's been made that, hey, this player's inside art. You got to go deal with them. There's surely no way Roxas converts for a second, and he does not. So there's now going to be a persistent threat unless you'll deal with Darkside pretty quickly here. Around art, Darkside is playing his life so damn well, though.
Trying to do everything they can, and this is dangerous. Abodi tries to get out. That's the right play, but needs to be fast because that is ticking up. They need to get some bodies onto that point. Trying to get in there at the right time, and well, Roxas has done just enough to hold it off. Just for a few seconds. It's very, very dangerous, though. Only one tick to the good.
I swear, every time we watch King of Bodhi, he's on some kind of flank. Feels like there's 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and King of Bodhi flanking in a game of Call of Duty. Constant pressure for him on the flank, and it doesn't really do that much in the grand scheme of things as Vegas Academy win all the gunfights and relieve the pressure, but look at the damage done off the back of that push. Just one tick. It is such a tentative hold now for Vegas Academy, and you now continue to deal with players pushed all the way through. Darksides, once again, same position as before. QK does not expect it. The play call has been made. Got to stack the point.
Well, Royal Spartans get it. That's a big attacking win for Vegas Academy. After being so confident in the hard point, find themselves a little bit behind this series.
Yeah, just constant moving forwards for Royal Spartans. It was Darkside right a couple of times, managed to make himself put himself into art. Constant presence that Vegas Academy never really felt like they were dealing with in any meaningful way. Actually managed to catch him off guard a couple of times as well. So Vegas Academy really starting to feel the heat now as we go into the second round of play. Great performances in that round. Likes of Darkside and Proloop. Now Royal Spartans, if they have a solid defensive start to this round, Vegas Academy might find themselves in trouble.
That's always a question. I mean, straight on to B. I don't hate it, but not a lot of reinforcements. As Gun C gets shut down there, and they're going to push through into this. They've got to be careful, though. Don't really have control yet.
Oh, mate. Roxas takes every single fight possible. Never cowers away from a fight. I think that's it. Might have been one situation where you probably need to just play your life just a little bit longer. Vegas Academy, though, they're starting to put their pieces in position on the board. King of Bodhi, one of those players, doing what Darkside did in the last round, being a nuisance towards Artside. You're winning your gunfights as well. Bryce, this is the stack.
Oh, they're getting onto it. Bodhi, just slow them down. Make a kill or 2. Help your teammates out as much as possible. All you got to do. Spotty's waiting for him to come out here, but there you go. There's a bit of a gunning. They're onto it. Here comes a transition. And Spartans, they need these kills. Going back and forth, and the team really just kind of stood up that fight.
Transition hasn't been totally solid just yet for Vegas Academy. They'll be counting numbers. They know that Proloop is still somebody they have to deal with. Finally, they do. That's the secret weapon. The ace up the sleeve, and it's not gone well. That's 3 kills to 4 kills. It's a scene with 3. Vegas Academy now should be able to stack the point. This round might be done.
Proloop going to try and stop it, but doesn't matter. Team already gunning him down, and too many bodies on the point, and surely it can't be stopped. And there we go. The Vegas Academy fire back in dominating fashion.
It's almost the exact same strategy as well, right? Again, it's one of those things where it's like, if you can do it, we can do it too, and arguably better. As they send King of Bodhi all the way through towards Art. He's the one relieving pressure for the Vegas Falcons, and as soon as they get the next wave of gunfights, they'll feel confident enough that they can immediately jump on towards the point. Of course, Asim is the player to call game. 14-8 now is Asim in this control. I know that control stats don't exactly track accurately, but I can tell you for a fact that his are Big reason why Vegas are able to trade things out. That's big as well. You stabilize after losing your first defensive round. Now things all even Stevens as we go back towards Vegas Academy now on the defense.
Bodhi. Oh my goodness, that's a wonderful fight. And they feel like they're ever so close to being on the cusp of pushing everybody back into the spawn. But Proluk keeping things alive, stopping the clock, forcing some pressure over. And wait a second. Royal Spartans going to do the same thing that Vegas Academy did to them, but QK is here. They've shut this down before it becomes a problem. And that's a wonderful reaction by Vegas Academy.
Yeah, really well played for Vegas Academy to overwhelm to the point. Now for the Royal Spartans, though, I think the question for me is, what is your reaction to that, right? I mean, do you just kind of immediately switch yourselves over towards A, waste no time? It feels like that has been the case. You've won pretty much every single gunfight here. And now you're even starting to lose gunfights over by B. Gunzy is putting so much pressure on this B point. The Vegas Academy have no choice but to try and plug that hole in the defense. A is gone. Just as quickly as Royal Spartans lose the fight over by B, they immediately transition to A perfectly and get that point.
And this is where it gets a bit dangerous. Well, I'm going to say that they managed to cut it down, but Darksiders got out of this one so far. Academy can shut this door if they can find one more player. They can start spawn manipulating.
Vegas Academy are just so damn annoying though to deal with, as you said, potential players flanking, potential spawn manipulation. If it's not Royal Spartans doing it to them, well, Vegas Academy are trying to do it to the Royal Spartans. This is a bit of a weird situation here. Players from the Royal Spartans trying to get the capture going, while Vegas Academy are trying to spawn trap the other two players. Vegas Academy needs to come back as well. Unfortunately, the player that you've got in the power position is Darkside with the Jackal, and well, post-GA, that Jackal doesn't do the same thing it did with the long barrel before, so you're going to lose Darkside in that position, but now things starting to feel a little bit more stable here in this round. QK the only one out of position for either side now, and the Royal Spartans need to deal with him before they do anything else in this round.
Well, they're going to look. QK has got back up. Roxas is going to be here as well, but Spidey and Gunty already found a couple of kills, and well, this is dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Roxas, you've got to be the rock that doesn't move, and down they fall, and this might be over. Map control, bodies forward. Vegas Academy not in the position to do an awful lot to stop this second tick going in. Can they stop the third?
I can play from King of Bodhi. He's the flank man. He's going to do it again. 2 kills to stop that B capture from going all the way through. Now looking to transition for number 3. Shot's not perfect, though, so Darkside will be able to double up. Vegas Academy here, though, still doing the players on the point. You've got to go right about now. Finally, they do. Trade's looking pretty good here. 8 versus 6. Proluk trying to hold the line towards B.
Oh, the Academy are pulling this one out of the fire just by the tiniest of margins. Every time I think they've solved the problem, it comes back to bite them, but right now, you can even see they've got a body on it. It's QK, not moving, cannot afford to let any sort of a stack jump on that point.
And that's the danger. Royal Spartans could call game just with one solid stack and a couple of kills, but you've got to be perfect. That's a nice start from Spark. Flanking play, it's not going to help you here. Gunsy's just a little bit late to the play. Now you need to play perfectly. You can get shot under the truck. There's not really much Gunsy can do in this situation, and Vegas Academy will clutch up. But I tell you what, Bryce, that was super close on a couple of different occasions there. Royal Spartans definitely could have got that done.
And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what happened, because I could say that, you know, that could have been a bit easier for Vegas Academy as well. Royal Spartans could have certainly have ended it, but Vegas Academy basically had to continuously make hero plays to just keep it at bay.
Yeah, just it's so close there for Royal Spartans. They even had players in the advanced position. I think Vegas Academy kind of started them just a little bit by pushing players in towards that spawn trap and keeping players there after the fact as well. Solid play from Vegas Academy, and it should be said as well, I think it was King of Body with that flanking play through Vault. If he doesn't do that, he doesn't pick up those 2 kills, Royal Spartans would have won that round. So big individual play from King Flanker. Now Vegas Academy here. Just one more round. They take the 2-1 series advantage here. Gunsy getting aggressive, though. This feels like a really convincing defensive effort here from the Royal Spartans. Gunsy is starting to fire on all cylinders.
And that's what they need. This could very well be over. Spawn bounce to spawn bounce. Vegas Academy, it's not about getting to the points right now. You just have to find the kills in your spawn. TDM the spawn. Nothing else until it's clear.
Finally, a bit of pressure relieved here. It's a lot of time being burned off the clock, though. Vegas Academy now need to hit a full regain. They are currently 6 lives down in this control. They lose the next wave of gunfight. It could spell disaster as well. Proloot starting very strong as far as these wave of gunfights are concerned.
Terrible start. Can they make it a better finish? Right now, just trying to hold on. Body's already trying to pile into the point. Roxas needs to find something as Abodi finds 2. Gunsy, though, still moving and grooving. Still alive. They know where he is now. Down he'll go. And every single one of the academy just got off the point. Somebody stop the clock, please.
They will do so. Real Spartans, no choice but to funnel straight into the line of sight of Vegas Academy here. 17.5 second King Abodi getting super duper aggressive there. That's actually a line of sight that might be a chance to get back in if you're Real Spartans, but Rox just slides both of those players up. Darkside will trade out. Not over just yet. 16.7 seconds of the clock now. Vegas Academy looking to find the kills, and I think that should be it as far as this point is concerned. We will see an extra 60 seconds here in this control round. Real Spartans already starting to set themselves up for this B zone.
Can they do it? What was a terrible start for them. A little bit of redemption. They don't have a lot of lives to play with, and that's why you're going to really see some players from the academy floating around in towards the spawn. Gunsy's found QK. Abodi, well, I've got to say, there's always a benefit in being the flank man. And he's doing it pretty well, but does get caught before he can do any more damage.
Vegas Academy now have players towards the point. Gunsy is the player that holds the key to surviving this round. Royal Spartans just getting it done around the front of the point. Gunsy actually going to find some value by ammo, so keeps his life and his position on the map as well. Maybe a bit premature. You can see him on the minimap getting super duper aggressive and active in towards gunfights here, but for Royal Spartans, Gunsy has bought them a lot of space and a lot of time. Royal Spartans now have full control of the map. Just one player has managed to break, and look at all of those arrows. Asim does absolutely nothing in that scenario, because what can you do when you got to face 3 different directions and you only got one gun?
And you know what? Good start from the Falcons going to break out of that trap, but unfortunately kind of really stuttered when they got to B. That's the issue. You want time and you want lives, because you're the team that needs to set it up on the attack to get B. It is a process you have to go through. Make the waves of kills, get into the buildings, deflect for as long as possible, have a trophy, and it takes time to get there. So if you have a bad start, it can almost kind of, even though it's a while away, really stop your chances of B.
All right, well, it is going to be Vegas Academy on the offense. I think that really means much considering what we've seen in this control so far, if I'm honest. Vegas Academy and Royal Spartans had either full capture round wins or solid looks, and this feels like it's another one. Already winning a 3-for-2 trade off the start of this. Vegas Academy have a lot of space to work with. Flanking play from Gunsy. How many times has he done this?
Flying in. Already clearing. Finds it, and Gunsy just trying to really hold them at bay over and over again. The academy coming back off the spawn need to be very well aware of the players looking to get them. Right now, QK doing a wondrous job at just taking down Spartans wherever he finds them.
Royal Spartans don't feel that phase though. Proloot and Darkside continue to hold mid-map presence here. Proloot still a player that has not been dealt with just yet. Spart also looking to force the issue down that B lane. He should get cut down by Asim. So Proloot holds the key to holding on towards a point, as does Gunsy down low. Both of those players need to activate at the same time. Here comes the hit. Proloot good for the first kill. Asim and QK pick up the kills here. This should be a done. Royal Spartans, they are wasting no time though. They constantly send players on the flanks, and this one's not going to work out, but it is what's burned a lot of time off the clock.
Opportunity here for the academy. They are in a dominant position. Seems to actually stop the clock here. Nobody's pushed forward quite yet. It does cause some issues, but that first hit going through, a lot of the academy players are ready for this one as the trades start to flow in from both sides.
And nobody flanking here. Royal Spartans doing this one all from the front. Players having to back off in towards Vault. Vegas Academy now, no, it's not the time. Got time to work with here. Don't get over aggressive. Don't put yourself in a bad position for no reason. So now they're just looking to kind of poke and prod at the defense. Those couple of kills, though, that might be the go signal. Now, ready to jump on towards the point, ready to stop the clock, ready to push forward.
And that's a huge, it's a Bodhi. Oh my goodness, a Bodhi's just gone berserk. That should be the game. Surely. With the bodies available for them. They've already got that second one in, but maybe just not enough. Reinforcements flooding in very, very quickly. The second tick is here. Only 6 lives for the Spartans. The third tick still going forward. QK is trying to keep it going on his 5 streak. There's a 6 for him. 14 health, a reload. And with a minute to go, Vegas Academy would have to throw this one in the bin for them to lose.
Yeah. No flanking plays from Royal Spartans. They've been honest with it every single time. And it's led to this. The attrition of lives. Royal Spartans now down to the final 2. This feels like it's done already. Doesn't matter the win condition. Vegas Academy has stormed their way through this control. Had to get it done on an offense in round at number 5. But we said it didn't really matter, given what we saw from both teams on offense multiple times throughout that control. Vegas Academy come out on top, and that is a stellar, stellar round number 5 from them.
You have to give credit to a Bodhi. They're not the greatest KD, but hitting the flank over and over and over again, it works.
I don't think I ever saw him making big play when he wasn't on the flank. In that game, the guy was just constantly flanking. And you know what, fair play, because it worked out multiple times. But I feel like every time you feel like it's a little bit quiet, if you're on Royal Spartans, you probably should just check the behinds, because King of Bodhi is probably there ready to take you down. Regardless, that means Vegas Falcons now Vegas Academy, excuse me, are 2-1 up over their opposition, just 1 map away from progressing into the next round of play. Katana Gaming and Mission Magpies checking in with them. Katana managing to take that map number 3 away means that now Mission Magpie needs to win this hard point if they want to extend the series.
And you are right. This is where it gets a little bit tense here. Both teams now heading over towards P3. Magpies with a lead, but not a big one to begin with. Have actually made a pretty good transition.
Say that doesn't last that long. Aspect and Brezzy almost immediately blow things wide open. Now this is a dangerous moment here in this game. Mission Magpies got to go the long way around towards this point. And they're already getting stuck in the middle of the map. TK from Mythics is not going to help the situation. Katana going to really hold the middle of the map here to make sure this transition does not happen. Brezzy going to be able to double up here. And Mission Magpies might be able to steal 10 seconds or so away from this hard point. But as far as crossing that 50-yard line towards the next one is concerned, they have been totally unsuccessful.
Henry about as weak as you can possibly be with just 2 health. Everybody eventually goes down. And everybody's still fighting very much so for a little bit of scrap time here. And while Magpies will hold on to the lead, it's all about can they make it across the gauntlet. Players everywhere here for Katana. Try to just stop them from moving.
Surely he's not let Mission Magpies through. Nobody has a clue about Mythics in this play. Mythics goes huge. Mythics for 2. Spawn's not quite flipped just yet. There's still a little bit more work to be done, but now you're starting to get parallels here. 2 versus 2 around this point. Brezzy goes for the immediate cut-off. Now your reinforcements are about as far away as you can possibly get. Harry and Mythics need to go huge. There goes Harry. There goes Mythics. Katana Gaming, they cut off the problem at its source before it can grow out of control. And now they're back in control of the point themselves.
Lucifer, trying to make a bit of a play there as well, but not going to do any more. That was the last chance push there for the Magpies as we go on to this next set of rotations. Cobra suddenly coming to light, and maybe this is the turn that Katana need.
I will say, looking across the KDs right now, and this is something we don't often do, but you look at kind of where Katana are at versus Mission Magpies. I would say, I don't think they're actually getting much bang for their buck in terms of actual kills. I think they're outslaying Mission Magpies by quite a large margin here. Brezzy on 14 and 10, Cobra on 14 and 11, Vortex notably on 11 and 6. Aspect, the only one negative, and only by a slight amount. To still be 4 points down in this game goes to show you that Mission Magpies are actually doing a lot more with their kills at the moment here in this one. Katana, though, finally get away with gunfights and finally get mid-map control. So they are now looking to garner control of this game. They managed to take the lead away, but you've got to keep an eye on those players flanking because Mythics is about to be an issue.
And this is what we enjoy so much about these showdowns, by the way. Who knows which way it's going to go? P1 is just about to end, and they are so close, it literally doesn't matter. All tied up. P2, both teams. Nobody's even really got into a dominant position about it yet. Will be the Magpies that'll be here first as they get the trades, and they go onto it, and the lead has changed 4 times over that last hill.
Yeah, these guys are so tightly matched. I would say like most of the, pretty much the top 4 in Europe is mostly tightly matched. I think Notorious, at least online, have proven to be the better team, but outside of that, it's been super duper close to all of these teams. Katana did not want to lose a significant amount of time on this hard point to Mission Magpies. They bring that cruise missile down. And now Mission Magpies flooding from the backline here. This is a lot for Cobra to deal with, but you do not want to be near the Cobra's mouth when he strikes. 3 kills for him. Harry will be the one to clear things out, or Vortex, excuse me, will be the one to clear things out in the end. Harry's the player that gets cut down for it. 20 seconds left now. Katana already starting to push out of this hill as well. That has absolutely been their hard point.
And is that enough to turn the tide? I mean, here's the thing. We talk about massive swing moments like that, and yet still, what is it, 20 points in this game? Almost nothing as both teams again battle for this P3. Technically, the Magpies are close, even though they've lost the recent amount of trades. And, well, British Sense, thank you very much for that easy one. And there we get 3 again. It will be Katana that can jump on and bleed this point.
Katana in control here for the moment. Aspects just kind of guarding the entire pool side of the map at the moment, trying to keep these guys at bay. The players towards the point, Notorious are really aren't dealing with that much pressure whatsoever here. Resi pushed all the way up now, will be looking to retreat. Does not want to influence the spawns in any majorly negative way. Cobra survives on the point well past his expiry date, and, well, as those kills come through now, yeah, there's the spawn flip. If you're Resi, you got to be super duper careful. If you're Vortex, you have to win this gunfight towards the back. That's a massive win for Mission Magpies and for Harry in particular. Brezzy trying to play his life, and it's not going to happen, but the job isn't done for Mission Magpies towards these spawns. Katana Gaming knocking at the door around the flank.
Cobra dancing, trying to stay alive and just keep the pressure off as well as he sprays through blind. Aspect they're doing the same thing. Horrible fight. Horrible fight, by the way. Eventually they will be able to take down the Magpie, but the rest of the Magpies are reinforcing from the front. And somehow with this many kills, I feel like neither team has really had an opportunity to get many points.
Yeah, it feels like Mission Magpies definitely should have done just a little bit more there. They allowed Katana to get behind in and actually take the time away from them. Now you do see an opportunity finally for Katana to actually take some significant time off the back of this hill. They currently have a 50-point advantage over Mission Magpies. They want to grow it even more. Vortex trying to keep these guys at bay. 21 and 12 is having a stellar game. Got players pushed all forward for Katana Gaming as well. Aspect was one of them. Even if you lose the players at this point, though, it is not the end of the world. What? You hit the respawn, you go towards P1. You're not likely to give any significant amount of time away to Mission Magpies as we go through the 3rd and final set here, Bryce. Katana Gaming, resounding advantage now.
Can they hold on to it? You can see the Magpies. Still an opportunity. P1 is calling. You don't expect them to get the full glut of time, but they will certainly try and bleed it for as much as possible. Will be about this rotation that could seal Magpies' fate. So far, so good for Mission Magpies.
Mission Magpies. Pretty solid on this hard point. Mythic's on 5 in a row. Vortex just trying to play his life at this point. Your positioning is everything. Bance is the player to take you down. That's going to force Katana here to a reset. Back to the spawn point. There you go. Flanking play from Aspect. It's actually going to give Katana a potentially good look at these spawns. I'm curious to see where Katana's spawning off the back of this note. Close spawns for Mission Magpies. So a little bit more work to do if you're Katana Gaming, but they're knocking at the door of doing exactly that. Vortex going down makes it a little bit more difficult. Aspect, still a big player towards these back spawns play. Doesn't quite recognize that Bance is right in front of him. Won't be able to do anything. But Katana, again, around the front of the point, they've managed to get through.
That was spawn manipulation 101 there, by the way. On the last hill, wouldn't flip him out. As soon as it ticked over, it did. And that's what they were waiting for. That's why he stayed so silent at the back for so long. Magpies, though, will now have to try and fight this because they have done so much work on a P1. For all I said that they won't get a lot of time on it, they really did in the end. And now all they've got to do is break this, take the scrap time and maybe, just maybe, we'll have a tie game.
I've just seen exactly what we saw from Vortex in the last rotation towards this hard point, this time around from Bance, bringing that cruise missile in for control. Mission Magpies know that this last 10 seconds is important to try and keep themselves level with Katana in this game. It won't be exactly that, but it certainly will be in spirit. They're not that far behind from Katana Gaming. Now, if you're Aspect, a lot of work to do to try and hold this side of the map. Doesn't quite anticipate a fight that close, and Bance will win that one all day long. So, Mission Magpies have won the fight for the right side of the map now. But they have to win the fights towards the hard point, and that's not happening.
And both teams will be careful about this. You got to remember as well, neither team can now win it on that point. The rotation will matter for both sides. Katana will be happy to keep this pressure up while also trying to bleed this time off. Every second they get makes it harder for the Magpies.
Magpies very happy to take all of this time at this point. 20 seconds left in the time. Katana still looking for some kind of flanking play, and as you lose all the players here, Aspect goes down. Everything rests on the shoulders of Vortex. That's too much to handle for him. So Mission Magpies, a lot of breathing room now. You get a lot of time off the back of P4 or P3. Now you look over it towards P4. They are the ones in control for the moment.
And here we go. Got to sit on it. If you sit on it flawlessly, you win the game. Pressure coming in now, bearing in mind that Bance is about to find a kill on the other side of the map. They know the pressure's going to be coming through the front here. Don't have as many bodies as they would like. Mythics finds one. Cobra will take down Bance. Still headbutting here. And I think Katana are about to get a lot of bodies into the range of this site. Already taking towards the back of it. These next trades are crucial. If Magpies win them, we go to a map 5.
It's the exact same play that we saw before from Katana Gaming. Not working out fully just yet. Now having to hit through the middle of the map. Mythic's wise to it. The comment should be made to Henry to deal with that, but Henry actually loses the fight. Now you've got his Mythics up top. He's already revealed his position in this moment. Katana Gaming in towards the time. Mythics can't win the fight. Can't even hold them off. So that is scrapped towards Katana. Mission Magpies have to go towards the final set of rotations here to win this game. It's going to be a super duper close one for the final moments.
Into the P1. Massive wipe there by the Magpies. Just a little bit of time left as they will bleed this P1 for everything they've got. 10 seconds ago, and Henry makes a massive 2. It may have shut down Katana. Mythics finds another one, and Aspect will basically just have to jump into this point. There's nothing more he can do. It already gets pre-fired out of his socks before he can. And the Magpies take it to a map 5.
Solid work there on that final rotation. Massive 2%. I think it was from Henry. In the closing moments, as you said, Aspect, not really much more that he could do in that situation beyond just fly at the point and hope that you don't get shot out of the sky. The Magpies were there to do exactly that. They are the ones to hold, and just so many back and forth moments in that hard point, so many clutch moments. I want to say it was Magpies down by about 50 to 60 points in the middle of the game. So to make the comeback that they did with the map control that they did is a phenomenal achievement from them. They hold strong versus their EU rivals and will send us to a game number 5. I wish I could see the tension in the passion pit right now between those two teams at that station.
Well, speaking of passion, these two teams are trying to do the exact same thing. Spartans will also be looking to send us to a map 5. Same map, same kind of results. We'll find out, though, because there's a bit of scrap time to the Spartans. They will have the lead.
Spartans now looking for control over the middle of the map. That's not going to happen. King of Bodhi will find the blood against Darkside. Now Royal Spartans need to find a way to deal with these constant roaming subs that Vegas Academy enables so damn well. Solution is to try and roam themselves, but it doesn't exactly work out. I mean, look at the routes that King of Body is taking. It's just a constant nuisance you've got to deal with, and there's absolutely no way that Gunty expects him to be in that position. King of Bodhi, again, might not have the flashiest KDs at times, but the plays he makes on the map, it does such damage to the defense.
Oh, that's a huge wipe from them at the end. That's a 5 streak for a Bodhi. One of the key players from last time around. And here comes the pressure. Spartans will now try to push through P1 into P2. And, well, there's the first 2 big kills. Well, Academy will be happy to take all the time they've got from this one. Roxas. Got to be more concerned about this rotation.
And not in control of it just yet. Roxas is looking to try and manipulate his spawns. Need to win a couple of fights around ammunition to do so. Maybe he's just found a perfect route behind him in the lines. Nope, just been spotted out by Darkside. You're not winning that gunfight in a month for Sundays. Now Royal Spartans looking to convert this hill for a full 60. Vegas Academy, again, they're trying to send players on the flank, and you can see on the new map, King of Bodhi continues to be able to do it. You're losing the gunfights around the front as well. King of Bodhi finally going to get cut short. That's a massive double from Darkside, though. And Vegas Academy's strategy continues to be the same over and over again. You can't win the gunfights from the front to try to flank, but this is just one of those hard points where that is nowhere near as feasible.
Here comes the next push. You can already see Academy trying to set it up from every single angle, and while doing a pretty good job of Gunsy, a little bit slippery. Eventually, Roxas will take him down. Scrap time for the Academy. Over to P3. And I think at this point in the game, it very much could be a case of who gets into P4 and gets the lion's share of time. I have not really got the confidence on which way this hardpoint's going to go.
If I'm honest, the way that Vegas Academy seem to play around their flanks, I would not be surprised if Royal Spartans got control of P4 and then almost immediately lost control of the hill due to the fact that Vegas Academy seem to constantly have a presence right behind you. It's the last hill. You want to let something like that happen, so it has to be something that Royal Spartans keep in mind as you move through these next couple of hills. Right now that they are in control, and it can be deceptive sometimes how much time you do end up giving away on this hard point. It is probably one of the lowest scoring hills in the entirety of Black Ops 6 for good reason. There's not a lot of coverage on offer, and yet still, Royal Spartans are actually soaking up a lot of time at the moment.
The Bodhi. Back and forth. Just trying to play this one out, and well, it's not always fun to have a pistol at that kind of range, but so far so good. Academy giving this up, ready for the rotation. Now, they have fallen behind by about 50 points at this case. If they can hold it, though, all's good, but it becomes a big if with the pressure the Spartans are now putting on.
Yeah, you're going up a lot of time from Royal Spartans on that hard point. As you said, this is the money hill. Royal Spartans looking to push this one all the way through up. Plan is to manipulate the spawns. Big gunfight against Roxas. 2v1 is good. You're losing Gunsy and Spark towards the point, though. Now you're going to win the gunfights around the flank. King of Bodhi here, taking a gunfight head on. Decides, yeah, that's not for me. That's not my style of play, brethren. I'm going to move away. Get back towards the hard point now. Royal Spartans knocking at the door around the back line. You're losing the trades. Brilliantly played from Proloot and Darkside to flip those spawns right out. Royal Spartans in for the last 25.
Proloot, what a play. That's 3. Huge there from the Spartans. That has completely deflected all of the pressure the Academy could have put on those last few. And for the Academy, slipping further and further behind. They will now have to have a monstrous P1 and P2 to get back in.
And this is the hard point where Vegas Academy can be super duper slippery to deal with. They always have a couple of players into the hard point and then send those roaming subs around the hill. Royal Spartans are going to have to find a way to deal with that right now. Currently in the lead by about 50 points. You do not want to let that slip through your fingers. Here we go. Same strategy from Vegas Academy. Once again, Roxas goes down, though. Now you're going to need to put yourself a little bit more tightly towards the hard point. King of Bodhi does get found out. King of Bodhi, excuse me, gets found out. Now Vegas Academy, off the back of losing those players, going to have to abandon ship here because you cannot afford to lose this rotation.
I see him down. This, it's got to be some of the bigger gunfights that we've seen in this game because the Spartans, well, they're about ready to send this to a map 5. Proloot, it's just not going to get any more here. I mean, the Academy need a big break at this point. The scene might be the catalyst. As he finds himself on Vegas Academy, and they've been doing pretty well so far in this tournament to get to this point, but there's the break. Academy have an opportunity. Can they make the most of it?
Need to hold. Spawn's still not solidified just yet. You will know that if you're Vegas Academy. UK, a lot to do in this situation, and that 2-piece is going to alleviate a lot of pressure for the players towards the point. But now you've lost King of Bodhi. Roxas, hold on to as much time as humanly possible because the Royal Spartans are on their way towards the backline. Roxas converts for 2. Surely not number 3. Stunned up Proloot, able to find his way through. Royal Spartans have lost a bit of time on this hard point, but Proloot now needs to go huge.
Proloot's got 5 health in the dream. It's not going to be enough. And that is going to be close enough that we almost hit a tie game going in to P3. A hill famous for how difficult it is to hold from both sides. But the Stallions will try. They have set up every single angle. They will put bodies onto this point everywhere they can. And here comes Academy to break.
Yeah, worth saying, Real Spartans got a lot of time, deceptively so, last time around, as you said. Flanking play from King of Bodhi. It wouldn't be King of Bodhi without it. We'd call him an imposter. Now looking to get away and play his life. But his damage is done already. His job is done. He's made that flank. He's got players off the point. Flanking play also made a Gunzy on the other side. It's nowhere near as successful, but Raw Spartans are being more honest with it. They're winning the gunfights. Now they've flipped the spawns out. King of Bodhi needs to do a lot more damage here on this flanking play.
They're going to know where he is as well, but a Bodhi is equal to it. And he's going to try and go for this rotation. He's looking for it. He's not able to get that kill. Neither side can win again here on P3. It will be a P4 finish. But the Spartans are set up for it, and they will only be 10 seconds away when that hill pops.
And they should be good. Short of something miraculous from Vegas Academy. Has to be one perfect hit from them. You've already lost the seam. King of Bodhi has to wait. Down to 35 HP. You need your teammates on the other side to produce a miracle. And Roxas has just gone past, but shots from behind from Gunzy. That might have ruined it.
And it looks like it has, and that's a wipe. It is done. It is dusted. It is a map 5 for these two. As Gunzy, well, what a perfect view for the stream. Hits the emote there at the end. But that will go to an S&D. And oh my goodness.
That might be the first emote like that I think I've seen on broadcast.
Yeah, I think me too as well. That was kind of insane.
That's perfect.
Perfect timing, yeah.
Gunzy knew that we were on his POV. He had so many insane moments in that game. Roll it as well. You saw one there. Ring around the rosy around the statue for the third and final kill. And for Royal Spartans, it's the same strategy every single time. You know what Vegas Academy are going to do. All you have to do is adapt to the roaming subs. And that is a very difficult ask. That's why the game is as close as it is constantly. But we do go to game 5 in both of our series. I'm very curious to see the scoreline as we jump in between the European face-off. Wow.
Magpies taking it to Katana. A little bit of an upset, technically, between these two squads, if this happens.
Without a shadow of a doubt here, it is worth saying that Mission Magpie Search and Destroy is statistically their weakest game mode back in Season 2 for Katana. Also their weakest. So, it says a lot between the both of the rosters. Katana, if they were going to lose it, would probably be here. Regardless, Mission Magpies now, after the initial set of engagements, we're going to get this rock down. Katana looking for some kind of re-entry. Bance is getting a few free lineups. All of a sudden, this round has fallen apart. Cobra 1 versus 4. That's not happening. Mission Magpies hit the go button and now make this significantly less feasible for Katana.
Here it goes. To the Magpies. Put Katana into that lower bracket. Because they really do have the opportunity to do so. And it will feel very good for them if they can do it. I'm trying to find out who they're going to play. It will either be Stallions or Notorious.
Honestly, I'm not too sure which, I'm not too sure which team I'd want to face in that scenario. Regardless, Mission Magpies might just be one round away from making their way into the next round of play. They've already drawn first blood. Katana need to get this bomb down to equalize things. RC car out. Rezi looking to deal with it. Can't get anything done, but the bomb at the very least goes down.
Oh no, Vortex, who's currently 0 and 6, has to pull off a 1 versus 4. He's going to try it. It's not going to be enough. It will not be enough. Vortex will find a couple of kills, but only a couple of kills. And the Mission Magpies, well, they'll take it. About this time, I imagine the reaction in the pit is pretty good.
Yep. Yeah, you can see Henry put down his controller pretty much immediately, and for good reason, because I got a feeling Mission Magpies will be getting loud. It's important to set the stage for you guys regarding this story with the European teams. There has been a battle in Europe for a very long time for being the best team in the region, and I think undoubtedly Team Notorious has taken that title. But in the mixer has been this Mission Magpies roster since the start of Season 2, a new team for Season 2, kind of made a couple of changes, basically came together to try and break deadlock at the top of European challengers. So for them to not really successfully do that in Season 2, they went from a top 4, I think, in Season 1, both teams to top 4 in Season 2, to now, I mean, technically speaking, this is now the best performing European team here at Dallas. I think that's a crazy, crazy difference. Missing Magpies will be very, very happy with that.
Yeah. Best performing team so far. There are still
So
a couple.
far, yeah, true.
Yeah. There are a couple actually floating around, and I was about to point out some of the bracket as we had a little bit of time while waiting for it to go out. I realised I've just closed it. There we go. 1 second, found it back again. All right, I'll have a quick look at the bracket while we're waiting for this game. So what we're waiting for now is the Academy game to get going underway again against the Royal Spartans. So while we do that, walk down memory lane. Let's look at the bracket. Okay. At the moment, we are waiting on the winner of the Royal Spartans to take... Oh, there we go. Perfect. I don't have to look on my own screen. I can look at this one. Fantastic. So we are waiting for the Academy and Spartans to face off, and they will play against Team War. And then it'll be the Magpies and Omit GG going up into the next one. That's a very big game for them. Now, as the teams fall into the lower bracket, of course, we can see at the moment Cabal GG is waiting for the winner of Rios and 6F Carolina. We've got YFP COD. They're waiting for is it the loser of this one? Winner of CB. So if we look down, so it's Spartans and Academy. That is what the winner of that. Sorry, the loser of that will go down to play YFP COD. Okay. We've got Omit Brooklyn and Team Notorious on Station 8 at the moment.
Oh, mate. That game's ridiculous. How is that a losers bracket round 6? Was round 6? Are we in round 6 right now? How is that a losers round 6 game?
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy game, really. I mean, that's the one we're kind of surprised, but we will catch up with that one as well. I mean, realistically, Notorious had a pretty good time against the Pioneers, right? A 3-0.
Yes, yeah. Which, like, I think now that Notorious are in that lower bracket, they're kind of feeling, all right, the pressure under themselves. I still am very surprised that they actually lost to Cabal in the way that they did, but clearly that Cabal roster has been on something because they sent War to a game 5. So maybe a kind of unfortunate draw for Team Notorious, but I don't want to curse Notorious. I think there is a solid chance of them beating Omit Brooklyn in that series. I think once Notorious realize, all right, it's time to be a little bit more serious, time to actually step up, I do feel like Team Notorious here will be in a good chance of beating Omit Brooklyn. But honestly, I mean, that game is such a banger. It's going to be so fun to watch. I believe we are going to take a look at the lower bracket right now, though, while we wait for that game 5 to get underway here. We've got Rios versus 6F Carolina. And Rios Arise, excuse me, versus 6F Carolina. This is a big game. And again, I'm kind of surprised to see 6F Carolina struggling somewhat versus Rios, losing one of the maps.
Well, I mean, this deep into the kind of the bracket, it's always going to be a lot tighter games than you would expect. And no matter what you've done before now, LAN is where it matters. And these two teams, well, everything to prove. Merc, who is famously we talked about earlier, took down the Stallions. They are just one tick away, but being a bit cautious about it. Here comes the hit onto 8. Merc will just win the gunfight, and that may be just enough. It's a 4 versus 8.
Yeah, it feels like this should definitely be done now. Rio 6 Arise here. Not really going to be anywhere close to do anything about this. Fame is cutting off the problem at the source. One last little fly into the air before Carolina rips them out of the sky, as that is the second round win on the board now. It's not quite over here on Protocol Control. Obviously, Rio 6 Arise could still do some serious damage. They could pull off the reverse sweep in this control, but it becomes infinitely more difficult when you lose a defense like that. I love that play from Derek, though. Just like throw yourself out of the open, get something, a little bit of flair to close out the control round. You know you're going to lose.
That's very true. Sometimes best to go out with a bang here, but this is where it matters. Realistically, if they can pull off even a little bit of the spawn trap, 6F should have this one sewn up. A good break could break Rios.
Yeah, this break for Rio 6 Arise is everything. If you lose the opening wave of gunfights, you might well just immediately be done. It is the same kind of look, as always, we expect from teams here on the defense. I love that play from Derek, though. Again, I think it's very tempting sometimes for players to hit the under route and try and sit inside grannies for a really long expected period of time and hope that your teammates get out so you can set yourselves up for a future play. But Derek just immediately comes back to help his team, realizes he's not any use towards grandmas. Same kind of slay I imagine we're about to see from Confid as well. But the damage, it feels like, in the early round has somewhat been done. Phantoms will find a couple of kills, and now Confid is moving forward. So early map pressure here from Rio Sex Arise is actually pretty good.
Merc just trying to find a player first before he makes a move. That'll be called out. They know they have the opportunity to end this very, very quickly, just with a couple of kills. Trying to wait to see, and just gets moving. It's so difficult in this game, even with Omni movement, when you get caught sprinting.
I don't think it's going to matter that much in the grand scheme of things. So 25 seconds left on the clock here for Rio Sex Arise to make a move forward. That's a lovely nade from Mott. Catches Phantoms with his pants down. And for Rio Sex Arise, one last-ditch effort. You have to go now.
Millie just throwing bullets everywhere. A lot of bodies, though, there. Gonna back off. Gonna wait for reinforcements for the team. It might even be a case here where Rios actually managed to get this. And I say that as they get wiped. Not gonna happen. Done.
Just a solid control from 6F Carolina. I think that's how you expect defenses to, generally speaking, go, but they were kind of dancing around them. So really solid defense from them. If anything, it was the end of that offense. We didn't get to see the start of that second round between these two teams, but the end of it was spectacular for 6F Carolina. Fame was running rings around the defense, and that is reflected in the final scoreboard there. He finishes 19 and 13, but that's an 18 and 8 scoreline from Mercules as well. With that said, this is the game we were waiting for. Vegas Academy versus Royal Spartans. Vegas Academy have been the biggest surprise, I would say, of this tournament thus far. Of course, did not play in North American Challengers Elite Season 2. So, coming off the back of that, and not a lot of people are thinking about them coming into Dallas, they're showing that that was a grave error on everybody's part.
Well, sometimes you've just got to show up on LAN. And so far, that's what they're doing. Will certainly be a massive scout for them to take.
Curious about the start of these rounds from both of these teams. Vegas Academy seem dead set on holding towards A. Royal Spartans here will slow up significantly. They do not want to put a foot wrong here. 2-0 down in Search and Destroy. It's very easy to find yourselves in a hole. So Royal Spartans not doing anything over aggressive. They still seem intent on hitting towards A. They do not particularly care about the position, despite the fact they've not taken anybody from Vegas Academy out just yet. Finally, that frag comes through. That should be the go to get this bomb down.
Seam might try to go for this one, but he's already had a bit of a love tap. And now with 4 players up, this should be an almost impossible retake for Academy, but Abodi finds one. Asim finds a second. That's going to try and push this, wants to bring it back, but Asim finds another one as well, a 2 versus 1. And Prolute will be the last player in a position to do anything. Almost down to a 1v1, and QK gets him. The Academy keep on rolling.
I don't think Royal Spartans did enough there to clear out sight before actually getting that bomb down. They needed a kill or two to actually get the bomb down scot-free, and just not able to do it. Vegas Academy go huge. QK, of course, closing out the round in spectacular fashion as well. That is despicable. Really nice pre-fire from QK. And that's what I've always said about these Vegas Falcons Academy players, right? It's ultimately that from a mechanical perspective, there is absolutely nothing wrong with these guys. They are constantly at the throats of the best, either in Europe last season or the year before that, or in North America this season. Doesn't matter which players it is. These guys are able to go toe-to-toe with the best. It's just whether or not that can be translated into victory by strats. Vegas Academy seem to have got that down here at Texas. Start of this round, though, not quite. It's all... Well, they lose that first blood. QK down for count now. Vegas Academy might have to rethink this round.
But where do they go? There is no easy path through. This, by the way, is always a horrible path to make. But can they find a kill? Can they get a little bit of pressure relief on the map? That's the real question they're looking for at the moment. Just not very many good angles, but they're going to try and go for it. Apodi gets bodied.
Yeah, that's tough. This round now, I think, has gone from difficult to damn near improbable. Seem trying to even the odds ever so slightly. Your desperate times, desperate measures mode as you throw the bomb player furthest forward, then 1 versus 4 is not going to happen. So Real Spartans now on the board. They're starting to feel a little bit hotter in this series, or in this game. They really, really needed that round.
And that is a bit of a stabilization. Is it enough, though? Academy have looked very, very good up until that point, and with them on the attack here, the Royal Spartans, what's the play call?
The play call here for Royal Spartans is to still hit towards A. Vegas Academy, same kind of positions as before. This time around, slightly more aggressive. You've got King of Bodhi pushed all the way forward. Asim on the stairs as well. Wants to get a look at where Royal Spartans have gone. And this push up from Asim actually changes how they're going to play this round too, because now they know that Royal Spartans have retreated towards B. Nobody in sight just yet for Vegas Academy, so Royal Spartans should be able to get this rock down scot-free. It's all about the post plant for me now.
Is this going to be a double nade? Oh, there's the trophy there. It's not going to work out, and Gunsy finds a Bodhi. That's the XD car going to be in. Doesn't do enough. Haven't taken advantage of the confusion either. And Academy will now have to headbutt this and hope for great trades. It's really not a great situation. It goes down to a 3 versus 3. Time still burning.
And re-entry is so difficult to do. Roxas trying to get it done. Facing fire. Does that provide enough for Asim to get towards a site? No, it doesn't. So Royal Spartans there with a perfect transition from A towards B in that moment. And you could kind of see that formulating for them. They made that decision pretty damn quickly. I think really, even if Vegas Falcons had made that call 5 seconds earlier, they probably wouldn't have lost B site control anywhere near as easily. Again, once you get into site, it's actually very difficult to lose it, especially with the way that Vegas Academy were playing that retake through one side of the site. No flanking players involved. A slight advantage here for Vegas Academy, although it has been eroded ever so slightly. 2 rounds on the bounce now for Royal Spartans, and this is an RC car, I believe, going out. Yeah, it is. Where's ProLuke going to go with this?
ProLuke. Actually slowing down Academy more than anything else. Now a silent killer. Never mind, it's been found. It seems great. Oh.
Starting to lose bodies here for Vegas Academy. Really on 5 in a row. Worth keeping an eye on here because that cruise missile could definitely come into play. Vegas still don't seem totally deterred from getting this bomb down. That would have been a nice head for QK to take, but it's not to be. And you've got to be careful that Asim is not the tip of the spear here. You do take down Darkside, but it's a big risk to still have him be the further player forward.
Be careful, everybody. Ready for the trades here. And QK gets one. Asim to be huge if he can make it. It does. See now 1 versus 1, but we'll have to put the bomb down. Doing the right job, though. Getting it down fast. Huge 1v1 this one. Either a tie game or a 4-2. He's got up top. He knows he's going to be up here as well. Asim has been found. Gets the first bullet on the ProLuke. And ProLuke firing through the fence. It's a horrible gunfight. And yet somehow both will now get a chance to reset.
Just seen him. Just seen him for the go boys. Slide left. ProLuke with the shots. Asim going to lose the fight. That is a massive 1 versus 1 for ProLuke. Not just because you win the round, but this defuse might well have just earned you that cruise missile. This has been 3 spectacular rounds on the bounce for the Royal Spartans. I think it might have just gone all the way through. Royal Spartans, though, huge back-to-back rounds. And ProLuke with a massive 1 versus 2 clutch there. We finally have a game on our hands here. I was a little bit concerned if Vegas Academy came out the blocks swinging with those first 3 rounds, but now we're looking at something really competitive here.
This could go either way. ProLuke on a 7 is really a difference maker. It felt like the Academy had it all in the first 3 rounds, but no more. It's a square up. Roxas and ProLuke go at it.
Defense for Vegas Academy this time around is a little bit more passive, I think, owing to the fact that they don't want to pull themselves too far forward in towards A and lose control of B like they did last time around. Royal Spartans will know that. They are being very cautious of the stairs. There's the check from Prolute. Now comfortable enough to move forward. First blood is everything in this situation, and Prolute needs to be the player to do it. Kill against Roxas is not in just yet. Prolute has to be careful. Slides across. You need help.
Let him stay alive, though. Oh, Destro gets one, but it goes back down to a 3 versus 3. Bomb down, though. That may be the key, and QK wins a massive gunfight as well. Down to a 2 versus 2. Bomb has been picked up, but there's another fight going on. Spidey gets one. Abodi finds another. Again, another 1v1 potentially, and, well, Abodi's just seen him.
He's got one to play with. You know what side of the bomb site he's on as well. I think they've just spotted out each other. King Abodi tagged up now, trying to play the time. 8 seconds on the clock. King Abodi gets the shots on towards perfectly. How on earth does that happen? Huge clutch
clear.
to
That
stop the
is
bleeding.
Huge confidence from Abodi. Knew he was playing time, went, you know what, he's playing time as well. I'm just going to dive at him. He's got to be planning, right? He could have just maybe waited it out, but was confident in the gunfight. It is horrifying because he could have gone so badly there as he chowed.
Yeah, that is crazy. That is a crazy ego check from King Abodi, but he's been feeling himself this entire day, so why not? Huge round, by the way, because Prolute does not get that cruise missile. You could tell that Royal Spartans were trying to posit around that play, but Prolute has been the entry sub for Royal Spartans over and over again to continue to lose those opening fights like that. Unfortunate. Really would have wanted a cruise missile for the back half of this search and destroy. Now you don't have one. But Royal Spartans in this round. Still looking to hold on towards A. Vegas Academy just trying to get something going off the start here. Chal out from Asim doesn't go well just yet. But you haven't lost anything if you're Vegas Academy.
Well, I will be stun checked. Now's an opportunity to get onto the bomb here. You've got players overwatching as well, and Asim will be overwatched. QK gets another very important kill. Abodi and Trays just fly about. 2 versus 3. Spartans are going to be close. They're going to try and get this one done. And it's Prolute. That's a wonderful kill on the QK. That bomb is being defused. That bomb is still being defused. He flies in a boat again. Hero plays. It's not a flank. It's a head-on. And he saved Roxas.
How does he keep getting away with it? How does this keep happening? King Abodi. How does he transition so perfectly into that second frag? That is absolutely insane from King Abodi. 2 rounds on the bounce now where he wins a 1 versus 1 and a 1 versus 2 consecutively that he should never ever damn win. 5 in a row now. And now Vegas Academy have full control over this game and this series. They are just 1 search and destroy round away from guaranteeing top 6 here at Texas. What an insane story for a team that did not qualify for Season 2 of Challengers Elite in North America. Top 6 on the cards. Just 1 search and destroy round to take it all away. And it is the exact same setup that we've seen from Vegas Academy in the defense time and time again. They've got the information already.
Royal Spartans want the bomb down. They want as many bodies alive to hold off post-plant. Gunsey. A little bit tickled by the grenade. Probably finds Roxas though. Big advantage here for the Spartans. You can hear the RCXD as well.
Player Starfall in this situation. QK and Asim left up. Yeah, all down to QK. Bomb's going down for good measure as well. Royal Spartans should be able to take this round away for free. Not really much that QK can do here.
I think if he dives out the window aggressively enough, he can land on the bomb, start defusing. They'll never see it coming. And yeah, this is probably about just finding some kills here. Maybe set yourself up for a streak later on.
Yeah, no point feeding. There's not really much to feed, I will say that much, for considering Royal Spartans don't have a streak in the game anymore, but no need for QK to give anything away for free. If you can get some freebies, yeah, sure, but I don't think anyone's even going to cross this path in the closing moments of this one. Royal Spartans will be very happy with how they played that one, systematically taking Vegas Academy out of the round. solid offense from them. They're starting to get wise to what Vegas Academy have been doing on the defense, and that's a great way to play around it. And still a lot to do here for Royal Spawns. You've still got to clear 2 more rounds back. Stay in the winner's bracket.
Doors being made to go the right way. And Academy, a slow burn from them so far.
Spartan's not trying to give anything away here. This is a big first blood if a team can take it, but it's not to be. Like all has been made for Vegas Academy. 1 player inside the site. If they take Dark Side down here, it's full site control. And that's going to be a tough hill to climb if you're all Spartans. Oh no. Oh no, Asim has made so much noise towards A that they've given up full site control. Vegas Academy might well be a man down, but now they've got site control. Dark Side left the site.
Can they hold this off, though? A lot of pressure from 4 players. It really does become a no fight once they get in. If they get in, and oh my goodness, I thought they were going to line up for him. But now 2 versus 3. Still a difficult hold. Darkside's already in as well. They're hunting them down. Rox has had to back off. Doors are closed. He's going to open it up here, Darkside. He's going to go for it at the same time, but QK gets one. Oh, that's a wonderful bit of shooting. Hunts them down, doesn't give them an opportunity. And we're going round 11.
Yeah, just the fact that they'd lost a seam towards the A site was the big issue there for Vegas Academy. Really well played fundamentals of Real Spartans there. Constant bait and switching, taking 2v1s instead of hitting individually. This play from Darkside, just audacious considering you didn't know where QK was located. I imagine QK was under a fair bit of pressure though towards the end of that round. Big play from Darkside. This has been such a back and forth search and destroy. What was it? 3 rounds on the bounce from Vegas Academy at the start. 3 rounds then from Real Spartans to make it 3-3. Then we saw the 2 from Vegas Academy, and now to your right back from Real Spartans. This is how we like it. Round 11. 1 round of S&E to decide who moves forward in the top 6.
Probably it was 13 and 6. And they already sent Gunsy out. Gunsy will be playing for that sneak kill.
Under pressure. Gunsy still hasn't activated here. Gunsy still hasn't activated. Finally goes on. Oh no, the TK! The car bomb to take Gunsy out of the play. Advantage now down. Vegas Academy can breathe a sigh of relief after that.
Oh my goodness, the flank man, Abodi. Bangs a door open. Abodi all that way on the flank to kick a door open? For a second they got confused, thought he was a SWAT team. And unfortunately that may have cost him all that work. I don't know whether he meant to do it. I thought he tried to go through quiet and just boot them open.
Information now here for Real Spartans once again. Only choice is to try and get this rock down. Slight reposition from Rockets is going to delay it here. Allows Darkside onto the site, and it is done. Royal Spartans, they call game, set, match as they move forward into the next round of play here in the upper bracket at the Texas Open. And there have been so many successful flanks from King Apodi across this series. So many that have been pivotal to keeping Vegas Falcons alive. And just when you need the Academy squad to procure one more, King Apodi just decides to kick a door about as loudly as humanly possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he meant to do that. It looks like he probably didn't. It's just one of those ones where if you accidentally hit the old sprint, it can just boot the doors open. And from that point, you saw the player turn. There was an opportunity. Unfortunately, that opportunity went with the opening of the door. And that closed the door for them in the winner's bracket. They will be in lower bracket and certainly are not out of the tournament yet. But it does mean a long night of games for them.
It does, yeah. I guess that's actually the one downside here. The big downside, if you will, is the fact that you're now dropping into the lower bracket and you've got to wait a very long time to play your next matchup. And then even after that, you've still got a long way to go because we need to be in losers semi-finals, I think it is, by the end of the day. It's still a long set of games.
It certainly is. Well, we're going to a break as we end the coverage on these games here. Don't go anywhere, though. Many more games to come here at the Open.
Search and destroy. The Stallions had dropped down very early inside of the lower bracket. They have made a run all the way back to round 6 against the Notorious org roster. 1-0 up in the series. On a Skyline Search and Destroy, they are down 2-1 at the moment, and 6 and Nadox will pair for another double early on in this round within the first 15 seconds, giving them the man advantage once again against the Stallions roster.
Going to keep those subs pressed up for the moment as Nadox will collect another. Now they're going to look to back off just a touch. Really going to play Melko, trying to watch if anything tries to work through kitchen side. And Courage going to maybe try to clear things out. Lying in wait, so not going to get eyes for the moment. Here he goes to make his move.
Get spotted out. And this is going to give everybody on the Stallions the wrap to move in. So there's really not much else to say about that round, except they just got gunned in the first 2 gunfights. Lost bodies. And, well, Notorious org staying on top of it.
Seen a decent bit of 6 as of recent as well, and he's been faring fairly decently in this lower bracket run with Notorious org to this point. Stallions, as you talked going into it, maybe trying to ride this lower bracket momentum, little revenge tour if you want to call it that. 2 players though, Lurks and Illy, through 4 rounds, couple of goose eggs, so see if they can get around and get on the board. See if the submachine gun players can continue to apply pressure for FC Stallions in response.
Good damage in, just nothing to show for the Stallions, but very quickly they have a flank developing. They don't realize that Melko's all the way in the back, but Abe, off the information given away by the shots that went wayward, gives the Stallions the first pick inside of this round. Shots from Millie, good enough for 2. It's a 1 versus 3. Nadox last alive, and he's got a whole squad of Stallions running his way. Defuse will come through. Finally, Stallions are able to retaliate.
A great pickup on the backside of things. Abe seeking that kill and getting it taken care of before it becomes a problem. Just a good defensive retake round out of FC Stallions.
Just a little diss. I really did think at the beginning of that round that Maddox was able to stay alive just a little bit longer. Excuse me, Melko was able to stay alive a little bit longer in the back spawn there. I thought for sure could have been a double kill, maybe just lay down. No, you don't want to lose track of one and allow a free flank to come through, but maybe just a bit early on that contention fire. Play suppression, but it's a bang out towards the site. Once again, Nadox, Skies, 6, pair for the first 2. Illy all the way deep in the back end will be the last alive, trying to fight his way forward. And rounds that just seem to go by in an instant here on Skyline, still leaving players in 1v3s.
Getting back to that kind of kitchen form that you see so often, the shoulders around bar, shoulders on bomb, a player lying in wait closet, just waiting for Illy to cross. Illy caught completely unaware. The cleanup comes through. Last few rounds, Alex, fairly run-of-the-mill Skyline search.
I mean, we're just running it down A every round. And if you don't have the ability to either get tax over the top or weaken up a few of those players throughout that big door, you're just running directly into a funnel throughout the middle of the map as well. It's just like, it's such a hard gunfight to take if you're the offense. But Notorious will make it a game where they were once again within a 2-round buffer of the Stallions. Love to see Lurks get activated just a bit here. Has had himself a wonderful day of Call of Duty, I will say.
Trying to get the fray a little bit more. Make some more noise. Encourager up the top. Little information garner, gonna pepper some shots. Just waiting for the team, sitting back for a moment, an opportunity to pounce if it presents itself. But I like to play out of Mighty, seeing if a sub gets aggressive, but it's aggressive through the top side of things.
They're just throwing shoulders, but I don't think the Stallions are gonna be ready for 2 on the staircase, all the way deep. Will turn into 1 very quickly, though, as it will be a wrap back from 6. Nadox, the first one, trade immediately after the fact, but it's going to be Abe pushing directly down after it. Wants to get up top, and Melko reads it perfect. Illy's still there. We'll wrap all the way back and through middle map. Mighty gets a good timing after coming up from the bottom of the map. And Courage left alive in a 1v2.
Bomb should be going down soon. As you're maybe just trying to wait, see if Encourage will come check the site, but they're trying to wrap to the back. I don't think they'll wrap all the way to stairs, so you could get great timing here. Encourage, who's going to get spotted first? It is going to be him. He has to back off completely, give up the site. The chase comes through, tries to look over the shoulder, and ends up getting taken down. 5-2. Notorious Gaming, working together, 6 out to 9 and 3. It's been good from them.
Yeah, I saw the back end of timing. I think Encourage thought he got far enough out that window where he could like turn back around, maybe get a timing on 6, but I mean, they're just double stacked together. They're going to run that down every time. So in a 2-stack tandem, they thought better of going to A, went up to B, found Encourage lurking up top. Now on match point here. Still down 0-1 inside of this best of 5 series. You take a look at that bottom side of your map if you haven't seen it thus far. That protocol hardpoint, 250, 218. Led the Stallions to a map 1 victory. Look back over towards A. They wanted to just rush it straight through the last time. This time it'll be Lurks doing exactly that down in the bottom of the vent.
Notorious Org just lying back. Again, defensively, I don't hate when teams let the play come to them, especially a team that likes to push pace across the map. So you force them to come out of the shell, make a play to bomb site, and then you get information on, okay, Skyline's one where it's fairly simple to repositions. The underground play works out, so you're going to back up. So suddenly, much harder in a 3 versus 4. Time dwindling, 30 seconds left. Man advantage Stallions.
And you have no idea if Lurks came out from underground or if he's still down there. So he could very easily push all the way through to a backside P2 hop-up. And that's exactly what he'll do. Over by Piano, should be spotted out. Natix, the last one alive throughout the spawn. He's popped himself for 2, but with 15 seconds left, it's gonna be a miracle drop through middle map to even find 1, let alone the defuse on top of it. And yeah,